Chapter 351, Lockdown. For the guardians of the city-state of Frost, tonight promised to be a wakeful one, as sleep seemed a distant luxury. The inky darkness of storm clouds ominously cloaked Dagger Island, adding to the eerie atmosphere caused by the mysterious reappearance of the wrecked ship, the Seagull, off the city-state's harbor. Amidst this unsettling backdrop, the fearsome mist fleet, infamous in a myriad of petrifying tales, ominously approached Frost once more. The damned fleet of the undead had gathered, silently stationed at the fringe of the coastal waters, their spectre hanging over the city. Their intentions were unclear, their next moves unknown, inciting a palpable dread among the residents of Frost. The city-state's port defense commander, Lister, had barely managed to steal an hour of rest at midnight before he was called back to his duty station. On arrival, he found himself in the company of other commanders with grave expressions and a confidential secretary recently dispatched from City Hall. The secretary, a man seemingly in his early 30s, dressed in a fitting blue coat and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, immediately rose upon Lister's entrance, visibly anxious. "Colonel, the governor demands the latest and most precise intelligence. Is there a chance that the Mist Fleet is preparing an attack?" "If the governor is only seeking that answer, then yes, every single day for the past 5 decades, Lister replied, pulling out a vial of revitalizing essential oil. The potent aroma provided a necessary uplift to his spirits. He glanced at the secretary. "The Mist Fleet is not a new menace, they've always been a threat. There hasn't been any form of ceasefire between us." The grim mood of the commander was evident, and the secretary, realizing the redundancy of his question, quickly shifted gears. "What is our preparedness status?" "All our coastal defense artillery are battle-ready, and General Gaelton's fleet is setting up defensive formations on the northern and northwestern flanks of the Mist Fleet. They are well stocked with fuel and munitions. Despite the recent loss of a valiant and skilled naval lieutenant general in the Seagull incident, the Frost Navy stands ready to defend the city-state," Lister declared with an air of solemnity. For more specific intelligence, higher UPS should have already provided an update to City Hall. His eyes briefly surveyed the secretary before settling on his subordinate officers in the vicinity. "What's the status of the Mist Fleet? Any unusual activity?" One of the commanders quickly stood up. "Yes, sir, something isn't quite right. I believe you should see this." On hearing this, Lister's expression tightened, and he strode swiftly to the long table situated at the center of the room. On the table lay a piece of intelligence, just freshly delivered, and potentially critical to their cause. "What is this?" The port commander, Lister, struggled to make sense of the document in his hands, cluttered with an array of symbols and scribbles. "It's a light signal," the subordinate commander who had stood up earlier clarified. "A light signal from the Mist Fleet." Lister's face fell into an expression of stunned disbelief, almost as if the revitalizing effect of his essential oil had suddenly worn off. He squinted at the frenzied series of pause markings and chaotic annotations lining the margins, feeling a wave of instability wash over him. After a drawn-out moment, he finally managed to stammer, "What on earth, is the Mist Fleet employing a novel light signal? Or could they be using some antiquated code to relay information?" Without missing a beat, he lifted his gaze towards his subordinates. "Where's our military advisor?" "They are in the adjacent room, poring over this data, along with a team of signal specialists and cryptographers who have just been summoned. Moreover, several experts in naval history and undead studies are en route," they informed him. Lister pressed his lips together, his eyes locked onto the inscrutable symbols for a few more seconds before flicking his gaze upwards to the worried-looking confidential secretary. "Nobody's going to be getting any sleep tonight." "I concur, Colonel." On the other hand, Duncan had enjoyed a peaceful sleep the night before. Even though his primary form didn't necessitate much rest, taking the time to recuperate still aided in sustaining his energy levels and reducing the strain of managing multiple bodies simultaneously. Yet, for him, this burden was not significant. Regardless, he appreciated maintaining a routine similar to that of an ordinary human. The snow outside had temporarily ceased, and a clear sky was starting to embrace the city. Vision 001 was slowly ascending from the city's edge towards the sky's zenith. Besides the radiant sun, the subtle golden gleam of the double runes appeared striking. Nonetheless, the absent portion of the rune circle remained perceptible to the unaided eye. Duncan positioned himself by the window, focusing on the sun for a few seconds before he withdrew his gaze and shrugged his shoulders, turning to descend the stairs. Alice had prepared breakfast. The straightforward fare of toast, fried eggs, and vegetable rolls may not have been an elaborate spread, but it certainly was a testament to the doll lady's evolving culinary prowess. Vanna and Morris were seated at the table, and on noticing Duncan's arrival, they rose to their feet. "Eat your food, don't mind me," Duncan motioned them to continue. The breakfast spread was appetizing, but his current form couldn't appreciate it. Although they were all temporary bodies, the one he utilized in Frost was markedly different from the one in the planned antique store. The body in planned had been claimed after its death, but as the damage was minimal and the takeover prompt, its state was nearly akin to a living person's. However, the form he assumed in Frost had already lost the majority of its intrinsic functionalities. The form he used in Frost was more akin to a corpse, animated by some arcane force, arguably closer to being a corpse than even the undead under Tyrion's command. Even Duncan himself couldn't elucidate the mechanics behind this phenomenon, but in a world teeming with peculiarities, he had long since come to terms with such oddities. Being strange was a trivial matter, after all, he himself was arguably the most perplexing anomaly in this world. "There's a copy of the morning newspaper beside the sofa," Morris mentioned, his voice echoing from the dining table. "You might want to have a look, it contains news that could pique your interest." "Really?" Duncan made his way to the sofa and noticed the freshly delivered morning paper. The faint scent of fresh ink emanated from it, and the neatly arranged pages drew his attention. He picked up the newspaper on the sofa and casually flipped it open, quickly spotting the news item Morris had alluded to. Simultaneously, Alice trotted over and leaned over the sofa's backrest with an air of curiosity as she glanced at the newspaper in Duncan's grip. The headline reads, "Click." All of a sudden, a detached round head fell onto Duncan's newspaper, only to roll down onto his arm. As the head rolled, Alice found herself facing Duncan with her face upwards, her eyes blinking innocently. "Help, help, help. Can't you be a little more careful?" Duncan sighed, almost resignedly picking up Alice's head. He fixed her golden wig, secured with a ribbon, and her silver locks underneath before reattaching the lovely head back onto the Gothic doll's neck. "Also, even dog can read the newspaper. Can't you decipher a simple headline?" Flustered, Alice clumsily stabilized her head. "Actually, I couldn't understand more than 4 or 5 words." Duncan immediately shot her a stern look. "The headline only has 8 words." Caught in the open, the illiterate doll stammered, "Hee hee. It's a warning from the city hall," Duncan sighed, finding the task of dealing with the NAVE doll somewhat tiresome. He pointed at the words on the paper and read them aloud for Alice. "Attention citizens, limit outdoor activities. The following content advises residents of Frost to refrain from venturing near the coastal areas, minimize social gatherings on public roads, be prepared to cooperate with security personnel or guardians during inspections, and be aware of increased curfew levels. Currently, except for church staff and those with specialized nighttime industry permits, no one is allowed to leave their homes after dark." Alice shuffled from the side of the sofa to sit beside Duncan, her gaze fixed on the text on the newspaper as she followed Duncan's finger with her eyes. After finishing reading, she tilted her head curiously. "What does all this mean?" "It implies that Tyrion's efforts have yielded results," Duncan explained in a composed manner. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Frost's external transport routes will be put on hold. We won't have to concern ourselves with the contamination from this city-state leaking out, and the annihilators lurking within the city will find themselves cut off from the world outside. Moreover, the report letter I sent seems to have stirred up the Death Church, leading to heightened curfew levels and more stringent movement restrictions. This in turn means more intensive heresy investigations resulting in more cultists being unmasked. So, does that mean our issue is resolved?" Alice inquired, visibly taken aback. "Will all the villains be apprehended?" "It's not as straightforward as that," Duncan shrugged. "Apprehending a handful of annihilators is just the tip of the iceberg, but as the number of detained cultists grows, their means of communication with the abyss may come to light. That's when the true issue will begin to surface." As he concluded his explanation, he folded the newspaper and placed it aside. He had briefly scanned through the remaining content, and nothing else seemed noteworthy. "So, what are our next steps?" Alice inquired from the side. "Given that the Frost authorities have their hands full, it's time we made our move." Duncan rose from his seat and glanced towards the dining area. "Finish your meals and prepare to leave. We're off to meet one of Tyrion's informants." Chapter 352, Informant and Underground Waterways. Following 2 successive days of snowfall, a fleeting spell of clear weather appeared to dissipate the pervasive gloom that had enshrouded the city-state. As if waking from a deep slumber, Frost returned to its usual life rhythm. Snowplows and snow-melting equipment were set in motion, diligently clearing the heavy snow accumulation from the primary arteries of the city. The time-tested high-pressure gas pipelines and power systems once again stood up to the test, proving their reliability, and vital urban mechanisms such as factories and public transportation resumed their operation. The hums and clanks of various carriages and machinery gradually swelled, harmonizing with the rising sun, signifying the city's awakening. However, beneath this veneer of returning normalcy, an unusual and palpable tension was gradually permeating the entire city. This shift in mood, previously discernible only to the perceptive few, was now apparent even to the average citizen. The chain of events that triggered this unease started with reports in the local newspapers. An emergency control announcement issued by City Hall had roused the suspicions of those attuned to such news. In addition, subsequent rumors of the dreaded mist fleet sightings near the city-state, emanating from the coastal neighborhoods, added fuel to the fire. Before long, a blend of legitimate and spurious news began to pervade every corner of the city. Other unsettling observations further stoked the city's apprehension. The city's security forces were frequently mobilized, guardian troops were amassing around several graveyards, alarming news from specific neighborhoods, coupled with uncanny tales of the return of the dead that had been making rounds in the city for a month. These disconcerting elements seemed to merge into a single narrative of foreboding, stealthily permeating throughout the city. City-states on the boundless sea resembled crowded dove cages, separated by vast expanses of ocean yet within an arm's reach of each other. Communication between city-states was challenging, yet nothing was easier than disseminating news within a city-state. Despite the brewing tension, life had to proceed as usual. While unsettling rumors continued to circulate in the city's veins, its citizens carried on with their everyday lives. The unnerving city atmosphere made for interesting conversations during commutes on public transportation or gatherings at local bars, but it wasn't sufficient to disrupt the functioning of the city-state. The inhabitants of this world had long grown accustomed to the shadows in their existence. In their eyes, the strange incidents happening in the city were just the status quo. The daily tableau of cultist activities and sporadic appearances of nocturnal monsters were accepted as part of their reality. Conversely, a city that remained peaceful and tranquil after the sunset would seem an aberration to them. At the junction of Cemetery No. 4 and Oak Street, a modest pub known as the Golden Flute was gradually starting to buzz with activity. In the early morning, a significant number of citizens destined for the factories would pass by this intersection. The Golden Flute, a budget-friendly pub frequented by the city's everyday people, was an ideal pit stop for a quick bite or drink before work. Offering not just beverages but also satisfying coffee and simple breakfasts, it was a haven against hunger and the biting cold. The chance to engage in casual banter over breakfast at the Golden Flute provided a brief moment of relaxation before the hustle and bustle of the workday commenced. The hostess of the pub was energetically darting between the round tables, serving customers in a jovial manner, while the bartender industriously attended to patrons from behind the bar. Warm, inviting light flooded the room from overhead fixtures, effectively banishing the winter cold from the bustling establishment. Not far from the bar, a middle-aged man with a thin, elongated face and straw-colored, brittle hair sat engrossed in a newspaper, all the while maintaining a watchful, yet discreet, vigilance over the pub's activities from the corner of his eye. The pub was generally loud, a cacophony of voices filled with the occasional crass humor and unrestrained profanities. Its clientele wasn't comprised of the so-called upper-class citizens. Instead, it was mostly frequented by ordinary laborers from the city's lower quarters en route to their jobs in the industrial belt. These men and women congregated here, utilizing the brief respite provided by breakfast to discuss the happenings in the lower city and the industrial areas and to exchange views about the recent transformations in the city-state. Most of their opinions were typically shallow and monotonous, hardly warranting any serious attention. No one was genuinely interested in their perspective on the city's affairs, and as long as no physical altercations broke out within the pub, everything was deemed to be in order. The middle-aged, yellow-haired manager casually turned to the next page of his newspaper, suppressing a yawn that betrayed his boredom. Suddenly, he sensed an unexplained lull in the room's usual clamor. Moments later, it felt as though something was obstructing the overhead light. He glanced up, finding a formidable figure looming over him. The person was garbed in an all-black coat that was evocative of the night sky, with a high collar that concealed most of their face. A wide-brimmed hat rested heavily on their head like an ominous storm cloud, shielding their features from prying eyes. The limited view between the garments revealed an intricate pattern of bandages. The manager was hit with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It was almost as if he could visually perceive the pressure radiating from the daunting figure. His heart skipped a beat, and a look of panic reflexively flashed across his eyes. His initial thought was that the intruder was a clergyman from the Death Church. After all, those devout priests had a penchant for the exaggerated bandage aesthetic that was somewhat unconventional for the common people. However, he quickly realized that the person was not adorned with the church's triangular emblem and didn't carry the Guardian's standard-issue staff. After an initial wave of panic, the middle-aged manager struggled to regain his composure. He noticed 3 individuals standing behind the towering figure, an unusually tall young woman, a gentle-looking elderly man, and a refined, enigmatic blonde woman hidden behind a veil. He quickly found himself racking his brain for possibilities. These were clearly guests who had come with a specific interest in him. Judging by their ominous attire, they didn't seem to harbor any benevolent intentions. The intimidating aura they emanated made it challenging for him to even breathe. Were they undercover officials from the central city's security department? Or were they emissaries from some other power based in the chilling sea? Why had they sought him out? Were they here to intimidate him, recruit him, or to request his assistance? Setting aside his newspaper, he rose from his chair with composed dignity and directed his gaze at the enigmatic figure in black. "May I know whom you seek?" he asked. "Nemo Wilkins, sir," Duncan began, taking note of the panic and tension shimmering within the eyes of the middle-aged man before him. His imposing presence was clearly causing unease, but Duncan's intention was not to intimidate. Rather, he was observing Wilkins' reactions. These involuntary emotional responses would reveal any potential cognitive interference or memory modifications. "Is that your name? Every patron here is familiar with my name," Nemo Wilkins acknowledged with a nod, subtly gesturing to the bartender nearby. "I assume you are looking for me? I should mention, though, I'm merely an unassuming businessman. Of late, the sea has been shrouded in mist, and the wind carries a bitter chill," Duncan responded, drawing out a city-state map crafted by Tyrion from the recesses of his coat. "We're in search of a warming drink, something potent enough to reignite even a deceased man's heart." On hearing Duncan's cryptic remark about the sea and the wind, Nemo's breathing pattern underwent a nearly imperceptible shift, and his eyes drifted towards the city-state map. The manager was extraordinarily adept at concealing his emotions and eye movements. In fact, save for the fleeting changes in his breath and pulse, there was nothing to suggest any unusual reactions. However, even such minor alterations did not go unnoticed by Vanna. "It seems we've found our man," Vanna murmured under her breath. Duncan subtly acknowledged her remark with a nod and proceeded to fold up the map. "Are there any available seats upstairs?" "The upper level is currently occupied," Nemo countered, shaking his head. "Please, follow me." With these words, he ventured out from behind the counter, beckoning the unexpected visitors towards a door located near the stairwell. The pub remained a vibrant hub of activity, and while some patrons might have noticed the peculiar exchange at the counter, no one seemed particularly intrigued by the ongoing proceedings. Duncan and his companions trailed behind manager Nemo, navigating through a narrow wooden door and into a corridor that appeared to lead to the pub's back storage area. Halfway down the passage, they slipped through another door, descending a steep ramp for a considerable distance until the familiar sounds of the bustling pub seemed a distant murmur. They finally halted before an imposing dark wooden door. "This establishment goes quite deep underground," Morris couldn't help but comment. "A cautious approach is never a detriment, especially since this city isn't welcoming to those associated with the Mist Fleet," Nemo Wilkins replied as he neared the door. "Adversaries lurk at every corner, even after all these decades. How have you managed to construct such an expansive underground hideaway right under the city-state authorities' surveillance?" Vanna questioned, her line of interest diverging from that of the others. As an inquisitor, she found the ability of a grey middleman to hide within the city-state's infrastructure quite intriguing. "How were you able to excavate such a long tunnel beneath a busy pub? How did you dispose of the rocks and soil? And, perhaps most intriguingly, how did you muffle the noise of the excavation?" Nemo Wilkins shot a sideways glance at the unusually tall, white-haired woman and a hint of amusement colored his voice as he responded, "Actually, it's quite simple. There was no need for any excavation. This place was already part of the Frost Underground waterway." As he concluded his explanation, the ominous dark door swung open, its rusty hinges groaning in protest. The warm, welcoming glow of gas lamps flooded into the hallway, reaching the eyes of Duncan and his team. In combination, they could also detect the soft murmur of water flowing from an undetermined source. Duncan's gaze traveled beyond the door, taking in the astonishingly vast hall that sprawled on the other side. It appeared to be a juncture of an ancient sewer system, its tunnels extending into the abyssal darkness in all directions. The hall was furnished with tables, chairs, beds, and shelves, organized neatly in the corners, rendering it quite habitable. It was evident that the space could accommodate a significant number of people. Chapter 353, The Second Waterway. This location has been safe for quite some time now, Nemo Wilkins started as he ushered Duncan and the rest of the group into the concealed underground space. You see, for over half a century, the authorities of Frost have remained oblivious to the secret that lies hidden beneath their city, he shared with a tone rich in self-satisfaction, pausing for the information to sink in among his listeners. These are no ordinary tunnels. These are ancient sewage systems that spread beneath the city like veins, many of which have been long abandoned. They're dry and pose no danger, he explained, strolling about the spacious area. There are connections here that link to the surface sewage system, but rest assured, all are secure. Even if someone were to discover one or two of these connections, City Hall lacks the manpower to perform an exhaustive search of this vast subterranean network. As he spoke, Wilkins, who also went by the moniker of pub owner, meandered towards a looming cement wall, twisted a valve fixed onto one of the pipes. A soft hissing sound echoed from a distance, triggering more gas lamps to ignite, their radiance enhancing the previously illuminated ones. What truly fascinates me is the resilience of modern-day Frost to sustain the city's basic functions, he noted with a sly grin, his thin face elongated with a hint of scorn. Ever wondered what secrets lie buried in these sewers since 50 years ago? Only the seasoned craftsperson who served under the reign of the Frost Queen would be privy to such knowledge. Upon hearing this, Vanna's eyes widened in astonishment. You're saying that these facilities are remnants from the Queen's reign, she blurted out, taken aback by the revelation. But how on earth were you able to keep these underground waterways a secret? With a nonchalant shrug, Nemo replied, I was not present during the tumultuous events 50 years ago. However, my grandfather's tales, which filled most of my life, shed light on it. He spoke of the Frost Queen commissioning a grand subterranean infrastructure for the entire city-state. It was an initiative to manage land scarcity and set the groundwork for the city's long-term expansion. This impressive project included advanced underground waterways, power pipelines, electrical grids, and a fully operational transportation system. What you see here, dubbed a sewer, is in fact, the deepest layer of the system. In technical terms, it would be known as the second waterway. Above it exists the first waterway, the current sewage system utilized by Frost. In the aftermath of the Frostbite Rebellion, the city-state managed to survive, contrary to what many believe. While the insurgents boasted about swiftly overpowering the last of the Mad Queen's defenders, the reality was quite different. For a continuous 72 hours post the seizing of the Queen's Palace, now the municipal center, a fierce battle raged. Loyalists retreated to the underground system, turning the web of subway stations and pipeline networks into battlegrounds. Meanwhile, up on the surface, as the rebels triumphantly paraded through the city center, newspapers broadcasted the regime change, and fearful citizens barricaded themselves within their homes. The underground stations were sealed, and the populace huddled near the wells, straining their ears to pick up the haunting sounds of battle emanating from the abyss below. The unrest continued up until the day of the grand execution, Nemo continued, a tinge of somberness in his tone. That day, the resounding crash of the sea cliff collapsing resonated throughout the city, effectively silencing the last pockets of resistance that lingered underground. In the aftermath, the Queen's loyal guards meticulously destroyed all vertical shafts leading to this second waterway and sealed the gates that linked it with the first waterway above. Along with a series of minor conflicts and deliberate cave-ins that ensued, this effectively severed the second waterway from the upper levels. As he recounted this piece of history, Nemo lifted his gaze to the thick dome-like ceiling above them. It was as if his stare had the power to bore through the layers of steel, concrete, and stone to take in the bustling life on the city streets overhead. The rebel-led government that took over was not entirely clueless about this intricate sewer system, he added with a knowing smile. They were aware of Frost's hidden underground world, but what could they do about it? They merely knew of its existence. The aftermath of the cliff's collapse was catastrophic. The city suffered extensive damage, and it took Frost several decades to bounce back from the Civil War. The economy was kept afloat by the city's sole remaining economic pillar or mining. Frost, once the vibrant city-state of the cold seas, had its glory reduced to mere pages in history books. To this day, the city continues to rely on the pipeline system left behind by the Frost Queen. Given this context, who would have the capacity to delve into the vast network buried deep beneath the city-state's surface? The financial implications of reopening the vertical shafts and renovating the second waterway were too substantial for the new government to undertake. Furthermore, with its depleted population and shrunken city size, post-war Frost found the first waterway at the upper level to be sufficient. Vanna's memory was suddenly jogged by a saying that Morris had voiced not too long ago, and she found herself muttering it out loud, "As long as it's enough, we'll make do with it." "That's the spirit," Nemo responded, chuckling. "As long as it's enough, we'll make do with it. The city is already riddled with wounds and cannot bear the burden of another significant upheaval. Besides, in a city of this magnitude, a few moss hiding deep in the sewers is hardly a concern. Heretics, sinister creatures, night shadows, lost anomalies running amok, there are a plethora of threats lurking in the shadows, many of which pose a greater concern to the authorities and the church than us." Duncan, who had been mostly quiet, attentively listening to the informant spin tales, finally found his voice. "Such an enormous underground facility, complete with gas and electricity supply, it's impossible for you to manage it all on your own, isn't it?" "Absolutely not," Nemo Wilkins laughed in response to Duncan's query. "We do have a network of supporters scattered throughout the city, some even infiltrating various departments within City Hall. A good number of them are descendants of the Queen's Guards, like myself, and others have passed Admiral Tyrion's rigorous tests, proving themselves to be loyal and trustworthy allies. However, their positions or identities make it imprudent for them to appear in public." Upon hearing this, Duncan couldn't help but shake his head. Tyrion mentioned he had a few informants planted in Frost. That boy sure downplayed his efforts. The man has essentially entrenched an extensive network of allies within Frost. Nemo picked up on the particular term Duncan had used to refer to Tyrion. The middle-aged man's countenance grew noticeably tense, but he chose to remain silent on the matter. While everyone else was engaged in conversation, Morris had been quietly taking in the vast expanse of the underground world. His gaze darted over the monumental dome above, the derelict pipelines crisscrossing overhead, and the numerous valves and offshoots of pipes on the nearby walls, all clearly retrofitted. After a moment, he finally broke his silence. "Do you still command the entirety of the second waterway?" "Truth be told, only a fraction of it," Nemo confessed, shaking his head in mild regret. "As much as I'd love to proclaim that the entire underground realm is under our control, we're restrained by our limited manpower, and the sheer expanse of the second waterway is simply staggering. As it stands, we only manage about 1/5 of these abandoned sewers. The rest of the areas are either abandoned due to cave-ins, inundated with toxic wastewater, or are so dangerously contaminated that they've become virtually inaccessible." Dangerous contamination. Vanna, who had been listening in, immediately furrowed her brows, her professional instincts taking over. On occasion, pursued supernatural entities inadvertently find their way into the sewers and perish here, leading to widespread pollution. But more often than not, it's the darkness itself that spawns monstrosities, Nemo elucidated. "This is a vast subterranean domain, and the gas we covertly siphon off from the pipelines above cannot possibly illuminate the entire second waterway. Where there is insufficient light, those regions succumb to perpetual darkness." For a moment, Vanna stood mute, feeling somewhat choked up by the revelation. Being a native of the flourishing city-state of Pland and a guardian of its order, she struggled to grasp the notion that a city could permit such a state of affairs to persist, vast underground facilities languishing in eternal darkness, even beginning to harbor shadows and becoming irrevocably contaminated. Could such a situation truly exist? Yet, the reality unfolding before her served as a stark confirmation that it was indeed possible. For over half a century, the citizens of Frost had been living under such circumstances, apparently without any major disruptions. There's no denying the occasional unfortunate incident where individuals who mistakenly wander into the underground disappear, or that the night shift guards face a higher fatality rate compared to those in other city-states, but such occurrences have now become the norm, Nemo stated. He couldn't help but notice Vanna's look of disbelief. Having already discerned that these individuals were outsiders, he had a fair idea of what astonished them. Periodically clearing out hazardous sections of the first waterway and subway tunnels, sporadically scattering holy incense and sacred ashes into the depths of the underground, enhancing the compensations offered to guards for their risk, and requiring the gatekeeper to make additional rounds, these measures have enabled most ordinary people to lead fairly decent lives. Considering the circumstances, it's a pretty good arrangement. Having said that, the bar owner paused momentarily and turned around, a smile playing on his lips. "Trust me, the majority of city-states are in a similar predicament, and it's been this way since time immemorial." At a loss for words, Duncan and the others exchanged glances. After a brief yet uncomfortable silence, it was Vanna who broke the ice. She turned to Morris and queried, "What's your evaluation?" "No indications of cognitive disruption." Thought patterns and memories appear to be intact. Morris responded to Vanna's question, yet his focus remained unwaveringly on Nemo Wilkins. Underneath the old scholar's attentive gaze, a subtle silvery luminescence was gradually fading away. Nemo blinked, a perplexed look creeping onto his face. "What are you talking about?" Duncan quietly observed the man before responding. "Mr. Nemo, congratulations, you seem to be free from any effects of cognitive interference." Chapter 354, The Infiltrators. Nemo Wilkins found himself suddenly plagued by a fleeting sense of disorientation, almost as if an unseen power had lightly grazed across the landscape of his mind. It felt akin to being jolted awake from a surreal, barely there slumber. Caught off guard, he jerked his head upwards, his eyes reflecting an air of anxiety and caution towards the benign-looking old man who seemed, on the surface, to pose no threat. In response to the man acting as their informant, Morris flashed him a warm, courteous smile. A chill ran down Nemo's spine as he was struck with a startling realization. Ever since he had stepped foot into the concealed passage, he had been under the unrelenting scrutiny of the elderly man, who seemed to be examining his thoughts and dissecting his memories with an almost supernatural intensity. To his horror, he found that he had been subconsciously answering every inquiry made by these unexpected visitors. His inadvertent candidness almost gave away the intricate details about other secret contacts within the city-state. Despite these unanticipated guests possessing Captain Tyrion's seal and knowing the classified code, Nemo chided himself for his careless openness. Given their sudden appearance that day, he ought to have exercised more caution and skepticism as per protocol. His quickly changing facial expressions didn't go unnoticed by Vanna. She advanced towards him, her grave demeanor belying her earnest reassurance. "Mr. Wilkins, please remain calm. We mean you no harm. The tokens and secret code we possess are indeed from Mr. Tyrion. We just needed to validate your allegiance for essential security purposes." "Validate? What do you mean by validation?" Nemo responded, looking suspiciously at the figures before him. Who are you people?" "In essence, we believe that a large-scale cognitive contamination event has begun infiltrating the city-state. This contamination results in people unconsciously fabricating false memories, misjudging reality, and even becoming inadvertent accomplices to heretical actions. We had to confirm whether Mr. Tyrion's informants in the city could still be trusted, hence the test," Vanna explained with utmost seriousness before quickly changing the topic. "As for who we are, didn't you receive a message from Mr. Tyrion?" The captain wasn't explicit. "He merely stated that you were reliable individuals," Nemo replied with guarded wariness. "Please forgive my skepticism, but he has never made such unusual arrangements before." Morris pondered over this, and then, understanding dawned on him. He turned to Duncan. Could it be because he didn't have your explicit consent, and therefore, he didn't feel comfortable revealing our identities haphazardly?" "Consent? Captain Tyrion needed consent to reveal their identities?" At Morris's words, Nemo's expression morphed into one of perplexity. He instinctively glanced towards the man swathed in bandages and clad in black attire, obviously wanting to ask a question but seemingly at a loss as to how to phrase it. Duncan didn't read too much into it. He simply nodded. "Now that we've established that this gentleman informant poses no threat, there's no reason to keep our identities a secret any longer." With that, Duncan directed his gaze towards Nemo, indicating himself as he declared, "I am Tyrion's father." Nemo Wilkins, known by his code name as the Mist Infiltrator, was stunned into a brief silence. Following some unknown internal deliberation, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Don't you dare disrespect the captain." Duncan merely looked at him in silence. The atmosphere became palpably uncomfortable for a moment. Vanna and Morris found themselves pinching the bridge of their noses in mild exasperation. Only Alice appeared unbothered, her gaze bouncing between the others, seemingly oblivious to the tension. She earnestly assured the informant, "He's telling the truth." Nemo seemed on the verge of a retort, but Morris took a step forward before he could articulate it, lightly patting his shoulder. "Young man, think before you speak. Even the formidable Iron Admiral Tyrion has a father." It was at this point that Nemo noticed the undercurrents in the atmosphere, the nuances of the conversation he had previously missed. He recalled the ancient lore surrounding the Abnamar lineage, Captain Tyrion's familial history, tales of the vanished, and the myth of a soul wandering subspace. When his gaze returned to Duncan, it was marked by a distinctive shift. "I returned from subspace," Duncan declared, maintaining eye contact. "I am here to assist Tyrion in handling some complications." Considering this revelation, Nemo paused before his eyes rolled back into his head and began to faint. Vanna, however, seemed to anticipate his reaction. She swiftly reached out to support him before he could fully collapse, withdrawing a bottle of invigorating essential oil from her pocket and administering it directly into his nostrils. The sharp smell jolted the informant back to consciousness. Achoo! Achoo! Nemo came back around, his nostrils assaulted by the potent aroma of the oil. He sneezed multiple times, his face wet with tears and nasal discharge as he stuttered, My apologies, I forgot that average people possess a less resilient constitution than the Guardians, Vanna responded, an apologetic tone in her voice as she put away the glass vial. Don't worry, this substance is harmless to the body. Nemo withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his face, trying to regain his composure. With a mix of fear and trepidation in his eyes, he looked at Duncan. Is it, really you? Then, what can I do for you? You're already helping me, Duncan dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Don't fret. Just fill me in more on Frost. Okay, Nemo agreed, nodding his head vigorously, sneezing a few more times before steadying himself. What else would you like to know? Do you presently have contact with other informants in the city? Duncan queried. How is communication usually handled? Do you meet up in this sewer system, or do you use more concealed methods? We hardly ever meet in person, Nemo began, his fingers lightly rubbing his nose. Mostly for safety reasons, many of our group have deep-rooted ties to the city's upper strata and require more covert operations. We typically exchange information through various clandestine channels. For instance, encoded messages hidden in newspapers, designated contact points, or single-line contacts relayed through couriers. Indeed, even we don't have a clear understanding of how many insiders there are in the city. Most informants only know those directly above or below them in the chain of command, or perhaps a few colleagues from their local area. The complete list of operatives is held solely by Captain Tyrion and Mr. Aiden. At my level, being a contact person, I manage a slightly larger list of names, yet still, it doesn't exceed 10 individuals. Vanna couldn't help but offer a slight nod of approval as she listened to Nemo's account. This is an impressively cautious and effective infiltration method, far more professional than what most cultists dealing with the Guardians would manage. It's the result of Tyrion's management over half a century, Duncan remarked casually, before turning his attention back to Nemo. Is this particular contact point regularly manned by only you? There are 2 others, Nemo confirmed with a nod. One goes by the nickname Crow, he should be conducting patrols in the nearby tunnels as we speak. The other is an old man who spends the majority of his time in the disused pipe room. His real name is unknown to us, we all refer to him as Old Ghost. Upon hearing this, Duncan, Vanna, and Morris exchanged meaningful glances. Nemo Wilkins appeared to be unaffected by cognitive interference, but the same could not be guaranteed for his fellow informants. Let's go and make their acquaintance, Duncan decided with a nod. Where can we find this pipe room? It's over this way, Nemo directed, pointing to the right at an upcoming fork in the tunnel. It used to serve as a makeshift resting spot for maintenance staff of the second waterway. I'll lead you there. As the informant started to move, he began sharing details about Old Ghost with Duncan and the others. He's in his 70s now, nearly the eldest amongst us. My own grandfather worked alongside him back during the Queen's reign. Old Ghost's memory isn't always reliable, but when it comes to the gas pipelines and the layout of the secondary waterway, his knowledge is flawless. The gas line we installed here was a project of his. His team clandestinely tapped a branch from the above main line, ensuring it was safe and undetectable, a task not just anyone could accomplish. Old Ghost rarely ventures topside, preferring to spend his time in these tunnels. Sometimes, after a few drinks, he'll boast about his past, claiming that he was an engineer on the second waterway project decades ago, and that the Queen herself awarded him a medal. But, truth be told, not all of his stories are reliable. I've seen that supposed medal, it's just a piece of unadorned iron, obviously scavenged from somewhere. He likely inhaled a significant amount of poisonous gas when he took refuge in the secondary waterway all those years ago. Have I mentioned this before? When the last of the Queen's Guard pulled back 50 years prior, they sealed off the second waterway. The vertical shafts crumbled at the time, and some noxious gas seeped down from above. A group of craftsmen, loyal to the Queen, endeavored to plug these leaks, and Old Ghost was among their number. It's said his mental clarity has wavered ever since. If he should suddenly bring up matters relating to the Queen in your presence later on, Do not take it to heart, he means no ill. Guided by Nemo Wilkins' constant narrative, Duncan and the others swiftly navigated the branching tunnel and arrived at a dilapidated iron door close to the sewer junction. Nemo rapped on the door and announced their arrival before pushing it ajar. "Old ghost, we've brought visitors." No sooner had he finished his sentence than a raspy yet boisterous voice emanated from behind the door. "Ah, the Queen has arrived for an inspection." Chapter 355, Disturbance in the Depths of the Abandoned Waterway. In the company of a gravelly voice echoing from the past, Duncan picked up a flurry of metallic clattering from within the cabin, much like the hurried scramble of someone rising abruptly and consequently displacing a number of items. Not long after, the patter of footsteps advanced, and an elderly man hunched with age, sporting wispy white hair, dressed in a soiled grey overcoat, and decorated with deep lines of age across his face, materialized by the doorway. The aged individual, known as Old Ghost, remained within his caretaker's cabin, his posture stooped and his sight slightly clouded as it roved the exterior. His sight seemed inadequate to make out the silhouettes of the visitors loitering outside his cabin, yet he promptly commenced a string of mutterings. "The Queen has descended for an inspection. I am ill prepared. The aides are showing increasing incompetency, not to mention the messengers." Old Ghost. Nemo found it necessary to intrude on the old man's ramblings in a raised tone. "The Queen is not here. She is not due for a return. We have visitors today, esteemed guests arranged by Captain Tyrion. Enough with the rambling, they're here to visit you." With these words, Nemo swiveled his head towards Duncan, expressing regret in his gaze. "I apologize. As you can observe, his mental state is rather unstable, and he often recollects incidents from the distant past. However, don't be misled, he exhibits remarkable clarity when it comes to handling pipes and valves." "Lucid?" "I am perfectly lucid." In the midst of their discussion, Old Ghost seemed to comprehend the situation and cast a glance at Duncan and his companions, murmuring, "Guests, even unfamiliar faces can access this place. Have you ensured the tokens and passwords are correct?" "Assuredly, we have," Nemo was quick to respond, stealing a cautious glance at Duncan. "These guests are highly respected, please treat them as if they were Captain Tyrion himself." "Ah, well then, enter, although there isn't much of interest here," Old Ghost grumbled, making room for them. "It's nothing more than a collection of aged relics if that doesn't bother you." Vanna shifted her gaze to Morris, who kept his attention fixed on Old Ghost. Following a brief pause, Morris shook his head and whispered, "It's difficult to determine. His mental condition is abnormal, and his memory seems to be sporadic." Upon hearing Morris's muted analysis, Duncan's expression remained stoic as he trailed the elderly man's prattling into the deserted caretaker's resting quarters. The quarters were confined but well illuminated by the light of a gas lamp. Predictably, the room was cluttered with an array of items, a lone bed tucked away in one corner being the only discernible piece of furniture. Even an experienced gymnast would find it challenging to navigate the disorder without injury. The floor was dominated by grotesquely contorted shelves and boxes, spilling over with an assortment of mechanical components, backup valve sets, and various tools. "What a disarray," Alice murmured, unable to contain herself as she took in the chaotic spectacle of the room. "I'm sorely tempted to start tidying up." "Oh, my deepest apologies." The Old Ghost, previously engaged in navigating his cluttered surroundings, spun around instantly and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, I've been somewhat remiss in my duties of late, and as a result, the cabin is in a state of disorder." Alice recoiled slightly. "What?" Duncan's eyes flickered with intrigue, but before he could utter a word, the old man seemed to drift into a daze and murmured while trying to rise, "Odd, now where did I leave my water bottle? It's terrible form to not offer my guests a beverage upon their arrival." Duncan exchanged looks with his companions. "No need to scramble for your water bottle, our visitors are merely here to ask you some questions," Nemo interjected. "They seek information about the present state of the secondary water channel and about your current circumstances. They're conducting an investigation." "Investigation?" The Old Ghost halted abruptly and swiveled around, his expression grave. "Is General Tyrion scrutinizing his own ranks? Are there defectors in our jurisdiction? Or within the central city district? I knew they've been behaving oddly of late." "No defectors, but there might be concealed threats triggered by a form of supernatural contamination," Vanna intervened, narrowly avoiding a tumble over the cabin's cluttered floor. The chaotic cabin posed a formidable challenge to her towering height of 6'3". "Have you recently interacted with individuals from other districts? Has anyone exhibited any peculiar behavior?" "Peculiar? Nothing quite that serious," but the contact in the central city district has been complaining about peculiar gurgling noises emanating from the derelict pipes, as if an attempt was made to reactivate the second waterway. Old Ghost motioned with his hands. As for the second waterway, you've seen it for yourselves. The infrastructure the Queen established is solid, but after years of neglect, there are several subterranean sections that are now inaccessible. Occasionally, the underground river permeates the fissures in the rocks, resulting in odd sounds, which is to be expected. The old man's dialogue tended to meander off course, forcing Duncan to exert a significant effort to steer the conversation back on track. You referred to the central city district, is that where the ore mines are located? Ore mines? Ah, yes, indeed. Everything is concentrated there. The cathedral, the palace, and the mines, which delve several hundred meters deep. Old Ghost lowered himself onto his bed and slapped his thigh abruptly. Ah, that's it. The sounds must be originating from one of the levels in the mine. The secondary waterway runs in close proximity to the mine. I've always maintained that the contact assigned to that area is overly anxious, forever suspecting something amiss. The elderly man once again began to mumble under his breath, but this time, Duncan refrained from cutting him off as he had fallen into a deep contemplation. He recalled his inaugural arrival in Frost, his first incarnation here, a laborer who had tragically met his end in a fall within the ore mines. What the rescue party had retrieved was a fabricated body, made up of primal element. Now, Old Ghost had shared that a contact hidden away in the central city area had reported hearing peculiar sounds originating from the second waterway, as if something was coursing through it. Furthermore, the proximity of the waterway to the mines was particularly close. Given that both were relics from the Queen's reign, dating back half a century, Duncan began to suspect that the relationship between the two was more substantial than merely being extremely close. Could it be that those pipes were interconnected? He swiftly noted this potential lead and proceeded to inquire, is there a direct path from this location to the underground area of the central city district? How do you usually coordinate with the contact? From here? That's unfeasible. There's an entirely pitch-dark, polluted road in between, and all the alternative routes have collapsed, so we have to travel above ground. But now, there are rebel lackeys lurking everywhere on the surface, so one must exercise extreme caution. Old Ghost rambled but abruptly shrieked, Queen's Guard! The rebels are on the move, we need to obliterate the vertical shaft immediately. The elderly man jerked upright from his bed, scanning his surroundings anxiously as if expecting a rebel onslaught at any moment. However, he paused and turned his gaze towards Alice. My apologies, I was mistaken, the Queen is evidently safe. Alice was visibly disconcerted and hastily waved her hands. I'm not the Queen. Duncan's gaze grew intense as he watched the elderly man standing next to the bed, who quickly sank back into his previous trance-like state. After a few seconds, he peered at Alice with a somewhat vacant look. Young lady, who might you be? Old Ghost, you're seriously confused now. This isn't merely a repercussion of the toxic smoke from the past but also a manifestation of your failing vision. Nemo's voice punctuated the peculiar silence. The informer, Mr. Nemo, gave Duncan an apologetic nod. I apologize, Old Ghost usually exhibits some eccentricity, but he appears exceptionally so today. He likely hasn't had any interactions with outsiders in a long time, and the sight of you has excited him, leading to a mix-up of past and present events. It's all right, Duncan responded impassively, slowly shifting his gaze away from the elderly man. He wasn't overly concerned about whether the old man truly perceived a semblance of the Frost Queen in the disguised Alice. Was it a brief lucid moment amid his muddled mental state? Had he seen through the pretense? Or was it merely a random jumble of memories? In the grand scheme of things, it was immaterial. If the senile old man truly perceived an inkling of the Frost Queen in Alice, and this perception bestowed upon him a fleeting moment of tranquility, then that was a welcome outcome. Suddenly, Nemo appeared to recollect something important, his forehead creasing into a deep furrow. Odd, why hasn't Crow returned yet? Crow? He ventured off to inspect the northern passage. Old Ghost gestured nonchalantly, that fellow is notoriously sluggish, he habitually takes his sweet time whenever he ambles off into the exterior. Nemo's brow didn't unfurrow at this information. No, even factoring in his habitual slowness, he should have returned by now. The lighting in that region is notoriously unreliable, and his lantern lacks the longevity to last for such a duration. Old Ghost, when exactly did he depart? 2 or 3 hours ago. Old Ghost pondered for a moment, his demeanor appearing to take on a hint of seriousness. Now that you bring it up, it does seem he's been absent for a prolonged period. I have a bad feeling, Crow has been submerged within the waterway for far too long." Nemo's tone shifted to a considerably grave one, and he lifted his gaze to meet Duncan and the others. "I believe I need to go in search of him." Chapter 356, A Record. The members who were assigned to complete their patrol and subsequently return to the base hadn't yet made their way back, which stirred a mild feeling of unease within Nemo. "Let's accompany them," Duncan suggested proactively. He was intrigued by the prospect of investigating the deserted and enigmatic structure known as the Second Waterway. Duncan was keen to unearth any hidden secrets embedded in the ancient remnants left behind by the legendary the Frost Queen. He firmly believed in the saying, "The more, the merrier." Nemo found himself studying the figure of Captain Duncan, who was now standing before him. Duncan, a large and intimidating man, had a presence that intermittently emitted a weighty intensity, which was somewhat astonishing to Nemo. In truth, Nemo was finding the reality a bit hard to accept. He had indeed heard about the re-emergence of the mythic figure Captain Duncan from subspace. The fact that the Sea Mist had recently undertaken a specific expedition for this very purpose was a testament to that. However, encountering Captain Duncan in person was a completely different experience, a revelation that was so awe-striking that if he shared it, his deceased grandfather would rise from his grave and demand his silence. Given the unbelievable nature of the occurrence, it had truly come to pass. However, after a brief period of interaction, Nemo discovered that this Captain Duncan was not as fearsome as the tales had led him to believe. Duncan was rational, approachable, and courteous, with a handful of aides accompanying him who didn't give off an impression of being manipulated by some sinister sorcery. In fact, Duncan had voluntarily extended his assistance. This turn of events left Nemo slightly dumbfounded for a moment, but he soon composed himself and agreed. Rather than pondering over the disposition of his superior's father, the ongoing absence of Crow, his crew member, was a matter of immediate concern. "I'll join as well," piped up the voice of Old Ghost. The elderly man moved towards a nearby shelf, sifted through a haphazard collection of objects, and retrieved a safety lamp that he could wear on his torso along with a crowbar. He then found a rope on another shelf and slung it over his shoulder. Approaching the door, he stated, "No one is more familiar with the passages down here than me. If the youngster has indeed lost his way at an intersection, you'll require the sagacity of an old-timer." Evidently, the old man, known for his alternating states of confusion and lucidity, seemed to be more alert at that moment. Duncan remained silent, only indicating that Nemo should guide their way. The group departed the caretaker's cabin, crossed through the large intersection they had previously encountered, and began to trace a sewer path heading north, hoping to locate Nemo's missing subordinate. As they ventured deeper into the second waterway past the crossing, Duncan began to appreciate the monumental scale of the construction and the prosperity that the city-state must have enjoyed under the Frost Queen's reign 5 decades ago. The walls of the structure were incredibly robust, the passageways seemed to touch the sky, and the alleged sewers bore more resemblance to a spectacular subterranean palace. The complex interconnections within the design suggested that it wasn't solely intended for drainage purposes. It appeared that military strategies, refuge provisions, and even considerations for underground manufacturing facilities might have influenced its construction. Looking up at the expansive corridors, one could see the meshwork of pipelines. Despite many being considerably rusted, broken, or fallen due to years of neglect, they still offered a glimpse into the immense grandeur of the original structure. Occasionally, the corridor walls displayed openings to massive pipes and rusty iron grates, while the drains embedded in the ground had long since dried out. Due to its brief period of operation and subsequent years of desertion, the underground waterway emitted only a mildewy scent that was far from intolerable. Strolling through such an astounding subterranean complex, even the well-informed Morris couldn't help but express his awe. However, amidst his admiration, the elderly scholar found himself grappling with certain perplexities. Even if this was constructed for the city-state's expansion a century down the line, isn't the size of this underground facility somewhat excessive? He expressed out loud. The sewage system in planned is deemed advanced, yet this place dwarfs it. Moreover, this was erected 50 years ago. Did the Frost Queen genuinely require such a colossal second waterway back then? The Queen had her reasoning, and her decisions have always proven to be sound, retorted Old Ghost, who was leading the way, addressing Morris's doubts. Her Majesty was innately psychic, capable of perceiving elements that elude ordinary individuals, including the city-state's future. She harnessed this discernment to enhance the prosperity of her domain, and we're confident that these proposed amenities will prove to be beneficial in due course. At this point, Duncan's brow furrowed in contemplation. "A natural psychic?" he queried, glancing at the old man toting a rope and crowbar. "Are you implying that the Frost Queen could predict the future to some extent?" She professed that she couldn't, but we all maintained the belief that she could otherwise. How could one explain her supernatural judgments? The elderly man swiveled his head, his countenance displaying unwavering faith. Regardless, it's indisputable that the Queen possessed supernatural intuition, and the people of that era were aware of this fact. Duncan turned to Morris, who seemed to be immersed in his thoughts. He confided, the historical records concerning the Frost Queen are quite sparse, as most of the information was either lost, intentionally concealed, or manipulated during the rebellion. However, based on what I've learned, there's no mention of the Queen being a natural psychic or the Queen having prophetic abilities. The records only state that she was highly intelligent and exhibited versatile political acumen. Duncan absorbed the conversation and shot a sidelong glance at Alice, who was dutifully following close behind him. Alice was not intellectually advanced at all and was absolutely uninformed about the machinations of politics. She hadn't even learned to spell the word correctly. Feeling the captain's gaze, Alice promptly averted her eyes, her face lighting up in a gentle smile. Records are often incomplete, especially when rebels are likely to have intentionally concealed numerous details. I'm inclined to believe that the Frost Queen possessed some exceptional abilities back in her time. Duncan looked away, attempting to erase the image of Alice's innocent smile from his mind as he casually continued, but this gargantuan second waterway. What could her motive have been for constructing such an awe-inspiring entity in that era? Duncan's query was met with silence. Just then, Vanna detected something unusual in the distance. There's a body on the ground over there, she alerted the group, pointing in the direction. Upon following her lead, everyone could indeed spot a figure dressed in a blue coat lying sprawled on the ground. The group rapidly approached, and Nemo flipped the lifeless body over to reveal a pallid face. It's Crow. Nemo's countenance darkened momentarily before he pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it! Vanna crouched down next to the lifeless youth, noticing something peculiar about the corpse. After a closer examination, she furrowed her brows. He drowned. Drowned. Morris, who was standing nearby, was taken aback by her words. He then noticed the dampened coat and the unusual swelling and water lines on the skin. However, glancing around, he only saw the parched ground nearby. The only indication of water was under Crow's body. Vanna leaned in for a more meticulous examination before looking up. He has the scent of sea water on him. He drowned in the sea. But there's no sea water here, and even the subterranean rivers in the vicinity contain fresh water. Old Ghost, who had caught up from behind, looked down at the lifeless Crow. His creased face conveyed deep concern. Poor boy, he must have been seized by the rebels, drowned, and then his body discarded here. Whether it was the rebels or not remains uncertain, but the likelihood of the body being dumped is high. Morris responded gravely, this is clearly not the scene of the crime. He seemed to have discovered something out of the ordinary and reached into Crow's coat pocket, retrieving a piece of paper that had been entirely soaked with water. A small corner of the paper was sticking out, which had caught his attention. Everyone's focus immediately shifted to the delicate object as Morris gingerly unfolded it. There were words inscribed on it. Though they were blurred from the water damage, they hadn't completely washed away. Utilizing the added illumination from Old Ghost's oil lamp, Duncan managed to make out the information inscribed on the paper, yet the content was bewildering. It was composed of several fragmented excerpts. The Forsaken rulers convened, one assembly after another, ultimately formulating an initial blueprint. The majority of the survivors amidst the ruins were offered sanctuary, with the promise of resurrection in the light and warmth. Yet, the rulers faced another division, as they noticed a tribe trapped in the shadows. The outcast ones, their flesh would dissolve under the bright light, denying them the blessings of the resurgent world. The chieftain of this tribe attended the assembly of the Forsaken rulers, pleading for equivalent protection. However, their demands posed risks to the other survivors amongst the ruins. The Forsaken ruler found no common ground, thus leaving them to their fate. They retreated into the shadows, sequestering themselves in the darkness, yet failing to find solace in death. They raised their voices in agony, longing for the protection of their homeland, yet it was out of their reach. Consequently, they delved deeper into the gloom. They held no affection for the darkness, but only in the absence of light could they evade the lethal poison of this world. They took residence in the darkness for an interminable length of time. Chapter 357, Counterfeit. The paper's narrative was bafflingly incoherent, almost as if it were an obscure tapestry of inscrutable metaphors woven together. Even for a seasoned scholar like Morris, the text was impenetrably mysterious, and each repeated reading yielded no more understanding than the last but left him with an unsettling, ominous feeling. He found himself wrestling with unanswered questions. Who were these forsaken rulers? What about this forsaken clan? And what could be the significance of these people amid the ashes and the oft-mentioned theme of protection? Duncan squinted, his gaze sweeping over the faintly smeared ink on the moisture-damaged paper. Certain phrases seemed to spark a hint of recognition in his mind, but he was unable to weave them into any meaningful understanding. He had an inkling that the words were more than mere disjointed ramblings. These segments, bearing the semblance of religious scriptures, seemed to hint at some connection to their current epoch, the so-called Deep Sea Era. Or perhaps, these words were remnants of a time preceding the Deep Sea Era. Could this be Crow's penmanship? Vanna abruptly looked up at Nemo, who was hovering nearby. Indeed, it's his, Nemo confirmed, bending over to verify the handwriting. He then added with assurance, he had this peculiar habit of extending the final stroke at the end of each sentence. I've never seen anyone else do this. What was his faith? Vanna inquired, did he follow any spiritual doctrines beyond the orthodox principles? I'm not necessarily implying heretical beliefs. He could have been involved in less mainstream groups, like clandestine societies or scholarly retreats. He was a staunch worshipper of the god of death from his early years. Besides regular visits to Bartok's church, I've never seen him associate with other congregations, Nemo responded, reflecting on the question. As for secret societies and academic retreats, it seems highly improbable. He lacked the intellect to be a part of such intellectual circles. He struggled for 3 years in remedial classes to barely scrape through public high school in the lower city. They wouldn't have him even if he harbored a desire to join these intellectual retreats. A fervent Orthodox believer with no exposure to spiritual guidance outside the true God's faith. Now that's intriguing, Vanna commented, eyeing the paper in Morris's hand and rubbing her chin in thought. The prose style on this paper clearly exhibits influences of the classical city-state era or perhaps the even earlier Dark Age, reflecting a typical holy book style. This is not something that an individual with a rudimentary high school education could have invented on a whim, and yet, Crow kept this paper close to him, indicating its importance to him. Throughout this discussion, Duncan remained silent, his mind teeming with thoughts. Then, an idea struck him, so, this could be something he copied from another source. Copied? Nemo echoed, momentarily stunned before the realization dawned. Are you suggesting that Crow might have stumbled upon a location, and the information in this paper is essentially a clue he had transcribed from that place? Maybe he didn't fully comprehend the significance of the text he was copying, but it was the most puzzling and compelling piece of information he encountered there, Duncan conjectured, slowly nodding in agreement with his own hypothesis, and, tragically, the very act of transcribing these enigmatic passages may have unwittingly brought him face to face with his own doom. Accidentally stumbled upon a place, Vanna murmured, gradually rising to her feet, her arms folded across her chest, musing aloud, the place must have been alien to Crow, possibly with an otherworldly ambience. Unable to swiftly discern his exact location, he rushed to document what he observed as potentially useful cues. Concurrently, it's plausible that he was discovered and fatally attacked soon after the transcription, without having the chance to delve deeper into the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to note down more specific details that could have painted a more vivid picture of the environment. With that, she cast a glance at the waterlogged corpse, her eyebrows knitting together in a furrow of concern. What kind of place had he ventured into? And how was his body returned here? A soaked body would have undoubtedly left a trail while being transported. Nemo lifted his gaze, scanning their surroundings. In the arid sewer corridor, there were no discernible traces of a body having been dragged. Perhaps we should extend our search along the usual patrol route of Crow. He may have left behind clues before venturing into that unknown place, suggested Morris, his gaze drifting towards the foreboding depths of the corridor. Did he typically venture in this direction? Yes, Nemo affirmed with a nod. This corridor leads to the upper city, but there's a stretch that suffers from erratic lighting, intermittently plunging into darkness. While temporary blackouts aren't a significant concern, there is still the potential of encountering less than pleasant entities. Hence, the need for regular patrols to promptly spot any emerging shadows. Let's proceed then. The sooner we explore, the higher our chances of uncovering clues, Duncan agreed. If there is indeed something that emerged from there, we can confront it simultaneously. No one protested as the team momentarily left Crow's body behind, readying themselves to delve deeper into the sewer corridor. Before moving past the young man's lifeless form, Nemo and Old Ghost simultaneously bowed their heads in a silent act of respect. Hold tight here. We'll return for you, Nemo promised. Old Ghost stooped down, produced a triangular amulet from his belongings, and tucked it onto Crow's chest. Stay put, lad. Duncan watched the scene in silence, patiently waiting for Nemo and Old Ghost to finish their solemn farewells before leading the group onward. We'll inform Captain Tyrion about the incident here when we return, Vanna declared abruptly on their journey. This young man's death will not be without purpose. Thank you, Nemo murmured, his voice barely a whisper, the heavy weight of grief and loss coloring his words. That lad didn't achieve anything particularly extraordinary in his lifetime, but being remembered by Captain Tyrion and Captain Duncan is perhaps an honor he wouldn't have anticipated. Did he have a family? Morris asked, his voice soft as he broke the heavy silence that hung in the air. A family? He lost them long ago. He was brought up in an orphanage, and during his adolescent years, he left that place to become my apprentice, Nemo replied, shaking his head. The head of the orphanage told me they found the boy abandoned in a trash bin on a city street corner. When they discovered him, he was so small, barely the length of a crow from head to tail. Discarded child, Old Ghost murmured, anger tinged in his voice. When the Queen was still in power, she would never allow such atrocities to happen. Abandoning infants would mean imprisonment. Now, people have stooped so low as to throw their own children into garbage bins. The lad was fortunate. When he was first handed over to us from the orphanage, he was terribly frail, like a skeletal monkey. I was always anxious he wouldn't make it through the winter, but he did, he survived. The old man abruptly cut himself off, as if choked by his own words, then shook his head with a downtrodden expression. In the end, he didn't make it. The group was shrouded in a thick cloud of melancholy, and even Alice, who typically took longer to pick up on emotions, could sense the heavy aura. Puzzled, she glanced around the group, finally approaching Old Ghost hesitantly, seemingly wanting to offer solace. Don't feel sad. Old Ghost raised his head to look at Alice, adorned in a wig and veil, and after a moment of hesitation, he sniffled, Your Majesty, you need to take action against this. Alice looked at the elderly man before her with a sense of helplessness. But soon, the discomfort of the situation was broken as the group suddenly halted. The corridor ahead was engulfed in dim light, with two faulty gas lamps embedded in the walls. Their feeble illumination was barely sufficient to fend off the darkness further down the passage. Vanna surveyed the boundary where light and dark clashed, her face adopting a serious expression. There's a body, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. A rather slight figure lay inert by the gutter lining the corridor. The dim and flickering gas lamps, their luminescence muffled by poor ventilation, shed a soft light on a well-known blue, sturdy coat. As the group drew closer to the fallen body and the face came into view, Duncan felt no shock. It was Crow. However, unlike Duncan and the others who had prepared themselves for this, Nemo and Old Ghost reacted with disbelief and a hint of terror upon seeing the familiar face. Crow. Nemo's voice quivered as he stared down at the body on the ground. His instinctual reaction was to recoil. How can this be? It's a forgery, Duncan stated calmly, cutting through Nemo's distraught outcry. From his initial inspection, he was certain that the body before them was an imitation created by the mysterious element. This conclusion was supported by the traces of a black viscous substance beginning to seep around this corpse, indicating the commencement of a decomposition process. There seemed to be a range of endurance among these counterfeits. Despite all being shaped by the primal element, some could endure in the city for up to 2 weeks, while others would start decomposing upon reaching the cemetery. This specific forgery appeared to be decomposing at an even more accelerated pace. The time from Crow's disappearance to the current moment was a mere matter of hours. Duncan quickly started piecing together the puzzle, using the clues they had gathered so far. If Crow had indeed stumbled into an unfamiliar and potentially perilous place like the den of the so-called annihilators and had copied down the cryptic holy text while there, then the creation of his duplicate would have also originated in that same place. Now, this replica lay in a location that Crow frequented on his patrols. They were definitely on the correct path and perhaps closing in on the original creation spot of this forgery. Chapter 358, The End. Upon fully grasping the frightening implications of the term counterfeit as defined by Duncan and his companions, the realization that an unknown quantity of these deceptive duplicates had recently emerged within the city-state sparked immediate alarm. The concern grew even more pronounced when he considered the potential for their harmful effects, such as decay and psychological disturbance, to have already propagated across a wide geographical area. Fear was plainly visible on Nemo Wilkins' face. He was unable to conceal it. Old Ghost, a man of volatile mental stability that swayed between moments of clarity and episodes of disarray, also felt the terror radiating from this unsettling situation. His continual mutterings about the queen and her guard, together with his uneasy and agitated behavior, highlighted the depth of his disturbance. It took a significant amount of time for him to restore his mental equilibrium. Subsequently, Nemo's emotional state transitioned from fear to anger. He was struggling to come to terms with the sudden and inexplicable death of Crow, his longtime comrade. More distressing was the existence of a counterfeit of the deceased friend, a disturbingly lifelike replica that lay ominously in front of him. This perversion of life felt like a direct, contemptuous insult to the memory of the departed. Observing Nemo's emotional transition, Duncan commented, "The hallmarks of the Annihilation cult's work are clear in this, and the city's protectors are probably carrying out a comprehensive search. I anticipate they'll make some headway soon." He paused before adding, "But merely apprehending these cultists may not tackle the core issue. The true source of this problem lurks in their shadow. Behind the cultists." Nemo's anger was briefly supplanted by surprise as a new thought entered his mind. Could there be a godlike figure involved in this? Vanna, who was part of their group, replied, "This crisis is a never-ending wave of counterfeits originating from the ocean's depths, a problem that even the Frost Queen failed to resolve half a century ago. Do you truly think that mere cultists could be orchestrating such a formidable task?" Morris further expanded on the narrative. "The evidence implies the involvement of the Netherlord in this situation. Its influence, and potentially parts of its being, may have already seeped into our world. However, the specifics are not your concern. Common folk should not be burdened with too much knowledge about the gods." Upon detecting the tacit warning in the elderly scholar's voice, Nemo promptly regained his composure and acknowledged his understanding with a nod. "I get it. I won't inquire further." The last thing he desired was to provoke the wrath of the Netherlord and risk being strangled in his sleep merely for possessing forbidden knowledge. With that subject concluded, Vanna then directed her attention to the body of the crow replica that lay motionless on the ground. The duplicate was intricately crafted, with a frighteningly accurate likeness. On the surface, it maintained a striking resemblance to the original. However, along its edges, a dark, sludgy substance that appeared similar to mud started to ooze out, suggesting the onset of decomposition. This was Duncan's inaugural experience in witnessing the metamorphosis of a counterfeit, from its fully formed embodiment to its gradual decay and disintegration as a bystander. The insights he could acquire from this process were beyond priceless. Venturing further into the study, he reached out to inspect the pocket of Crow's coat, a location previously identified as the resting place of the enigmatic holy text. Upon careful examination, he discovered the pocket was empty, its fabric structure slowly deteriorating and losing integrity, mirroring the rest of the entity's physical form. Vanna reached out too, and with a flick of her hand, the moisture from the surrounding air rapidly coalesced into icy blades. A temporary dagger came into existence in her hand, a consequence of her conjuration spell. Employing this transitory weapon, she began to cut away the clothing around Crow's chest area, revealing an unusual, cotton-like consistency beneath. The innermost layer was a blend of lumpy, sticky fibers that seemed to merge flawlessly with the deeper layers of skin and flesh. The paper wasn't replicated. The interior of this forgery is in a typical state of chaos. "There's no blood," Duncan murmured to himself. His hand ventured out to touch the slowly squirming, black, sludge-like substance close by, but it appeared to shy away on contact, contracting as though it was a sentient being and moving away. These substances are yet to solidify completely, but their mobility seems to be slowing down. After a moment's observation, he rose, sighing softly, "There's nothing more to glean from this. Let's perform a purification ritual on this to prevent further complications. Vanna, I would suggest everyone maintains a safe distance." Upon hearing Duncan's direction, Vanna immediately retreated a few steps, guiding a confused Alice with her. Mr. Morris followed their movement. Nemo and the elderly man also replicated their retreat, their faces expressing their confusion. They were uncertain about the sudden tension that Vanna and the others exhibited. However, their confusion was short-lived. A gathering of strange, green flames sprouted from the ground at Duncan's feet. These flames, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, lunged towards the counterfeit body nearby. The fire surged, crackling like spiritual firewood being devoured. The bizarre body, composed of black, sludge-like matter, was almost instantaneously engulfed and incinerated. As the flames raged on, the gas lamps adorning the surrounding walls and the lanterns in Nemo's and the elderly man's hands began to glow with a similarly spectral green hue. This spectacle was transitory, lasting only a few moments, but Nemo was already bathed in a cold sweat. He was consumed by a profound dread when the flames intensified. He was beset by a strange sensation that his soul might resonate with the fire and set itself ablaze. As the flames dwindled, he was overcome by a wave of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Duncan turned towards the group, who had retreated to a distance that was almost at the farthest end of the corridor. It's done. Why did everyone back off so much? A few steps of distance would have been more than enough, right? I suffer from a psychological trauma associated with this phenomenon, Vanna confessed in a candid manner. Duncan. Following a moment of awkward silence, Duncan gingerly touched the bandage near his nose and advanced further into the corridor. Ahem, let's proceed and uncover what lies in wait. The group kept following Duncan's lead, with Nemo observing the stout figure marching ahead, his lingering unease clearly visible. After a few steps, he turned to Old Ghost at his side and asked, "Do you think Captain Tyrion is also afraid of his own father?" The old man didn't seem to acknowledge his question, continuing to stride ahead with a somewhat vacant expression on his face as he stared into the distance. It wasn't until Nemo repeated his question a couple of times that the elderly man responded almost absent-mindedly, "I've come across those flames before." Nemo was surprised. Encountered them before? You mean you've seen flames like those? Where did you come across them? However, the old man didn't answer. With a rope casually draped over his shoulder and a crowbar in hand, he continued to stroll forward as if entranced. Suddenly, as if remembering something crucial, he hastened his pace to catch up with Duncan and Alice who were ahead, whispering under his breath, "The Queen is up ahead, we must hasten, we have to hurry." Watching the old man's pacing form, Nemo scratched his head and muttered, "Well, he's drifted off into one of his episodes again." After an uncertain span of time, the group stopped once again. A mound of collapsed boulders and semi-molten steel debris entirely obstructed their path. The blockade appeared to have existed for at least the past 50 years or so. "This is the end of this passageway," Nemo gestured to the rubble and wreckage ahead, explaining, "The Queen's Guard inflicted this damage during their retreat. The entire collapsed area likely spans several hundred meters in length, it's utterly impassable. We've hit a dead end, yet we've discovered nothing noteworthy along the way." Vanna couldn't help but furrow her brows as she looked back over the path they had just traversed. "We didn't even stumble upon any signs of the counterfeit's movements." Duncan, however, remained silent, his eyes fixed on the mountains of stones, concrete, and steel of the demolished ruins. His eyebrows knitted together in contemplation, but he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. "What are you looking for?" Alice's curiosity finally overcame her. "Any possible nooks or passages," Duncan replied with a calm demeanor. "While humans might not be able to pass through, a substance with a fluid-like state could seep through small cracks." "Do you imply that the counterfeit was in a liquid state on the other side and only solidified after penetrating this side of the corridor?" Morris quickly grasped the implications of Duncan's intentions, yet the mental image sent shivers down his spine. "That thought is deeply disconcerting." Duncan continued his silent survey, stepping back to get a comprehensive view of the blocked corridor's end. There were no signs of abnormalities to be detected, so how exactly did the counterfeit manage to appear within the restricted confines of the corridor? Where had Crow been before this incident, and how did he end up in his present position? A subtle layer of fog veiled the seemingly infinite expanse of the boundless sea, and a sleek steamship with a pristine white hull sliced its way through the haze, trailing a wake of waves behind it. Swaddled in a thick coat, Captain Lawrence ventured onto the deck and surveyed the foggy seascape, a crease of worry etching across his brow. He was not enjoying the weather. Not only was the visibility poor, but the icy cold also gnawed at his bones through his heavy coat. "The northern climates are far from welcoming to an old man like myself, a man born and raised in the Central Sea," Lawrence murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of complaint. His first mate, Gus, a tall, slim, middle-aged man adorned with short, curly brown hair, joined him, laughing lightly. "The cold sea always presents itself like this, shrouded in more fog than any other place. Even during daylight, it's misty, the air drenched with a biting chill, and the city-states frequently experience abrupt snowfalls. It's tough for outsiders to adjust." Captain Lawrence had initially planned to prolong his stay in Frost for a little longer. However, considering the harsh conditions, it seemed more prudent to depart as soon as the required tasks were completed. Prolonging his stay in such an environment could inevitably lead to illness. Shaking his head, he announced, "The fog appears to be thickening. We'll need to reassess our navigation route in an hour." His first mate immediately nodded in agreement. "Understood, Captain, I'll arrange the necessary procedures right away." Acknowledging with a grunt, Captain Lawrence then inquired, "Have we received any response to the signal we sent to Frost?" "Not as of yet," replied the first mate, "but this is standard procedure. The ports in the northern city-states have always been slow in their operations. As we approach closer, they'll be forced to respond to our docking request." Chapter 359, Stargazing. The massive vessel known as the White Oak steadily forged ahead, undeterred by the thin, ghostly veil of fog that surrounded it. Powering its impressive journey was the immense strength of its steam core, an engine so prodigious in its output that it effortlessly propelled the ship's massive and meticulously designed propulsion system. As a result, the White Oak was able to traverse through the dense, fog-blanketed sea with swift determination. Unbeknownst to the crew, the canvas of the sky had subtly transitioned to a darker palette, and a frigid wind began to whip across the sea's surface, adding an extra layer of discomfort to the atmosphere. Deciding he had braved the elements long enough, the ship's captain, Lawrence, wrapped his coat tighter around himself and retreated back towards the refuge of the bridge. There, a young priest garbed in a black robe adorned with silver and blue stripes was engaged in solemn prayer. He gently swayed an incense burner in his hand, its aromatic smoke curling and weaving around several of the ship's control panels. Noticing the captain's arrival, the priest paused in his devotion, offered Lawrence a respectful nod of acknowledgement, and quietly went about his duties. The priest, known as Jansen, was the spiritual companion for their maritime journey. Lawrence found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the young clergyman, which was, in truth, a common experience among captains undertaking the transport of so-called abnormal items. These priests were assigned to ships by the city-state churches and regularly rotated as part of a strategy to ensure safety. This was because the transport of hazardous goods often involved dealing with the potentially destabilizing effects of supernatural forces. As the ship's supernatural barrier, the onboard priest bore the brunt of any stresses brought about by such unusual interference. This could include anything from contamination from the cargo to the psychological stress experienced by the crew during the voyage. Moreover, the priest's daily prayers and rituals reflected even the worldly impacts of each crew member's dreams. However, priests were not immune to the pernicious effects of such forces. Prolonged exposure could lead to unwanted assimilation and influence, dulling their ability to detect supernatural contamination and potentially turning them into a conduit for subspace invasions. Therefore, after a few long voyages, priests typically returned ashore for purification and spiritual realignment at a designated church. Most were then able to recover and resume their duties on other ships. Unfortunately, some experienced lasting psychological scars and had to live out the rest of their days serving the church on land, far removed from the perils of the sea. In this sense, the brave priests were, ironically, considered consumables in the grand scheme of navigation. Yet, the harsh reality was, who among them was not? Breaking his train of thought, Lawrence turned to the young priest in front of him. "Mr. Jansen, how's the machine?" he asked, concern lining his features. "Operating smoothly, Captain," the young priest replied, a reassuring calmness in his voice. "I've just done an inspection of the lower engine room. The entire power system and steam pipelines are in perfect working order." Lawrence gave a gratified nod and engaged in casual banter with the young priest for a short while. Afterward, he made his way towards the expansive window at the front of the bridge, providing a panoramic view of their surroundings. Their vessel, the deck now swathed in a greyish fog, ploughed through a restless sea beneath an ominous sky. The heavens above were filled with turbulent, formless clouds, within which wisps of diffuse light floated, casting feeble luminescence onto the restless sea below. Although the weather left much to be desired, Lawrence found solace in the knowledge that they weren't far from their destination, the city-state of Frost. As such, any looming storms were unlikely to trap them in their treacherous embrace before they reached safety. A crease of concern furrowed Lawrence's brow as he turned towards a sailor stationed at a control panel not far off. "Have we had any response to our signal from Frost?" he questioned. The sailor, whose role was to monitor the telegraph system, shook his head. With headphones draped around his neck and a pencil poised in one hand, he sat in front of a small machine that cast an orange glow around him. "No response yet," he confirmed, "but based on our current position, we should be close enough for direct contact with Frost." A sense of unease began to nip at Lawrence, prompting him to cast his gaze over the distant horizon with a growing sense of gravity. "This isn't right," he mused aloud, "given our time and location, the coastline of Frost should be visible." Abruptly, Lawrence swiveled towards his first mate. "Are you sure about our course?" he demanded. "Yes, Captain," the first mate replied, "we've double-checked. Our position is accurate." A deep furrow edged itself onto Lawrence's forehead as he ruminated on this puzzle. After a few moments of contemplation, he sucked in a sharp breath. I need to confirm our position myself. Prepare the stargazing room. Upon hearing Lawrence's orders, the first mate hesitated, clearly taken aback. However, before he could voice his concern, the young priest Jansen stepped forward. Captain, he interjected, at your age, it might not be the best idea to enter the stargazing room. Lawrence shifted his gaze to the young priest, choosing to remain silent. He understood the priest's concerns. Entering the stargazing room involved exposure to a certain degree of corruption. The ethereal play of light and shadow spawned from the deepest spiritual realms exerted tremendous pressure on the observer's psyche. As an aged captain who had spent the majority of his life navigating the boundless sea, his mind was not as robust or unscathed as in his youth. The risk of losing himself while observing the celestial bodies was significantly higher. Yet, it was often these seasoned captains, with their vast experiences, who could discern the minute changes in the starlight that hinted at a ship's off-course trajectory, something the younger and more mentally resilient navigators were unable to perceive. I'll make it quick, Lawrence finally responded, his gaze unyielding. His tone carried a gravity that tolerated no argument. I suspect the ship has strayed from its course, and there's a misalignment in the stargazing room. My experience in calibration may prove useful. Acknowledging the resolute set of Lawrence's features, the accompanying priest, Jansen, could only let out a sigh of resignation and step aside. You are indeed the captain, he conceded, and the captain's word is law on board this vessel. I'll prepare a protective charm for you. With a firm nod of acknowledgement, Lawrence cast one final glance towards the bow of the ship. The coastline of Frost, which they were expecting to see, was still shrouded by a ceaseless expanse of sea and the lingering fog, offering no hint of their destination. Turning away, he descended towards the stargazing room, traversing a passageway leading him away from the bridge. He ambled down a corridor and onto a staircase that descended into the lower levels of the White Oak. After passing through several interconnecting cabins and doorways, he finally reached the stargazing room at the very bottom of the ship. Jansen, who had accompanied Lawrence to the door of the stargazing room, began his preparations. The young priest filled the incense burner with specially formulated incense and anointed it with sacred oil, all while murmuring obscure scriptures. As he swung the incense burner on its chain, a cloud of fragrant smoke swirled around Lawrence. Jansen then brandished a ritual knife adorned with storm runes, slashing it through the air in front of Lawrence, symbolizing the protection of the storm goddess, Gamana, descending upon him. Having heard of the captain's intentions, the ship's navigator arrived hastily at the stargazing room. He was a young man, his face slightly white and a look of anxiety clouding his eyes. The prospect of the captain personally confirming their course had him so flustered he almost tore the buttons off his uniform. Lawrence, noting the navigator's evident distress, offered a comforting smile. Relax, he advised, aiming to assuage the young man's nerves. This might not be your fault. The spiritual and supernatural realms are unpredictable, and the spirit lens isn't foolproof. Stellar shifts are a common occurrence, it's understandable considering your lack of experience. The young navigator stammered in response, I've double-checked our course, and it's accurate. But... Lawrence waved his hand dismissively, effectively cutting off the navigator's protest. I'll get to the bottom of this. Just then, the priest's voice cut through the air. Captain, the blessing is complete, Jansen announced. You can now enter the stargazing room, but be cautious not to stay too long or gaze too deeply. If you haven't emerged after 15 minutes, I'll come looking for you. 10 minutes should suffice, Lawrence assured the young priest, adjusting his uniform in preparation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped towards the formidable metal door engraved with storm runes and interlaced with sacred silver threads. He pushed it open and stepped inside. A dimly lit chamber, bathed in a soft glow, unveiled itself. Lawrence shut the metal door behind him and promptly began his assessment. This room, devoid of windows, offered only the solitary metal door as its only access point and way out. With a bare minimum of furnishings, its sole purpose was dedicated to housing a cylindrical contraption, approximately a meter in diameter, standing proudly at its center. This device resembled an altar, but an intricate network of cranks, levers, and mirror mechanisms ensnared it. Adjacent to it was a modest platform reserved solely for the ship's navigator. Capping off the cylindrical structure was a concave, transparent section with a crystal lens. An intricate array of levers suspended it and bore the shape of an inverted bowl. At first glance, it seemed vacant. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint impression of wavering ripples within. These waves were akin to an ocean, brimming with potential. Making his way onto the small platform adjacent to the cylindrical device, Lawrence brought his gaze to rest on the lens before him. A ship navigating the vast expanses of the boundless sea was devoid of fixed reference points on the water's surface. City-states appeared as isolated islands adrift in a seemingly infinite ocean. Should a ship miss its mark, the sailors aboard would be plunged into a state of disorientation amidst the limitless waters. Consequently, navigation emerged as a critical skill. The sun, serving as a reliable celestial marker, was a commonly employed instrument to discern a ship's location, one of many navigational techniques. However, its utility was compromised when obscured, and it alone could not provide accurate navigation. In such circumstances, the question arose, how could one determine their course with any degree of certainty? Naturally, the answer lay in the stars, evolving stargazing into an indispensable skill for contemporary long-distance seafaring. Lowering his head, Lawrence bent slowly, immersing his face entirely into the concave section of the large crystal lens. The stars lay within its depths. Observing them necessitated not only advanced equipment but also a sound and resilient mind. Chapter 360, Docking. The captains who commanded their vessels across the boundless expanse of the sea, particularly those who relied on state-of-the-art navigation technology, were intimately familiar with the celestial realm. The countless stars, scattered like pearls across the cosmos, sandwiched between the profound depths of the ocean and the mysterious world of the spirit, offered unparalleled navigation precision. These constellations served as unwavering guides, able to maintain the correct course for vessels even when they found themselves lost in unusual marine territories. They could even aid seafarers lost amidst certain hallucinations, helping them evade peril and return to the tangible world. However, seafaring captains weren't the only ones engaged with the mesmerizing realm of the starry sky. Intellectuals and scholars dedicated their lives to unraveling the enigmas veiled within it, hoping to uncover the universe's hidden secrets. Astrologers, meanwhile, scrutinized the same celestial patterns to forecast the destiny of every being and occurrence in the world. Certain underground organizations revered the star-filled sky as a sacred source of wisdom and divine revelation. They would resort to risky practices, daring to glimpse into the celestial expanse with the intent of mastering arcane truths concerning demonic entities, all the while avoiding falling into the abyss of madness and despair. These secret societies often found themselves being preyed upon by shadowy demons or became inadvertent allies of the malevolent annihilators. Consequently, they often found themselves in the crosshairs of ecclesiastical authorities and the city-states' ruling bodies. Nevertheless, those who interacted most frequently with the starry sky, employing various spirit realm lenses, were the sea captains voyaging across the boundless sea. Having spent a significant portion of his life sailing the treacherous and vast ocean, Lawrence was highly knowledgeable about many aspects of the starry sky. He was well versed in the techniques to observe it and the potential dangers he could encounter. He embedded his face deep into the hollow of the spirit realm lens, a gesture of deference towards the celestial bodies, common knowledge amongst seafarers. He then started to whisper the name of the deity he worshipped, harmonizing with the blessing imparted upon him by a priest. As a mysterious power slowly diffused and his spiritual strength and faith heightened, Lawrence first detected a soft sound resembling the gentle flow of water accumulating in a basin nearing him. He inhaled the faint, briny fragrance of seawater, and an instant later, it felt as if his entire face was submerged underwater. Newly initiated navigators attempting to gaze upon the starry sky for the first time could easily succumb to panic at this stage. The illusion of being drowned and suffocated could disturb their mental equilibrium, allowing intrusive, disturbing thoughts to creep in. Hence, a novice's first attempt at stargazing necessitated the presence of an assistant, primarily responsible for pulling the greenhorn away from the spirit realm lens before they devolved into a grotesque, squirming pile of mangled flesh. This acclimation process could stretch over several weeks. Nonetheless, for Lawrence, this was not an issue. He understood that the seawater that enveloped him represented the power of the storm goddess Gamana. The deities would not bring harm to their loyal devotees. He knew he could now open his eyes. Slowly, Lawrence unveiled his eyes, finding stars illuminating the heavens and filling his field of vision. Lawrence was met with an unfathomable expanse of endless darkness as he continued to cast his gaze downward. At the fringes of this obsidian void, he noticed chaotic waves of light in flux, mere echoes of the spirit realm that lay in the world's deeper strata. Within the darkness were various concentrated points of radiant light. They conglomerated into assorted clusters of varied size and texture. Some resembled fluffy structures akin to clouds, others looked like spiraling whirlpools, while yet others reminded him of winding rivers. This breathtaking array of points of light blanketed the elderly seafarer's visual field, sketching out a cryptic vista that humans had yet to fully comprehend. Deep within the sprawling celestial tapestry, which hung like an infinite curtain, crevices between some stellar clusters faintly disclosed shadows distinct from the enveloping blackness. They bore a resemblance to fractured lands afloat amidst the depths of the starlight, interconnected by dim, pale rivers that induced a disorienting, frightful sensation with just a single fleeting glance. This was an area even further removed from the spirit realm, the dread-inducing birthplace of the shadow demons, the abyssal deep sea that's segregated by the studded stars. Lawrence meticulously managed his gaze, deliberately avoiding plunging too deeply into the abyss so as to evade alerting the capricious, mindless demons. Concurrently, he concentrated on ascertaining his exact location amidst the stars. Then he spotted an inconspicuous glimmer that appeared to be a lost singularity drifting aimlessly among the celestial bodies. Lawrence fixed his eyes on the star, studying it intently for a protracted period before knitting his brows together. Could their position be in the vicinity of Frost's coast? The old captain felt a jolt of apprehension as he cautiously began to manipulate the cylindrical device's control lever with both hands. A flurry of small lenses on the side of the apparatus instantly sprang into motion, modifying Lawrence's perspective of the starry sky. After multiple cross-checks, he confirmed that they were indeed positioned near Frost's coast, sufficiently close to sight Frost's primary island itself. In that instant, Lawrence perceived a transient fluctuation before his eyes. The celestial landscape, saturated with countless points of luminosity, abruptly plunged into darkness before re-emerging into its usual state. Taken aback, Lawrence's initial impulse was to readjust the control lever once more to recalibrate his view. However, his years of wisdom made him halt midway and swiftly raise his head. A flickering starry sky could signal a malfunction in the spirit lens irrespective of the cause. Any irregularities encountered during star observation required immediate disconnection from the view. This was a safeguarding protocol established by countless forebears, often exacted at the tragic expense of their lives. Lawrence massaged his furrowed brow, shot a quick look at his timepiece, and noticed that merely a few minutes had elapsed. Engrossed in his task, Lawrence was set on conducting a thorough inspection of the entire lens apparatus, intending to execute another observation once he had eliminated potential faults and assured the equipment's safety. But then an unexpected knock at the door disrupted his plans. "Captain," came the first mate's voice from beyond the door, "Captain, are you done with your observation? We've picked up a signal." A mild frown formed on Lawrence's face, marking his slight irritation. He contemplated for a moment, deciding to postpone his work, and promptly strode over to the door. As he pulled it open, he found his first mate waiting on the other side. "We have received a response from Frost." The first mate glanced around the observation room, ensuring that everything was in order before turning his attention back to Lawrence. "They have granted us permission to enter their coastal waters and dock at the harbor." Squinting slightly, Lawrence experienced an odd feeling welling up within him. Given the earlier unusual occurrences in the observation room, he inquired in a serious tone, "Have you had visual confirmation of Frost's main island?" "We have indeed sighted it," the first mate affirmed with a nod. "The mist has lifted, and our course was slightly awry, just a minor deviation, but we've made the necessary adjustments." Lawrence cast a glance back at the observation room, his countenance becoming rather grim. "Captain?" Sensing Lawrence's peculiar mood, the first mate asked with concern, "Did you encounter something unusual? There was an anomaly in the observation room earlier. And according to my observations, we should be at Frost's coast by now. There's no way we couldn't have spotted Frost due to fog or minor navigational deviations." Lawrence voiced his concerns in a low tone. "Have the mechanic take a look at the spirit lens assembly to confirm if there's any malfunction with the equipment. I'll go up top to assess the situation." "Understood, Captain." Swiftly, Lawrence exited the lower deck, weaving his way through numerous cabin layers of the white oak, and promptly arrived on the upper deck. He chose not to return to the bridge but instead stationed himself on the foredeck, casting his gaze out to survey the scene in the distance. A sprawling city-state lay directly ahead of the white oak, with its coastal structures and harbor facilities in clear view. The fog had retreated, revealing the gently rolling waves of the sea. Thick and wispy clouds were scattered across the sky, with streams of faint sunlight piercing through the cloud cover, casting a weak glow on the distant sea and the city-state. Everything inside appeared as it should in Frost, devoid of any irregularities. A puzzled frown creased Lawrence's brow as he redirected his gaze skyward. Aside from a larger accumulation of clouds, he didn't spot anything amiss. After a few moments, he retreated from the deck, making his way back to the bridge. Simultaneously, a sailor positioned at the telegraph machine received another welcoming message from the harbor at Frost. Lawrence glanced at the transcribed note the sailor had jotted down. The message was brief but clear: "Harbor is open for arrival, welcome to Frost." After blinking, Lawrence began to question his earlier trepidation. He contemplated whether the minor glitch in the spirit lens and the lingering sea fog had amplified his unease. However, everything around him appeared to be perfectly ordinary. "We'll proceed to dock." "Acknowledged, Captain." After a while, Duncan and his group exited the second waterway, parting ways with Nemo in the covered tunnel that connected to the waterway. They had thoroughly searched the collapsed, blocked passageway for a substantial amount of time but had discovered no leads. They hadn't unearthed any additional mud, nor had they found any openings or remnants indicating how the mud could have infiltrated the passage. Likewise, they had failed to locate the mysterious area where Crow had disappeared. It seemed as though they had hit a dead end. "I'll ensure Crow receives a fitting burial. Please relay to Captain Tyrion that Crow died a brave warrior's death. He was a proud member of the Mist Fleet." Nemo respectfully removed his hat and gave a slight bow to Duncan within the hidden passage. "I'll ensure he gets the message," Duncan responded solemnly, looking directly at the informant before him. "Furthermore, our investigation into this matter is far from over." Nemo lifted his gaze to meet Duncan's determined stare. "Crow has left us with vital clues. He undoubtedly reached somewhere significant. The counterfeit couldn't have possibly manifested out of nowhere within the second waterway," Duncan asserted in a deliberate tone. "I'll continue searching. If required, I'll examine every single brick and patch of soil within this city-state." Chapter 361, Vanished. Nemo felt an abrupt and intense pulsation within his chest. The sensation was uncanny and entirely new to him. He perceived the ominous figure of the ghost captain looming before him, not merely issuing a benign promise but asserting a certainty that had already solidified in some uncharted future. Where this intuition originated from, Nemo could not fathom. Yet, he found himself instinctively bowing his head in involuntary respect, uttering his response with an inexplicable sense of reverence. "As you say." Duncan, in receipt of Nemo's acquiescence, returned his nod. His attention then casually drifted towards the old man standing at a distance, resting his weary body against the wall and seemingly engrossed in deep contemplation. In this moment, the old man's ramblings about the Frost Queen were absent, as were his seemingly nonsensical mutterings about the second waterway and the rebels. He merely stood there, his mind apparently adrift in a temporal and spatial realm that was teetering on the brink of oblivion. In the maelstrom of the old man's chaotic recollections, did the Frost Queen still hold sway over this realm? Pulling his gaze away, Duncan beckoned Alice, who was similarly deep in her thoughts. Together with Vanna and Morris, they made their way towards the concealed exit. Soon enough, they emerged above ground, vacated the confines of the Golden Flute Tavern, and stepped onto the bustling streets of Frost. As the setting sun inched towards the skyline, its majestic silhouette along with the enigmatic dual-rune circle just touched the tip of several spires of the high city. Visually, it gave an impression as though the towering edifices built by mortal hands were supporting the chains binding the sun, suspending it in the city's sky. The onset of dusk signaled the imminent curfew. In response to the stricter curfew rules, the crowd rushed to their homes or the closest night shelters. Amidst this flurry, Duncan and his group, who were sauntering nonchalantly, stood in stark contrast. Nevertheless, they barely garnered attention from the busy crowd. With a sense of intrigue, Vanna whispered to Duncan as she drew closer to him, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Responding with a calm demeanor, Duncan queried, "Are you referring to the origin of the counterfeits? It's as if they materialized out of thin air. Neither Morris nor I could find any indications using our investigative techniques, and even you couldn't uncover any clues," Vanna concurred with a gentle nod. "We had always operated under the assumption that even these peculiar counterfeits would abide by normal operational procedures, with a definite source and a discernible course of transmission." Duncan eased his pace and tilted his head slightly, probing, "So, are you suggesting that these counterfeits could possibly possess some form of spatial capability, bypassing the bounds of reality to materialize directly at specified locations?" "That is my hypothesis." Neither confirming nor denying her conjecture, Duncan paused for a few seconds before he abruptly inquired, "Did I ever share with you the story of Alice's maiden voyage on the ship?" Caught off guard, Vanna blinked. "No, you didn't. What transpired when Alice first boarded the ship?" The puppet, ensnared within her coffin, had a penchant for returning to the vanished. "I tossed her, along with her wooden box, into the sea thrice, and on each occasion, she and her coffin made their way back to the ship," Duncan conveyed in an unperturbed tone. What is your theory behind her mysterious reappearance? Lost in contemplation for a moment, Vanna eventually voiced her unsure conjecture. Could it be the product of a curse? Some form of recurring ability that stems from anomaly 099? Does it also involve spatial powers? No, her means of return were surprisingly simpler. She paddled her way back, using the coffin lid as a makeshift oar. Her speed was remarkable, Duncan explained with steady calmness. Once she reached the ship, she exerted considerable strength to climb directly up the hull from the stern. Due to her swift approach, I failed to apprehend her the first 2 times, only managing to do so on the 3rd attempt. Vanna remained silent, processing this surprising revelation. Simultaneously, the youthful Inquisitor and Morris swiveled their heads to regard Miss Alice, the seemingly innocuous puppet, who was glancing around. Noticing their gaze, she responded with an innocent smile. I wouldn't dismiss outright that those counterfeits could potentially materialize directly within the city-state through some form of spatial teleportation. However, logically speaking, if they indeed possessed such teleportation capabilities, why would the seagull need to traverse the vast expanse of the open sea rather than just materializing directly in the harbor? Duncan offered indifferently. I am more inclined to believe that the counterfeits still necessitate conventional means of transportation, and the reason why the counterfeit in the sewer seemed to appear out of thin air is likely due to our oversight, much like how ordinary folks wouldn't anticipate that the true cause of a cursed puppet's persistent returns is her exceptional swimming speed and formidable strength. He paused, his thoughts trailing off before he continued. It's even plausible that the place where Crow accidentally trespassed was also a result of this type of oversight. Breaking his silence, Morris had an epiphany. Could there be an unobservable passageway? Or a rift that opens periodically? It's difficult to ascertain, but this issue is undoubtedly connected to those cultists, Duncan concluded. What Crow recovered on that fragment of paper caught my eye. It doesn't resemble mere gibberish heretical thoughts, instead, it seems as if they're employing a modern, yet indecipherable language to recount historical events. And such records have always held a certain allure for those cultists. Perhaps it's time we involved Dog, and surely the demon's eyes may reveal secrets in dimensions beyond reality. A gust of grey wind infiltrated the entrance of the Harbour Defence Office, carrying within it Gatekeeper Agatha. Seated behind his desk, Colonel Lister glanced up at the gatekeeper, who had materialized in his office without prior notice. You've foregone even announcing your arrival this time. Apologies for the abruptness, but we are dealing with an emergency, Agatha uttered, her eyes then drifting to the shadowy circles under Lister's eyes. You forewent sleep last night. It appears I'm not the only one who spent the night awake, Lister replied, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. We devoted the entire night to decoding the mysterious signal transmitted by the Mist Fleet. The scene was rather heated. Our cryptographers and mathematicians nearly resorted to physical altercations with chairs and fists. I never imagined these composed scholars could descend to the level of slinging familial insults during a disagreement. A silence enveloped Agatha for a moment, her eyes holding an unusual expression. After a pause, she shared, the cathedral may soon borrow a handful of your scholars, specifically those specializing in cryptography and mathematics. Lister exhibited surprise. Why is that? Agatha's face remained impassive, with bandages obscuring half of it, to unravel the unsavory secret bequeathed by another equally unsavory entity. Seems like your predicaments match mine, Lister sighed before regaining his composure. Now, let's address the crux of the matter. What information do you seek with this unanticipated visit? It's regarding the city-state's blockade, Agatha declared. Under normal circumstances, the silent cathedral wouldn't intervene in the city-state's defensive matters. However, the current situation is exceptional, and I can't ignore my worries. I understand, Lister nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, the entirety of Frost is currently under an airtight seal. Should there exist any unsealed regions, considering the colossal mist fleet amassed in the adjacent sea, no one would dare to enter or exit. We've momentarily suspended all permits for harbor departure and alerted the nearby city-states as well as seafaring vessels to maintain a safe distance from Frost. All requests to dock at the harbor received to date have been denied. That's comforting, at least the issue won't exacerbate, Agatha sighed with visible relief. And what about Dagger Island? It remains under lockdown until the cathedral provides further expert guidance, Lister mentioned with a slightly grave tone. As of yesterday, the island has been dispatching all as normal routine reports. Despite the cessation of material supplies to the island from the city-state and the cutting off of all communication responses, they've exhibited no additional reaction. Do not lower your vigilance. The seagull incident is evidence that the island's contamination has an inclination to actively spread to the city-state. That entity won't merely comply, Agatha warned gravely. The cathedral is amassing a force composed of death priests and combat ascetics, but the unsealing of potent holy relics demands additional time. Lister gave a nod of understanding, and it seemed as though he was about to voice another thought when the abrupt sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor halted him. A harbor soldier appeared in the doorway of the office. Lister cast his gaze towards the soldier, who expressed distinct urgency. "What's the matter?" The soldier stood rigidly, promptly conveying his report. "Sir, a ship slated to dock at Frost hasn't arrived as scheduled." "A delay in arrival? That's unexpected." Lister furrowed his brows. "Considering all the routes surrounding the city-state are currently sealed, it's natural that no ships would be docking." "Sir, it's not a matter of docking. The ship hasn't appeared at all." The soldier hastily clarified. "That particular ship was due to arrive today, and we had arranged to dispatch a notification regarding the city-state's blockade to it. However, it failed to establish any contact. We reached out to Cold Harbor just a while ago, and they verified that the ship had fulfilled its supply replenishment and inspection there without any issues. But mysteriously, it vanished without leaving any trace upon nearing the waters surrounding Frost." At this news, Lister's countenance turned gravely serious. He drew a deep, measured breath, rising from his desk, and pressed, "What's the name of the missing ship?" "It's called the White Oak." Chapter 362, The Sunken Island. Agatha stepped purposefully forward, her voice tinged with a certain gravitas as she asked, "Can you explain the origin of this so-called missing ship?" "The vessel, it set sail from Planned, made a pit stop at Lanza for provisions and continued towards Cold Harbor," the soldier, who was called in to update on the unfolding situation, replied promptly. "Its final destination was Frost. Everything seemed to be normal until it docked at Cold Harbor for supplies." Colonel Lister, evidently frustrated, ran a hand across his forehead. "This is a disaster. We're already swamped with our own multitude of issues. Now, a ship has mysteriously vanished just before it was due to dock at Frost. We're spread too thin to devote resources to incidents occurring outside our city-state at the moment." Agatha, her gaze fixed on the city's defense commander, retorted with a sober tone, "But, Colonel, as you just mentioned, the ship disappeared just shy of reaching Frost. It's entirely plausible that it fell victim to some unexplained phenomena." Upon hearing this, Lister raised his eyes to meet hers. "You're suggesting our city-state, Frost, is currently under the siege of an inexplicable force causing a surge of unusual incidents. The Seagull incident stands as a testament that these anomalies aren't restricted to our city's land mass, and with the recent disappearance of the White Oak near our territorial waters, it's possible that a much larger anomaly is looming over Frost. It seems to encompass not only our terrestrial domain but also a substantial section of the adjoining sea." Agatha detailed her theory. In response, Lister leaned heavily on the table, his knuckles turning white. After a few beats, he finally looked up. "We need to extend our barricades and send out warnings to all adjacent city-states. The contamination from Frost is spilling over, and a physical blockade may prove insufficient." As he spoke, he abruptly fell silent, gritting his teeth in obvious reluctance. Agatha, naturally, caught onto this. "What's on your mind, Colonel?" Heaving a sigh, Lister confessed with a gloomy countenance, "I dread that we might need to seek assistance from that damned pirate." "You're referring to Tyrion Abnamar?" The color slightly drained from Agatha's face. Although she was the appointed gatekeeper of the city-state, she was also a true-born citizen of Frost and had grown up hearing the hair-raising tales of the infamous Mist Fleet. The old saying, "If you don't sleep, Captain Tyrion will spirit you away when the fog rises," was deeply embedded in the memory of every Frost citizen below 50. Agatha was no exception. She gulped before continuing, "Do you believe he'll be amenable to negotiations?" "A negotiation might be too strong a word. But we certainly need to engage him in dialogue." Lister glanced up, his gaze landing squarely on the city's gatekeeper standing before him. "He arrived here amidst quite a sensitive period, yet he has remained eerily quiet. Initially, I suspected his involvement in the counterfeit scandal that's been plaguing our city, but now it appears more likely that he's here to keep a vigil on the area, much like us. We need to dispatch a representative to him to understand his intentions better." Agatha whispered back, almost to herself, "Folklore paints him as a cursed man, cold and unhinged. They say his breath carries the chill of the icy sea wind, and his stare is enough to freeze the ocean's surface. Who amongst us can serve as this envoy? The tales have a way of embellishing the truth." Anyone with a jot of insight would know that the Mist Fleet maintains standard lines of communication with several factions across the Cold Sea. They even have an enterprise known as the Mist Venture Company that has established an office in Cold Harbor. It's just that this particular pirate has an unusual disdain for Frost, Lister sighed lightly. The matter of the envoy can be taken care of. Our city-state's military is never short of brave souls, and besides... His voice trailed off as his attention was drawn to something outside the window. Miss Agatha, did you hear anything peculiar just now? Peculiar sounds? Agatha echoed, furrowing her brow as she too turned her gaze towards the window. Almost simultaneously, a distant, low-frequency noise reached her ears. The sound resembled a humming, but it wasn't one that she could identify from any natural source. It seemed to be emanating from the direction of Dagger Island. On the outskirts of Frost's coastline, a naval battleship built of steel, boasting a pristine white hull and 3 primary cannons, sailed leisurely under the Queen's flag. A short, stocky captain stood at the prow, observing the distant developments through his telescope. He was dressed in a Queen's Guard uniform, though it appeared to be a design from half a century ago. There was a disturbingly large hole in his abdomen, through which one could see clean to the other side. The shredded remnants of his uniform around the injury floated lazily in the air as if immersed in seawater, with occasional bubbles surfacing from nowhere. He was a member of the legendary Mist Fleet and the commanding officer of the formidable battleship Sea Raven, Captain Nixon. At the moment, his gaze was fixed on a tiny island marked by a winding coastline in the distance, where small, obscure shadows were skulking on the water's surface in the same direction. Those were the naval vessels of the Frost City-State. While they held a vigilant blockade of Dagger Island from one direction, they kept a wary eye on the maneuvers of the Sea Raven and other ships of the Mist Fleet in close proximity. Those ships sure know how to test one's patience, a sailor sidled up to the short, burly Captain Nixon. What if we fire off a few warning shots in their direction? Not unless you fancy being consigned to the engine room and subjected to Admiral Tyrion's round-the-clock punishment, Nixon retorted without turning around. We're not here to engage in a feud with Frost's inhabitants. In the words of our leader, we're temporarily allies. I see, the sailor shrugged, conceding, they're manning the other side of Dagger Island, and we've got this side. So, I suppose we're collaborating quite efficiently. But if they lose their grip on sanity and make any aggressive move, it wouldn't be our fault if our cannons were to accidentally discharge, right? If there's an accidental discharge, you'll be the first to experience a human cannonball experiment. Nixon shot a sideways glance at his subordinate, his gaze returning to the distant island, Dagger Island. Tisk, I recall standing sentinel here back in the day. Back then, it was rich with metal ores ready to be extracted and even housed a small town. The sailor sighed wistfully. Ah, those were the golden days. As if about to impart his own memories, Nixon's brow furrowed. But, his expression swiftly hardened upon hearing something. A peculiar hum. It reached his ears. What's that sound? The sailor, standing nearby, immediately stiffened, his face reflecting his anxiety. Is it those Frostians causing it? I'm not certain, but the Frost ships haven't exhibited any unusual behavior. Nixon hastily lifted his telescope. They seem just as clueless. Wait, Dagger Island is in upheaval. His hands lowered the telescope abruptly, his eyes widened in astonishment as they were glued to the distant seascape. An ethereal fog was rising from the direction of Dagger Island, and the strange hum seemed to be emanating from there. It rang in his head like an intrusive thought trying to gnaw its way into his consciousness. The island appeared to stir, its edges dispersing misty tendrils that twisted and billowed in the fog, agitating the sea and fog around it. The island itself was slowly sinking while myriad immense shadows materialized in the fog, reminiscent of titans rousing from their slumber. Nixon watched the spectacle for a beat, then hastily retrieved the telescope, itching to get a more detailed look at the unfolding situation on the island. However, just as he was about to bring the device to his eye, an earth-shaking blast emanated from the area engulfed in the rising fog, swiftly succeeded by a series of intense, quick-fire explosions. Plumes of smoke unfurled from the island, merging with the surrounding sea fog, while the stark bursts of light and the ballet of rising flames were distinctly perceptible even without the aid of a telescope. Dagger Island was being decimated. The entirety of its facilities were detonating in quick succession, and every final safety measure pointed to a single explanation: Contingency 22, nitroglycerin. Nixon found himself captivated by the spectacle, only processing the magnitude of the event after a brief lapse. But then, the sight confronting him once again surpassed his wildest imagination. Dagger Island was submerging, like a dreadnought with a fatally compromised hull, rapidly going under amidst a symphony of explosions. The island, it's sinking. The stunned voice of his subordinate echoed beside him. The sailor, having served at sea for over half a century, was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. Did the Frostfiends cause Dagger Island to sink? Can they really sink an entire island? Poppycock. No explosive in existence possesses such potency. How could an island possibly be sunk? Nixon blurted out instinctively, but the sight before his eyes made him bite back his words. Dagger Island was indeed sinking, and the rate of descent was accelerating, reaching an unthinkable pace. One moment, he could still see 2/3 of the island protruding above the water's surface, the next, only a diminutive mound was visible. And then, mere seconds later, the island had completely vanished from the face of the sea. The fog dissipated, and there was no sign of Dagger Island on the icy sea. Not even a whirlpool formed. Captain Nixon forced a gulp down his throat, muttering in disbelief. The submersion of an island should have theoretically resulted in a formidable whirlpool large enough to consume the world's largest seafaring vessels. However, contrary to expectations, no whirlpool manifested. The waters remained tranquil and undisturbed. It was as if the island hadn't sunk but had merged with the sea. Chapter 363, Martha. The stack of papers in Lister's grip crashed onto the table as he abruptly rose from his chair. It was more like he had sprung up. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the soldier before him. Repeat what you just said. What happened on Dagger Island? Dagger Island, it's gone. The soldier who had brought the message stuttered, attempting to maintain his composure. Even as a seasoned warrior, this was a challenging situation. A short while ago, we witnessed a chain of explosions erupting on Dagger Island, presumably initiated by the remaining inhabitants who seemed to have set off a series of detonations across different facilities. What followed was the patrol fleet in the vicinity observing the rapid submersion of the island until it completely disappeared beneath the ocean's surface. Were the ships unharmed? Lister inquired promptly, a frown creasing his forehead as he sensed an irregularity. No, the soldier shook his head. The sea surface hardly showed any significant change during Dagger Island's sinking process. Frontline reports suggested, it was as if the island quietly dissolved into the water. The expression on Lister's face darkened considerably. He lapsed into silence for a few moments, then shifted his gaze to Agatha, who was standing nearby. Miss Agatha, based on your knowledge, do any known divine arts, miracles, or supernatural objects have the potential to trigger such a phenomenon? No, Agatha promptly shook her head in response. This scale of abnormal event surpasses the boundaries of magic and could be categorized as a miracle or some kind of anomaly. In any case, this puts us in a serious predicament. We haven't started an investigation yet, and the situation on Dagger Island is still shrouded in mystery. City Hall is not going to appreciate this news. Lister's forehead creased further as he drummed his fingers on the table. Suddenly remembering something, he turned his attention back to the soldier. By the way, how did the Mist Fleet respond? They've held their original position, not breaching the marine warning line, the soldier reported promptly. However, post the disappearance of Dagger Island, 2 of their speedboats made a brief detour towards the area, stayed for roughly 10 minutes, then swiftly retreated. That indicates they were observing the situation. Seems like this event was also beyond their anticipation. Lister voiced his thoughts slowly. Blast it, we may need to have a word with that sea pirate. The cathedral is also preparing to take action, Agatha chimed in. Given the circumstances, the exploration plans for Dagger Island are now pointless, and we'll be shifting our focus to an extensive investigation of the city. The Guardians have managed to unearth some clues pointing towards the Annihilation cult members' whereabouts and several potential rendezvous points. I will personally oversee a team to address this. I trust you will make headway, Gatekeeper, Lister said, his eyes rising to meet the black-robed priestess standing before him. The situation is escalating rapidly, and we're in dire need of assistance from the mystical realm more than ever before. We shall do everything in our power. Agatha offered a faint nod, then lifted her staff and gently tapped it against the floor twice. As the echo of the staff connecting with the ground reverberated in the room, her form abruptly morphed into a gust of grey wind. This wind swirled directly into a faint rift that materialized seemingly out of nowhere on the floor. Lister watched the spot where Agatha had disappeared. Only when the rift sealed shut did he exhale a deep sigh, sinking heavily back into his chair as he instructed the soldier, "You may close the door now." His immediate task was to draft an urgent letter to City Hall to shed light on the peculiar incident that transpired right on the outskirts of their city-state. City-state harbor staff were diligently directing ships to their designated docking points, and personnel clad in black or blue uniforms stood on the firm concrete pier, each engrossed in their tasks amidst the biting wind. Their interactions with each other were limited, painting a picture of silent industriousness. A little further away, other ships lay moored. It seemed they had been docked for a while, with only a handful of crew members visible on deck. Their loading, unloading, or restocking procedures appeared to be completed, leaving them possibly awaiting clearance to set sail from the port. Beyond the pier, the main road leading to the city was visible. The expansive road stretched towards the imposing buildings in the distance. Gas lamps lining the road hadn't been lit yet, and since it was nearing dusk, there were few pedestrians about. Only the occasional carriage was seen rushing past on the gradually darkening road. Lawrence stood at the edge of the deck, his gaze fixed on the distant city-state structures. This wasn't his first venture to Frost, but a number of years had passed since his last visit. The considerable time lapse, coupled with his fading memory, made it hard for him to remember the city's previous appearance. Now, as he looked at the distant spires and towers silhouetted against the twilight, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over him. Nevertheless, the White Oak had managed to dock safely in the city-state. Despite the notably harsh weather they had encountered during their voyage, they were fortunate enough to avoid any catastrophic storms. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from behind, prompting the elderly captain to swivel his head and spot his first mate drawing closer. "We're nearly done with the inspection," the first mate informed. "The crew is wondering if they can disembark today. They've been confined to the ship for quite a while." Lawrence lifted his gaze to the sky, and although the world's creation hadn't yet made its appearance, the remnants of the twilight had dimmed almost to the brink of obscurity. He furrowed his brow and shook his head. "It's too late now. The city imposes a curfew after sundown, and disembarking now wouldn't leave them anywhere to go. They should remain on board the ship for tonight. I'll personally visit the Harbor Affairs Bureau later to deal with the remaining formalities. By tomorrow morning, everyone else can go ashore." "Understood, I'll relay your instructions," the first mate responded with a smile, then asked casually, "Are you planning to go alone? Should we assign a few men to accompany you?" "There's no need. The main entrance of the port office is clearly visible from here just adjacent to the pier." Lawrence waved dismissively and pointed towards an illuminated area not too far from the shoreline. "Once the port inspectors leave, I want you all to examine all the ship's storage areas thoroughly, especially the lower deck where the relics and the sealed chambers are located, in case someone carelessly triggers a setup." "Aye, Captain." Once his first mate had departed, Lawrence drew in a deep breath of the night air. The piercing cold wind blowing in from the northern seas filled his lungs, snapping him back to full alertness. The seasoned captain then shook his head, grumbling slightly about the harsh weather conditions before making his way towards the nearby staircase. At the entrance of the staircase, a figure stood, arms folded across their chest, silently observing Lawrence in the fading light. Lawrence paused and stopped, only uttering hesitantly upon recognizing the figure, "Martha? What are you doing here?" "If I were in your place, I wouldn't waste time asking questions, and I'd get going immediately," the female navigator retorted, her arms still crossed as she regarded the old captain with an air of resignation. "You've let your guard down, Lawrence." "Martha, Lawrence instinctively stepped forward, sensing something amiss yet struggling to find the right words. He extended his hand slowly. "I've been missing you. How have you been holding up recently?" Martha remained silent, not responding to his question. The female navigator merely watched him quietly, her gaze seemingly focused on some distant point. Amidst the gentle sea breeze and the soothing rhythm of the waves, she began to hum softly. Set sail, the wanderer at sea presses on. Amidst the storm, amidst the cacophony, we're but a single plank away from the grasp of death. Stow away the jib, hoist the mainsail, release the ropes, grip the gunwale, we've arrived at the ocean's heart." Martha's voice gradually softened, eventually trailing off, her gaze locking onto Lawrence. She murmured, almost as if she were conversing with herself, "Lawrence, tread carefully, you've arrived at the ocean's heart." Suddenly, Lawrence drew in a deep breath, the crisp, cold air sharpening his senses. A memory flashed through his mind, prompting him to hurriedly rummage through his pocket in a frenzied manner. Martha advanced one step, slowly ambling towards him. "Lawrence, how did you age so?" The female navigator extended her hand, her voice raspy yet tender. Her youthful visage remained, and although the harshness of a life spent at sea had etched lines onto her face, she was as stunning as Lawrence remembered. "It's been a lifetime, hasn't it? You're not the sprightly lad you once were." "Nor am I. Martha, Lawrence's throat bobbed as he groped for the small bottle in his pocket, missing it several times. He could almost detect the fragrance of Martha, that familiar, comforting scent with a hint of citrus, her chosen perfume. Martha, he finally located the small bottle. Clutching it in his hand, rooted to the spot on the deck, he observed the figure from his past extend her hand towards him, a scene he had replayed countless times in his dreams. As her hand, warm as he remembered, gently grazed the ends of his hair, he watched the woman from his past flash him a smile as if sharing a yearning that had remained unfulfilled for far too long. "Martha, I'm sorry." Lawrence tightly gripped the medicine bottle and poured the sharp-tasting liquid into his mouth, causing Martha's image to become hazy and gradually vanish. Chapter 364, Leaving Secretly. In a strange, almost ghost-like way, Martha seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of her existence, as if she had been a mere figment of the imagination from the outset. Yet, a vestige of her presence was still palpable. The faint residual warmth of her touch lingered on Lawrence's skin, specifically on the temples where her fingers had grazed. A subtle, lemony fragrance floated in the air, hinting at her lingering essence. Lawrence was overwhelmed by a mix of confusion and raw emotion. His hand, which was usually steady, trembled slightly as he attempted to replace the cap on a small glass bottle. His heart pounded within his chest, the beats thunderous and intense, outmatching the roars of the most tempestuous storms he had experienced in his lifetime. With a jolt, Lawrence's rational mind kicked in, like awakening from a prolonged and disorienting dream. He was struck by the realization of how precariously close he had been to losing himself completely, spiraling into a state of relentless delusion. For someone like him, a seasoned sea captain who had spent a significant part of his existence navigating the vast, unforgiving oceans, such an insidious mental state could spell disaster. Once trapped, it would be an immense struggle to claw back to the realm of sanity. However, in this moment of revelation, he didn't feel a surge of relief nor a lingering shiver of fear from his near miss with uncontrolled madness. All that consumed him was a heavy sense of melancholy and regret. This sentiment of sorrow and regret served as a harrowing reminder, a signal that deep within, he had stopped fighting against the concept of insanity itself. Striving to regain control, Lawrence drew a deep breath, attempting to clear the cobweb of jumbled thoughts that clouded his rational thinking. He cast a glance around him. The sturdy white oak ship lay beneath him, filled with crew members who relied on his expertise to steer them safely back to planned. Now was not the time to allow madness to take over. With a sigh that carried a hint of resignation, the veteran captain muttered to himself, "It's high time I retire." He commenced his journey towards the nearby staircase, but after just a few steps, his movement halted abruptly, a serious expression shadowing his face. His mind involuntarily rewound to the scene when Martha had materialized. Even though he was well aware that indulging in such a memory could be perilous and might trigger another hallucination of her, he found himself lost in the reminiscence. A pair of sentences Martha had allegedly spoken stirred an uncanny interest within him. "Lawrence, be careful, you've reached the ocean's heart. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time with questions and leave immediately. You've become less cautious." He found himself repeating these sentences subconsciously. Despite being aware that this illusory interaction was a result of his scrambled memory and disturbed cognitive function, he couldn't resist considering these words as a forewarning. Even if Martha didn't exist, was there a chance his subconscious had picked up on some impending danger? Could these sentences be an alarm bell ringing from deep within his intuitive psyche? Casting a wary glance around, the seasoned captain meticulously examined the white oak once again. Everything appeared as normal as it could be. Following this, he raised his eyes towards the adjacent island state. The neighboring frost presented a picture of normalcy as well. The adjacent port area was a tranquil scene, serene and unperturbed, while the city district not far away was gradually coming alive with the soft glow of twinkling lights. In the far-off distance, an imposing cliff towered over the seascape. Its stern and formidable silhouette was etched starkly against the dimming sky. Nevertheless, a subtle sensation of discomfort started to pervade Lawrence's being, rising like an unrelenting tide within his chest. Amid this growing unease, he found himself tuning into the soft lullaby of the nearby waves. Initially, he had difficulty differentiating it from the ambient sound of the ocean caressing the hull of the white oak, but it didn't take long for him to understand that the sound was echoing within his own mind. The soft melody of the waves. Is it an omen of something threatening? Can it be the divine protection of the storm goddess Gamana manifesting itself? A sense of urgency dawned on Lawrence, and he promptly abandoned his initial plan of stepping ashore. Pivoting on his heel, he made a beeline towards the ship's bridge. The chilly night wind blew past his ears, its shrill howl slicing through the silence of the night and rousing his senses. "Captain!" His first mate, who was manning the bridge, appeared taken aback by Lawrence's sudden arrival. Rising from his chair, he hurriedly moved towards his captain. "I thought you were going ashore." "Circumstances have changed," Lawrence replied tersely. "Something feels off." "How long have we been docked here? Has anyone sneaked off the ship?" "No," the first mate responded without hesitation. "You had instructed everyone to remain aboard, and they all complied. We have been anchored here for a few hours now." "That's fortunate nobody disembarked," Lawrence nodded briskly, then turned his attention towards the control panel. "Fire up the steam core, we're vacating this port." What?" The first mate was visibly taken aback. "Leaving the port?" "But we've just..." Interrupting him mid-sentence, Lawrence explained, "Something's not right with this place. I can't quite identify what it is, but it's unsettling. Remember the earlier complications with the observatory? And prior to that, when we were unable to communicate with Frost? Ever since then, our collective guard seems to have dropped. It's as if something is manipulating us." Lawrence conveyed his concerns rapidly, fully conscious of how eccentric his order might appear. He had no tangible evidence to back up his feelings of discomfort except for his gut intuition. After completing a lengthy voyage, both the crew and the ship's machinery were in desperate need of some respite. Therefore, his decision to abruptly depart the port seemed audacious, even rash. Moreover, the act of leaving the port required compliance with various maritime regulations and coordination with the harbor authorities. Igniting the steam core without prior notification would be a flagrant breach of protocols, and he would be held accountable for his actions. Yet, the ominous foreboding within Lawrence's heart was intensifying, and the sound of the waves echoing within his mind grew increasingly loud and persistent. It was as if Gamanaw's divine protection was urging him to sever all connections with the port authorities, to refrain from uttering another word. His first mate stared at the captain, an array of emotions flickering across his face. Then, snapping to attention, he saluted and responded with a decisive, "Aye, Captain." Aboard the ship, the captain's command was absolute. An unhinged captain could steer the entire crew towards disaster, but on the flip side, a seasoned and knowledgeable captain could navigate them out of perilous situations. The command was promptly relayed across the ship. The bewildered sailors were hastily rallied, and they quickly sprang into action, making preparations for an unforeseen departure with their well-honed skills. A new metal catalyst was loaded into the steam core, triggering the deep, reassuring hum of machinery within the bowels of the White Oak. The sailors discreetly loosened the moored ropes and hauled the gangway back onto the deck. Meanwhile, Lawrence stationed himself on the bridge, watching the activity on the dock through the expansive glass window with hawk-like intensity. There were figures moving about on the dock, their forms hazy and almost spectral under the soft glow of the gas lamps. A couple of freight vehicles rumbled by in the distance, their bulky silhouettes casting long, eerie shadows on the cobblestone path. No one seemed to have noticed the ship firing up its steam core in the cloak of darkness, nor did any obstruction emerge to prevent the White Oak from making its stealthy escape. The circumstances were unfolding much better than Lawrence had anticipated. His pessimistic contingency plan had even considered the possibility that the moment the steam core was rekindled, numerous monstrous tentacles might rise from the surrounding sea, dragging the White Oak into its watery depths. "Ensure complete darkness on board, and do not blow the steam whistle," Lawrence swiftly instructed his first mate. He then proceeded to the helm, gripping the wheel with a firm hand. "I'll handle the steering, keep the boiler pressure high, and be prepared for an overload at any moment." "Yes, Captain." Though plagued with doubts, everyone aboard the ship adhered to their old captain's orders without question. Lawrence could feel the metal leviathan beneath him awakening and stirring into action. As the ship maintained its blackout, the underwater propellers began their rhythmic churn, nudging the White Oak away from the port. However, the sound of water churning under the ship's movement filled the air, causing a palpable tension to grip everyone. Their eyes remained fixed on the silhouette of the city-state, now enveloped in near darkness. Taking this all in, Lawrence felt the clammy sweat moistening his palms. Yet, the city-state exhibited no signs of abnormality. Even though the stealthy actions of the White Oak were likely not as concealed as Lawrence had hoped, no signs of curiosity or investigation followed. His gaze shifted to the radio communication station nearby. The telegraph machine was ominously silent. In an ordinary circumstance, the port authority should have already initiated an urgent communication, and the port officials on duty would be questioning the White Oak's abrupt departure. Yet, strangely, there was only silence. This peculiar lack of reaction only fortified Lawrence's resolve, affirming his suspicion that his judgment had been accurate. Something was undeniably off about this place. The steam core's power surged another notch, the propellers spun with increasing vigor, and the White Oak swiftly retreated from the dock. Directly ahead of the ship, the open sea unfolded like an enormous canvas, the water's surface sparkling under the feeble light. Inhaling a deep breath, Lawrence tightened his grip on the wheel, full speed ahead. A gust of ashen wind coursed through the courtyard, culminating in the cathedral's entrance to form the figure of Agatha, who moved briskly through the antechamber and nave, heading towards the chapel of contemplation where Bishop Ivan resided. The statue of Bartok, the god of death, held a silent vigil at the far end of the chapel. A dark, lit open coffin was positioned horizontally on the platform at the statue's base. Bishop Ivan, who typically rested within the coffin, was standing next to it, his gaze lifting in Agatha's direction. The bishop was swathed in bandages like a mummy, revealing only a single eye. He was dressed in a black robe adorned with gold trimmings for this occasion, a scepter in his grasp. As Agatha approached, he broke the silence. "I've been informed about Dagger Island." "I gathered as much since you're personally overseeing this meeting," Agatha responded with a nod. Her tone held a note of concern, "But can your physical state endure this?" Bishop Ivan raised his bandaged hand, and from the gaps in the wraps, it seemed a ghostly, grey-white mist was slowly wafting out. "As long as either the body or the will possesses the strength, it's sufficient." Chapter 365, The Child Who Shared Secrets. Agatha had been aware for quite some time that Bishop Ivan's life was gradually drawing to a close. Underneath the layers of firmly bound bandages that covered him, his body was practically skeletal, with very little flesh remaining. What allowed him to remain standing wasn't solely the divine miracle Bartok granted but also his spirit's sheer determination and steadfastness. The peculiar state of the bishop's body was a mystery to most. Even Agatha, known as the gatekeeper of Frost, was privy only to the vague explanation that an accident from many years ago was responsible for his physical condition. However, the true nature of this accident was a topic Bishop Ivan carefully avoided, never openly discussing it even when she was around. It was a secret Agatha chose not to probe into, of her own accord. Bishop Ivan's demeanor clearly reflected a deep sense of melancholy. He stood silent for a long while before suddenly voicing his fears. "We are on the brink of a crisis." "Yes, Bishop Ivan," Agatha responded, nodding her understanding. "I will strive with all my might to expose the reality and subvert the devious plot being hatched by those with destruction in their hearts." "No, you don't quite grasp the situation," Bishop Ivan retorted, shaking his head. "The truth of this looming crisis may be far more complex and bewildering than we can imagine, Agatha. The insidious activities of the cult members might indeed contribute to the crisis, but they certainly don't encompass the entirety of it. I have a premonition." At this, Agatha's brow furrowed slightly. A premonition. An uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of the time 50 years ago, just before the upheaval occurred. The entire city was permeated with a mood quite similar to the one now Ivan shared, his voice slow and thoughtful, a city-state that on the surface appeared utterly normal, yet was teeming with bewildering, inexplicable anomalies, almost as if we were all suddenly trapped in an uncanny, indistinguishable dream. We would occasionally catch a glimpse of horrifying scenes at the dream's fringe, but our feeble human comprehension refused to fully understand them, blinding us to the truth that was tantalizingly close. Are you experiencing that sensation? As if, the distortion is plainly in front of us, yet we stubbornly keep our eyes shut. I'm not sure I follow, Agatha expressed her uncertainty. Are you suggesting some kind of cognitive disruption? That this disruption is clouding our judgment? Instead of responding to her query, Bishop Ivan, after several seconds of contemplative silence, segued into a topic that seemed completely unrelated. Agatha, have I ever spoken to you about the last Queen's Guard from half a century ago? Or about the second waterway buried deep within the heart of the city-state? The second waterway. Agatha appeared taken aback, as a flurry of knowledge resurfaced in her mind. I have some understanding of that. It was a part of a colossal subterranean infrastructure developed by the Frost Queen for the city-state. However, with the termination of the Queen's reign, the unfinished structure was deserted. Due to severe structural deterioration and financial constraints, it has remained forsaken up to this day. Most people aren't even aware of its existence. Yes, it remains forsaken, and only keepers of the gate like you and old relics such as myself are privy to its existence, Bishop Ivan stated, a slight shake of his head accentuating his words. And what about the last Queen's Guard? Agatha queried, curiosity piqued. What prompted you to suddenly mention them? The last Queen's Guard was a unit that exhibited fierce resilience, continuing their resistance even after the Queen's palace fell to the rebels. They utilized the city-state's subterranean structures to stage their last stand. Bishop Ivan's voice was low, imbued with an unmistakable air of nostalgia. Their final fortress was the entrance to the second waterway. After being overpowered, they demolished all the connecting wells and were consequently interred beneath the earth. The reason I broach this topic today is because an old rumor from those times unexpectedly crossed my mind. Agatha's gaze sharpened at the mention of a rumor. A rumor. The tale goes that, as the vertical wells were being destroyed, the invaders besieging the underground base suddenly heard an array of eerie sounds emanating from the depths. Even amidst the utter ruin of their subterranean stronghold, the last Queen's Guard began to shout as if they were initiating an assault on an enemy. Bishop Ivan slowly dredged up the distant memory. For quite some time after that, there were reports of people hearing the resonating sounds of warfare and war cries echoing from deep within the earth. In due course, whispers began to circulate that the last Queen's Guard had transformed into a grotesque legion lurking beneath the ground. They were said to be engaged in ceaseless battles, fueled by a simmering rage, awaiting the opportune moment of vulnerability in the new regime established by the traitors. At that moment, they were believed to emerge from their subterranean realm to exact their vengeance. Agatha's countenance grew grave. The most vulnerable moment of the new regime. You mentioned earlier that we're confronting a crisis beyond our comprehension, and the prevailing mood in the city mirrors that of 50 years ago. Is this the moment of vulnerability? Will the mythical Queen's Guard surface from the depths? Do you lend credence to this legend? I don't believe this legend. The Queen's Guard was unequivocally decimated. I was a witness to their downfall. Even if, Bishop Ivan started but abruptly halted as if a new thought had dawned upon him. He then shook his head. Even if a handful of survivors had managed to hold out temporarily in the second waterway, it's improbable that they survived until the present day. The meager descendants who are still alive lack the power to challenge the city-state's rule, even if we are currently grappling with a crisis. Agatha fell silent for a brief while, and after about 10 seconds, she abruptly broke the silence. The legend of the last Queen's Guard might be steeped in falsehood, but it's undeniable that a vast, unregulated area persists underneath frost. Your concern isn't about the Queen's Guard who vanished half a century ago, but rather something else lurking within the second waterway, isn't it? We've been diligently scouring the entire city for a significant period of time, managing to apprehend a number of followers of the Annihilation cult. However, they are all relatively minor figures, most lacking any adept skills in remaining hidden. It's improbable that these individuals could be responsible for creating the plethora of counterfeits and elemental pollution that plague the city-state, let alone instigate the disturbances on Dagger Island, Bishop Ivan affirmed, nodding gravely. Upon reflection, the minions we've apprehended seem more akin to scattered soldiers who have slipped from a more substantial nest. The majority of the city-state has been searched thoroughly, perhaps even multiple times, leaving only one area largely unexplored. I fear it might be the depths below. After giving the bishop's words some thought, Agatha responded with a hint of uncertainty. Yet, according to the historical records, a significant portion of the second waterway has severely collapsed, rendering most of its passageways into treacherous traps. Add to this the presence of toxic pollution and vast stretches of darkness, survival down there seems untenable. The followers of the Annihilation cult, despite their unsavory beliefs, are still living beings. Aside from a small number of priests who have almost morphed into insidious demons, most still require a human-friendly environment to survive. How could they possibly be hiding in such an inhospitable place? Despite the grim prospects, we should at least attempt a search, Bishop Ivan replied slowly. We can commence by probing the collapsed sections around the metal mines. After reflecting for a few moments, Agatha offered a gentle nod of agreement. To accomplish this, we'll need the assistance of City Hall protective gear, underground machinery, and professional engineers. Such resources are beyond the cathedral's capacity. I'll undertake the task of negotiations, Bishop Ivan reassured her with a nod. Draft a list detailing the personnel and equipment you'll require, and I'll find a way to procure them for you. Understood. I'll have the list prepared for you by noon. Agatha didn't hesitate, and before the workforce and supplies arrive, I wish to conduct a thorough interrogation of the captured cultists to determine if they could provide any valuable information. As the grip of the night loosened, the sky gradually brightened. Vision 001 began its ascent from the city-state's edge, and the majestic sun slowly climbed into the sky. The double rune circle passed over the towering spires and rooftops, bringing with it warmth that dissipated the overnight chill. At the entrance of Cemetery No. 3, the hefty, intricately carved iron gate creaked open. As the gate moved, it swept the accumulated snow on the ground, leaving behind twin arc-like trails as if wings had been spread. The old caretaker, adorned in a worn-out coat, stood in front of the ajar cemetery gate, took a deep breath, and gazed upon the clear sky. The sky was pristine, yet for some inexplicable reason, the vibrancy of the morning was unable to alleviate the irksomeness brewing within him. The elderly caretaker's gaze drifted towards the bustling city streets as distant sounds of horses and carriages faded into the background, much like the uneasy whines from the previous night. Subsequently, even the cloudless sky seemed tainted with a veneer of artifice. Murmuring a string of grumbles under his breath, his gaze shifted to the incline leading up to the cemetery. The lines etched deep into the old man's face eased momentarily, only to intensify a second later as his brows furrowed in puzzlement. He had noticed a small figure materializing on the incline, trudging towards him with a mix of struggle and tenacity. Sensing the old man's scrutiny, the tiny figure halted deliberately and offered a cheerful wave. The old caretaker's frown deepened. He patiently waited for the individual to come closer, not saying a word until Annie had brushed the snowflakes off her trousers and boots. His voice tinged with annoyance as he finally said, "You're back again. Yesterday was peaceful without you, I had assumed you'd finally decided to stay home. Why have you returned today?" "I wished to visit yesterday too," Annie replied, sticking her tongue out in tease. "However, my mother thought the roads were heavily laden with snow, and we needed to wait for the snowplows to clear the main roads before venturing out." Before the old man could respond, she had already presented him with a small package. "I've brought cookies." "It seems I've been consuming cookies daily." The old man cast a glance at the package in her hands, his eyelids twitching, yet he accepted the offering. "Please extend my gratitude to Mrs. Belloni." Annie's face lit up with joy. "Is there something else?" The old caretaker's gaze swept over the girl standing before him. "The cemetery is not accepting visitors today." "Oh, no. I simply wished to chat with you," Annie replied with her usual cheerfulness. "Did you know? We've recently had a few new guests move into our house. Can you guess who they are?" The 12-year-old girl was notoriously bad at keeping secrets. "I have no interest," the old caretaker grumbled, displaying his disinterest with an impatient wave of his hand. "It's your home, you can lease it out to whomever you wish. Why would that concern me?" Ignoring his reaction, Annie continued with an even brighter smile and an air of inexplicable pride. "It's the tall man wrapped in bandages. Remember the one we saw at the cemetery gate the last time? Are you all right, Grandpa Caretaker?" Chapter 366, A Case. With an air of innocence and joy, young Annie exited, her footsteps echoing with a happy rhythm as she sauntered away. Despite her childlike demeanor, there was no hint of unease or doubt about her actions. After all, she was still but a child, blissfully ignorant of the world's hidden intricacies and forebodings. Meanwhile, the elderly caretaker stood as an immovable statue at the entryway of the cemetery. His gaze was fixated on Annie's diminishing silhouette, a contemplative expression etched on his weathered face. It took him a considerable amount of time to rouse himself from this prolonged state of rumination. Then, with trembling fingers revealing his advanced age and possible anxiety, he gingerly reached into the confines of his chest pocket, retrieving a small vial filled with medicinal substance. He carefully administered the concoction orally, relief washing over him as the effect took hold. "I can't shake this off, it's unnerving. I must relay this to the cathedral without delay. Almighty God of death, this anomaly is simply too confounding." His words trailed off into faint whispers as he pivoted abruptly, aiming for the direction of the caretaker's quarters. Upon entering his modest cabin, he secured the door behind him and strode towards a somewhat antiquated desk that lay next to his bed, revealing a hidden panel on the desk's surface. An array of complex pipes, valves, buttons, and levers came into view, an engineering marvel hidden in plain sight. Amongst this network of pipes lay a few metal capsules, inconspicuously nestled within small compartments. With a sense of urgency, the old man retrieved a sheet of parchment from his desk drawer and busied himself with a fountain pen. His hand moved swiftly across the paper, penning down his observations into a formal report. Once the documentation was completed, he meticulously rolled it up and secured it within a metal capsule. The capsule was then inserted into an open slot in the pipe compartment of the desk. May Bartok bestow blessings upon these pipes and the air coursing through them. May the valves function impeccably without experiencing any clogs, pressure drop, or volatile reaction, and may the differential machine at the sorting and delivery center avoid any operational mishaps. His prayer faded into the quiet room, and without losing another moment, he engaged a button adjacent to the pressurized pipe. A green indicator in the compartment lit up, signaling the all clear, upon which he manipulated a lever at the button's side. A peculiar bubbling noise, suggestive of air blockage, emanated from the bowels of the pipe system. However, this was promptly replaced by the steady hiss of the pressure pipe in full operation and the swift movement of the capsule through the system. The elderly caretaker anxiously studied the pipe, murmuring apprehensively, could the mention of divine entities in the letter have meddled with the mechanical system? After a tense period, the green lights indicating a successful express delivery to the higher sorting center were lit, and the old caretaker sighed in relief. With one last glance, he shut the panel enclosing the pipe compartment. Meanwhile, Alice was engrossed in her own explorations, meandering down a bustling street while clutching a sizable paper bag. Her eyes roved over the diverse architectural features that surrounded her, soaking in the uniqueness of this city that was so unlike planned. She found the urban lifestyles fascinating, observing the townsfolk and their daily routines. The paper bag she was carrying contained a mix of fresh produce she had picked up from a local store tucked away in a corner. It was filled with a variety of vegetables, fresh eggs, a block of frozen butter, and a couple of cuts of succulent lamb. These were the components of the delicious meal she planned to prepare for lunch. Alice had begun to independently navigate the nuances of shopping, although her skills were still developing. There were occasions when she failed to accurately compute the necessary change. However, her determination was unwavering, and she persisted in her attempts to learn these intricate tasks. Her progress might have been slow, but it was steady, and every day, she made small but meaningful advancements. With her head slightly bowed, Alice held the shopping bag securely in one hand while the other retrieved a piece of paper nestled within the bag's contents. She examined this paper intently. It was her guide to shopping, a list of items that she needed. The writing on this paper was somewhat irregular, the uneven strokes revealing a beginner's hand. A combination of recognizable words and simple sketches represented her shopping list. Some words were familiar to her, others less so, and these had been replaced with crude illustrations. This was a product of her effort and her struggle to create a reliable shopping guide. Alice had embraced the responsibility of planning her daily meals, determining the ingredients she needed, drafting her shopping list, physically purchasing items from the store, attempting to make precise calculations about the change due, and finally, ensuring a timely return home. The prospect of successfully accomplishing all these tasks was enough to bring a smile to the captain's face. The sense of accomplishment brought Alice a sense of joy, too. After cross-verifying the contents of the bag with her handwritten list, Alice was satisfied that she had successfully completed her task. Folding the paper carefully, she stowed it away and resumed her journey back to her temporary dwelling on Oak Street. However, her attention was abruptly diverted by a sudden commotion arising from a nearby street corner. Raising her gaze towards the source of the clamor, Alice noticed a group of about a dozen individuals huddled around an antiquated residential structure. They were engaged in animated discussions, gesturing towards the building while exchanging remarks. Phrases like "the woman has gone mad," "poor soul," and "the church has been alerted" floated around, adding to the sense of urgency and intrigue. A wave of curiosity swept over Alice, causing her to slow down her pace until she was rooted to the spot, her eyes fixed on the gathering. There was an enticing energy about the crowd, but Alice remembered the captain's advice: joining such a gathering might lead to unnecessary complications. Especially if her head, an unusual feature, were to dislodge in the middle of the crowd, it would certainly escalate the situation. Yet, the scene unfolding before her seemed incredibly interesting. It also appeared to be something that the captain might find valuable. Caught in the throes of indecision, Alice found herself instinctively drifting closer to the scene. "I'll just go over and investigate. I'll gather information for the captain. This isn't mindless curiosity, it's a serious inquiry." Alice rationalized her decision, convincing herself that her actions were justified. Securing her head with one hand and clutching the paper bag with the other, Alice confidently merged with the throng, her gaze joining others in scrutinizing the building. The building in question was markedly different from the two-story house that the captain had temporarily rented. It looked older, more cramped, its narrow windows and exposed gas pipes adding to its congested appearance. It gave the impression of being shared by multiple tenants, each living in their individualized space. The chatter among the crowd was a cacophony of disjointed snippets of information, leaving Alice more confused than before. After trying to piece together the fragmented conversation for a while, she decided to directly inquire about the situation. She gently tapped the shoulder of a man standing nearby and, with an air of polite curiosity, asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me what's happening here?" The man initially started at her touch but seemed to relax upon seeing that the inquiry came from a young lady, modestly shrouded by a veil. He gestured upwards towards the building and began to explain, "It seems a woman has lost her senses. She claims to have killed her husband and now threatens to harm her own child. First, the local law enforcement was alerted, and now, even the church has been drawn into the situation. I suspect this may be more serious than it appears." No sooner had he finished than another bystander chimed in, "If the church is involved now, could this mean there's something supernatural at play?" "I hope it doesn't escalate," a woman interjected from within the crowd, her voice laced with worry. "I live directly beneath them. If anything happens, we'll have nowhere to go. Regardless of what it may be, a visit to the church for an exorcism wouldn't hurt." "Better safe than sorry," a voice of reason echoed within the clamoring crowd. As the murmurings of the crowd resumed their earlier pitch, Alice felt herself being swept along the tide of unintelligible chatter. Her gaze instinctively followed the direction everyone was pointing upwards. Hovering above her field of vision, she could see slender threads floating in the air. There were many more such threads emanating from the surrounding residential structures, swaying gently in the breeze as if strands of silken hair dancing in the wind, creating a subtle, mesmerizing pattern in the sky. Alice blinked in surprise. She observed that a few of the threads above the city seemed exceptionally ethereal and transparent, their luminosity fluctuating as if in sync with some unseen rhythm. Inside the ancient residential structure, a faint musty odor lingered. The antiquated plumbing system was leaking at various points, and the intermittent dripping sound echoed eerily in the otherwise silent building. A group of guardians, their black robes flowing ominously around their bodies, and carrying staffs and lanterns, were assembled in the living room, which made the already tight quarters appear oppressively cramped. In the corner of the room, on an old worn-out sofa, crouched a woman with disheveled long hair. She was huddled in fear, her head bowed, muttering indiscernible sentences intermittently. Two of the black-robed guardians were stationed close to her, cautiously monitoring the mentally fragile woman while their comrades continued their investigation of the home. They had been diligently scouring the place for clues for almost 2 hours now. Suddenly, a gust of grey wind swept down the hallway, passing through the open doorway and swirling into the living room. Upon its arrival, the guardians halted their investigation one by one and respectfully acknowledged the grey-white whirlwind. Emerging from the vortex, Agatha surveyed the room with a discerning gaze. "What's the current situation?" she asked, shifting her attention to the most senior guardian in the room. The guardian captain, a woman who sported a neat, black bob, took a step forward, responding to gatekeeper Agatha's query. "We discovered a small quantity of a substance akin to mud on the bathroom floor, which corresponds with samples we've collected in past cases." "Primal matter," Agatha murmured under her breath, her brows furrowing in thought. "A small sample, you say? How small? Is that the entirety of what was found?" "Roughly equivalent to a test tube's volume," the captain demonstrated using her hands. "That's all we were able to find. We've combed through the entire building, and the residue was solely confined to the bathroom floor." Agatha nodded in silence, her gaze shifting towards the disheveled woman cowering in the corner of the sofa. "Is she the individual in question?" she asked. "Yes," the squad leader affirmed with a nod, "she is a resident here. Our background check on her didn't reveal anything suspicious. She's got a clean slate with no prior run-ins with the law. She works as an accounts keeper for a local firm. Moreover, her husband used to be employed in the metal mines. According to official records, he passed away in a mining accident about 3 years ago." The metal mines, a mining accident. Perhaps the recent chain of events triggered her instincts, but Agatha couldn't help but make a mental note of these critical details. With a composed demeanor, she approached the woman, who continued to mutter incomprehensibly to herself. "Ma'am, I'm the city's gatekeeper, and you are safe now," Agatha assured her, employing her power subtly to calm the woman's distressed spirit. "Can you tell me what happened?" As Agatha's soothing voice reached her, the shivering woman on the sofa abruptly halted her muttering. She mumbled something incoherent before suddenly raising her head. Agatha was met with a pair of eyes brimming with a terrifying mix of fear and insanity. "He returned, he came back. I killed him, I killed that monster, in the bathroom. It dissolved right there in the bathroom," she blurted out. Chapter 367, The Legacy of Shelter. The woman's eyes, inflamed with the hue of a deep and disturbed insomnia, seemed to contain a volatile cocktail of wild insanity and paralyzing terror. Although the soothing words of the gatekeeper had breathed a semblance of tranquility into her spirit, it had only been enough to pull her back from the precipice of a mental breakdown. Nevertheless, the whispering spectre of fear that haunted her psyche could not be exorcised entirely. This was a look that Agatha, the experienced gatekeeper, had encountered countless times. Thus, with an air of resolute calm, she locked eyes with the woman, managing to kindle some semblance of stability in her. Once the woman's trembling had noticeably lessened, Agatha pressed for more information. "The man you speak of is your deceased husband, correct? You claim that he returned to your home, despite having passed away several years prior." Upon hearing her confirmation, the woman's body responded with violent shudders. She bowed her head, and her hands grasped at her hair as if desperately attempting to anchor herself to reality, incapable of maintaining Agatha's probing gaze. He came back, but I know it wasn't him," echoed ominously from her lips, like a chilling chorus of dread. Contorting her brows in concern, Agatha inquired further, "Can you recount how you managed to fend off this entity? Can you detail the events of the encounter?" While speaking, Agatha reached into her pocket and produced a small potion bottle. The cap was removed with a deft flick of her wrist, releasing a calming aroma that subtly perfumed the room. The potion's soothing effects were almost immediate. The woman, who had been writhing in distress moments ago, now rested on the sofa with noticeably more peaceful respiration. As she lifted her head slightly, her gaze timidly peeking through her disheveled hair, she whispered, I struck it from behind with a hammer. It fell down, but despite a significant indentation in its skull, it didn't perish. It tried to rise again. I panicked and kicked it into the bathroom, locking the door. It pounded on the door, emitting the most ghastly shrieks. It continued its horrible wails for nearly 10 minutes in the early dawn before finally falling silent. She paused briefly, collecting her thoughts before continuing in a barely audible voice, "Later, when I cautiously cracked open the bathroom door, the creature had vanished." Agatha nodded in response, carefully cataloguing the events in her mind. "And what about its arrival? Do you recall how this entity made its return?" I don't know," the woman responded, her voice trembling with pure terror. "It just materialized in the house. The doors were locked, but I heard strange noises in the living room. Emerging from the bedroom, I was met with the sight of that thing. It was dressed in the clothing we buried my husband in, aimlessly wandering around the living room, producing sickening, squelching sounds as if it was filled with decaying, gelatinous matter." Agatha's facial expression swiftly morphed into one of stern seriousness. Just as she was about to respond, a guardian broke the tension with an update. "We've thoroughly inspected all entrances and exits of the premises. All doors and windows are intact with no signs of forced entry, and all windows appear to be locked from the inside. All the doors and windows of the house were securely shut, their locks completely intact, yet this deceptive entity had somehow manifested directly within the home's confines. This startlingly sudden appearance of the creature, devoid of any semblance of an open invasion or attack, heightened her sense of vigilance even further. However, it was the unique aspects of this case that particularly piqued Agatha's interest today. She cast her gaze downwards, observing the woman slumped on the couch, still wrestling with her shaken nerves. Agatha could vividly recall the past cases she had dealt with. The haunting incident at 42 Fireplace Street where a folklorist was tormented by the revenant of death, and the case of the unsuspecting female apprentice, who suffered severe cognitive contamination, remained fresh in her memory. In such instances, the survivors were typically oblivious to the counterfeit entities that haunted them. The woman before Agatha, however, had identified the intruder. She had spotted the charade. Could it be that she had remained untouched by cognitive contamination? "Madam," Agatha began, choosing her words cautiously, "how did you conclude that this monster was not your husband? How could it possibly be him? My husband passed away years ago, and that monstrosity was all wrong, a mockery of his image. How could it ever be my husband?" The woman's agitation grew, her voice rising in pitch. Furthermore, it was heading towards my child, who referred to the creature as Daddy. He must have been manipulated by that abhorrent thing, So, in your belief that the monster had influenced your child, you nearly strangled him?" Agatha asked, her brow creasing into a deep frown. "Were you aware of your actions at the time?" "I didn't strangle him. I was merely attempting to pull him away, I didn't choke him." Her denial exploded from her like a gunshot, causing her to leap from the sofa as if preparing to assault the gatekeeper. The fear and madness that had haunted her bloodshot eyes flared up once again, obliterating all semblance of reason. The nearby guardians instantly moved to subdue the hysterical woman, but Agatha was quicker. With a swift movement, Agatha raised her staff and delicately tapped the woman's forehead. The impact instantly rendered the woman unconscious. "She's terrified," muttered the short-haired female captain, shaking her head in sympathy. "These kinds of incidents are far too overwhelming for ordinary people." "No, it's not simply terror, it's a distinct form of mental contamination," Agatha corrected, shaking her head and furrowing her brows. "She's teetering on the edge of temporary insanity, preserving only the most basic communicative capabilities. She hasn't suffered cognitive or memory interference." Although the exact reason remains unknown, she was able to discern the counterfeit nature of the entity. However, this revelation of truth has proven traumatic for her. While speaking, she cast a glance around the humble dwelling. "Where is the child?" "The child has been relocated to a secure location for the time being. After experiencing such trauma and a near suffocation, he may not be in a state to endure questioning." "Understood," Agatha commanded. "Maintain a separation between the mother and child for the time being. Ensure they receive appropriate care and psychological therapy, with particular emphasis on the child. Offer him utmost comfort. Should they recall any information of importance, ensure that it is immediately relayed to me." "Acknowledged, gatekeeper." With a curt nod of approval, Agatha ambled through the living room towards the modestly sized bathroom. The floor area surrounding the showerhead was littered with indicators left behind by the Guardians during their evidence collection. The so-called counterfeit had been confined within this bathroom, yet all it had left behind was a specimen barely the size of a test tube. This peculiarity struck her as highly unusual. While the nature of these counterfeits remained shrouded in mystery and their origins unknown, one fact was undeniable: they consisted of a quantifiable amount of physical substance. Even upon disintegration, this physical mass wouldn't simply evaporate into nothingness. Her brow creased in contemplation, and Agatha paced the narrow confines of the bathroom. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixed intently on a particular corner. Nestled within that corner was a rust-encrusted entrance to a drainpipe. She quickly approached the drain, tapping the worn-out cast-iron grate with the end of her tin staff while scrutinizing the murky abyss within. The engulfing darkness within the drainpipe seemed to veil the truth. "You've got to be kidding me. Damn it!" Agatha suddenly gasped, a chilling realization washing over her, causing a frigid shudder to course through her veins. "Evacuate this building immediately, relocate all the residents to nearby churches and public shelters," she briskly returned to the living room, rattling off instructions with fervent urgency. "Get in touch with the local municipality, close down this building, no, seal off all auxiliary pipelines connected to this building, encompassing the sewage and water supply lines. Additionally, dispatch a team to the closest wastewater treatment facility and thoroughly inspect the sedimentation tanks and filters." The team captain was taken aback by the flurry of orders but offered no resistance. Her inherent obedience to the chain of command had her springing into action immediately. "Understood, gatekeeper." After delivering the directives, Agatha's attention was once again drawn to the unconscious woman sprawled on the sofa. What was it that had allowed this woman to remain unaffected by cognitive and memory interferences, enabling her to discern the true nature of the counterfeit? Even at this moment, this lingering query continued to plague Agatha's mind. Just then, a guardian who had been diligently scouring other rooms for clues rushed into the living room, a small object clutched in his hand. "Gatekeeper! We've found this!" Agatha swiftly turned her attention towards the voice, and her eyes landed on a small, time-worn plaster figurine held in the guardian's grasp. It was an unmistakable effigy of the Frost Queen in profile. A representation of the Frost Queen, a few of the guardians in the room murmured among themselves, "Quite unexpected to find something like this here." Agatha's expression hardened as she moved towards the guardian and accepted the mid-bust statue of the Queen, which stood approximately 10 centimeters tall. She carefully scrutinized the detailed craftsmanship. "It's a genuine artifact from that era, identifiable by a distinct anti-counterfeiting mark located at the base of the sculpture," she made a swift judgment, then glanced up. "Where was this found?" Within a concealed compartment in a deep wall cabinet, the guardian who had unearthed the statue of the Queen promptly reported. Alongside it were coins and a commemorative album from the era of the Queen. "It would appear that someone has been secretly cherishing the memories of the Frost Queen." Agatha fell silent for a moment, her gaze focused on the plaster figurine clutched in her hand. The Frost Queen, even after half a century, the residents of the city-state still harbored a concealed reverence for the Queen. This didn't surprise Agatha. That period represented a time of glory. An era dominated by a formidable queen. 50 years was not sufficient to obliterate all traces of her reign from the city-state. Many from the older generation who had lived through that period, as well as their children, were still significantly influenced by it. Indeed, the Queen still had a smattering of adherents among the populace. Half a century ago, such covert acts of remembrance could have resulted in a public hanging, but today, 50 years later, the restrictions against such practices had been noticeably relaxed. Throughout her tenure as the gatekeeper, Agatha had encountered such instances more than once. In most cases, if the people were simply indulging in the collecting of memorabilia, the guardians and sheriffs of today would seldom take strict action. At times, they would opt to turn a blind eye or merely offer a verbal warning. The inhabitants of this household had only collected a statue of the Queen, a handful of coins, and a booklet. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't a major concern. However, in light of the recent anomalies that had occurred within this household, Agatha couldn't shake off a nagging suspicion. The individual embroiled in this incident hadn't been subjected to cognitive interference but had instead seen through the truth of the counterfeit. Could it be that this incident was somehow tied to the Queen's memorabilia present here? Chapter 368, Encounters and Reunions. Agatha meticulously examined the hidden place that had concealed the items. As she observed the recess, she found it to be exactly as her subordinates had described it, a concealed memorial dedicated to the Frost Queen, devoid of any lingering traces of supernatural energy. Her eyes then moved to scrutinize the objects that her team had discovered within the compartment: a statue made of plaster, a collection of commemorative coins, and a small printed booklet. Half a century prior, mere possession of such objects would have warranted capital punishment. However, those fear-filled years of strained tension were long gone. Now, the governing body of Frost had to focus on the long-term stability of their city-state and safeguard their public image as upholders of justice. They couldn't overreact to citizens privately remembering their former queen in this era. These innocent acts of commemoration usually attracted nothing more than a warning, or at most, a monetary penalty. Besides, the decision to issue warnings or fines rested in the hands of law enforcement officers, not the cathedral. Secular laws and regulations were beyond the purview of ecclesiastical authorities. "This is not our domain," Agatha declared with a shake of her head. "Document this discovery, notify the local security forces, and leave the rest to them. We will, however, retain these mementos for further examination, just in case they conceal something." "Understood." Having coordinated the next steps at the site, Agatha rose from the worn-out sofa and inhaled deeply. There was an overwhelming amount to deal with, and she could not afford to dawdle here. "Don't forget to continue the investigation at the sewage plant and keep a close watch on the pipeline system in this district," she instructed her team before stepping out of the room. Beyond the room lay a narrow hallway, its antiquated stairs stretching forward under the muted glow of sparse lighting. Doors to two other apartments nearby had cautiously been cracked open, their inhabitants peering through, eyes wide with anxiety, observing the ongoing activity. Agatha raised her hand in acknowledgement. "Please return to your homes, gather your belongings, and await further instructions. We need to clear this area temporarily, but rest assured, we'll resolve the situation as swiftly as possible, and you'll be able to come back soon." With this, Agatha didn't wait for the inhabitants' responses. Instead, she moved down the staircase towards the exit on the ground floor. She didn't employ her usual method of travel, grey wind. Though she generally enjoyed the speed and convenience it provided, her mind was in disarray today, cluttered with numerous pressing matters. A slow, leisurely walk would assist her in mentally organizing these concerns. She also aimed to absorb the residual energy in the entire building on the off chance that she could detect any faint signs of elemental contamination elsewhere. With these thoughts in mind, she descended the weathered staircase to the entrance and stepped out into the open space surrounding the residential building. The stale, pungent aroma that had been lingering in the air dissipated immediately, replaced by the bracingly fresh, cold air of the outside world. This sudden shift in ambience revitalized Agatha's senses, even leading her to momentarily envision herself emerging from a dark, damp dungeon into the radiant sunlight. The throng of people that had previously gathered outside the residential building had now dispersed, leaving behind only a handful of curious bystanders who pointed and whispered amongst themselves from a safe distance. However, upon Agatha's emergence, even these lingering observers hastily made their departure. Yet, someone else remained. A furrow creased Agatha's forehead as she noticed a young woman with a concealed face, golden hair cascading down her back, and a bulky paper bag cradled in her arms. The woman stood in the open space before the building, seemingly lost in contemplation. "The area is under quarantine, it's not safe to linger," Agatha cautioned as she approached, her tone firm. Are you a resident here? The veiled blonde woman seemed startled, jolted back into the present. She turned to regard Agatha, pointing at herself in puzzlement. Are you speaking to me? Of course. Who else could I be referring to? Agatha frowned, slightly unnerved by the stranger in front of her. While she was certain she had no prior acquaintance with the woman, there was an eerie familiarity about her appearance, as if she had crossed paths with her recently. Do you live here? No, not here, the woman, Alice, quickly waved her hand dismissively and gestured vaguely into the distance. I reside over there, not that far away. What happened here? I heard there was a fatality. The city guardians are addressing the situation, Agatha responded casually, her bewilderment growing as she was not recognized by Alice, the city's gatekeeper. However, Alice seemed oblivious to the increasingly perplexed gaze of the bandaged woman standing in front of her. She found Agatha's dark attire intriguing because it reminded her of the captain's current appearance. The captain, however, had cautioned her against hastily judging people based on their appearances and against revealing too much about herself to strangers. The former was deemed impolite, the latter recklessly incautious. While Alice couldn't articulate these two concepts, she trusted in the captain's wisdom. It was time to take her leave. So, with a friendly wave towards Agatha, Alice said cheerfully, I must be off now. Thank you for answering my question. With that, the veiled blonde woman departed, her demeanor radiating a light-hearted, untroubled air. As Agatha watched her leave, an inexplicable unease settled over her. What was that woman's purpose here? In her 2 decades of living in this city-state, Agatha had never encountered anyone quite like Alice, a woman who exuded an indescribable aura of simplicity and joy, conversed with an unprecedented openness, and smiled with an innocence free of any hidden depths. Agatha's brow furrowed, a startling realization dawning upon her only after the woman had departed. No breath or heartbeat. The youthful gatekeeper immediately lifted her gaze towards the direction where the blonde woman had vanished, her instincts urging her to pursue. However, the hurried sound of approaching footsteps halted her impulse. A guardian dressed in dark attire hurried towards her, clutching a piece of intelligence dispatch in his hand, an expression of deep anxiety edged across his face. What happened? Agatha inquired sharply, not allowing the guardian a moment to speak before she voiced her own unease, as if things weren't chaotic enough, surely there can't be more complications. An urgent message arrived from Cemetery No. 3, the black-clad guard quickly informed, standing rigidly upright. Mysterious visitor clues, the original is on site. A brief pause overtook Agatha as she quickly snatched the missive from the guardian's grasp, her eyes scanning the script hastily. The young gatekeeper remained silent, motionless as if she were frozen in place, offering no response for an uncomfortable stretch of time. The black-clad guardian cast a concerned glance towards his superior, unable to contain his worry after a few beats. Gatekeeper, regarding this matter. Agatha slowly turned her gaze, locking eyes with her subordinate. What would be your course of action if someone abruptly informed you that a being of ancient godlike stature had physically manifested in our city-state, and their choice of mortal dwelling was a terraced 2-story house, leased through the Citizens' Help Center? I would probably seek spiritual counsel at the nearest church or consult a reputable psychiatrist, the black-clad guardian candidly replied. You're not wrong, but regrettably, I already serve as the representative for the highest priestly institution in the city-state, and the arrival of an ancient god is not a predicament a psychiatrist can resolve. Agatha sighed, meticulously folding the letter. Every issue carries significance, each problem demands immediate attention. She cast her gaze towards Oak Street with a heavy sigh, highlighted in the intelligence report. Intriguingly, it was the same direction the peculiar, seemingly lifeless blonde woman had ventured off towards. Brimming with excitement, Nina dashed throughout the entire house, eventually making her way into the kitchen, where she marveled at the superior quality of the cookware compared to those at Plan's house. On the other hand, Shirley and Dog meandered about the living and dining rooms on the first floor, playfully assuming the roles of inspectors and pausing occasionally to critique the decor. In addition, perched upon a nearby dining table, AI found herself buried under a mountain of fries, a veritable feast for her. After being cooped up on the vanished for so long, this provided a much-needed respite for the group. Reclining on the living room sofa, Duncan watched the scene unfold with a concealed smile. Though thick layers of bandages hid his amusement, Vanna, standing beside him, inexplicably sensed that the captain's eyes reflected the warmth of a doting father in that moment. Vanna rapidly shook her head, dismissing the bizarre comparison that had sprung to mind, her gaze shifting towards the 2 girls, and a dog, darting around the house. Have you checked out the empty room upstairs that's been allocated for you? She inquired. We did. We did. Nina bounded over enthusiastically, nodding emphatically, it's fantastic, even more spacious than my room at Plans. This place is really incredible. Shirley joined the conversation, a radiant smile illuminating her face. If I had known you guys had such a comfortable setup in the city-state, I would have hopped aboard 2 days ago. Being on the ship is so monotonous. There's absolutely nothing to do. Duncan slowly swiveled his head in her direction. I left you with plenty of homework, enough to occupy you for 3 hours each day. How could you possibly have nothing to do? Caught off guard by her own blunder, Shirley visibly recoiled. Did you complete her assignments for her? Duncan's gaze dropped towards Dog, who was doing his utmost to melt into the shadows. Dog seemed to shrink further under the scrutiny. I did it for extra practice, not wanting your efforts in educating us to be wasted. Duncan released a hearty laugh, clearly amused by the scene. Ease up, I invited you here for some relaxation, not to berate you, he gestured dismissively, his eyes falling upon the wall clock. Alice should be returning shortly, and we still have about an hour until dinner. Shirley, it's time to catch up on your homework, starting from page 16 of your textbook. After a prolonged period of silence, Shirley's desolate wail filled the air, a haunting lament that reverberated in the ears of both Vanna and Morris. Chapter 369, The Gatekeeper's Visit. Duncan found himself reclining comfortably on the plush sofa in the living room, engrossed in the pages of the newspaper he had picked up from a local vendor that same morning. He would occasionally shift his gaze, taking in the sight of Shirley as she furrowed her brows in concentration, diligently penning down words on a paper that lay on the coffee table. He also observed Dog, who seemed to be wholly absorbed in his reading of A Brief History of the City-State. In this unsettling and ominous reality that they found themselves in, Duncan had managed to carve out a semblance of familiar normalcy. The everyday routine provided a sense of reassurance, a comforting rhythm that echoed the life he had once led on Earth. Duncan's thoughts turned towards an idea he had entertained for a while. With Dog, Shirley, and Nina's presence, he had successfully resurrected an old dream of his, reinstating the small, intimate learning environment he once called Captain Duncan's classroom. This time, though, it was not on Earth but in this strange new world. He cast a glance across the coffee table to see Nina, who was perched on a petite stool, engrossed in completing her winter break homework. Morris was hovering nearby, supervising her progress and occasionally offering guidance to correct minor errors. You're doing a commendable job, Morris, Duncan complimented. Nina's fortunate to have you. Morris responded with a warm smile. She's a diligent young girl, and I wouldn't want to inhibit her growth in any way. He then turned to glance at Shirley's open workbook, his expression subtle yet revealing. I must admit, I didn't anticipate your aptitude for teaching others. Duncan arched an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, is that so? The structured study plan you've outlined for Shirley, Alice, and Dog is logical, even professional, Morris confessed, albeit with a touch of hesitance, and the examination papers you'd prepared earlier, they were quite professional as well. It's rather surprising. Morris seemed to choose his words carefully, demonstrating his genuine concern for the matter at hand. Initially, when he learned of Duncan's keen intent to tutor the trio who hadn't yet learned to read, he didn't envisage structured learning materials like flashcards and workbooks or basic arithmetic exercises. Instead, he imagined a more chaotic, perhaps even sinister scene, akin to a cult seeking forbidden knowledge. However, Morris was forced to re-evaluate his expectations upon seeing the fearsome Captain Duncan whip out a stack of literacy flashcards. While he had gradually adapted to Duncan's off-duty persona, amiable and pacifistic, the thought of such a notorious figure from subspace earnestly imparting knowledge, particularly literacy, still felt rather disconcerting. Knowing the underlying meaning in Morris' carefully chosen words, Duncan offered a casual response, dismissively waving his hand with a grin. Perhaps, in another life, I dreamed of being a teacher. Caught off guard, Morris fell silent. Meanwhile, Duncan cast a glance at Shirley's less-than-perfect penmanship and sighed. Sadly, the disparate learning progress among these three pupils can be quite exasperating. Morris fell silent, pondering for a moment before he agreed with a nod. Indeed. It seems like Dog could potentially self-study in a library all the way to a college degree while Shirley is still grappling with simple words. And Alice? Alice is. Duncan released another sigh, completing his sentence. Alice is hard-working, but in the end, she's still Alice. The learning curve of the trio on board the ship, who were initially unable to read, hadn't followed the trajectory that Duncan had expected. He had anticipated Shirley, with her innate intelligence, to make quicker progress. However, her stubborn refusal to embrace learning and her despondent attitude had resulted in her remaining semi-literate. Alice, in contrast, displayed commendable perseverance, yet her puppet-like cognitive abilities didn't seem particularly attuned to the nuances of reading and writing. Surprisingly, it was Dog who proved to be the most proficient learner. He had advanced to reading literature independently and even solving cubic equations, demonstrating an unexpected level of diligence and comprehension. Of the numerous shadowy hunters in pursuit of knowledge, it appeared that only Dog had managed to keep pace. In all honesty, this was a significant blemish on Duncan's, or rather Zhou Ming's, otherwise pristine teaching record. While Duncan sighed inwardly, Alice, who had stepped out earlier to pick up groceries, finally made her return, arriving nearly 20 minutes later than anticipated. "I'm back." As Alice stepped into the room and set her shopping down, she greeted everyone present. Noticing the top student, the underachiever, and the scholarly Dog diligently engrossed in their work, a bright smile illuminated her face. "Nina. Shirley. Dog. You're all here. We arrived this morning, and I've been doing homework for the majority of the day." Shirley looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. "The captain said I have to redo everything from page 16 onwards in my vocabulary book." 3 times, Duncan interjected calmly, "Don't conveniently cut your task down by 2/3. Choosing to disregard Shirley's subsequent reaction, he turned his attention to Alice. "What kept you? Did you run into any issues?" "No, not at all." Alice responded quickly, waving her hands dismissively. "I just came across something intriguing. I didn't stop to watch. I was conducting an investigation." Alice, a puppet by nature, was terribly inept at lying and concealing the truth. Her hastily concocted excuse quickly revealed the fact that she had been delayed by something interesting that had caught her attention en route. "Investigating?" Duncan looked at Alice, his interest piqued. Despite having warned her not to wander off, he wasn't particularly concerned about her slight detour. It was a minor issue. What intrigued him more was that Alice, who was usually rather oblivious, was now using words like investigating with unusual seriousness. Even if it were merely a spur-of-the-moment fabrication, Duncan found himself intrigued by what Alice claimed to have investigated. On a nearby street, there was a household, and someone had died. The clergy was present. Alice began her tale, detailing her observations during her detour on the way home. A woman confessed to killing her husband, and the bystanders mentioned the man had passed away before. "Oh, and I saw a woman who dresses just like you. She was covered in bandages too." Duncan attempted to follow Alice's somewhat disjointed and vague narrative, trying to piece together what had transpired. When he picked up on the mention of a bandaged woman, his eyebrows knitted together. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this detail, he noticed Vanna, who had been feeding AI at the dining table, abruptly stand up. "There's a stranger approaching," Vanna reported tersely. "It's a member of the clergy." Immediately, Duncan signaled Alice to be silent and don her veil again. Dog, who had been perched by the sofa, evaporated into the shadows within a blink of an eye. AI fluttered her wings and sought refuge atop a nearby cabinet while Morris rose from his seat, making his way towards the door. "Stay calm, we merely have a visitor," Duncan reassured everyone composedly. He nodded to Vanna and Morris's tension before leisurely strolling to the door and swinging it open. A young woman stood outside, dressed in a black trench coat, swathed in bandages, donning a black round hat, and clutching a staff. She was frozen in the midst of raising her hand to knock. For a moment, it was as though time stood still. Duncan took a moment to study the woman from head to toe before glancing down at his own attire. "Ah, a fashion collision," he quipped casually. "That's her. That's her." Standing slightly behind Duncan, Alice finally caught sight of their visitor and leaned in excitedly. "The woman in black I told you about, the one I saw when I was returning from shopping." Alice's voice seemed to snap the visitor out of her daze. Agatha's facial muscles twitched slightly, and after a concerted effort, she managed to drag her gaze away from the towering figure before her to the source of the voice. The breathless, golden-haired girl she had encountered a short while ago was standing inside the house, observing her with a mixture of curiosity and delight. So she was indeed here. Agatha drew several deep breaths, her efforts focused on steadying the wild galloping of her heart. The faint ringing that had started in her ears gradually subsided, and the darkness that had descended over her vision and the after-images spawned by her abrupt confrontation with the truth slowly began to dissolve. A sigh of relief slipped from her lips as she recalled the reason behind her visit. A stiff and discomforting smile began to form on her face. I didn't mean to intrude. I came to assess the situation, and you. Come in, Duncan replied, an air of indifference in his voice. He gestured for her to enter. It's rather chilly outside. We do not need to stand in the doorway to converse. Caught off guard, Agatha hesitated, seemingly unable to process his response. Observing this, Vanna, who had been quietly standing nearby, found herself frowning at the woman. You rushed here fully aware of what this place is, yet you didn't consider the possibility of what might occur once the door was opened. Cut her some slack, Morris quickly interjected. It's only natural to be taken aback upon meeting the captain for the first time. The higher one's spiritual vision, the more pronounced this reaction tends to be. This poor girl is clearly at sea. At Morris's words, Vanna's mind went back to her own initiation into the crew of the Vanished and conceded that the old man had a point. As Vanna and Morris carried on their exchange, Agatha finally collected herself. Although her thoughts were still in somewhat of a tumult, her rationality had wrestled back control. With Duncan deliberately damping down his overwhelming presence, she found her cognition wasn't significantly disturbed. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was momentarily dazed. Then she took a cursory look at the space Duncan had created for her and took a step forward after a brief pause of hesitation. She was well aware of what this place represented. She also knew that the imposing figure she had encountered was essentially an unspeakable entity that had descended upon the city-state, whose rank potentially rivaled the ancient gods. She knew she was venturing into a fallen site. However, when the door swung open, retreat was no longer an option. Behind Duncan, Morris watched the tightly wounded young woman enter the house and murmured to Vanna, "She's handling this better than you did initially." Vanna retorted softly, "That wasn't my fault. The captain was downright terrifying the first time he entered my dream." Morris conceded with a nod, "That's fair." Vanna added, "But I was significantly calmer the second time around." Overhearing the quiet exchange between the two, Duncan finally couldn't resist turning around to admonish them, "Neither of you were particularly composed the second time either. Keep it down, we have a guest." Chapter 370, Agatha understood. In a fusion of growing unease and raw intrigue, Agatha discreetly examined her surroundings. At a casual glance, the environment was nothing more than a typical dwelling. The bulk of the furniture may have been somewhat behind the times, but it was evidently cared for and in immaculate condition. The indoor atmosphere was crisp, signaling that the windows had been ajar for ventilation a short while ago. A distinctive sound of simmering water emanated from the kitchen, almost as if a pot of tea was in the making. The setting didn't strike her as a point of arrival, it was entirely ordinary, nothing more than a residential home. That said, Agatha had been aware right from the get-go that this was a standard home, no more, no less. Up until a few days prior, it had even been up for lease at the local community rental center. However, the fact that it was chosen as a temporary abode by a mysterious guest had piqued her interest, leading her to wonder if there was something peculiar about the place. But, as far as she could tell, there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Would you like some tea? Or maybe coffee?" Duncan proposed nonchalantly as he approached Agatha. Caught off guard, Agatha looked startled as she turned to face Duncan, who had settled beside her. It took her a second to process his question, after which she hastily gestured a decline. "No, thanks, I'm not parched." "Don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself at home," Duncan offered with a genial smile, comfortably sinking into the sofa facing Agatha. "Allow me to hazard a guess. If my instincts serve me right, you are the city-state's guardian. It seems unlikely that a routine guardian would make a domestic visit at this hour." "Gatekeeper Agatha," she corrected swiftly with a nod, making an effort to maintain her composure. "Did you anticipate my arrival? Either you were destined to arrive or someone else higher up in the church's ranks," Duncan responded with a touch of indifference. "Annie would notify the gravekeeper about my presence, and the gravekeeper, in turn, would inform the church. All I had to do was sit tight and await the arrival of the senior church official from this city-state." Adjusting her posture subtly, Agatha looked more intently at the imposing figure seated across from her. "I need to understand your true motives. What is your identity, and what has brought you to Frost?" "Didn't I state it already?" Duncan raised a questioning eyebrow. "I'm here to tackle the issues that have cropped up here. I was under the impression that I made that clear in my report." Agatha's mouth opened, her struggle evident as she grappled with such a straightforward response. After a brief pause, she inquired tentatively, "Is it really that simple? If you're in need of a more sinister motive and an elaborate scheme to find this situation believable, I'm more than capable of concocting one right here, right now, Duncan replied with a hint of nonchalance. What's your preference? Doomsday scenario or world domination? At this, Agatha's body stiffened perceptibly. You certainly managed to spook her, Vanna interjected suddenly, a couple of mild coughs punctuating her words from behind Duncan. This woman, the gatekeeper, she'll take it to heart. Will she, really? Duncan rotated slightly, an expression of bewilderment marking his features. I assumed it was clearly a jest. Drawing from personal experience, she will, Vanna conceded with a resigned sigh. Those who operate in our line of work are perpetually on tenterhooks, their sense of humor tends to be a bit lacking. Caught off guard, Duncan momentarily stumbled over his words. Simultaneously, Agatha regarded the towering woman with an air of confusion. For some unfathomable reason, ever since she stepped into the room, she had felt the intensity of Vanna's focus on her, as if she was being subjected to meticulous observation. But this is of little consequence. The crucial point is that she ascertained that the superior entity before her was merely toying with her through an ill-conceived, intimidating jest. I apologize for my overly cautious disposition, Agatha voiced out earnestly, the recent surge in aberrations within the city-state has heightened everyone's nervousness. I even started to suspect. She stalled, uncertain about how to complete her train of thought. Duncan, however, seamlessly carried on for her, suspected me, did you? It's understandable, given the coincidence of my appearance and the immediate interactions I've had with the annihilators and counterfeits. Agatha lapsed into silence, a blush of embarrassment coloring her features. I'd be interested to learn about the advancements you've made in your investigations, Duncan suggested, unperturbed by her reaction. Have you been able to unearth any leads? Agatha appeared torn, hesitant about divulging too much proprietary information to this mysterious visitor. However, after a beat, she cautiously began to articulate, following your warning, we indeed apprehended a few members of the Annihilation cult but garnered nearly no valuable intel. Those heretical minds, in a deep symbiotic relationship with the shadow demons, are incredibly resilient and often choose to self-annihilate at the very last instant. The ones we managed to seize alive are merely peripheral players with little knowledge about the grand scheme. As of now, we can only affirm that the frequent cloning phenomenon in the city is indeed attributable to these heretics, and they have successfully established a sprawling, hidden lair within Frost. However, as for the exact whereabouts of this hideout, we're still in the dark. Pausing for a moment, Agatha then proceeded, regarding Dagger Island, the one you referred to in your letter, what's more unsettling is that it has vanished. I'm aware, Duncan responded impassively. You were already in the know? Agatha inquired, visibly taken aback. This piece of news is supposed to be classified. Duncan retorted calmly, I have my independent sources. Even without leaving the city-state, I stay informed about certain occurrences out in the outer sea. Indeed, the source of this intelligence was Tyrion. After all, Dagger Island had dematerialized right before the eyes of the Mist Fleet. It stood to reason that the Iron Admiral would convey the circumstances to the vanished. Even with the shocking revelation, Duncan was left astounded but nothing more. The seemingly impossible phenomenon of such a vast island evaporating into thin air was beyond his comprehension. According to the information relayed by Tyrion, the island's vanishing act didn't involve sinking but rather a sudden dissolution into the sea. Preceding its disappearance was a series of persistent explosions, indicating that someone or something on the island had been activated. But beyond that piece of intel, further information was notably scant. Due to the meager details at hand, the peculiar mode of disappearance, and the absence of any residual traces post-disappearance, Dagger Island had evolved from an enigma into an even more profound mystery. The happenings on the island were unknown, and the island's current whereabouts were equally elusive. Do you know where Dagger Island has gone? Agatha's voice cut through Duncan's musings. The gatekeeper of the city-state looked up at him with earnest eyes. Do you understand what transpired there? Pondering for a moment, Duncan felt that confessing his fruitless all-night ruminations might taint his reputation. Therefore, after a brief hesitance, he pointed towards the ground. Beneath. Agatha recoiled in surprise. Are you suggesting that Dagger Island has sunk into the ocean, but the eyewitness testimonies claimed there were no visible whirlpools on the sea surface indicative of an island submerging? Duncan was at a loss for words. He was equally perplexed about the abrupt vanishing of such a colossal island. Nevertheless, he continued to point downwards, right at his feet. You're not referring to Dagger Island, you mean the hint lies beneath our feet. Agatha seemed to grasp his implication, and almost instantaneously, she recollected her recent conversation with Archbishop Ivan about the second waterway buried deep beneath the ground. City Hall and the Death Church had scoured the entire city-state. The stringent curfew and repetitive large-scale sweeps should theoretically have ensnared a significant number of concealed cultists, but the detainees were always mere foot soldiers. The initial waterway, subway, pipeline wells, and other potential hideouts had also been inspected thoroughly, yet there were no leads. The city-state had its physical boundaries. If the aforementioned locations failed to yield any traces of these heretics, the only remaining possibility was the second waterway. The collapsed sections, the gloomy caves, the contaminated vertical shafts, and pipes. They might indeed not be conducive to survival, but what if, against all odds, those cultists had managed to endure in such adverse conditions? Of course, conducting a thorough investigation of the second waterway had already been in the plans, but Agatha had been apprehensive about confirming whether this unavoidably resource-draining search operation held any substantial significance. Now, however, she had stumbled upon the most compelling justification for this undertaking. An affable entity of godlike stature had explicitly indicated the need to search beneath the surface. I see, it all makes sense now. We're on the correct path. Agatha sprang to her feet, her voice brimming with enlightenment and jubilation. She regarded Duncan, seated across from her, with an attitude that had suddenly morphed into one of sincere respect, and she proceeded to bow deeply. I get it, thank you profusely for your insightful guidance. Meanwhile, Duncan continued to point at the floor, appearing slightly bemused by the bandaged woman's sudden outburst of enthusiasm. What exactly had she comprehended? We will promptly initiate the next phase of the search operation, and this time, we will surely unearth the hideout of the heretics. Agatha, oblivious to Duncan's bafflement, spoke with confidence. She was soon ready to depart. I won't consume any more of your time, please excuse my interruption. I must take my leave. Okay, Duncan rose a moment too late, responding instinctively, take care. Agatha thanked him, turned around, and proceeded towards the door. Suddenly, she halted as though she had remembered something important. Alice, who was just about to stand up to bid her farewell, almost collided with her. Agatha cast a glance at Alice, but she didn't seem too perturbed by the blonde woman who lacked a heartbeat and breath. It was quite common for a godlike entity to be accompanied by followers with unusual traits, nothing to be surprised about. She shifted her gaze back to Duncan. I assure you, I will instruct the church's guardians, no one will come to bother you, Agatha stated solemnly. I hope you enjoy your stay in Frost. If there are any new developments, I will personally come to update you. Ah, well, that's great, Duncan responded with a chuckle. He was genuinely pleased with that. I truly appreciate the privacy. Agatha nodded, then turned to exit through the door again. However, after only a couple of steps, she halted, seemingly having remembered something else. There's one more thing I almost forgot. The gatekeeper seemed slightly flustered as she touched her forehead, looking back at Duncan. Duncan appeared puzzled. Oh. After a moment of hesitation, Agatha finally voiced the question that had been plaguing her and many others for a considerable amount of time, about the secret number you included at the end of your last report letter. Could you elucidate its meaning? I beg your pardon for our limited understanding. We've been attempting to decode it for quite some time, but we're yet to unravel the riddle you've left behind. Duncan, et. Chapter 371, An Unusual Aura. Under the slate-grey sky, Agatha found herself standing alone on the city street. The wind was as bitter as the frozen north, surging through the barren gap between towering buildings and ruthlessly assaulting her exposed face. It had a chilling touch that snapped her out of her pensive trance and back into the harsh reality. Despite the stark awakening, her mind remained consumed by a myriad of questions that threatened to shake the very foundations of her understanding and beliefs. Is it not the norm to commend those who take the initiative to report suspicions of heresy in Frost? Is it possible that you've never operated a bank account? Does your church not engage in day-to-day interactions with ordinary folks? Did you fail to identify that what you saw was a bank account number? The mere thought that her most significant oversight in dealing with the ethereal could happen in such mundane circumstances was beyond Agatha's wildest imagination. She was certain that Bishop Ivan of the cathedral, and the passionate cryptographers and diviners who were tirelessly deciphering the cryptic numbers in the sacred hall, would share her astonishment. A rhythmic clatter of approaching footsteps broke her contemplation. Her subordinates, who had taken refuge in a shelter adjacent to the building, were closing in. One of the guardians, dressed in an austere black uniform, noticed Agatha's dazed demeanor and voiced his worry, "Are you all right? That house." Agatha swiftly raised her hand, cutting him mid-sentence. She took a brief backward glance, then laboriously moved towards a nearby steam-powered car, heavily reliant on her cane for support. Her voice was barely above a whisper, "Leave the inhabitants of this house undisturbed. Alert the local chapel and advise the guardians to steer clear from here. The silent cathedral will manage all direct communications with this residence." "Understood, gatekeeper," the black-clad guardian bowed in acknowledgement of his new directives. "Do you require some rest?" Agatha paused, then exhaled a weary sigh. "If it were possible, I'd immediately visit the closest church sanctuary or seek guidance from a reputable psychiatrist." The subordinate appeared startled. "Pardon? Never mind that. I don't need any rest." Agatha dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand. "Let's head back to the cathedral. We need to initiate the search beneath the city-state immediately." "The church's representatives have departed," Morris observed from the comfort of his window, keeping a keen eye on the street activity. As the grey-blue steam car vanished into the intersection, he turned to Duncan. "I was certain they'd leave behind a few of their observers. A gatekeeper in the Church of Death holds the same stature as an inquisitor in the Storm Church. She is bound by her promise. If she vowed not to cause disturbance, there wouldn't be any underhanded tactics," Vanna interjected from the side. "Moreover, she realizes that such actions would be futile." At this, Duncan quirked an eyebrow, shooting a glance at Vanna. "I half expected you'd want to engage with that gatekeeper. After all, both of you tread the same path." "I struggle to envision any topic we could engage in," Vanna dismissed the notion with a shake of her head. "My standing is rather complicated. As an inquisitor of the Storm Church or a representative of the Vanished, initiating dialogue with Frost's Church at this stage would only invite unnecessary complications." Duncan grunted noncommittally, choosing not to comment. The silence stretched on until Nina's curiosity compelled her to speak up. "That gatekeeper nun appeared rather enthused when she departed, as though she harbored some strategy. What's this search plan she hinted at? Uncle, do you have any insights?" Both Vanna and Morris simultaneously cast their inquiring gazes upon Duncan. After a thoughtful pause, he slightly nodded in agreement. Initially, he had been surprised, but now he had managed to puzzle out the situation. Agatha's response was a clear indication. After the fruitless searches within the main sections of the city-state, it appeared that the Church of Death had shifted its focus to the murky underworld. The second waterway. In the past, due to its prohibitive costs and logistical challenges, the authorities of Frost had chosen to leave the second waterway a relic from the Queen's reign dormant deep within the city-state's subterranean bowels. Their intervention was usually limited to occasional symbolic cleansing and sealing procedures within the upper sectors that connected to the waterway. However, the current circumstances seemed to suggest that they could no longer afford to worry about the cost implications. Duncan glanced up at Vanna. "Drop by Nemo's pub again later today and forewarn him. The church might be on the brink of launching an operation targeting the second waterway. He and his associates should remain on high alert." The second waterway was a sprawling network, and the section controlled by Nemo and his associates was but a small portion of the entire sewage system. This particular segment was intentionally concealed and sealed off, rendering it virtually invisible to the city's authorities and the church. Although it should theoretically escape detection, there was no telling just how resolved the church was in their current pursuit. Therefore, a precautionary alert seemed prudent. Moreover, the situation concerning Dagger Island is equally disconcerting, Duncan added after a moment of contemplation. The process leading to the island's vanishing is glaringly inconsistent with reason. I fear it may be a harbinger of more unusual events to follow. Morris, keep tabs on various city news, particularly in the districts near the eastern port, for any peculiar rumors. Morris acknowledged the instructions with a nod. "Understood. We ought to alert Tyrion as well, to monitor any anomalies within that maritime zone." As Duncan stroked his chin, he quietly muttered to himself, meticulously reviewing his plans to ensure no detail was overlooked. At that moment, he noticed Shirley stealthily approaching him. Her movements were quiet and seemed somewhat surreptitious. "What seems to be the issue?" Duncan queried, adopting a casual tone. "It's not an issue with me, it's about Dog," Shirley swiftly dismissed with a wave of her hand, then lifted her arm. A black chain magically materialized out of nowhere, at the end of which, Dog, who had taken a hasty retreat when gatekeeper Agatha showed up, now emerged before Duncan. Dog claimed he has something to report. "An incident?" Duncan frowned, his gaze landing on the apprehensive dark hound. "What kind of incident?" Dog shook his grotesque head and cautiously glanced towards the door before voicing his concern. I can't be entirely certain if I'm mistaken, but that gatekeeper named Agatha. I detect an aura about her that's strikingly familiar. An uneasy silence blanketed the room, and Duncan's eyes hardened instantaneously. A familiar aura? What are you suggesting? A shadow demon? No, not a shadow demon. Dog was quick to shake his head in denial. I'm struggling to articulate it clearly. You're aware, my memories prior to receiving a heart are somewhat foggy, but that aura, it somewhat echoes the ambience I experienced in the presence of the Netherlord. Upon hearing Dog's revelation, everyone exchanged a flurry of perplexed glances, whereas Duncan, his expression grim, demanded, "Why did you not mention this earlier?" I didn't dare to reveal myself just then. Dog recoiled slightly. She is a gatekeeper after all. Of course, she's no match for you, but given that Frost is currently sweeping the entire city for disciples of annihilation and shadow demons, I feared that exposing myself could lead to a misunderstanding, which might inadvertently impede your operations. Dog's justification held some weight, and Duncan decided against interrogating him further, but the situation it had reported certainly took everyone by surprise. Gatekeeper Agatha, the preserver of Frost, how could she possibly harbor the aura of the Netherlord? Could it be, has the gatekeeper fallen from grace? Or has she been corrupted? Morris pondered aloud, his tone laden with concern. But her demeanor appeared utterly normal. There wasn't any discrepancy in her speech or behavior. Could she be oblivious to it? Shirley tentatively chimed in from the sidelines. Isn't it said that cognitive corruption is the most elusive to detect, particularly for the person at the heart of it? Duncan remained silent but shifted his gaze towards Vanna. She doesn't seem to have fallen or been corrupted, and she's definitely not an imposter. Vanna's brow furrowed as she slowly articulated her thoughts, revisiting the various nuances of Agatha. I didn't detect any abnormal aura emanating from her. Dog, are you absolutely certain about what you sensed? As I mentioned earlier, I'm not entirely confident if I interpreted the sensation accurately, Dog articulated, his voice resonating with a sense of unease. It was merely a subtle aura that echoed the profundity of the abyssal deep sea. It might not even be intrinsically hers. Besides, didn't she mention that she recently apprehended some disciples of annihilation? Even though they weren't particularly significant figures, wouldn't it be expected for her to have inadvertently absorbed some aura from the abyssal deep sea after incessantly dealing with them on a daily basis? Nevertheless, Duncan continued to furrow his brows. While Dog's rationale appeared plausible, he sensed that the situation wasn't that straightforward. Would a seasoned priestess, a gatekeeper of the city-state, neglect to purify herself after interrogating heretics? Would she nonchalantly roam about, tainted by the aura of the heretics? Vanna stepped forward, posing a question: should we summon the gatekeeper here to clarify the situation? Or should we go to her? Neither. If she is indeed on the brink of falling or has forged an alliance with the shadowy entities, any direct interaction could potentially tip her off. Duncan shook his head, his gaze trailing in the direction Agatha had vanished. I'll stealthily monitor the situation. The rest of you should refrain from contacting her. Stealthily monitor? Vanna paused, about to probe what Duncan meant by stealthily monitor, when something seemed to jog her memory. Certain past recollections floated to the surface, leading to a sudden realization. You implanted a mark on her. She has seen me. Duncan responded with a slight nod. In his peripheral vision, a tiny green flame flickered softly at a spot a fair distance from their location. That was the direction in which Agatha had exited. Chapter 372, Lost in the Deep. As Agatha journeyed back to the cathedral, her mind was caught in a tempest of thoughts. The confirmation of the second waterway as the valid avenue for exploration had brought a slight wave of relief to her. Nevertheless, the mystery surrounding the identity of the enigmatic entity continued to disconcert her. It was now indisputable that this entity demonstrated a benevolent demeanor towards Frost. Yet, in her role as the leader and guardian of this city-state, she found herself grappling with the potential long-term implications of this relationship. Any higher-order, transcendental being wouldn't simply engage in an observation of the mortal realm without an underlying motive. The act of such observation, in its own right, constituted a noticeable intrusion. A slew of questions kept her awake at night. How long would this shadowy visitor persist in observing their world? What could be the long-term impact of its enduring presence on Frost? Could the existence of the people in the city-state be fundamentally altered under such influence? Was the entity aware of the consequences of its presence? Or, was it a matter of complete indifference to it? The modest steam core emitted a robust, resonating growl, powering the mechanical vehicle to traverse the timeless streets of the city-state. As they journeyed, the scenery lining the edges of the road gradually retreated into the periphery of her vision, and the vehicle reduced its speed somewhat as they crossed another intersection. "Ma'am, are we heading directly back to the cathedral?" Her subordinate's voice punctured her contemplation from the driver's seat. Lifting her gaze, Agatha peered out of the car window, her gaze falling upon the familiar structure of the cathedral in the distance. The silent cathedral, as always, silently dominated the city-state's skyline. At the city's heart was a mountain, a rough conical landform that stood as the city-state's core. Beneath it were the rich ore mines that bestowed a wealth that seemed to have no end. At the peak of this mountain were two prominent edifices, the silent cathedral and city hall. These two grand structures, standing shoulder to shoulder at the city's highest point, were visible from every nook and corner of the city-state. At least one of them was always in view. With its grandeur and solemnity, the cathedral appeared hallowed against the backdrop of the infinite sky. Opposite it stood the city hall, another imposing structure. Half a century ago, during the reign of the Queen, this building had been a palace. Officially named the Winter Court, it was colloquially referred to by most as the Queen's Palace. In that era, now considered forbidden to discuss, the Winter Court and the silent cathedral stood as twin sentinels over the city-state, their symbolic protective forces captured in the mythology of old. The church safeguarded the city through the night, and the royal house stood guard during the day, their forces complementing each other in a harmonious balance. Despite the passage of time and the end of the Queen's era, the present-day reality wasn't drastically different. City Hall, embodying secular power, continued to stand as the caretaker of the city. Agatha found herself sinking deep into a contemplative state. Unconsciously, her gaze fixated on the mountain, a sight she had seen countless times, and the two buildings crowning it. These structures, to her, seemed like two titanic beasts perched at the summit. The multitude of houses and factories clustered on the mountain's flank appeared to her as rivulets of lifeblood flowing from these beasts, meandering down the slopes. A sudden, minor sting pricked at her eyes. "Gatekeeper, shall we proceed to the cathedral?" The voice of her subordinate once more echoed from the front seat, jarring Agatha out of her reverie. She blinked, registering a faint humming in her ears that vanished as quickly as it came, along with her momentary lapse into the memories of a time now past. "No, let's make our way to the sewage treatment center first," Agatha replied, shaking her head. "The doppelganger that vanished in the washroom is a matter of concern. I need to verify the situation personally." "Understood." With a lively hum, the steam core resumed its operation, and with practiced elegance, the car traced an arc at the intersection, directing itself towards the sewage treatment center. The sky was blanketed by a thick layer of clouds, with the feeble daylight managing to cast an eerie and uncertain glow amidst the shadows. In the distance stretched an endless expanse of sea with a thin veil of mist hovering over its surface. Lawrence stood at the prow of the White Oak, his brows knitted together as he stared at the far-off seascape, a sight that had remained constant for what seemed like an eternity. Glancing in the other direction, the sea extended to infinity there as well. No other ships were in sight, let alone any indication of a city-state. Lawrence's brows furrowed even deeper as a biting wind swept across the deck, tugging at his clothes and ruffling his white hair. "How long have we been sailing away from Frost?" he suddenly asked the first mate standing beside him. "A full day and night, Captain," came the immediate reply from the first mate. "We've been at full speed." "Something seems off. It feels as if we're going in circles." Lawrence's face hardened, his gaze darting towards the confused light in the sky, and then, as if recalling something, he asked, "Is the telegraph able to receive signals from the nearby city-states or ports?" "Yes," the first mate affirmed with a nod, his expression mirroring Lawrence's seriousness, "but only from Frost." Taking a shallow breath, Lawrence inquired, "What does it say?" "The greeting message," the first mate relayed with deliberate slowness, "The port is open, welcome to Frost." "The same message is being broadcast on repeat." Lawrence's brow furrowed even more at this revelation. After an extended silence, the first mate eventually voiced his suspicion, "It's as if we're still caught in Frost's vicinity." "It appears we are ensnared within these waters," Lawrence stated, his voice low and laden with worry. "How is the crew holding up?" "Everyone's caught on that something's amiss, but they're remarkably composed." The first mate glanced back towards the deck where the sailors were diligently going about their tasks. "They're performing exceptionally well. We've encountered oddities in the boundless sea before, and everyone has faith that you can navigate us out of this predicament. Therefore, no one is imposing on you." Lawrence responded with silence, simply lifting his gaze once more to the disorderly sky. Observing his captain's unusual focus, the first mate couldn't help but ask, "What is it that you're looking for?" Lawrence rubbed his temple, feeling a peculiar emptiness in his mind, like he had mislaid something crucial. "I'm mulling over our navigation path." Navigation path? Yes, the course, Lawrence intoned, his eyes forcefully shut and then reopened as he wrestled with the missing piece of information, the words seeming to be more to himself than to anyone else. "Does it not feel like we've forgotten something? Our current course, should we adjust it?" Taken aback, the first mate stuttered out a response. "Adjust the course? Are you suggesting the observatory?" "The navigator." "No, not the observatory," Lawrence abruptly cut off the first mate's speculation, appearing to slowly emerge from a long bout of mental fog. "The observatory is reserved for special circumstances as it's contaminated and we can't rely on it frequently. There ought to be a simpler, more commonly used, safer method to confirm our direction during the day. There must be such a method." As he spoke, Lawrence's words sped up, and then, as though a light bulb had been switched on in his mind, he abruptly pivoted and dashed towards the captain's quarters, not providing any hint about his sudden recollection. Left bemused but instinctively following the captain, the first mate trailed Lawrence back into the captain's quarters, watching as Lawrence rummaged about the room. Eventually, he couldn't resist asking, "What are you searching for?" "Some sort of device, used during daylight, to correct the course," Lawrence answered, his voice hurried as he continued his search, a potent memory starting to rise from the depths of his mind. He was on the brink of remembering, of knowing what he sought, and then, his gaze fastened on a table nearby. Nestled on the table was a small apparatus, made up of a telescopic tube and several uniquely marked scales. With hesitation, Lawrence approached and lifted the compact device, grappling with his memory to recollect its function. After a few moments, he exited the room, the little instrument securely in hand, and emerged on the deck. The first mate watched as Lawrence held the device aloft and directed it skyward. "Captain, what are you attempting?" the first mate questioned, unable to mask his curiosity. Lawrence carefully lowered the device, a fleeting glimmer of deep green sparking within his eyes, unnoticed by the first mate standing opposite him. The elderly captain's expression was a mixture of bewilderment and astonishment. He and the first mate locked eyes for several intense seconds before he finally managed in a hoarse whisper, "Do you recall, an entity in the sky that glowed and emitted heat, moving with unwavering accuracy and precision above us, which ships used to orient their course during daylight?" The first mate's eyes widened as if dormant memories or inklings were stirring within his mind. Turning his gaze back to the tumultuous clouds and the faint, seemingly sourceless light that lingered behind them, the light seemed to permeate uniformly, with no traces of a singular, intense luminous body amidst the cloud cover. Drawing his gaze away from the nebulous expanse above, he fixed his gaze on his first mate. "Where has the sun vanished to?" Confounded, the first mate could only echo the captain's query, "Where has the sun vanished to?" "We're not astray, not ensnared, not caught in a cyclical anomaly," Lawrence murmured softly, "the White Oak has sailed into an anomalous space." The first mate slowly raised his gaze, staring out across the vast sea beyond the ship's side, a blend of confusion and fear etched on his face. But suddenly, it seemed as if he'd discerned something. There, breaking the monotony of the seascape, was a sliver of land. A tiny island. Chapter 373, To Frost. The island was a peculiar sight, featuring a winding coastline snaking through steep, rocky cliffs, shrouded under dense fog. Its opaque veil concealed any clear visibility of its landscape, allowing only an indistinct perception of the uneven terrain. The bizarre shapes looming in the foggy backdrop could either be jagged outcrops of rock or remnants of collapsed structures. The fog made it impossible to tell. Its manifestation was startlingly abrupt, as if conjured from the ether in close proximity to the ship named White Oak. "What's that?" the first officer gasped, disbelief etched on his face as he squinted towards the looming silhouette of the island emerging from the distant sea. The recent epiphany about the sun had already sent a shudder of unease through him, a feeling which had yet to dissipate. Now, an island that had materialized out of nowhere had managed to unsteady this otherwise hardened sailor, hinting at an underlying fear in his trembling voice. "An island? Does an island exist near Frost? Was it plotted on our original course?" "The concept of a planned course no longer holds," replied Lawrence, the captain, his voice steady and soothing despite the baffling circumstances. Even though he too was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the sun, he appeared to regain his composure quickly. "As for this island, I recall an island called Dagger Island near Frost, but I can't confidently identify this as the same one, its appearance doesn't quite align with the nautical charts. What's our next move, Captain? Asked the first mate, shifting his gaze back to Lawrence. Do we advance towards it? Or give it a wide berth? The captain paused, mulling over the possibilities. The sudden apparition of the island, right after they had comprehended the concept of the sun, seemed too strange to be coincidental. Was its emergence somehow connected to their recent cognitive adjustment? Was the pervasive fog a true meteorological phenomenon or a deceptive illusion bred from cognitive dissonance? Did the island stay stationary? Was it even possible for the white oak to evade it? Suppose the island's sudden appearance was an intentional act. In that case, it was conceivable that the island would continue to reappear in the ship's path regardless of the direction the white oak took. Regardless of the uncertainties, a cautious approach dictated that they should avoid getting too close. Avoid it, Lawrence instructed in a stern tone, maneuver around it from the port side and make haste. Aye, Captain. Upon receiving the order, the first officer made a swift retreat towards the ship's bridge. Shortly after, the piercing blast of the ship's foghorn reverberated across the white oak. Lawrence could feel the ship subtly altering its course beneath his feet while the ship's steam engine, deep within its hull, unleashed a mighty roar, signaling an increase in speed. The sudden materialization of the island hadn't gone unnoticed by the sailors aboard the White Oak. Some crew members had ventured closer to the deck's edge, their eyes wide with apprehension as they watched the distant island cloaked in an eerie fog. As they watched, the ship progressively distanced itself from the island, leaving it to become a shrinking silhouette on the horizon. This allowed Captain Lawrence to heave a sigh of relief as he swiveled towards the direction of the ship's bridge. However, his stride faltered abruptly within seconds. A figure had emerged into his line of sight, a woman donned in a captain's uniform. Her slightly curled hair cascaded down her back, and her arms were folded over her chest. A faint, almost enigmatic smile danced on her lips. "Do you recall what I told you?" Her voice broke the silence, steeped in a resigned tone. "You should have retired when you had the chance. Don't wait until my appearance on your ship becomes the catalyst for your regrets. Lawrence, you've aged." Martha. Lawrence found her name tumbling out of his lips reflexively, and without missing a beat, he plunged his hand into his pocket, his fingers desperately seeking the vial of potion. A surge of confusion washed over him. Why was she here already? Why did the potion's effects recede so swiftly? It hadn't even been a full day since Martha's last appearance. Could the potion's duration of effect have dwindled this drastically? His hand shook uncontrollably as he finally managed to secure his grip around the vial of potion. Just as he was about to unseal it, he felt a hand gently clasping his arm. In a blink of an eye, Martha had maneuvered herself to his side. Her hand found his arm, her touch surprisingly warm, and her eyes, filled with concern, bore into his. "The potion is losing its potency, you must realize that," she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you drink it now, my phantom will disappear momentarily, only to re-emerge. If you empty an entire vial, my disappearance will be prolonged, but I'll eventually return. Lawrence, the potion is losing its effectiveness." I don't understand," Lawrence stuttered, his eyes fluttering as he gazed upon the face so familiar to him, only to be overcome by a chilling sensation engulfing his heart. "I am aware of my mental state, and I trust the expertise of my psychiatrist, but why? Your cognition is deteriorating, Lawrence, can't you perceive it? These waters are meddlesome and affecting you," Martha murmured. The voice could have been Martha's, or perhaps the echo of Lawrence's subconscious realization. Deep within, the seasoned-old captain had already started connecting the dots. "The longer you remain here, the quicker your cognitive abilities will decay. Tread carefully, Lawrence, you're navigating the treacherous waters of the open sea. How do I escape this place?" Lawrence found himself questioning reflexively, his fingers releasing their grip around the vial in his hand without conscious thought. The small glass container plummeted to the deck, shattering upon impact with a distinct, crystalline sound. A portion of the elixir seeped out from the remnants of the vial, blending seamlessly with the water pooled on the deck. Lawrence stared at the shards of the broken vial underfoot, his mind blank. With her hand still lightly resting on his arm, Martha whispered her directive, "Find your way to Frost." Her words jolted him from his trance. He snapped his head up to find the space beside him devoid of any presence. Only the residual warmth on his arm suggested someone had been there moments ago. Suddenly, the rhythmic patter of hurried footsteps approaching disrupted his stupor. Lawrence lifted his gaze to find his first mate hastening towards him. "Captain, we've successfully distanced ourselves from the island, the first mate reported breathlessly. However, he then craned his neck, surveying their surroundings with an air of perplexity. Who was with you just now? A member of the crew. I was alone, Lawrence started, his response cut short as he registered the first mate's question. Wait, you're saying you saw someone with me just now? Yes, there was a woman standing next to you, but I couldn't make out her features, the first mate replied, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. Did I misinterpret what I saw? Lawrence's eyes widened in sheer surprise, his expression startling the first mate. After a few tense seconds, he blurted out, you could see her. The first mate swallowed hard, taken aback by the captain's reaction. Yes, I did see someone. As the words left his mouth, a dawning realization seemed to unsettle him, his countenance turning grave. Wait, was I experiencing a hallucination? Has it affected me? It indeed was a hallucination, but, in theory, it was meant to be visible solely to me. Lawrence's face turned serious, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He gestured for his first mate to remain calm, even though his own mind was in turmoil. It shouldn't have been visible to anyone else. The veteran seafarer raised his head, his gaze wandering as if half expecting to catch sight of Martha's form. In his mind, the lines of demarcation began to blur, reality morphed with illusion, memories entwined with delusions. The boundary between reality and fantasy seemed to dissolve in this place. The hallucination that should have only existed in his perception had infiltrated another's vision. The unreal was materializing, but what about reality? Was this stretch of sea real? Was the white oak tangible? What was the true essence of this mysterious place? Lawrence's thoughts whirled in disarray, but they were abruptly shattered by the loud cries of sailors from somewhere along the ship's deck. The crew had detected something on the horizon. Exchanging a quick, meaningful glance with his first mate, Lawrence swiftly sprinted towards the ship's edge. As they peered over the railing, the cause for the sailors' outcry came into view. An island blanketed in a foggy shroud had materialized on the frontal side of the White Oak, its serpentine coastline and jagged rocky cliffs jutting into view. The island had reappeared. The island moves, the first mate swallowed hard, his face paling as his worst fears were confirmed. It's caught up to us. Or, it's possible we've been moving in circles, and this sea area is interspersed with veils that temporarily blind us, Lawrence offered, his voice barely a murmur as he kept his eyes glued to the island. We might even be sailing right alongside Frost. The first mate looked puzzled at the captain, clearly thrown off by the sudden mention of Frost. But he quickly composed himself and posed his question, Captain, what's our course of action this time? Do we continue evading it? Lawrence lapsed into a thoughtful silence, pondering for a moment. Martha's gentle directive echoed in his mind, go to Frost. Of course, the island wasn't the city-state of Frost he knew, but its repeated appearances in close proximity to the White Oak could be some kind of indication. Not too long ago, he had commanded the White Oak to hurriedly retreat from the ominous atmosphere enveloping the city-state of Frost, only to be ensnared in these uncharted waters. Now, Martha was directing him, instructing him to go to Frost. A peculiar island radiating an even more unnerving aura had cropped up before them, and not for the first time. Faced with such circumstances, what should his decision be? We set a course for the island. Chapter 374, The Messenger of Frost. Tyrion found himself positioned on the impressively lofty bridge of the naval vessel, the Sea Mist. His gaze, lost in contemplation, traversed through the expansive view offered by the wide frontal window, settling on the immeasurable ocean stretching out before him into the horizon. This was the direction where Dagger Island was supposed to be located, but now, all he could see was an enormous stretch of undulating sea. Like tiny specks in the distance, a smattering of scout boats were still conducting a seemingly futile quest for any trace of the lost island. Dagger Island had been missing from all charts and navigational tools for an extended period. Despite the relentless search efforts from the people of Frost and the Mist Fleet, not a single clue had surfaced from the purported region of the vanished island. Tyrion, a formidable pirate by reputation, let out a sigh filled with an ineffable mix of emotions. He turned away from the mesmerizing view, abandoning the bridge for the more private confines of his captain's quarters. In the interior of his private space, an ancient oval-shaped mirror dominated the desk, its antique design forming a striking contrast against the otherwise modern and technologically advanced ambience of the Sea Mist. Drawn towards this piece of history, Tyrion approached the mirror and cautiously examined his reflection. A wave of hesitation seemed to fleetingly cross his features. However, he soon shook off his indecisiveness. Reaching into a drawer, he retrieved a beautifully carved candlestick intended for ceremonies and carefully placed it before the mirror. "Sea mist calling the vanished," Tyrion whispered into the silence. In that moment, he felt a kinship with those sailors who, in their final bouts of insanity driven by the illusions of the boundless sea, offered sacrifices while invoking the terrifying power that resided in the deepest, darkest abyss of the ocean. His situation was not vastly different. The entity he was invoking was indeed the most formidable power known in these waters. In fact, the terrifying power was none other than his father. The candlestick burst into flame of its own accord, the brilliant dance of the flame casting playful shadows across the room. The mirror reflected this eerie play of light and shadow, and Tyrion, anxiety creeping into his heart, observed the tiny flame. As it flickered several times before transforming into a ghastly green hue, he knew his call had been received. The oval mirror swiftly became a canvas of flames, its center turning an ominous pitch black. Tyrion's reflection disappeared, to be replaced, a moment later, by another figure, that of Duncan, his father's primary form, which resided in the vanished. Duncan was casually holding a piece of bread in his hand. He glanced upward at the mirror, a look of mild curiosity on his face. "I was about to have lunch. Have you eaten?" Not yet." Taken by surprise, Tyrion responded awkwardly. Duncan seemed to have subtly changed after regaining his human form, exhibiting a unique, albeit amiable, manner of greeting. This new approach was friendly, but it left Tyrion feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, he hadn't had such an informal, relaxed conversation with his father in what felt like forever. "Eating your lunch punctually is beneficial for your health," Duncan advised nonchalantly. "Now, what is it that you require from me?" "Despite a thorough search in and around the location of Dagger Island, we've turned up empty," Tyrion asserted, regaining his focus and steering the conversation towards the urgent matter. "The individuals from Frost are relentlessly continuing their hunt, but I fear they'll meet the same outcome as us. The island was consumed by the deep sea. The crux of the issue lies beneath the water's surface. A surface search won't yield anything meaningful," Duncan said, shaking his head. "Furthermore, we currently lack the appropriate diving equipment to conduct an underwater search. Also, the city is becoming increasingly tense. The church is planning to extend their search to the second waterway soon. Rest assured, I've already dispatched a warning to your informants." At the mention of the Death Church planning to search the second waterway, Tyrion felt a wave of tension sweep over him. However, Duncan's assurance that he had alerted Tyrion's informants eased his worry somewhat. Brows knitted in thought, he asked, "Do they suspect that there's a heretic stronghold hidden within the second waterway in the city? Considering they've already overturned the entire city-state except for this area, it's a logical suspicion," Duncan responded, an eyebrow raised. "They're running out of places to search apart from the second waterway." Tyrion lapsed into thoughtful silence, his forehead creased in a frown. Observing his expression, Duncan inquired, "What are you thinking?" "I highly doubt they'll uncover any leads in the second waterway," Tyrion said, shaking his head slowly. "Even though my informants don't control the entire second waterway, they have a solid understanding of the happenings there and control several strategic points. If a substantial number of annihilators were hiding there, conducting large-scale rituals, I believe I would have received some intel. Maybe they've managed to hide extremely well, or perhaps the ceremonies they've been conducting have somehow distorted the perceptions of any informants who might have detected their activities. The informants either didn't notice anything, or if they did, they might have been corrupted, thereby preventing you from receiving accurate information," Duncan suggested. Tyrion nodded slowly. "That is indeed a plausible explanation, particularly given your confirmation of the existence of cognitive pollution within the city-state. I will also maintain surveillance on the second waterway," Duncan assured him through the mirror. "I'm equally curious about the whereabouts of these annihilation followers. If your informants encounter any difficulties during this operation, I'll extend as much assistance as I can." "Thank you. I appreciate it greatly." Tyrion bowed his head respectfully in response. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door of the captain's quarters. "Someone's at your door," Duncan, alert to the interruption even through the mirror, noted. "If there's nothing else you need, you should attend to your duties." "Very well, father." As Duncan's form faded from the mirror, the flames followed suit, reverting the candlestick back to its original dormant state. Exhaling softly, Tyrion felt the burden on his heart ease slightly. His brow furrowed as he rose from his seat and opened the door. "What's the matter?" "A speedboat from Frost has approached," the undead sailor standing outside the door, easily identifiable by the visible hole in his head, reported, saluting his captain. They are displaying flags and emitting light signals indicating non-aggressive action and request for contact while drawing closer. It seems as though they are emissaries. Emissaries. Surprise flickered on Tyrion's face, but it was quickly replaced by a gleam of interest. Intriguing, it appears they can no longer contain their restlessness. Should we fire upon them? The sailor's eyes glinted with anticipation. Absolutely not, allow them to come aboard, Tyrion commanded, shooting a stern glare at the eager sailor. He then added, only permit 3 individuals to board. If they don't agree, they can return whence they came. Aboard the mechanized speedboat, bearing the emblem of the city-state of Frost, a man adorned in a respectable suit and gold-rimmed spectacles stood on the deck at the bow. He repeatedly removed his glasses, wiping them nervously as he observed the formidable steel warship growing larger in his field of view. The sea mist, steadily drawing nearer, loomed like a colossal mountain afloat in the icy sea, exuding an increasingly palpable sense of oppression. Encircling the speedboat were floating fragments of ice, drifting like sentient entities in the oceanic expanse. The icy fragments seemed to deliberately circle the speedboat, persistently clashing against the hull near the waterline and striking an unsettling rhythm. The secretary, in a reflexive nervous habit, wiped his glasses again. However, his thoughts were inadvertently invaded by the folklore passed down through generations in Frost tales of curses from the outer sea, the legendary pirate shrouded in fog, sailors turned into frozen statues within their dreams, and children's tales. We're close enough, the secretary, placing his gold-rimmed glasses back on, took a steadying breath and instructed the officer beside him, we should maintain this distance. Any closer, and that warship will surely commence firing. Reduce speed to minimum, make a left turn. The officer pivoted and bellowed his orders to the scout sailor. The mechanical speedboat promptly decreased its speed, making minor adjustments to its trajectory to align parallel with the colossal steel warship. Simultaneously, the officer was scrutinizing the movements of the sea mist. A sudden flash of light emerged from the warship, followed by the sight of a sailor brandishing a flag towards the speedboat. They're signaling, the secretary inquired in haste, what's the message? The sea mist has granted our request, thank heavens, it's a signal that a living being can comprehend, the officer visibly relaxed. He then noticed a small boat being lowered from the side of the warship, they're launching a vessel for transportation of personnel. May the god of death be with us. I assumed they would simply retaliate with gunfire. The secretary was also noticeably relaxed. As the inaugural envoy dispatched to negotiate with the Mist Fleet, despite his readiness to sacrifice himself for the city-state prior to his mission, he still experienced a sensation of relief akin to narrowly escaping a deadly encounter. The boat dispatched from the sea mist rapidly neared Frost's mechanical speedboat. On board were a handful of undead sailors donning old naval uniforms. The distinctive Queen's insignia on their sleeves and the uniforms, symbolic of a bygone era, were particularly conspicuous. But what was truly startling was their uncanny appearances as the undead. 2 of them bore large, gaping holes in their heads, another displayed a cavernous hole through his chest, while one seemed unscathed yet bore the bloated and horrifying countenance of a corpse submerged in sea water for days. Upon witnessing the arrival of these undead sailors, the Frost sailors aboard the mechanical speedboat felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. As they watched these spectral figures step onto their vessel, many sailors displayed an array of complex expressions. Regardless, the undead sailors appeared thrown by the attitudes of the living, who didn't cower in fear of them at first glance. Who is the envoy? That would be me. The man in the succinct suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward promptly. He strived to regulate his anxiety and not gawk at the harrowing features of the undead sailors. Forcing a composed tone, he introduced himself, my name is Eddie Rule. I am Frost's representative in discussions with the Mist Fleet. A table clerk. The bloated undead sailor arched an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at the secretary, now identified as Eddie, and retorted with an air of derision, I thought at least a few military delegates would be sent. Has Frost's navy been drained of courageous soldiers? The accompanying officer was quick to step forward, poised to utter a response. However, Eddie promptly intervened before he could articulate a single word, raising his hand to silence him. I am indeed the envoy, the civilian functionary wearing gold-rimmed glasses asserted, locking eyes with the undead sailor before him. He underscored his demand, escort me to Admiral Tyrion. Chapter 375, Reflection. All around him after riding a small boat, the undead sailors, their once human forms marred by hideous disfigurement, watched Eddie with an intensity that suggested they were observing a creature of rare and exotic nature. The secretary, accustomed to the relative tranquility of an office, found their unblinking gazes discomforting and unnerving as the legends suggested. In a voice thickened and twisted by the ravages of undeath, one bloated sailor addressed Eddie, an unexpected note of surprise coloring his words. "I really didn't expect you to come alone," he said. "Our captain specified that 3 individuals were permitted to come on board." Eddie responded with a dismissive shake of his head. "The difference between 3 people and 1 is negligible," he said. "Had Admiral Tyrion permitted it, I would have gladly brought along an entire delegation of advisors and assistants. But with a limit of just 3, it's as good as coming alone." A harsh, wheezing laugh erupted from one of the undead sailors. "You could have brought 2 soldiers for moral support." "I have no need to shore up my courage, soldiers would serve no purpose," Eddie replied, his tone brooking no argument. His steadfast demeanor did nothing to endear him to the undead sailors, prompting one to mumble disdainfully from the bowels of the small boat, "Just a grandstanding bureaucrat." Upon his arrival, Tyrion was met by an envoy from the city-state, a man in his prime, impeccably dressed in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and hair combed to precision, looking as though he had just stepped out of an afternoon tea break at an office. The fact that the envoy was alone left the grizzled pirate somewhat perplexed and even a touch disconcerted. He had anticipated the first envoy to board the Sea Mist to be a military representative. Quickly, however, Tyrion discerned the strategy behind the city-state's decision. The strained relationship between the Mist Fleet and the city-state, sitting on a ticking time bomb for half a century, had escalated to a tipping point. In such a precarious climate, dispatching more military personnel would serve no purpose. On the other hand, sending a bureaucrat seemed to offer a glimmer of conciliation. On the deck of the Sea Mist, Tyrion took a moment to study the diplomat from the city-state. He noted the taut nerves behind the man's attempts to project calmness despite the irregular breathing patterns. "It's a good attempt, but this facade was ineffective against a captain who led an undead armada." Tyrion could even detect each thud of the man's anxious heart. Similarly, Eddie took the opportunity to size up the pirate who stood before him, this man who had once fought for the city-state but had since transformed into the embodiment of nightmares for the residents of Frost. Tall and imposing, silent yet commanding respect, with a single eye that radiated a penetrating, evaluating gaze, each look felt as though he was passing judgment. Standing in front of the formidable pirate, even the simple act of breathing felt like a monumental effort for Eddie. "Admiral Tyrion," Eddie took a moment to draw a few deep, steadying breaths, standing as tall as he could to face the pirate's assessing gaze. "I am here on behalf of Frost to formally greet you. It is indeed an honor to set foot on this legendary battleship." "Half a century," Tyrion replied, maintaining his composure as he looked down at the somewhat shorter man. "It took Frost that long to finally find the courage to engage in a dialogue with me." Eddie was unfazed by the baiting tone in Tyrion's words. Keeping his composure, he continued, "I'm here on a mission. We can't deny that there are underlying tensions between Frost and the Mist Fleet, but that's not the purpose of my visit today. You must be well aware of the current predicaments the city-state finds itself embroiled in. We're here to discern the intentions of the Mist Fleet specifically. Admiral Tyrion, we'd like to understand what your aims are and what you are planning to do." "Admiral, discard that title, it brings me no pleasure," Tyrion replied, briefly glancing at Eddie before slowly pacing towards the ship's edge. "As for my intentions, aren't they obvious? I've established a blockade around your city-state, now teetering on the brink of collapse, to contain your problems and prevent them from impacting my trading partners in the Cold Sea." "Trading partners?" Eddie questioned. "I believe it's an accurate descriptor. They offer payment, and in return, the Mist Fleet ensures their safe passage through the treacherous waters of the Cold Sea," Tyrion replied, turning back to face Eddie. "Don't you agree that it's a mutually beneficial trade relationship?" A slight twitch tugged at the corner of Eddie's mouth, but he swiftly concealed the fleeting expression. Casting a cursory glance at the undead sailors surrounding them, he gradually made his way closer to Tyrion. "Are you implying that your intention is merely to assist Frost in managing this crisis?" "That's quite a selfing interpretation, but if it comforts you to think so, then it doesn't really matter," Tyrion responded nonchalantly. "I don't require anything from you, only that you avoid causing any further complications." Eddie remained silent for a couple of beats before cautiously posing another question. "Might I inquire why you are willing to extend your assistance?" Tyrion, leaning against the ship's railing with his back to Eddie, responded, "Is the rationale truly of such importance? I need a valid reason to present to my superiors and colleagues. It would help to put their minds at ease." "Ah, Mr. Eddie, so you require a reason that is palatable to your people," Tyrion chuckled, turning his gaze back to Eddie. Then I shall provide you with a justification. It's simply a command given by my late father. Eddie was momentarily taken aback. Seconds later, his expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. You seem to have caught on. Yes, it was indeed my father's command. Consider it a directive from the ghost of subspace. He instructed me to lay siege to your rather pitiful city-state, so go relay this to your superiors. The Mist Fleet is merely implementing a command from subspace, Tyrion said, a playful lilt in his tone. That should allow them to rest easy. Tyrion's amusement was quite apparent, reflecting in his gleaming eyes. Eddie finally managed a response, or so he believed. He exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding and wiped away the sweat beading on his brow. That's quite a tall tale, Captain Tyrion. I comprehend your sentiment. If you choose not to elaborate further, I shan't pry. Tyrion calmly observed the diplomat from Frost before him, and after a moment of contemplation, he clicked his tongue in disapproval. Truth seems to have lost its appeal in this day and age. Yet, he found himself in high spirits. Observing this straight-laced senior official from Frost unravel before him was quite the spectacle. Your presence is no longer required, Mr. Eddie, he said, maintaining a polite demeanor. We don't have a dinner planned for you on board. Eddie appeared taken aback. Ah? Hold on, I still have. You might be brimming with questions concerning the future of the Mist Fleet, the issue surrounding Dagger Island, the Queen of Bygone Times, and the Abyss Project, but I have little to divulge to Frost, Tyrion stated calmly. You've accomplished your goal, fulfilled your mission. Return and report to your superiors. In future, if there are any concerns, they may directly reach out to us via radio. There's no need to send anyone, any open frequency will suffice. Eddie was momentarily stunned but quickly gathered his wits, a spark of relief flashing across his face. Ah, very well, Captain Tyrion, I greatly appreciate your understanding. But he paused as if a sudden thought had occurred to him, then hurriedly continued, Ah, hold on, there's one more question, the final one. Tyrion arched an eyebrow in interest. Oh. Regarding the mysterious light signal you dispatched towards our scout boat earlier, Eddie appeared somewhat awkward, meticulously picking his words. We invested a considerable amount of time decoding it upon our return. Tyrion remained silent, merely observing Mr. Envoy before him until Eddie began to squirm under his gaze. Then, Tyrion broke out into a sudden smile. It was merely a malfunction due to lackluster maintenance by the sailors. Eddie. Tyrion finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Eddie's face went through a spectrum of expressions, his hand absent-mindedly adjusting the buttons on his suit, but gradually, he too joined in, his laughter mingling with Tyrion's boisterous guffaws. But Tyrion's laughter abruptly ceased. He extended a hand, placing a firm pat on the shoulder of the diplomat from Frost standing before him. They've chosen well, Mr. Eddie. You're a man of quality. I was nearly persuaded to offer you an invitation to join us for dinner. Regrettably, I must return to my ship without delay. The mirth in Eddie's voice faded, and he gently shook his head. The anxiety runs high among my people. We can't afford to expend all our energy on fostering mutual distrust and conjecture. Tyrion remained silent, merely offering a slight nod and gesturing towards the side, signaling that it was time for his guest to depart. Eddie returned the gesture with a subtle nod of his own, then straightened his suit and adjusted his bow tie, ready to traverse the ladder leading off the ship's deck. However, something unusual in his peripheral vision halted his progress. Caught off guard, the ambassador from Frost gravitated towards the ship's railing, peering down at the sea in bewilderment. Captain Tyrion, what is that? Tyrion knitted his brows in confusion, directing his gaze towards where Eddie was pointing. What he saw then was an unusual shadow. Beneath the rolling sea surface, at a depth difficult to estimate, a nebulous shadow was darting across the expansive space between the sea mist and a handful of escort vessels, propelling towards the horizon. The shadow appeared ethereal and translucent, reminiscent of the reflected image of a ship in the water, albeit devoid of any discernible structure. Tyrion studied it for a while, but all he could determine was that it seemed to resemble the hull of a ship, as though an inverted vessel was sailing under the water's surface. Tyrion redirected his gaze upwards, staring intently at the direction towards which the shadow was heading. Dagger Island. Chapter 376, Lurking. The persistent hum of machinery reverberated through the vast, labyrinthine network of the factory's infrastructure, towering pipes acting as the arteries pulsed with the relentless rush of water, creating a mechanical symphony that filled the industrial cavern. The distinct, pungent scent of harsh chemical reagents wafted through the air, a noxious perfume so potent that it had the potential to churn one's stomach with a single whiff. The young gatekeeper, Agatha, stood rigidly beside the protective railing, her eyes narrowing as she examined the buffer pool sprawling beneath her. The opaque liquid within swirled and foamed violently, an occasional bubble breaking the surface to release a flicker of oddly colored fume. The reservoir eerily resembled the undulating digestive juices of some gargantuan, otherworldly creature. Nearby, a factory manager, cloaked in a light brown coat and bearing the clear signs of hair thinning with age, stood a step behind Agatha. Anxiety was evident on his lined face, his hand restlessly fidgeting with the button on his chest as if it was a much-needed anchor in this storm of uncertainty. The sewage originating from Oak Street and the vicinity of Cemetery No. 4 converges at this point, the manager articulated carefully, his eyes flickering between the buffer pool and the gatekeeper's stoic profile. Following your orders, we immediately severed the pipe connections in the surrounding area and meticulously examined the alarm systems of each buffer pool. We found no indications of supernatural contamination. Agatha absorbed his report in silence before posing her first question abruptly, "What's the standard procedure for sewage treatment here?" Her query seemed to catch the manager off guard, but he recovered swiftly, responding, "The treatment commences with high-pressure steam purification to eliminate any potential contamination. As you're aware, this wastewater, having interacted with humans and traveled through shadowy, winding pipelines, often becomes a host to certain undesirables. Following the steam purification is the process of sedimentation and filtration. What you observe beneath us is the sedimentation pool. A second steam purification follows this stage. Subsequently, a portion of the treated water is recirculated into the factory's system, while the remaining part is released into the sea." As he finished his explanation, Agatha nodded subtly, then inquired again, "What is the approximate transit time for sewage from North Oak Street to this location?" "Depending on specific circumstances, it generally does not exceed 2 hours, the manager stated. "And the duration of sewage retention here?" "Water in the sedimentation pool is replaced every 72 hours, the manager explained, his anxiety escalating as he wiped the sweat from his furrowed brow. "Our purification and inspection procedures follow strict guidelines and can't be shortened below this time period." Nodding again, Agatha appeared lost in thought, her mind processing the information and aligning it with the counterfeit incident timeline at the residential building and the sewage treatment schedule. She mused aloud, "So, if the entity managed to escape via the sewage system, it should still be contained here." The manager, now visibly unsettled, couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. "Gatekeeper," he implored, mopping his gleaming forehead, what exactly transpired? Is there some form of contamination propagating through our sewage network?" "We can't entirely dismiss that possibility," Agatha responded, briefly casting a sidelong glance at the visibly shaken manager before turning her attention towards the assembly of guards, garbed in uniform black attire. They were methodically collecting samples and inspecting various equipment throughout the facility. "However, based on our tests thus far, the conditions here seem to be within normal parameters." "Yes," the manager squeezed out a smile, the tension in his features not entirely masked. "Each corner of this place is monitored by an elaborate alarm system, purpose-built to detect any traces of sacrilegious contamination. Moreover, this treatment center houses 3 dedicated resident priests, who regularly perform tests on the water samples." "Resident priests?" Agatha interjected, her tone indicating that she'd recalled something crucial. She pivoted to face the manager. "Did you say there were 3 resident priests here?" "3, yes, 3, the manager stuttered, seemingly unnerved by Agatha's sudden change in demeanor. Is there an issue?" "There should only be 2 priests assigned here. The number of resident priests at all levels of municipal facilities is meticulously regulated." "Where did this 3rd priest originate from?" The manager's visage hardened instantaneously, a sheen of cold sweat breaking across his forehead as a looming sense of dread gripped those eyes. Observing his reaction, Agatha swiftly lifted her staff and placed it on his shoulder. A reassuring force suppressed the waves of fear threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. She commanded in a stern voice, "Listen, it's crucial that you maintain your composure. Your next task is to gather all the resident priests and bring them here. Inform them that the gatekeeper requires further insights into the situation. Your demeanor should not betray any signs of distress, do you understand?" The manager's agitation seemed to have abated, albeit he remained slightly nervous. He nodded hurriedly, "Yes, I comprehend. I'll proceed immediately." Agatha gave him an approving nod and retracted her staff. Just as he was about to retreat, she seemed to recall something of importance. Hold on a moment, not only the resident priests. I want everyone present here. The manager swiveled around in surprise. Everyone. Everyone, Agatha reiterated, her tone laden with a hint of unease. She further questioned, since yesterday, has anyone departed from this treatment center? No, the manager replied promptly, the order arrived just 15 minutes prior to the shift change. All the personnel on duty remain stationed here. Excellent, gather all of them here. Explain it as a mandatory inspection. Keep the atmosphere light, and avoid causing any suspicion. Now, proceed. The manager, thinning hair slightly askew, nodded and swiftly moved away, visibly attempting to regain his composure. Agatha stood rigid beside the buffer pool, her gaze fixed on his retreating silhouette until it disappeared behind a distant door. Only then did she signal to the nearby guardians, who had already detected the developing tension. The guardians, cloaked in their black attire, immediately sprang into action. They began to meticulously arrange concealed runes around the open ground adjacent to the buffer pool, interspersing the intricate network of pipes and intersections with a mix of essential oils and crushed incense powder. Once their preparatory work was complete, they took up strategic positions around the site, disguising their vigilance under the guise of continued facility checks. As the guards dispersed to their respective tasks, Agatha hoisted her staff aloft and methodically traced an equilateral triangle in the space around her, each side extending roughly 2 meters in length. She positioned herself in the center of this geometric figure, leaning against her staff with both hands, the embodiment of tranquil anticipation. A rhythmic patter of footfall began to resonate from the direction of the primary entry point. The manager made his re-entry into the treatment facility, his return to the vicinity of the buffer pool marked by a trail of a diverse group. Amongst the throng were 3 conspicuous figures, ordained members of the Death Church. They were garbed in church robes and bore sacred insignia, a testament to their religious affiliation. Under the manager's direction, about a dozen employees of the treatment center assembled before Agatha. They formed a loose queue, nervously extending greetings towards the gatekeeper that stood before them. The trio of resident priests veered away from the rank and file, courteously bowing to Agatha in accordance with the internal etiquette and hierarchical norms of the Church of Death. Agatha instructed the trio of priests to disperse, her gaze then embarked on a slow yet meticulous scan of the sea of faces before her. She sensed an anomaly. Although she failed to observe any overtly suspicious expressions or erratic movements, and despite the absence of any perceptual oddities, the divine blessing of Bartok had validated the existence of an inconsistency to Agatha. It was concealed within the rhythmic cadence of their breaths, the pulsating throb of their heartbeats, and even in the casting of their shadows upon the ground. Agatha blinked, mentally reassessing her surroundings to ensure her observations were accurate, and then the realization dawned on her. Indeed, cognitive interference existed, one that persisted even in her presence, the formidable gatekeeper of Frost. Was this a manifestation of bold defiance? Or was it a consequence of ignorance towards the gatekeeper's formidable powers? Or perhaps, was this cognitive interference simply uncontrollable? Agatha's gaze gradually shifted, ultimately landing on the triad of priests. Temporarily excluding the dozen or so workers from her speculation, one among these 3 priests was undeniably an impostor, but who could it be? Utter the name of Bartok, Agatha instructed in a low, steady voice, may the Lord of Death keep vigil over us, illuminating the veil of deceit in this ephemeral world. In the name of the Lord of Death, Bartok, one priest initiated without hesitation, may he remain our sentinel. The remaining 2 priests promptly followed suit, in the name of the Lord of Death, Bartok. The triad of voices echoed in a sequential chorus, eliciting a frown from Agatha. The ability to pronounce the name of the deity confirmed that they were neither sham constructs molded from mud nor adherents of a discordant faith. If they were, the intense dichotomy of faith would be sufficient to shred their sanity to fragments. Yet how could this be? Could all 3 priests be authentic? Agatha's mind was a whirlwind of conjecture, yet she maintained an outward visage of serenity. Nodding to the triad of men, she declared, next, I shall conduct some essential examinations. Your cooperation is appreciated. Simultaneously, her hand gravitated towards her left eye. The eyeball, astonishingly lively, immediately disembarked from its cavity, landing unerringly in her outstretched palm. Holding this detached eyeball, Agatha directed its gaze at the trio of priests arrayed before her. The image of the first priest materialized in her field of vision, an emaciated elder garbed in a linen robe, a chain as dark as obsidian protruding from the region beneath his ribcage. A brooding hound, chained at the end, tilted its head towards her, its more rapidly coalescing into an abomination of polluted energy. Heretic! To think he would brazenly stand here. Agatha's expression subtly shifted, but she was prepared. The moment the somber hound flung open its cavernous jaws, she had already deftly sidestepped, and the staff in her right hand was poised, its tip ablaze with pallid flames. However, just as she was about to incinerate the heretic, another cryptic incantation permeated the air from an adjacent location. The eyeball clutched in Agatha's left hand jolted. The next instant, she was presented with the vision of a straw-haired young man with a pronounced nose, his hands extended towards her. A nebulous jellyfish, seemingly conjured from a miasma, hovered behind him. That was the second priest. A bout of vertigo struck her, and as Agatha struggled to regain her equilibrium, a third incantation resounded. A woman with a ghastly pallor at the fringe of her vision was extending her hand in her direction. A feline entity, assembled from skeletal fragments and black miasma, was hunched next to the woman. That was the third priest. All the priests were impostors, and the chaos of combat filled the air from all directions. The moment the trio of heretical acolytes initiated their assault, the surrounding guardians sprang into action, attempting to intervene. However, they too encountered formidable adversaries of their own. The approximate dozen employees that had accompanied the manager had erupted into violent conflict with the nearby guardians. In Agatha's peripheral vision, she observed the bodies of the employees rupture upon impact, spewing a sludge-like substance with the consistency of viscous mud. The manager, his hairline receding, was the lone figure who managed to dart towards a proximate pipe, emitting strident screams of sheer terror. In the entirety of the wastewater treatment center, there existed but a single human. Chapter 377, The Gatekeeper's Battle. The world unveiled its complexities before her in what felt like the mere flutter of an eyelash. A trio of blasphemous believers, cleverly disguised as devout individuals of the Death Church, sprung their unexpected offensive. The local guards, notable in their signature obsidian armor, were quickly roused into action, prepared to counterstrike the sudden threats. Concurrently, the wastewater treatment facility employees, a group roughly numbering in the dozens, found themselves embroiled in a conflict with these guardians. An intricate dance of strife and disorder ignited almost without warning, enveloping the area in chaos. An alarming truth emerged from the turmoil: the entire team operating the wastewater treatment facility had been gradually replaced. The infiltration was absolute, the facility was entirely under enemy control. This revelation accounted for the lack of any action against pollution in the sedimentation tanks and the pipes. The missing elements from the sewer system hadn't just inexplicably disappeared. Instead, they had set up a fortified base right under the unsuspecting gaze of city officials and the Death Church itself. Still, a multitude of questions buzzed around. How was it possible for these sacrilegious followers of the Netherlord to daringly invoke the name of the God of Death? How had these pretenders, masquerading as facility workers, slipped past her sharp vigilance? What had become of the genuine employees? In light of all these questions, the situation's urgency gave Agatha little room to delve into these puzzling mysteries or piece together any coherent answers. The potent, corrosive presence of a dark hound swelled and came rushing towards her, while a dark energy sphere barely missed grazing her hair, shooting past to puncture a pillar standing near the sedimentation tank. The mental assault continuously unleashed by the demon jellyfish severely hampered her thought processes and movements. Simultaneously, a haunted woman who shared a unique bond with a feline-shaped demon raised her hand from afar for a spell. Agatha's immediate surroundings were beset by intersecting bloodstains. Even the slightest contact of her robe with these bloody insignia resulted in immediate disintegration to dust. It was a skillfully designed and well-coordinated ambush. Now, the puzzle pieces had started to fall into place, explaining why these deviants had boldly gathered under the guise of a routine inspection. Could it be that they were audacious enough to challenge the gatekeeper of the Death Church directly? How N.A.V., Agatha murmured, lightly tapping her staff on the floor. The sound was unassuming, but it resonated like a thunderclap, setting off spectral waves that emanated from the base of her staff in all directions. Almost immediately, an eerie silence engulfed everything in its vicinity as the area around the sedimentation tank was shrouded in shadow. Everything in sight was painted in stark shades of grey and black, freezing allies and foes alike within the room, while a faint luminescence seeped through distant doors, windows, and fresh cracks in the ceiling. In the spectral, otherworldly domain, Agatha calmly surveyed her environment through the unique eye embedded in the palm of her left hand. With an unnerving, laser-like focus, she examined the true forms of the deviant heretics and the parasitic demons obediently following their directives. Once satisfied that no concealed enemies lurked in the shadows, Agatha raised her staff and subtly directed the guardians back to the concrete realm of reality with a gentle swing through the air. "Feast," Agatha softly commanded in a voice that was little more than a whisper. In response to her command, the inhabitants of the spirit realm sprung to life. The shadows, dwelling in this world's hidden corners and recesses, responded obediently to the call of the Death Church's gatekeeper. In a mere fraction of a second, an immeasurable swarm of shadows, both light and dense, burst forth from all around the sedimentation pond, the adjoining walls, the complex network of pipes, and even from the dauntingly high ceiling. They congregated as if they were a stirred-up crowd or a herd of stampeding beasts, sliding along all surfaces and swiftly converging upon the enemies within Agatha's direct line of sight. Every visible surface was teeming with writhing, undulating shadows. The sight was eerie enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. However, Agatha merely observed this unsettling spectacle with a calm, unperturbed demeanor. Her right eye was wide open, entirely void of any emotional disturbance. Meanwhile, her left eye remained tightly shut as the ocular orb in her left hand spun continuously, keeping a vigilant watch on every slight movement around her. The first to be swallowed by the writhing shadows were the counterfeit creatures. The shadows swiftly engulfed them, silent yet rapid, eradicating and dissolving them until no trace remained. The very next instant, these menacing shadows surged towards the three annihilators and their respective parasitic familiars. As the demons became aware of the impending threat, a strange crackling noise began to resonate from their forms and the chains that bound them. Their demonic flames flickered wildly, and the bodies of the annihilators started to show an uncanny, rhythmic tremor. In this ethereal realm where everything else was frozen in stillness, they somehow managed to revive their mobility. The young man, who shared a symbiotic bond with the demonic jellyfish, was the first to regain his ability to move. He struggled free from the restrictions of the spirit realm and instinctively cast his gaze in Agatha's direction. Almost simultaneously, the aged, gaunt man, who was bound in a symbiotic pact with the Dark Hound, also recaptured his ability to move. Seeing his comrade's actions, he immediately cried out in warning, "Don't lock eyes with the gatekeeper." However, his warning was in vain. The young cultist's gaze was already steadfastly fixated on the triangular area where Agatha was positioned. Agatha raised her left hand, elevating her ocular orb as if deliberately showcasing it to the young cultist. The heretic found himself transfixed, his gaze irresistibly pulled towards the eyeball nestled in Agatha's hand. His stare was spellbound, almost entranced, as if his very being was magnetically drawn towards the unusual spectacle. Gradually, a serene smile began to adorn his countenance. It was as if, in that singular, momentous instant, he had unlocked the deep-seated truths of life and death, uncovering the meaning and answers he had long sought in his existence within this singular revelation. "Ah, what a magnificent sight," he softly murmured to himself. Adorned with a calm smile, he slowly surrendered to the encroaching sea of shadows. He and his demonic companion were swiftly torn apart by the relentless tidal wave of shadows. However, as this heretic was taken by the shadows, a chilling, unnatural scream echoed nearby. A surge of wind pressure rapidly approached from the right. Displaying impressive agility, Agatha sidestepped just as an invisible blade whizzed past her forehead. She swiftly turned her head to locate the origin of the assault. The pallid woman, who shared a symbiotic relationship with the feline-shaped demon, unleashed a guttural shriek towards Agatha. Her mouth distorted into a grotesque, alien-like orifice, compacting her blasphemous curse into a concentrated, sonic assault. Her next blade was already swiftly taking shape. Disregarding the looming presence of the Dark Hound and the frail, elderly man behind her, Agatha redirected her staff towards the pallid woman, whose form had begun to reveal demonic mutations. Simultaneously, she lifted her left hand, brandishing her ocular orb once again. The pallid woman instinctively evaded the gaze of the eye in Agatha's hand, but her evasion was met with the resounding crack of a gunshot. A brilliant flame erupted from the end of Agatha's staff, and a large-caliber silver bullet splattered the woman's head, which had grotesquely mutated beyond recognition. In the next moment, as the decapitated body of the heretic toppled and was consumed by the shadows, a wave of corrosive breath targeted Agatha's back. Black flames and smoke billowed from the point of impact, only to be rapidly dispersed in the ensuing moment. Nevertheless, Agatha's black coat remained impeccably intact, showing no signs of damage. She gradually turned her gaze, focusing on the final cultist still standing, the emaciated old man wide with a potent cocktail of shock and terror. "I was under the impression that you had thoroughly researched and planned before daring to set this trap," Agatha stated in a composed manner, her eyes studying her final opponent. "But judging from your reaction, that doesn't seem to be the case." Could it be that you three were merely sacrificial lambs, recklessly thrown into the chaos as bait? The eyes of the remaining cultist widened even further, his terror now intermingled with confusion. Agatha astutely observed this shift in his expression. Is this what you were looking for? The young gatekeeper inquired with unnerving tranquility. She abruptly opened her mouth the next instant, and a cloud of dense, corrosively potent shadow breath formed instantaneously before her. Then, emulating the same trajectory and velocity it had struck her, the shadow breath was launched back towards the dark hound beside the skeletal old man. Realizing the imminent threat, the dark hound tried to evade with lightning-like speed. However, as if guided by its own sentient will, the returning corrosive breath adjusted its course mid-flight. It homed in unerringly on the skull of the dark hound, and after a brief moment of stillness, the demon, now a mere pile of disjointed bones, shattered into fragments on the spot. The skeletal cultist, bound symbiotically with the demon, let out a terrifying scream. Though he hadn't been directly hit, he immediately collapsed onto the ground in unbearable pain, rendered entirely incapacitated. Like a surging tidal wave, the shadows readied themselves to swallow him in a matter of seconds, keen to continue their voracious feast. "Spare this one for me," Agatha's voice echoed at that moment, accentuated by the resonant thud of her staff striking the ground. "Stand down." The shadows around them started to quiver uneasily. Waves of hostility and eerie, indistinct whispers resounded like a storm, echoing throughout the entire area. Some shadows even began to inch towards Agatha. However, Agatha's demeanor remained resolute. She simply lifted her staff and slammed it forcefully onto the ground, igniting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire vicinity. "Begone!" After a brief moment of stillness and silence, all the shadows receded as swiftly as an ebbing tide. Chapter 378, Trapped. In the otherworldly realm where spirits hold dominion, menacing groupings of shadow began their reluctant retreat, gradually fading into non-existence. The transition within the spiritual world was profound, marked by a haunting tranquility that seemed to echo in the void. Agatha, a custodian of this mystical orb, gently lifted her left hand, her gaze fixed silently on the incapacitated heretic who had collapsed at the boundary of the sacred geometric symbol, the triangle. The heretic presented a picture of agony and desolation, and his body writhed in severe pain on the harsh, unsympathetic terrain. The black chains, emblems of his sinister commitment, had been violently broken. The shattered remnants of these chains sent forth plumes of smoke, slowly dissolving into a powder-like residue, an amulet of their past potency and binding power. The demise of his tethered demonic canine companion signaled the heretic's impending death. His life force was rapidly depleting, yet he was not entirely spent, still possessing the ability to respond to some pivotal questions. Agatha bore no illusions about this obstinate heretic's willingness to cooperate, yet she approached him at a leisurely pace, stopping at the periphery of the mystical triangle. She peered down, her penetrating gaze focused on the hapless devotee of the darkness. "I find it quite astonishing," she started, her voice methodical and unvarying, resonating in the ethereal environment with a grave-like echo capable of eroding even the most formidable mental defenses. "You infiltrated an important establishment and assumed control, all while under the watchful eyes of the Death Church. Moreover, you replaced all the priests. How did you accomplish such a feat?" On the brink of death, the heretic made an effort to lift his head, managing only a derisive smirk. His emaciated face showed no trace of fear. "Guess." Agatha, unfazed by his rudeness, continued, "Is your secret headquarter concealed within Frost?" The cultist's answer came in the form of a weak, contemptuous laugh. Laboriously, he adjusted his position, lying back flat on the starkly white terrain, his defiant gaze locked with Agatha's probing eyes. "Don't trouble yourself. Even if it's in Frost, you'll never find it. By the time you chance upon our sanctuary, our triumph will be a foregone conclusion, naive priestess." Agatha's face remained expressionless. With no discernible emotion, she lifted her staff, aiming its end at the cultist's chest. "What is your grand strategy? To infect the city-state with your so-called elements? Or maybe you aspire to replace the living populace with your volatile counterfeits? How does the power concealed in the deep sea contribute to this? Is it connected to the Abyss project?" A spectral blaze ignited at the tip of her staff, radiating an eerie glow. This flame possessed a power that could scorch both the tangible form and the intangible spirit, imposing a degree of suffering that was simply intolerable. The cultist contorted under the strain, yet his dedication to his dark cause did not waver. His teeth were set on edge, his stare unflinchingly fixed on the imposing figure of the gatekeeper. His unsettling laughter, rasped out through his gritted teeth, struck a chilling chord. Ha, ha! The prophecy is nearing its completion. No one can escape it. For the first time, a hint of displeasure marred Agatha's stoic countenance. She gradually raised her arm, her staff serving as a conduit to lift the heretic into the air. The phantasmal flames engulfed his form, a body long warped due to its unholy symbiosis with the demonic hound. He hovered in mid-air, reminiscent of a ragged fabric flag fluttering amidst the ghostly inferno. Agatha's voice echoed, bearing a bone-chilling coldness that matched the stark, desolate reverberations of a crypt. I pose one final inquiry: how do you blasphemers dare to utter the name of our death deity? Amidst the spectral flames, the skeletal silhouette of the cultist emerged, a slow, self-satisfied grin gradually spreading across his features. His pleasure was so intense that the pain from his ongoing immolation seemed to diminish by half, particularly at the sight of the church's gatekeeper being momentarily confounded by his audacious statement. Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld reveals hidden realities. All world religions blur into a single indistinct entity. We, who have been enlightened, have transcended such petty differences. Dear foolish gatekeeper, do you truly believe there's a difference between your God and our Lord? Agatha's visage underwent a swift transformation in response to this brazen proclamation. The offender before her had dared to draw a parallel between the Netherlord and the God of Death. His irreverence ignited a rage within her. Yet, the heretic allowed himself a final, self-satisfied grin within the conflagration consuming him, affording her no chance to extend her interrogation. He breathed his last, leaving behind only his rapidly deteriorating remains. Nothing but the delirious ramblings of a madman, devoid of coherence and rationality. Agatha's expression was an ominous storm as she lowered her staff. Her anger still bit keenly, but she made sure that these emotional surges did not muddy her discernment. In fact, once she successfully suppressed her visceral reactions, she instantly initiated her mental cogs. Discarding the audacity of the heretic's ultimate statement, which dared to equate the Netherlord with the God of Death, the stubborn cultist had unwittingly revealed a substantial amount of information for her to dissect and examine. Indeed, the cultists did harbor a stronghold within Frost, a location they referred to as a sanctuary, an implication of its significance as a ritualistic ground. This insight was in sync with the existing information. Their sanctuary was cleverly hidden, making it a formidable challenge to locate. Yet, the heretic had hinted that their success was tied to the unearthing of the sanctuary. This suggested that the mode of concealment could be intrinsically connected to the progression of their ritual. The closer the ritual came to completion, the more discernible the sanctuary's whereabouts became. Could this be a consequence of the ritual inadvertently leaking some form of aura? Or was the unveiling of the sanctuary's location an integral aspect of accomplishing the ritual? Furthermore, the heretic had hinted at something they termed the promised arrival. This might coincide with their belief system's climactic prophecy that the power of the Netherlord would overtake the physical world, and the spiritual deep sea, typically concealed deep within the world, would transform into the new reality. The cult's fervent adherents, the Annihilators, invariably envisioned the unfathomable abyss of the sea as their paradise. This much was indisputable. However, the specifics of this metamorphosis remained ambiguous. Would simply introducing primordial elements into the city-state suffice? Clearly, this alone was inadequate. These counterfeit elements could hardly maintain their stability over a long duration, much less contaminating an entire city-state. Unless, what if these zealous annihilators had unearthed a technique to sustain the stability of these counterfeits over an extended period? They could conceivably create an environment conducive to this, or perhaps, they could manipulate Frost itself to serve as such an environment. Agatha's eyebrows drew together as she hastily concluded her line of reasoning and surveyed her environment. She was still in the spiritual realm, a place bathed in an otherworldly radiance that streamed from cracks in the ceiling, painting everything with a spectral glow. Subtle noises could be heard from all around. The persistent shadows of the spirit realm were becoming restless again. Evidently, a feast could not keep them appeased for long. The youthful gatekeeper shook her head, raised her left hand, and carefully repositioned her eyeball into its socket. Instantly, the far-off rustlings halted, the dim shadows and the monochrome landscape regained their color, and the familiar scent of the material world filled her senses. Agatha exhaled a soft sigh and reached into her garments to retrieve some eye drops, but abruptly, her motions stilled. The atmosphere was ominously silent, entirely devoid of any human presence. Agatha swept her gaze around the area, unable to locate the black-clad guardians she had arrived with, nor could she pinpoint the whereabouts of the supervisor of the sewage treatment facility who had earlier fled in terror. Even more perplexing, she couldn't find any trace of the ashes of the 3 heretics and the numerous counterfeits. In theory, after vanquishing those heretics and counterfeits within the spirit realm, their remains should have materialized in the physical world concurrently. The silence was eerie and unsettling. She could not sense the presence of any living beings in the vicinity. Agatha's brows knitted together tightly. She moistened her eyes, relieving their dryness while cautiously surveying her surroundings, then slowly headed towards the nearby exit. There, she found the rusted metal gate slightly ajar, indicating a hurried departure. Following a harsh metallic screech, she pushed open the metal gate to find a corridor devoid of warmth despite the burning gas lamps to the sides. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of her staff and heels striking the floor echoed sharply and hollowly in the corridor as Agatha steadily advanced. The entire sewage treatment center was desolate, utterly devoid of any human presence. However, there were also no adversaries in sight. Unhindered, she moved through the factory area and emerged into an open space outside the facility. The sky above was a suffocating, heavy sheet of dark, tumultuous clouds that obscured the city-state. Only a few feeble, lifeless rays of light managed to filter through the cloud cover, providing a dim hint of daylight. All visible structures were submerged under this gloomy expanse, emanating a frigid, deathly, spectral aura. Agatha vividly remembered that when she had first arrived at the sewage treatment center, the day outside was brilliantly sunny, the sun was proudly perched high in the sky, and the city-state was beautifully unblemished by a single cloud. The sun. A minuscule seed of doubt began to sprout in Agatha's mind, rapidly evolving into a pronounced sense of cognitive dissonance. She abruptly stumbled upon a realization. Driven by it, she again raised her gaze to scrutinize the sky overhead. The sky was solely lit by an unidentifiable, chaotic light, devoid of any celestial body that could be recognized as the sun. Agatha strained to recollect the appearance of the sun, the concept of the sun. She found herself unable to recall, as if a thick fog had settled over her understanding, obscuring her memories of the sun. However, one detail remained glaringly distinct: there was meant to be a celestial body in this world, dubbed the sun, which ordinarily dwelled in the sky, emitting light and warmth to illuminate all existence. Cognitive disruption, influencing even a gatekeeper. Its intensity is impressive, encapsulating the entire environment, Agatha murmured to herself. After an initial moment of disbelief, she quickly gathered her composure and started to scrutinize her surroundings with renewed focus. I am in a different realm. Chapter 379, Confrontation with the Fanatic. Agatha found herself navigating the eerily deserted city streets that she once knew like the back of her hand. The once bustling urban vistas, which were typically brimming over with the vitality of life, had now fallen into a deeply unsettling silence, their vibrancy replaced by a disconcerting, deathly calm. She couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that unseen eyes were observing her from within the towering structure's hidden depths, flanking her from behind the firmly shut windows and locked doors. It felt as if she were being stealthily pursued from every concealed nook and cranny. She was on a relentless quest to find a way out of this chilling, otherworldly realm, or, perhaps, to escape from the sinister being who had trapped her within its confines. Every sight or item that seemed out of place, even in the slightest, could potentially act as a gateway, a subtle fold between her actual reality and this uncanny, parallel dimension. However, up to this point, she had been unable to locate any such tear in the fabric of this chilling version of her home city. The only certainty she could cling to in this bewildering situation was that she had somehow made contact with the ever-present shadow that had perpetually loomed over her city. Whether this contact had been a fortuitous accident or a deliberate trap set by a hidden force, she had successfully crossed the barrier that had always clouded her perception. This place, uncannily similar to Frost, was surely the source of the odd string of events that had disrupted the city's peace in the recent past. In the distance, the creaking sound of a carriage wheel rolling over the cobblestone road reached her ears, mingling with the soft chimes of a bell tolling and the eerie creaks of doors swinging open and shut. When Agatha turned her attention to the origin of these noises, she was greeted by an empty street. However, farther off, she observed shadowy figures that hinted at carriages shooting past intersections and vague outlines that might have been pedestrians hurrying along their paths. There were indeed inhabitants in this city, but, for the most part, she could only catch fleeting glimpses of distant, ghost-like apparitions. Similarly, she could pick up the muffled sounds of conversations but often could not determine their source. The entire setting had the feel of a surreal, twisted dream. As Agatha's shadowy form blended with the darkness at yet another intersection, she stopped in her tracks. She came to the realization that aimlessly wandering was a mere waste of her precious energy and time. What she needed to do was to scrutinize her surroundings with a keen view. She closed her eyes, allowing her senses to broaden and absorb the environment enveloping her, painstakingly dissecting the various stimuli from her surroundings, the complex orchestra of sounds, the distinct aroma that marked the city, the direction of the wind, and most importantly, the life-giving warmth that emanated from living beings. Following a brief moment of stillness, Agatha decisively spun on her heel and ventured in a particular direction. Her eyes remained closed, yet she navigated around the hindrances in her path with an accuracy that suggested clear vision. She skillfully traversed narrow alleyways, bustling crossroads, and meandering lanes. Her journey spanned what felt like an endless duration until she eventually halted in front of a structure tucked away in the corner of a street. When Agatha finally unveiled her eyes, she discovered she was standing in front of a charming, lively restaurant. The place was washed in the warm glow of inviting light, and from its heart flowed a stream of animated chatter. These sounds were palpable, a soothing affirmation of the presence of living entities within the building. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Agatha extended her hand and gently pushed open the door of the restaurant. With her entrance, the door set off a high-pitched jingle from a bell announcing her arrival. The restaurant's interior spread out before Agatha's gaze, momentarily leaving her disoriented and questioning if she had somehow managed to slip back from the eerie parallel reality into the familiar world she yearned for. The restaurant was radiant with light, teeming with customers and bustling with busy staff members. A bartender could be spotted rushing about behind the counter. The audible clinking of cutlery against dishes filled the air, punctuated by the gentle hum of conversations touching upon mundane topics like the weather, work affairs, and commodity prices. The earlier ominous, ghostly silence of the outdoor streets seemed to have been swept away by this lively tableau of normal existence. Yet, Agatha soon noticed the stark anomaly of the scene. Despite the diners appearing to relish their meals, their plates and cups were disturbingly void. The bartender, who seemed engaged behind the counter, was simply pacing in place, relentlessly cleaning the same glass in his possession in an endless loop. Each individual resembled a marionette, accurately programmed to imitate the daily tasks of life, their simulation so perfect it could easily fool a casual observer. A frown etched lines into Agatha's forehead. Having deciphered the peculiar reality, the ambience within the restaurant now felt even more disquieting than the desolate streets she had left behind. However, she didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped further into the heart of the restaurant. The weirder the place, the stronger the clue that she was moving in the correct direction. With Agatha's inaugural step into the restaurant, the animated chatter abruptly came to a halt with all the patrons their faces frozen mid-sentence, hands still in the act of dining. Once the voices had been snuffed out in the wide open space, the only remaining sound was the monotonous tinkling of dishes and cutlery clashing in the ensuing silence. As Agatha boldly took a second step forward, even the mechanical clattering of dishes and cutlery ceased abruptly. Every individual present in the restaurant froze in their actions, their bodies rendered motionless beside their square tables as if a master controller had instantly switched off their life force. Upon her third step, the restaurant's patrons methodically lowered their utensils. Rising from their seats akin to an assembly of the undead, they rotated their heads, focusing their numerous vacant gazes on her in eerie unison. Subsequently, Agatha swept her gaze over to the counter situated in front of her. The bartender, who had been perpetually engaged in cleaning the same cup, finally discontinued his repetitive motion. However, unlike the zombie-like, expressionless customers surrounding him, the bartender slowly lifted his head, a soft smile adorning his face as his eyes met Agatha's gaze. His smile carried a subtle warmth bordering on an almost friendly demeanor. "Welcome, Miss Gatekeeper," greeted the youthful man acting as the bartender. Boasting neat, cropped blonde hair, he was undeniably attractive, attired in a flawless white shirt paired with a stylish black jacket. His manner was polite as he addressed Agatha, exuding the aura of a professionally trained host attending to a distinguished guest. "We are honored by your visit. What do you think of our delightful city?" "It seems like you're the catalyst behind all this," Agatha retorted, maintaining a cool composure as she scrutinized the blonde bartender standing before her. "Unearthing you turned out to be easier than I expected. Or perhaps not as uncomplicated as you believe," the blonde youth responded with a chuckle. "What would you like? Maybe some poisonous muddy water? Bread made from soil? Or, an empty bowl? We have an abundance here." Choosing to disregard his sarcastic tone, Agatha lifted her staff, swinging it through the air with authority. In an almost immediate reaction, the young man positioned behind the counter was enveloped by swirling layers of pale, spectral flames that materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Deploying her gatekeeper's cremation ability, she incinerated his counterfeit exterior to cinders within mere moments, leaving behind only ash that pirouetted in the air before resting on the counter. However, Agatha's facial expression remained undisturbed. Even before she invoked the flames, she had sensed the void of life force within the young man. A peculiar, squishy noise attracted her attention from a neighboring table. Agatha shifted her gaze to see a diner standing stiffly by a table, their body beginning to twitch uncontrollably. The next instant, the figure's form started to melt like a wax figure, a dark, viscous substance frothing and reconfiguring on their exterior. Within moments, the individual had morphed into an identical replica of the young blonde man, donned in the same white shirt and black jacket. "That's quite a discourteous welcome," the reborn young man lamented, nonchalantly dusting off his attire with a pretense of helplessness as his eyes met Agatha's. "Miss Gatekeeper, surely you don't believe that's the last of me? Do you really think I'd recklessly expose my true form in such a dangerous setting?" "I'm aware you're not physically present," Agatha shot back, her face a stoic visage, "but at least it might grant me a brief respite from your chatter." "Fine, fine, it seems you're not in the mood for idle small talk, quite the serious woman you are." By comparison, Professor Melson's final spectacle was far more entertaining. The young man shrugged nonchalantly, "But I suppose that's all right. As long as you remain here passively for a while, I don't mind hosting a rather lackluster captive." Upon hearing the name Professor Melson, Agatha's typically placid expression showed a hint of alteration. She was reminded of the enigmatic disappearance of Dagger Island and the chain of explosions that had jolted the island just prior to its vanishing. Most importantly, she registered the implications carried within his latest comments. "What are you insinuating with your recent words?" Agatha demanded, her voice icy as a chilling winter breeze directed at the blonde impostor before her. "Nothing significant, merely proposing that you stay here as our guest for a duration," the young man replied, his laughter echoing around with an uncanny cheerfulness. "You needn't worry about what unfolds above. Soon enough, another version of you will step into your role there. She will rally the Guardians, just as you would have, and then prepare a report detailing the real state of affairs at the wastewater treatment facility. Rest easy, she will document every detail meticulously, including the pollution at the core and the changeover in personnel. Then, as per the routine, she will travel back to the cathedral to present her findings, engage in conversation with Bishop Yvonne, and thereafter, set off on her patrol of the city-state, continuing to tackle the countless issues tormenting the city and pursuing the investigations you had to relinquish. Nothing will be overlooked." On hearing these revelations, Agatha's usually composed demeanor turned absolutely glacial. She leveled an intense, piercing stare at the blonde man standing in front of her. "You even concocted a double of the gatekeeper. Is that really so unthinkable?" The blonde man's smile gradually faded, meeting Agatha's fiery gaze with a hint of scorn. "True, she lacks your unique abilities, but other than that, she's a near-perfect copy, surpassing any previous imitation in every respect. Would you like to know how flawless she is? She isn't even aware of her own falseness." Agatha's demeanor morphed into icy resolve, her knuckles bleaching as she gripped her staff with an iron-clad hold. "A counterfeit won't deceive the cathedral. There are countless perceptive eyes vigilantly watching there. Countless perceptive eyes, yet all of them human nonetheless. You might be overestimating your comrades," the blonde man countered Agatha's chilly glare, his tone unruffled and composed. "And regarding counterfeits, do you genuinely believe there exists a substantial difference between you, your comrades, and the double you're referring to?" His laughter reverberated through the room once again, slowly raising his hands as if a holy sermonizer revealing the obscured truths of the universe. "Miss Gatekeeper, there never were any counterfeits to start with, or perhaps, we are all counterfeits. That's the unadorned truth." Chapter 380, Island in the Fog. As the mysterious island gradually came into focus, its hazy shroud of mist and dimly lit silhouettes began to coalesce into more tangible shapes that Lawrence could discern. Standing at the front edge of the majestic ship, aptly named the White Oak, he grasped the railing firmly. His grip tightened around the metal bars so intensely that his knuckles turned an eerie shade of white, a testament to the physical manifestation of his deep-seated apprehension. The entire scenario would have been enough to rattle the nerves of any person, not least a seasoned maritime veteran like Lawrence, who had spent the lion's share of his existence traversing the infinite expanses of the boundless sea. His mind was bombarded with a multitude of questions. What secrets did the island hold? What enigmatic creatures lurked within the misty shadows? Why did the island seem to form around the White Oak as if it were a sentient being? More importantly, what type of inexplicable and alien domain was this region that was deeply immersed in such baffling occurrences? In an attempt to still his thoughts, Lawrence inhaled deeply, allowing the icy air to fill his lungs. Its frosty bite served as a brief reprieve for his racing thoughts. He tried to set aside the more disconcerting anomalies, like the spectral image of Martha that kept appearing before him and the unsettling realization that others aboard the ship were also able to see this ghostly apparition. It became evident to him that these troubling thoughts were clear indications of his mental state starting to deteriorate. If he allowed these hallucinations to persist, Martha could potentially transition from a mere illusion into a considerably more palpable and disturbing entity. He had depleted his stock of elixirs, and even if he had any left, it was clear that they had lost their potency. In spite of the disquieting circumstances, the ship's steam core worked flawlessly, steadily driving the White Oak towards the diminutive yet captivating island with its intricately shaped coastline. Yet, no one seemed to notice the conditions at the ship's rear. Every gaze and thought aboard the vessel were entirely fixated on the looming, peculiar island. The edges of the island were harsh, decorated with jagged rocks that made docking impossible. The experienced helmsman did not attempt a reckless approach. Instead, he skillfully navigated the White Oak to begin a cautious perimeter voyage around the island. As they made about a third of the way around, the ever-watchful lookout stationed high in the ship's crow's nest made a surprising observation. "We have a port in sight." The sailor's shout echoed from the tower, indicating the first sign of safe harbor on this mysterious island. Just a short while later, Lawrence caught sight of a humble docking structure emerging from the fog. The details of the buildings nestled further into the dock were obscured by the stubborn fog, their forms frustratingly elusive. However, the section of the dock extending into the sea was vividly visible. It was well maintained and free from any evident harm or degradation. The presence of a fully operational dock meant that the White Oak could dock entirely, negating the need to deploy the smaller, more vulnerable boats for landing. This would significantly increase the safety of the exploratory party that would be setting foot on the island. Apart from providing a suitable location for replenishing supplies and ensuring a swift escape route if necessary, the ship's compact onboard artillery could also serve as a protective cover for the crew during their onshore exploration. Lawrence proceeded towards the helm of the ship, calling out instructions to cautiously steer the White Oak towards the seemingly deserted dock. Without the customary dockside personnel to aid them, the docking procedure was a drawn-out and painstaking process, but they managed to execute it seamlessly, avoiding any mishaps. As he directed his attention towards the dock on the other side, the island seemed to be swathed in an even denser shroud of fog than before. Even the structures closest to the dock were challenging to make out, their details smeared into obscurity by the heavy, foggy atmosphere. It could have been a figment of his imagination, but Lawrence had a feeling that the fog smothering this island was more concentrated than any he had previously encountered. "There's no trace of life anywhere," his first mate reported, coming up to Lawrence while casting a suspicious glance at the hidden island. "But I can discern faint glimmers of light. They appear to be originating from the buildings around the harbor." "And what about our radio communication?" "Ever since we approached this island, the constant radio signal from Frost that we've been relying on has ceased," the first mate confessed, shaking his head in a resigned manner, "and our attempts at communication via light signals have also failed to garner any response." After pondering over his options briefly, Lawrence made up his mind. "Choose 12 sailors, those who are vigilant and sharp-witted. Equip them with arms, and they will accompany me to explore the island." "You're planning on exploring the island personally?" The first mate seemed surprised. "This island, it's exceptionally bizarre. There's an inherent risk if you..." "Risk?" Lawrence cut him off with a dismissive shake of his head. "There's probably an equal amount of risk just staying aboard the ship. The oddity doesn't only lie with the island but with this entire maritime region. We're entrapped in a vast anomaly, and danger is present at every turn within its radius. At the very least, surveying the island might provide us with some valuable knowledge." The first mate seemed poised to voice his objections, but ultimately, he had to acknowledge the validity of the captain's decision. After all, Lawrence's wisdom, accrued experience, and sound judgment were undeniable. "Very well. I'll assemble the team," he conceded. In due course, the first mate returned with 12 carefully selected sailors, each a hardened mariner, exhibiting unwavering determination and steadfast loyalty. A team of 13 stalwart individuals, including the first mate himself, stood ready to accompany Lawrence onto the mysterious island. Meanwhile, the interim management of the White Oak fell into the capable hands of the second mate. A rope ladder was unfurled down to the pier, and Lawrence, accompanied by his small, resolute team of explorers, disembarked onto the peculiar island shrouded in thick fog. The feel of solid ground under their feet somewhat alleviated the explorer's unease. Standing solidly on the dock, Lawrence stamped his foot against the ground, muttering to himself in a hushed tone, "At least this concrete platform is real." "The lights originating from that direction," the first mate announced, clutching a high-caliber rifle as he peered into the dim distance. "Even from here, we can discern it, although there's no sign of any human activity. Don't wander off from the group, avoid touching anything unfamiliar, and if someone or something calls your name, don't respond until you've determined its origin and made sure all team members are accounted for," Lawrence began, issuing his directives with firm authority. "If anything out of the ordinary emerges from the fog, immediately alert the group. Do not take it upon yourself to shoot at it or investigate on your own." He paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze over the assembled group: 12 seasoned sailors, his dependable first mate, and himself. "Lastly, remember this: there are precisely 14 of us. When we eventually return to the ship, we may have fewer members, but under no circumstances should we have more." "Aye, Captain." The sailors responded in unison, affirming their understanding. With a nod, Lawrence led the team into the thick, swirling fog. As they navigated the span of the pier, they found themselves in a large, open area that seemed to be a makeshift gathering point for cargo. Traces of stacking machinery and small cranes were still present, but beyond these mechanical vestiges, there were no other signs of human occupation. "This place doesn't look like it has been abandoned for long," the first mate muttered, absorbing their surroundings. "It feels as if it was a bustling dock just a few days ago." Opting for silence, Lawrence carefully surveyed the nearby port facilities with a discerning eye. Suddenly, a plaque affixed to a nearby building caught his attention. "Dagger Island?" the first mate questioned, advancing to examine the inscription on the plaque, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "I've come across references to this place. It's a minor island situated near Frost, reputed for its rich deposits of metal ores. However, I was under the impression that it had been repurposed into a military facility a few years back. Can this actually be Dagger Island? We must cast a suspicious eye on everything in this place." "We even moored briefly at a location eerily resembling Frost earlier," Lawrence responded, shaking his head in doubt. "Let's press on. The origin of that lingering light could be the port office. It might hold some clarity to our situation." Leaving behind the cargo assembly area, the exploration team ventured up a gentle incline, their path faintly illuminated by the soft light filtering through the fog. Every member of the group was on high alert, their senses acutely tuned to the strange movement within the fog. A barely perceptible breeze capriciously wound across the island, stirring the grey fog into a languid drift. Eerie shapes barely visible in the distance seemed to swell in rhythm with the whiteness, appearing like sentient beings swaying gently in the mist. Amid the dim shroud, the glow steadily grew more prominent, drawing ever closer within everyone's field of view. Suddenly, the first mate leading the group came to a sudden standstill. "What in the world is this?" Stooping down, he furrowed his brows as he studied a strange substance found off the side of their path. With a revolver in one hand and a lantern held high in the other, Lawrence joined his first mate and directed his gaze towards the unusual sight. Before them lay a mound of a grey-black substance, clearly dehydrated based on the cracks radiating from its edges yet still showing signs of its final moments of vitality. It was as if this heap of mud had been bubbling with life one moment, then had all of its moisture abruptly sapped the next. "Mud." Lawrence furrowed his brow, wisely choosing not to touch the peculiar heap. "Why would there be mud here?" "I believe I spotted some similar black mud back on the dock," a sailor chimed in tentatively, "but that stuff was strewn with debris. I simply dismissed it as trash." Lawrence nodded in acknowledgement, only for another sailor to suddenly declare, "There's another pile of this stuff over here too." Following the direction of the shout, Lawrence identified another heap of the strange black mud slightly off the road. Could it be that this mysterious substance was dispersed all across the island? A creeping sense of apprehension started to permeate their collective consciousness, yet none among them could ascertain the nature of this mysterious mud. Lawrence, ever vigilant, rallied his team and instructed everyone to steer clear of the strange substance. With a shared sense of disquiet, they continued their march further into the encompassing fog. After traversing a certain distance, they arrived at the crest of the slope. Just as Lawrence had anticipated, the location turned out to be the site of the port office. A modest structure comprised of concrete and steel loomed before them, a weak, yellow light bleeding out from the windows. However, no discernible sounds originated from within the building with its front door open. Lawrence edged towards the entrance, keenly attuning his ears for any sounds within before gearing himself to push it open. But abruptly, he froze in his tracks. Hastily edged into the wall adjacent to the door, presumably with a dagger, was a sentence that gave him a jolt. Humans only have two eyes. Chapter 381, The Sound of Cannons. Upon catching sight of the deeply engraved inscriptions, Lawrence and the first mate standing next to him experienced an instantaneous surge of surprise. The bizarre etchings seemed to hold a certain power, demanding the attention of those who beheld them. The first mate couldn't help but voice his astonishment, his question rising from the depths of his confusion: why does the statement "humans only have two eyes" appear here, inscribed into the stone? His wide eyes bore into the mystifying message, attempting to discern its underlying meaning. A seemingly interminable silence stretched between them before the first mate could voice his perplexion again. Isn't this a basic biological reality? Aside from a few rare genetic conditions, don't all humans possess just two eyes? Lawrence didn't immediately answer, opting to deliberate over the perplexing assertion carved into the stone. At last, he broke the mounting silence, his question probing into the possible origins of the inscription: who do you believe might have authored this engraving? Could it possibly be the original inhabitants of this island? The first mate speculated hesitantly: there were people dwelling here before us, right? It's tough to confirm with certainty about this particular island, but it's an undeniable fact that humans lived on Dagger Island in our known history, Lawrence affirmed, his fingers lightly tracing the bold, deeply cut script. The raw, genuine feel under his fingertips seemed to reverberate with the forceful emotions and the determined intent that had driven the creation of the engraved message: humans only have two eyes. Someone purposely carved this phrase here, and it might symbolize something. Symbolize something? Like what? The first mate asked, his voice echoing the uncertainty in his mind. Possibly that this island was once inhabited by beings that were humanoid in appearance but differed in the attribute of having only two eyes, Lawrence suggested, his gaze lifting to scrutinize the dense fog and the shadowy forms concealed within it. These entities could blend unnoticed into human societies, avoiding straightforward identification. On hearing this conjecture, the first mate drew a subdued breath, his voice shaking slightly as he questioned, then, where did the author of this inscription vanish to? I don't know, Lawrence confessed, shaking his head. His thoughts spontaneously veered towards the sticky black mud they'd come across during their exploration and the strangely deserted docking area. He pushed these seemingly unrelated thoughts to the back of his mind, focusing instead on the port office door, his hand resting on its handle. Stay on high alert. The distinctive sound of firearm safeties being disengaged echoed behind him. As Lawrence composed himself, he gently pressed the door, gingerly pushing it open. He deftly stepped aside, positioning himself away from a direct line of sight to avoid becoming an easy target for any potential threats hiding inside. The first mate moved forward, adopting a defensive crouch as he pointed his rifle into the room's dimly lit interior. The sailors following them also raised their weapons, securing the door from various angles and vantage points. The inside of the building lay enshrouded in an unnerving tranquility. The first mate, positioned at the entrance, took a moment to steel his nerves before daring to peer into the interior. There's no one in here, he reported, his voice echoing in the silence, just an abandoned office, eerily well lit. Following this assurance, Lawrence motioned to the sailors and, together with the first mate, ventured inside the vacant space. The room was an unoccupied office devoid of any human presence. A few desks occupied roughly half of the room, with chairs arranged randomly as if the occupants had left in a rush. The overhead electric bulbs and the wall-mounted gas lamps were fully lit, casting a surreal, bright illumination across the room. One peculiar detail stood out: the floor was speckled with patches of the mysterious black mud they had encountered earlier. This dreadful sludge seems to have seeped in here too, the first mate grimaced at the sight of the ominous, dark substance that contaminated the room, his face displaying clear repulsion. He skillfully sidestepped the mucky patches on the floor and proceeded towards the desks. His gaze darted over the cluttered array of paperwork and various office materials scattered haphazardly. Captain, should we inspect these? These are typical documents involved in port operations: cargo logs, staff transfers, patrol records, machinery, and equipment check reports. Lawrence moved closer to the desks, briefly studying some of the papers. His brow furrowed in worry as he continued, the dates, these are from just a few days ago. It seems someone was operating here quite recently, a sailor commented nervously, his voice barely audible. Then they must have left in a hurry, not even sparing the time to tidy up. A rushed departure. Lawrence echoed, his gaze scanning over the disordered desk. An unfinished cup of coffee sat abandoned on a table, a thin layer of dust coating its surface. Near this table, a patch of the black mud had dried, some residue of the substance clinging stubbornly to a chair. His face adopted an increasingly grave expression. Was it really an evacuation, or... The first mate caught the subtle change in the captain's tone. "Captain, have you figured something out?" Just as Lawrence was about to respond, an ear-splitting noise suddenly shattered the silence from outside the room that emanated from the direction of the harbor square. It was the shrill whine of loudspeakers snapping into action. Buzz! The abrupt sound startled everyone. The sailors reflexively turned their attention towards the window, and in the next instant, a fragmented, distorted announcement marred by static rang out across the entire harbor. The quavering voice of an elderly man, shaken by age, echoed ominously, "Announcement, we have been infected, this island is beyond salvation, we will initiate contingency 22. It's been an honor working with you all, we'll meet again beyond the gates of Bartok." With a final, abrasive squeal, the transmission came to an abrupt halt. The first mate, his eyes expanded in disbelief, pivoted rapidly to face Lawrence. "Captain, what on earth is happening?" But before he could finish articulating his panic, a cataclysmic blast echoed from a distance. In sync with that terrifying detonation, a series of successive explosions reverberated, sounding as if the heavens were rending and the earth was fracturing. A chain of calamitous detonations roared across the entirety of Dagger Island, sending chills of terror and apprehension down the spines of everyone present. Lawrence almost instantly discerned what was transpiring. These were not the sounds of ordinary thunder, they were the deafening roars of explosive charges. It was the island's self-destruction protocols, setting off a domino effect of facility demolitions. "Evacuate the building at once." Lawrence's command sliced through the cacophony, his pistol brandished as he discharged a round towards the ceiling. "This place is rigged to explode." The thunderous explosions almost drowned out Lawrence's urgent command, but the abrupt report of his gunshot effectively roused the sailors from their state of shock. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprinted towards the exit. A cluster of around a dozen people sprang from the building, barreled down the incline, and bolted towards an open area. The relentless symphony of explosions resonated from all directions, creating the impression that the entire island was being shattered in an apocalyptic blast. However, amidst the chaotic retreat, Lawrence noticed something peculiar. "Halt!" His command rang out as he skidded to a halt. He discharged another shot into the air, his voice resounding, "Stop!" His abrupt order caused the sailors to halt their frantic escape, who then also perceived the irregularity. The echoes of explosions persisted, but there were no accompanying plumes of smoke nor bursts of destructive light. Only the thunderous noises reverberated across the island. Soon after, the tumultuous noise faded, and the surroundings again fell under the eerie hush that the dense fog seemed to enforce. It was as if the earth-shattering detonations had been nothing more than a communal auditory illusion. Only the noise. The first mate scanned the surroundings in disbelief, grappling with understanding. "It's an echo from the past," Lawrence quickly hypothesized, his heart rate slowly returning to normal. Even though he wasn't entirely certain of his conclusion, as the captain, he had to provide the crew with an immediate decision. What we heard was a replay of a past event that transpired on this island, not a present-day explosion. "I was terrified just now," one of the sailors confessed, his voice barely a murmur. "I thought we were amidst a colossal explosion." The nearest explosion appeared to originate from that direction, the first mate inferred, focusing on the precise point on his compass before indicating towards the farthest edge of the harbor square. "Should we venture over there?" "Let's investigate," Lawrence made the decision swiftly. If something truly catastrophic did happen here, there should be some leftover remnants. With that, the exploration team immediately mobilized towards the enveloping fog, this time treading with a heightened level of caution than before. After an undeterminable amount of time had elapsed, Lawrence found himself standing before the towering silhouette of a large, run-down building. Perched on the edge of a small inlet and buttressed by a rugged cliff face at its rear, the building exhibited unmistakable evidence of severe damage. It was clear that an immense explosion from within had led to its disastrous collapse. From an elevated viewpoint, the first mate examined the remnants of the shattered structure, his voice filled with disbelief. "What was this place? Its magnitude is astounding. Our focus should be more on the cataclysmic event that led to such an immense facility being obliterated without hesitation," Lawrence retorted solemnly, advancing a few steps. "If the inhabitants of this island..." "Stop!" a voice abruptly sliced through the air, causing Lawrence to stop in his tracks. "Martha!" He pivoted quickly towards the source of the voice, his tone imbued with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. But there was only the gently undulating fog devoid of the familiar figure he expected. "Captain!" The first mate noted Lawrence's unusual reaction and hurriedly scrambled down from his observation point, approaching Lawrence with visible worry. "What's wrong?" "Hallucinations," Lawrence admitted immediately, his face lined with severity. "Did any of you hear a voice?" "We didn't hear anything." The sailors exchanged puzzled glances before one of them finally confessed. "Perhaps it would be wise if we didn't venture any further," Lawrence suggested, his face adopting a thoughtful frown. "Let's head back to the harbor first, and then..." Once more, Martha's voice echoed in his ears, but this time it felt closer. "Return to the ship, without delay." Lawrence was momentarily flabbergasted. He forced himself to resist the instinct to turn towards the source of the voice again. He was about to continue speaking when Martha's voice interjected once more. This time it was as if she was whispering directly into his ear, her tone infused with urgency. "Get back to the White Oak, now. Lawrence, they're coming." A fleeting expression of surprise darted across Lawrence's face as he involuntarily shot back. "Who? Who's approaching?" The first mate tensely gripped Lawrence's arm. "Captain, who are you conversing with?" Instead of answering, Lawrence abruptly turned his gaze in the direction where their ship, the White Oak, was moored. A feeling of dread started to bubble up within him. And in the very next moment, a muffled thud reverberated from that direction as if giving credence to his growing fears. It was the distinct sound of cannon fire. "There's cannon fire," the first mate swiftly realized. "We're under attack. Back to the ship," Lawrence ordered, spurring the team to dash towards the harbor. As the wind picked up its ferocity, swirling around them, Martha's voice brushed against his ear like a soft whisper. "The Seagull has arrived." Chapter 382, Flames suddenly appear. Driven by an intense sense of urgency, Lawrence sprinted with all his might, unable to stop himself from stealing a quick, uneasy glance over his shoulder. The spot from where Martha's voice had resonated moments before now only offered the haunting sight of the thick fog characteristic of Dagger Island. The only thing that greeted his anxious gaze was the obstinate, unforgiving mist, an emblematic element of this ominous island. In addition, Martha's voice still echoed in his mind, an unwavering reminder to hasten his retreat from the dreadful island, to seek refuge aboard the White Oak, and to steer the ship away from this daunting location towards the peaceful harbor of Frost. Strangely, Martha herself was nowhere to be seen. However, Lawrence perceived this absence not as an unfortunate event but as divine guidance. Whether his deep-rooted faith influenced this or was a product of his subconscious mind, he found himself interpreting even the slightest signs and instinctive nudges as directions, subtly suggesting a possible path towards escape from his dangerously precarious situation. With his heart pounding in his chest and his muscles straining, he pushed his way towards the harbor. The harsh sting of the frigid wind and the relentless fog battered his face and roared in his ears. His first mate and the crew mustered their courage and rallied around him as the persistent boom of cannon fire echoed through the night, menacing and unceasing. This included the distant gunshots and the firing of the White Oak's lightweight escort cannons. Yet, their efforts to fight back seemed pointless against the overwhelming power of the enemy. It was evident that the odds were significantly against them. The warning about the arrival of the Seagull, which Martha had ominously given, clouded his thoughts. But amidst the ghostly figures shrouded in the fog, which one was the dreaded Seagull? As he drew nearer to the harbor, a ship began to gradually take shape through the grim, grey curtain of fog, revealing the majestic hull of the White Oak. Still securely tied at the end of the pier, the ship's silhouette came into view. The sporadic bursts of bright cannon fire continuously sliced through the fog, illuminating the ship's fore and aft. At differing intervals, towering geysers of water erupted from the nearby sea, a chilling testament to the enemy's relentless attack. "The ship's still there." The first mate's jubilant voice cut through the noise upon sighting the White Oak, his cheeriness inspiring the captain and providing a much-needed morale boost to the fatigued sailors to pick up their pace. Jason didn't abandon us. Jason, the second mate, was indeed still on board the ship. Blessed be the storm goddess Gamana. "Quick, let's get on the ship to escape this damned place," a deckhand bellowed, frantically swinging his lantern to guide the search party, encouraging them to climb up the hanging rope ladder. "The White Oak is just sitting here like a sitting duck." Without further ado, the crew members who had previously been on land made a hasty dash towards the hanging rope ladder. However, with a sudden air of authority, Lawrence stopped dead in his tracks, pulling out his revolver in one swift movement and firing a shot upwards into the dark night sky. "Everyone, halt!" The unexpected gunshot and their captain's resounding command caught the sailors completely off guard. They stopped in their tracks, looking around with expressions of surprise and bewilderment. First Mate Gus halted too, his face reflecting a deep sense of confusion as he turned to regard the experienced captain. Yet, it took him no more than a split second to comprehend the reason behind the captain's abrupt order to stop. As he tried to catch his breath, the first mate took a moment to assess the situation, his gaze sweeping over the sailors and back towards the captain, all against the unnerving backdrop of the incessant cannon fire. 16 sailors stood looking visibly puzzled and uncertain, their familiar faces mirroring their collective confusion. "Can anyone remember how many were in our original party?" Lawrence's voice cut through the confusion, his tone urgent, underlining the grave seriousness of the situation at hand. "Including both of us, there should be," the first mate responded hastily, pausing for a fraction of a second as he struggled to recall the exact number. However, within a few short seconds, he managed to retrieve the information from the recesses of his memory, exactly 12 sailors. Lawrence's eyes squinted slightly as he surveyed the group standing before him, his mind racing as he counted each and every face. As he carried out this task, a strange, emerald-like glimmer seemed to flash within his eyes. "We have 4 extra heads," the first mate announced, his count leading him to the same alarming realization. His weathered face hardened, and with a quick motion, he raised his own firearm and fired a shot into the sky. In the quiet that followed, his voice echoed out, "Everyone, keep a distance of a meter from each other. Face the captain. Keep your hands where we can see them." The gravity of the situation started to settle upon the sailors, their faces reflecting an escalating sense of worry. However, as experienced seamen accustomed to the unpredictable nature of the boundless sea, they instinctively knew how to respond. Following the first mate's stern instructions, the group of 16 sailors quickly spread out, forming a wide circle. The thunderous boom of cannon fire from the White Oak filled the air, punctuating the charged atmosphere. A growing number of towering water columns were springing up around the harbor, indicating the relentless assault of their enemy. The enemy ship, ominously known as the Seagull, seemed to be gradually narrowing the gap while Lawrence's mind worked feverishly. The situation was becoming more dire by the second. Their ship, the White Oak, was dangerously exposed in the harbor, its humble defensive cannons and ship's framework unable to withstand much more of the assault. However, leading this group back to the ship wasn't an option either, not when an unidentified element from the island had seamlessly slipped into their ranks. If these unknown beings managed to board, the White Oak's fate would be virtually sealed. His gaze swept across the 16 sailors in front of him, a sense of desperation creeping in as he tried to identify any unfamiliar or out-of-place faces. When had these additional 4 managed to blend into the group so seamlessly? Was it while they were making their way through the smothering fog? Could it have been at the harbor office? Or during the pandemonium caused by the unending explosions on the island? The sailors, too, were hurriedly examining each other. Trust had become a luxury they could no longer afford. Even their own recollections and judgments were now under suspicion. "Captain," First Mate Gus's voice interrupted Lawrence's frantic thoughts. The veteran sailor's face bore a resolute expression, "The White Oak can't stay here much longer. You need to board the ship without delay." A serious look shadowed Lawrence's face. "What are you implying?" "You should sail the ship to the safety of the open sea, leaving us behind. We'll gradually devise a method to identify and deal with these entities that have slipped into our ranks. Once you're at a safe distance, return for us." As Lawrence met the first mate's gaze, his expression was thoughtful and grave. No one was under any illusion about Gus's proposition. If the White Oak left the harbor, those left on the island would be undeniably stranded, subject to the island's unknown threats. They had all witnessed the inexplicable events here. In a surprisingly short span, 4 unidentified entities had stealthily infiltrated their group. Who could foretell what might happen if they lingered any longer? "Don't be in such a rush to sacrifice yourself," Lawrence responded quietly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration seemed to light up his face, his gaze intensifying. "Humans only have 2 eyes." His gaze locked onto one sailor. Then shifted to another, then another, until he finally rested his gaze on a 4th individual. One of the sailors touched himself questioningly. He blinked once, then twice, and then again with his 2 additional eyes. "Don't I only have 2 eyes?" he asked innocently. Without uttering a word, Lawrence simply raised his revolver, a silent proclamation. The first to join Lawrence in brandishing a weapon was First Mate Gus, and almost as if roused from a trance, the rest of the crew swiftly followed their lead. It was as if a spell had been broken, everyone jolting back to their senses in a collective gasp. They stared at the infiltrators amidst them in a blend of shock and horror, their forms so disturbingly human yet indisputably not. Each sailor had their weapon trained on these eerie doppelgangers. 4 humanoid sailors were now encircled by the crew, their expressions shifting from confusion to disorientation, and then to a stunned stupor. The hastily constructed personas they had assumed seemed to be dissolving, failing to withstand the abrupt shock of discovery. These humanoid impostors swayed where they stood, casting glances up at their captain. All Lawrence could manage was a sigh. "You're not my crew." The next moment, to his utter astonishment, a flickering green light sparked into existence in the space before them. Initially, the light was a mere handful of sparks, scattered and dancing amidst the 12 genuine sailors like errant streaks of electric energy. Then, in a blink of an eye, the sparks morphed into a raging inferno. This ghostly green fire roared amongst the crew, its predatory nature evident as it lunged towards the stupefied impostors. The fire roared into life, enwrapping the 4 impostors who convulsed within its emerald clutches. However, before they could utter a scream, they were reduced to piles of black dust, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the dark sludge they had previously encountered on the port slope, only much drier and coarser. The scene instilled terror in the sailors. The ignition of the spectral fire was a chilling reminder of the horrifying encounters they had faced as part of the White Oak's crew. The spine-chilling ordeal with the vanished in the boundless sea, the shocking sight of a city being devoured by flames and planned. This fire was eerily familiar. Why had this fire manifested here? Could it be that Captain Duncan was close at hand? Just as this harrowing conjecture sparked in the minds of the sailors, sending a wave of panic surging through them, the fire abruptly extinguished. As quickly as it had ignited and reduced the 4 impostors to dust, the spectral green flames vanished without a trace. Left behind were a group of terror-stricken sailors, a first mate in a state of shock, and a captain who felt that he should have retired some time ago. What just happened?" First mate Gus stammered out, gulping down his fear. "Captain, that fire, it looked like... It resembled the force of the vanished," Lawrence echoed, his voice trailing off as he suddenly shifted his gaze towards the open sea as if expecting to spot a ghostly vessel. But the only ship in sight was the White Oak, still embroiled in a fierce onslaught. The sailors who had been waving their lanterns at the edge of the deck had disappeared, presumably drawn into the heart of the battle. The crew aboard the White Oak were putting up a desperate fight, risking their lives in an attempt to buy their captain and his party the precious time they needed to board the ship. The vanished wasn't present, yet the flames emblematic of Captain Duncan had inexplicably appeared before them. "Stay calm," Lawrence quickly advised, attempting to soothe his rattled sailors. "We've faced the vanished before. And don't forget, it was that very ship that saved the city-state of Planned. It's not necessarily our enemy. Haven't you heard the tales? They claim Captain Duncan Abnamar has regained his humanity." Almost instinctively, the first mate whispered a silent prayer to the storm goddess, then posed his question, "Captain, should we board the ship now?" "Yes, swiftly. We must get aboard before any other unknown elements manage to infiltrate our group," Lawrence commanded with determination. Chapter 383, Anomaly 077. The reverberating roar of cannon fire resonated powerfully in the surrounding atmosphere, accompanied by the searing shriek of artillery shells that pierced the air with an ominous tone. These lethal projectiles arced high into the sky before descending at a frightening speed, their forceful impact with the water resulting in colossal geysers that erupted both within the harbor and far beyond its boundaries. Some of these deadly missiles narrowly missed the hull of the White Oak, causing an uproar of violent waves that rocked the ship with formidable intensity. The structure of the ship groaned ominously, a distressing cry that testified to the fierce bombardment it was undergoing. At the helm of this pandemonium were Captain Lawrence and his first mate, Gus, accompanied by a dozen of their steadfast crew members. They ascended the rope ladder in a frenzy, ultimately reaching the safety of the White Oak's deck and escaping the cannon fire's epicenter. However, as they distanced themselves from the danger, the ominous silhouette of Dagger Island became a menacing shadow in their wake, a grim reminder of the perilous consequences that awaited anyone daring enough to venture back without permission. A bosun, a towering figure with a rifle firmly gripped in his hands, an almost irrelevant weapon in the face of such a maritime confrontation, rushed towards Lawrence. He visually assessed the captain, his anxious eyes scanning for any signs of injury. Upon confirming Lawrence's unscathed condition, he exhaled a deep breath of relief. "Thank God! You've returned." There was an earth-shaking blast from the island. "When you failed to return," the second mate grew worried, thinking that something might have befallen you. Memories of recent events at the dockside square flooded Lawrence's mind, their vivid recall causing his face to visibly express a complex whirl of emotions. He remembered the sudden appearance of the 4 additional sailors and the bizarre green flames that added an uncanny aura to the scenario. Lawrence was indeed privy to significant occurrences on the island, but this was neither the time nor place to delve into those matters. "That's a discussion for a later time," he responded curtly, dismissing the bosun's inquiries with a calm shake of his head. "What's our current situation? Where's Jason?" "The second mate is orchestrating our defensive strategy from the bridge. We're in the throes of battle with an unidentified warship," the bosun quickly briefed. "As soon as that ship entered our radar, it initiated a relentless attack. It's been slowly but steadily closing in on us, and we just endured a hit on the stern. The damage is thankfully minor, but we must make our retreat immediately. A warship's firepower far outmatches the White Oak. Set our course away from this chaos," Lawrence instructed without a shred of hesitation. The ship's steam core issued a low, menacing rumble as the metallic catalyst began to unleash a surge of powerful energy. This vigorous propulsion system set the ship's propellers in forceful motion, enabling the White Oak to make a swift exit from the danger-riddled harbor. Amid the gigantic waterspouts created by the unyielding cannon fire, the magnificent exploration vessel sped away with its pristine white hull, leaving Dagger Island obscured behind a dense curtain of fog. Yet, their pursuers remained undeterred, pursuing them with unwavering resolve. Lawrence made his way to the bridge, scrutinizing the escalating naval situation through the expansive window at the ship's stern. Far in the distance, contrasted against the immense, undulating expanse of the sea, he could discern the intimidating silhouette of their adversary, a medium-sized warship unyielding in its relentless pursuit. It continued to discharge its main cannon from the bow, each subsequent shot igniting a brilliant flash that penetrated the enveloping darkness, casting an eerie illumination over the surrounding sea. The fact that their pursuer was a smaller warship rather than an imposing, gargantuan battleship was indeed fortuitous. Had their opponent been of the latter class, the White Oak would have undoubtedly been reduced to wreckage by now. Regrettably, the enemy's ship demonstrated remarkable agility. Despite the White Oak pushing forward at maximum velocity, Lawrence could see the looming inevitability their pursuers would soon gain on them and surpass their pace. The enemy warship was unrelenting, steadily diminishing the gap that separated them. "We can't outpace them," the first mate's voice resonated with a thread of despair. "Their speed is unmatched, and our weaponry simply isn't equipped to take on a warship." Lawrence kept his silence, his mind caught in a whirlwind of tactical calculations as he attempted to devise a quick strategy. Despite being classified as a civilian vessel, the White Oak was far from vulnerable. As a state-of-the-art exploration vessel, constructed for extensive journeys across the vast and unpredictable boundless seas and explicitly designed to transport hazardous, sealed artifacts between various city-states, it was equipped with a military-grade steam core and a sophisticated anti-sinking structure. The ship's keel, hull, and superstructure had all been significantly fortified, lending it a durability akin to a military vessel of similar size. However, its major shortcoming was the lack of significant firepower. As a civilian ship, it was equipped with only a handful of small-caliber cannons designed to ward off minor pirate threats or to repel aggressive marine creatures. In the face of a warship armed to the teeth with advanced weaponry, these defenses were patently insufficient. Given these circumstances, the White Oak's capture seemed imminent. As the enemy ship relentlessly closed the distance, their volleys of gunfire were bound to increase in accuracy. Regardless of the vessel's robustness, it was clear that enduring a sustained and concentrated artillery onslaught was beyond its capacity. Suddenly, a shrill whistle echoed from afar, promptly followed by a thunderous explosion that jarred Lawrence from his deep reflections. The impact's force resonated in his ears, and the deck quaked violently beneath his feet. In the corner of his eye, he observed a terrifying inferno rip through the White Oak's side, causing twisted shards of metal and splintered fragments of the deck structure to scatter haphazardly. "We've taken a hit on the starboard side." "Extinguish the fire," roared the bosun. Even amidst the violent upheaval, Lawrence managed to maintain his balance. His countenance abruptly altered, suggesting a sudden, decisive idea that dawned on him. "Bring me the cargo," he addressed his first mate, who was desperately attempting to restore order on the bridge. "The cargo?" The first mate momentarily faltered, but a flicker of comprehension swiftly crossed his face. A mix of dread and determination reflected in his eyes as he promptly complied, handing Lawrence the ship's logbook. Lawrence briskly flipped through the logbook, his eyes darting over the entries until they rested on one particular line. "Unlock the number 2 containment room and bring anomaly 077 to the bridge," he commanded the first mate with resolute determination. "Make sure a fresh blanket and a new binding rope are at hand for secondary sealing." The first mate's expression turned grave despite anticipating such a command. Captain, are you certain? We have no other options, Lawrence asserted with absolute conviction. There are historical precedents for unsealing the cargo in critical situations. If the Church wishes to reproach us later, I will assume full responsibility. The first mate appeared to want to dispute the order, but under Lawrence's firm gaze, he swallowed his reservations and responded with a resolute nod. Aye, Captain. The order was executed promptly. A team of sailors, specifically trained to handle such sealed artifacts, quickly descended into the ship's belly, unlocked containment room number 2, and followed the exact protocol to deactivate the seal enveloping Anomaly 077. Shortly after, amid the relentless cacophony of cannon fire, a group of sailors emerged onto the bridge. They carried Anomaly 077 and gingerly placed the retrieved object before Lawrence. Lawrence glanced down, his face imbued with a solemn gravity as he examined the anomalous object brought up from the sealed chamber. Lying before him was a withered corpse, tightly swathed in layers of cloth. Anomaly 077, often affectionately dubbed as the Sailor, was a mystifying relic that Lawrence had grown to know well due to its frequent presence among his ship's distinctive cargo. This baffling artifact was initially unearthed on an exploratory vessel that had inexplicably vanished for 3 years, and it was believed to be the catalyst for the ship's unexplained absence. Anomaly 077 presented itself as a 1.7-meter-tall mummified figure that, once unsealed, exhibited signs of life. It was even capable of speech and displayed noticeable cognitive functions. Its characteristics were eerily consistent with the role suggested by its description. As a sailor, it had an inherent compulsion to assume control of the closest ship, taking over all its operations within minimal time, regardless of external conditions, the vessel's specifications, or its control systems. Once it established control, it would instantaneously teleport the ship away. This process, which transpired in a matter of minutes, could be applied to any ship, propelling it to a random location on the ocean. However, this teleportation was far from a tranquil voyage. Ships affected by Anomaly 077 invariably rematerialized at the heart of a raging storm. It remained an enigma whether Anomaly 077 intentionally chose the storm as the teleportation destination or if the tempest was an inadvertent byproduct of the teleportation procedure. Nonetheless, it was well documented that only a select few ships were successful in escaping unscathed from the turbulent storm that awaited at the endpoint. Innumerable ships and many unfortunate individuals had succumbed to Anomaly 077's unpredictable whims. However, as per Lawrence's understanding, handling Anomaly 077 wasn't overly complex. Once unsealed, it would independently activate its abilities, yet it could be easily resealed after the teleportation. Simply tying a new binding rope around its neck would render it inactive, and wrapping it in a shroud would induce it back into a dormant state. The mummified entity exhibited no extraordinary physical prowess or battle capacities. The only hurdle that awaited the White Oak's crew post the impending teleportation was to steer through a fierce storm, a challenge that Lawrence and his men had encountered and triumphed over several times before. Bending over the corpse, cloaked in a fabric of mystery, Lawrence gently placed his hand on the cloth. The ship's crew stationed on the bridge observed with a blend of apprehension and grim fascination, their eyes riveted on this eerie tableau. Drawing a deep breath, Lawrence gingerly untied the knot that fastened the shroud. Almost immediately, he perceived a subtle gasp for air, the sound seemingly emanating from the mummified entity hidden beneath the cloth. The shroud slithered off as though propelled by an unseen force, exposing Anomaly 077 to the wide-eyed crew. The revealed figure was a gaunt corpse clad in the disintegrating remnants of ancient sailors' garments. Its sparse hair was dry and brittle, its frame whittled down to skeletal thinness, and it lay motionless on the deck. The mummy's chest initiated a rhythmic pattern of subtle rises and falls. The movement grew so pronounced that Lawrence felt he could perceive the throbbing beat of a heart and the steady tempo of breath. Anomaly 077 had been activated. The sailor had awakened from its sealed hibernation. Slowly, the mummy opened its eyes and laboriously pulled itself into a sitting position, its joints producing a chorus of creaking noises. "Assume interim control of this ship," Lawrence instructed, his countenance a tumult of conflicting emotions. "We need to facilitate a quick exit." Anomaly 077 hoisted itself to its feet, its gaze meandering around its surroundings before ultimately settling on Lawrence. Inexplicably, Lawrence detected what appeared to be a hint of apprehension etched onto that ancient, unsettling face. Astonishingly, he observed the mummy faintly shivering. This isn't a prank." The mummy's voice echoed, a grating whisper laden with terror. In the ensuing moment, under the collective scrutiny of the crew, it shut its eyes, pretending to be lifeless while clutching the fallen shroud to swathe over itself again. Lawrence. The crew. Chapter 384, Metamorphosis. Anomaly 077, an infamous force that was ranked among the 100 most dangerous anomalies, had earned a notorious reputation for causing devastating tempests. These intense storms led to the tragic sinking of numerous ships and the grievous loss of thousands of mariners. Distinctly unlike the typical anomalies, this one had an eerie resemblance to a sentient organism. It appeared to possess a consciousness and demonstrated characteristics similar to those of a thinking, feeling being. Due to its alarming nature, it demanded extreme caution from religious leaders in every city-state where its presence was known. However, in a twist of fate, this formidable anomaly chose to act as if it were harmless or even dead when it encountered Lawrence, intentionally concealing its mighty powers. When Lawrence set about activating Anomaly 077, he had taken into account a range of possible outcomes, formulating a host of contingency plans to contain the entity, often referred to as the Sailor. Yet, the anomaly's surprising choice to pretend to be lifeless exceeded even his most extreme anticipations. The elderly captain raised his eyes, locking gaze with his first officer. Both were puzzled by the inconsistent behavior of the bandaged entity before them, which did not align with the documented accounts of the anomaly. Their contemplation was suddenly cut short by the deafening sounds of enormous waterspouts erupting from the adjacent sea and the subsequent blast of the White Oak's defensive artillery. Their initial shock quickly morphed into a state of urgency as the Seagull, a swift and threatening adversary ship, was rapidly closing in on them. With an enemy that they could neither outpace nor outmatch in combat, their only chance of escaping this precarious predicament hinged on the Sailor. The anomaly's unique capacity to teleport entire ships presented the only possible avenue for the crew of the White Oak to dodge their imminent catastrophe. With this stark realization, Lawrence lowered his eyes, closely studying the mummy-like figure that persisted in maintaining its feigned demise, its eyes securely closed. Regardless of the unpredictable elements at play, Lawrence was resolute in his intent to coax the anomaly into assisting them. "Wake up!" Lawrence cried out, the urgency clear in his voice. He extended his hand, grabbing the collar of Anomaly 077 and shaking it vigorously. The act of physically handling the mummy was deeply unsettling, yet the critical nature of their situation overrode any feelings of revulsion. "I know you've managed to escape your seal. You now hold control over this ship. Sailor, isn't the command of a ship innate to you? Isn't your power typically volatile and unpredictable? Assume control of this vessel. We must vacate this location immediately." When subjected to Lawrence's vehement shaking, the mummy emitted a creaking sound from its rigid joints, though its eyes remained stubbornly sealed. Nevertheless, its chest's discernible rise and fall was an undeniable indication of its non-dead status. Outside, the escalating chaos characterized by incessant detonations that were perilously threatening the integrity of the White Oak only served to heighten Lawrence's apprehension. Unable to control his mounting frustration, he smacked the mummy with force. "I know you're awake." Unable to uphold its pretense any longer, the mummy succumbed to Lawrence's abrasive actions and unveiled its eyes with shuddering tremors. However, its immediate reflex was to avert Lawrence's penetrating stare, awkwardly shifting its position to one side. Its voice, laced with a sense of irritation, rose in protest. "Stop this! Can't I simply return to my rest? This isn't a topic for joking. Do not tamper with the ship, do not dare lay a finger on it." Lawrence, however, was unresponsive to the pleading cries of Anomaly 077. The moment he saw the mummy's eyes flutter open, he took advantage of the opportunity and hoisted it, dragging it towards the helm of the ship. Reacting to the dire situation, some of the crew members also sprang into action. The bravest among them dared to surge forward to offer their assistance. Almost forcibly, they pressed the sailor's shriveled body against the ship's steering wheel while the first mate shouted from the background, "Push it onto the wheel. It's the fastest way to activate its powers." Still, Anomaly 077 continued to resist, its screams of desperate protest echoing across the ship. "Let go of me! Let go of me! You can't impose this on me! Someone, save me! What kind of monsters are you? I beg of you, please! Grab the damn wheel!" Lawrence roared, exerting his full strength to thrust the mummy's frail form towards the ship's steering equipment. "This ordeal will be over before you know it. No! Help! Murder!" Anomaly 077 pushed back with an unexpected show of vigor, so potent that several robust crew members of the White Oak struggled to subdue its thrashing limbs. In the heat of its frantic resistance, it tried to glance back towards its earlier resting place. "Permit me to go back. Please, just tie a noose around my neck. I vow to remain motionless. I won't cause any more disturbance. Or give me the rope, I'll hang myself. Please, don't force me to touch this. The ship's bridge had spiraled into complete pandemonium. The unfolding spectacle was uncannily surreal. Anomaly 077, a name that struck fear into the hearts of countless sea captains and sailors, was now begging and writhing like a helpless prisoner bound to the ship. Conversely, the frantic crew of the White Oak was forcibly attempting to guide the anomaly's hands towards the ship's helm. It was a scene so preposterously bizarre that even the most deranged inmates in an asylum couldn't have imagined it during their most extravagant delusions. However, this was the bleak and unsettling reality on board the White Oak. However, Lawrence found himself unable to spare a moment to ruminate on the sheer absurdity of the situation unfolding. His primary focus was the ominous shape of the seagull steadily drawing closer and the alarming precision of its cannon fire. The starboard side of the White Oak had sustained multiple hits, and an aggressive fire was swiftly consuming the ship's stern. If the next cannonball struck their engine room, ammunition depot, or even the bridge, it would signify their impending doom. As this chilling thought raced through his mind, a piercing whistle cut through the air again, sending a wave of dread down Lawrence's mind. This is disastrous. An overwhelming explosion consumed the upper deck in the ensuing moment, launching an enormous fireball towards the heavens, its fiery tendrils clawing perilously close to the bridge. The Seagull's cannon fire had scored a direct hit on the side of the White Oak's bridge. This strike was the mortal blow. The ensuing explosion emerged with a deafening roar. Both metal and glass were shattered into fragments under the devastating impact of the blast. Debris from the destroyed bridge transformed into deadly projectiles, careening wildly in every direction. Lawrence's vision was momentarily blinded by a brilliant white light, followed by the sight of his first mate being hurled into the air, his body instantly consumed by the encroaching flames. The fire continued its relentless advance, engulfing the remaining sailors on the bridge and, finally, him. A voracious inferno claimed all in its path. Lawrence watched as the gigantic fireball expanded, swallowing the entire bridge, with his body gradually being incinerated by the flames. Time seemed to slow down, allowing him to perceive the scene with unnerving clarity, including the eerie transformation of the flames into a strange, ghostly green color. Lawrence's mind was momentarily in a state of void. Before he could comprehend the spectacle unraveling before him, the furious red fireball that had decimated the bridge transformed into a massive expanse of spectral green flames. These otherworldly flames swept over everything within their reach: metal, wood, glass, leather. All substances that came into contact with the flames became translucent as if they had been converted into spirits. One after another, the crew members caught in the fiery maelstrom collapsed, wrapped in the ghostly flames. Their flesh and bones appeared as clear as crystal. Then, remarkably, each one of them, seemingly unharmed, rose and exchanged perplexed looks. The spectacle was eerily similar to their initial encounter with the vanished. It was as if the horrific event that had previously transpired aboard the White Oak was playing out once again. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet yanked Lawrence from his daze. Involuntarily, he found himself standing at the helm, his body engulfed in a halo of ghostly flames. Almost automatically, he extended his hand, his fingers wrapping tightly around the ship's wheel. Instantly, a profound bond surged through him. Every detail of the White Oak, from each individual screw to a window, a length of rope, was reflected vividly in his mind as if they were physical extensions of his own being. Despite his years of intimate familiarity with the ship, he had never experienced such an intense connection. Accompanying this sensory onslaught was a compelling thought, like an authoritative voice dictating his fate. You now belong to the vanished fleet. Dedicate your allegiance to Captain Duncan. Baffled, Lawrence tightened his grip on the wheel, directing the White Oak as it seamlessly responded to his mental commands. Gradually, he guided the ship towards the enemy vessel rapidly closing in on them. Anomaly 077 remained there, untouched by the earlier explosion. This mummy-like entity was curled up near the helm, trembling and whimpering as it watched the spectral flames flicker around it. I was explicit about not wanting to touch it, yet you forced me. I couldn't dare defy, for a sailor who rebels will be chained to a cannonball and cast into the sea. I am familiar with the seafaring code. I am the sailor. Lawrence glanced at the entity now self-identifying as the sailor. His comprehension of the unfolding events was far from complete, yet his menacing gaze was to silence Anomaly 077 and wrangle the corpse under his control. The mummy-like figure cautiously rose to its feet under this state, observing the astounding spectacle. The bridge, devastated by the previous attack, was experiencing rapid restoration under the influence of the spectral flame. The entire crew, now resembling ghosts, instinctively resumed their duties, waiting for their captain's orders. "Captain," Anomaly 077 turned towards Lawrence, "what should be our next move?" Lawrence was once again perplexed, but then a realization seemed to dawn on him. He slowly averted his gaze. "The vanished fleet is under attack, retaliate! Retaliate!" Anomaly 077 instantly echoed. "Retaliate! Retaliate!" The voice of First Mate Gus boomed from the side. His body was wreathed in flames, the crackling sound of the fire intertwining with his words. "Follow the captain's command, retaliate! Retaliate!" The chorus was echoed by the crew stationed on the bridge in perfect harmony. Simultaneously, each spectral crew member aboard the White Oak received the captain's command. The ship, reborn amidst the flames, sprang into action. Its steam core roared, all gun turrets swiveled into position, and a resonating steam whistle mingled with a primal roar echoed across the sea. The ship beneath them lunged forward, rapidly closing the gap with the Seagull. Almost concurrently, Lawrence caught sight of another spectre flanking the White Oak, an additional vessel shrouded in a dense fog and billowing smoke, only visible as a menacing silhouette. Its silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the White Oak, undoubtedly a sibling ship of the same class. The enigmatic vessel surged ahead in perfect unison with the White Oak, launching a unified assault against the Seagull. Through the ascending spectral flames, Lawrence gazed, dumbstruck, at the phantom warship that had suddenly materialized beside them. After what seemed like an eternity, he whispered its name as though in a spellbound state. "The Black Oak." Martha. Chapter 385, The End of the Battle. There navigated a formidable warship within a shroud of darkness, a strange vessel seemingly pieced together from a diverse mixture of smoke, fog, and miscellaneous remnants. Sailing alongside the White Oak, this mysterious craft boldly ventured towards the Seagull, their looming foe. The ship's ambiguous silhouette, masked in a dense fog, suggested a shared lineage with the White Oak, yet it maintained its unique features. The hazy sight was at odds with Lawrence's mental image of the ship, yet in spite of its apparent state of ruin and alteration, it was unmistakably the same ship. The ship's appearance was unusual and eccentric, but it nonetheless conjured a surge of familiarity and rekindled potent memories just as it invariably did in Lawrence's dreams. This ship was indeed the Black Oak. It had returned as if resurrected from the annals of the past, sailing alongside its twin, the White Oak, in a poignant reminder of their previous voyages together. Suddenly, a piercing sound of the steam whistle cut through the old captain's confusion and dreamlike trance. The noise emanated from the spectral ship, serving as a harsh wake-up call to Lawrence that this was not a time for idle reminiscing amidst such critical circumstances. The daunting sound of shells raining from the heavens echoed again as the ruthless attack from the Seagull carried on mercilessly. Lawrence's focus was quickly redirected as he watched a flaming orb strike the bow of the White Oak. In a flash, flames soared skyward. The fiery projectile was engulfed and absorbed by the vibrant green flames already ravaging the ship. The impact brutally ripped apart a section of the ship's bow, sending fiery chunks of molten metal scattering in all directions. Yet, in the next moment, the devastated structure began to mend as if time was reversing, restoring the ship to its pristine state amidst the swirling green inferno. Lawrence felt a sensation of being drained, like his vitality and life force were being leached away from his body. However, the lost energy was rapidly replaced by the otherworldly flames enveloping him. Subsequently, the defensive artillery stationed on the bow and flanks of the White Oak sprang into life, releasing a barrage of shells that shrieked through the air like vengeful spirits, leaving trails of glowing streaks behind. Almost simultaneously, the adjacent Black Oak launched its attack. The deafening roar of cannons reverberated, and within the swelling black fog, a series of bright flashes appeared. Ghostly shells were catapulted from the mist, ruthlessly descending upon the enemy vessel in the distance. Holding the wheel with an unyielding grip, Lawrence could sense the potent vibrations from each cannon blast that radiated through the ship's body. His perception seemed to magnify, extending not only along the trajectory of the soaring shells but also the rhythmic pulsations of the seawater until it felt like his senses encompassed the entirety of the vast ocean. At the far reach of his amplified senses, the enemy vessel Seagull emerged like a luminescent beacon within the encompassing darkness, emanating a formidable, almost blinding, aura. Not so long ago, the Seagull was regarded as a fearsome rival for the White Oak. However, in this charged atmosphere, Lawrence found himself viewing the adversary not as a threatening opponent but as an enticing prey, ripe and ready to be consumed. Within moments, the White Oak's retaliatory fire connected with the Seagull with unwavering precision. A monstrous explosion ensued, the raging flames reaching high towards the sky. The unique warship looked as though it had been viciously torn apart by an invisible beast, with a significant portion of it brutally ripped away. The gaping wound unveiled the strangely contorted internal framework of the enemy ship in harsh detail. Despite the inflicted damage being substantial, it was far from being a fatal blow. "Full speed," Lawrence commanded, his hands firmly anchored on the wheel, his eyes intently focused on the steadily advancing enemy vessel. He was acutely aware of the subsequent actions needed to ensure the White Oak survives. "We need to replenish." His first mate Gus echoed the command across the ship's bridge. "Yes, full speed." The ship's steam core bellowed with renewed vigor, driving the already high-speed White Oak to even further extremes. Like a swift hunting falcon, the ship lunged towards the distant Seagull. Sailing in parallel, the Black Oak mirrored its companion's pace and trajectory. Despite the looming clash, the Seagull showed no intentions of adjusting its course or decelerating. This ship, which had initiated an unrelenting assault since its arrival, now seemed to resemble an unthinking, rampaging monster. Unaffected by the drastic metamorphoses of the White Oak and the turning tide of the battle, it resolutely stuck to its initial objective, complete annihilation of the enemy. Two colossal ships, one enveloped in eerie green flames, the other sheathed in a twisted, dark, fantastical architecture, sped towards each other with terrifying velocity. The shrill whistle of the steam horn sliced through the air, its high-pitched cry seemingly tearing the very fabric of the sky apart. A ceaseless salvo of shells launched from both vessels churned the ocean surface, their intensifying bombardment illuminating the seascape and skies. The gap between them shrank rapidly, their reciprocal fire striking the hulls with increasing regularity and ripping through the structures of both vessels. Lawrence and his crew stood on the White Oak command deck, their gaze unwaveringly directed ahead. Their minds seemed to be held captive by a powerful surge of anticipation. Any trace of fear and hesitancy had evaporated from the souls aboard, supplanted by a fervent readiness for the imminent, unavoidable clash. Then, the moment of impact arrived. Much like a fragile snowball forcefully compressed against the scorching surface of a blazing furnace, the prow of the Seagull plunged headlong into the raging spectral flames that encased the White Oak. Accompanied by a terrifying shriek and a loud roar reminiscent of a chorus of millions crying out simultaneously, the seemingly robust steel hull disintegrated gradually in the face of the intense emerald flames. As the catastrophic collision persisted, the Seagull began to vanish from bow to stern into the fiery jaws of the White Oak, giving the impression of a beast being swallowed whole. Even as the last turret of the Seagull was consumed by the ghostly flames, the ceaseless barrage of cannon fire exchanged between the two vessels didn't falter for a moment. Eventually, a deafening silence descended upon the battlefield. After relentlessly roaring and belching fire, the defensive cannons of the White Oak fell quiet as well the rumble from its steam core. In addition, the ethereal flames that had been rampaging across the ship started to calm, transitioning from their previously aggressive state into a gentle, tranquil burn along the ship's hull. Lawrence found himself momentarily disoriented. His hands had slipped from the wheel without him noticing, and he found himself observing the scene on the command deck. One by one, the sailors turned their heads towards him. Their physical forms seemed to meld with spectral apparitions, casting an unearthly pallor onto their faces. Their empty eyes appeared devoid of any trace of human cognition or empathy. Blinking, Lawrence could feel the peripheries of his consciousness starting to waver, threatening to engulf him in obscurity, when a figure abruptly materialized at the edge of his vision. A young man had materialized as if emerging from the ether, stepping through the rising spectral flames surrounding him. He was attired in the deep blue robes of a storm priest, a radiant emblem gleaming on his chest. With purposeful strides, he advanced towards Lawrence, extended his hand, and pressed his glowing emblem against Lawrence's chest. An intense wave of heat radiated from his chest, and Lawrence felt his faltering mind abruptly regain its equilibrium. His humanity and rationality surged back into his consciousness like a jolt of electricity. As the fog of confusion started to lift from the captain's mind, the crew members aboard the White Oak also seemed to emerge from their spectral stupor. They exchanged glances as if trying to piece together the fragments of memory from the final showdown, the climactic clash, and the monumental collision between the White Oak and the Seagull. Some reacted with retrospective cries of awe, others examined their bodies instinctively, while some turned their gaze towards the young priest who had seemingly materialized on the command deck. A crease appeared on Lawrence's forehead as he studied the young man standing before him. He paused for a moment, then hesitantly voiced, "Priest Jansen. It's me, thank God, you can finally see me," came the breathless reply from the young ship's priest. He seemed to be gasping for air as if he had just emerged from the sea's depths. His robe was soaking, with water trickling down from his hair and neck as he spoke. Thanks to the protection of the storm goddess, I've been shouting at your side for days. A residue of confusion still lingered within Lawrence. It took him a few moments to gradually recall another peculiar circumstance from the past few days. A ship's priest should always be on board, just like the sun should always be in the sky. However, throughout this time, he hadn't laid eyes on this young priest once. Priest Jansen had not only vanished from everyone's sight but also from their memories to such an extent that the crew had forgotten the basic tenet that there should be a priest on board. Lawrence had noticed the strange absence of the sun, yet it was only now that he realized Priest Jansen had been missing too. What happened? Like a man slowly emerging from a dream, the captain turned his head and asked in a gentle tone. I'm not entirely sure. Over the past few days, it felt like I was cut off from all of you, confined within a different dimension. The drenched young priest shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. I could see everyone, but nobody could see me, as if I had become an outsider on this ship. It was only just now, when the ship underwent a transformation amidst the flames, that I felt the barrier starting to fade. At the same time, I noticed something was wrong with your mental state, so I tried to stabilize your mind with the holy emblem. Luckily, I managed to do it in time. As Lawrence listened to the priest's explanation, a maelstrom of disorganized thoughts and speculations swirled through his mind. Upon hearing the term improper mental state, a delayed sensation of fear finally seized his heart. Lawrence vividly remembered the uncanny state he and his crew found themselves in during the final stretch of their skirmish with the Seagull. The memory sent a shiver down his spine, making him feel as though he was on the brink of breaking out into a cold sweat. However, no sweat materialized. He was still veiled in spectral flames, and his phantom-like form showed no signs of returning to normal. Lawrence shifted his gaze down to his arm, its appearance still ghostly and translucent, his mind teeming with a myriad of conjectures. Is this the blessing from the vanished? The seasoned captain shook his head, a mirthless laugh slipped past his lips. He was uncertain whether to regard their current state as a stroke of luck or a cruel twist of fate. Surviving the relentless scrutiny of Duncan Abnamar appears to be no simple feat, but at least we've made it, if indeed, we can consider this to be alive. With these words, he slowly lifted his eyes, peering through a nearby porthole, taking in the expansive sea that flowed alongside the ship and the mysterious dark ship mirroring the White Oak's path. Chapter 386, Return to Reality. The grand and imposing ship, known as the White Oak, had gracefully settled on the expansive, shimmering surface of the endless sea. Its movements stilled, it appeared to rest peacefully amidst the gentle swaying of the waters. Just a little ways off, its sister ship, given the ominous name Black Oak, had likewise stopped in its tracks. It was ensnared in a heavy, dense fog that seemed to cast an enigmatic spell around it. The mysterious silhouette it created bore an uncanny resemblance to the eerie depictions of phantom ships in age-old seafarers' tales. The vague outlines of the Black Oak seemed to extend an almost tangible but cryptic invitation, subtly persuasive yet tinged with an element of hidden threat. Captain Lawrence, a mariner of substantial experience and many sea voyages, directed his gaze towards the obscured craft. His countenance hinted at a twinge of uneasiness, an uncharacteristic display of doubt that even the seasoned captain could not fully hide. Should we send a team over for a closer look? First Mate Gus proposed, his voice cutting through the prevalent silence like a sharp blade. His words seemed to shake Lawrence from his deep reverie, pushing the looming uncertainty aside for a moment. Turning his attention towards Gus, Lawrence was greeted with the sight of a man who had been a reliable ally through countless storms and dangerous voyages for over 20 years. You noticed it too, didn't you? Our last encounter with it was near Frost, Gus recalled, his gaze lost in the undulating sea before them. His voice wavered with a complicated blend of emotions as he continued, after all these years, we veterans have known about your situation. But no one had the courage to talk about it openly. In response, Lawrence fell into brief silence before finally breaking the stillness. His voice came out soft, almost whispered, do you remember, not so long ago, when you saw a shadowy figure standing beside me on the deck? Caught off guard by the question, Gus stuttered a bit before managing to reply, that was Martha. Lawrence cut him off, his voice just barely louder than the murmur of the sea around them. His words took Gus by surprise, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The same Martha that only I could see for all these years. I've seen her on board more frequently of late, and I heard her voice when we were near Dagger Island. At first, I thought this peculiar region of the sea was amplifying my hallucinations. But now, it seems the reality might be more intricate. Slowly, Gus redirected his gaze towards the fog-covered black oak. It stood in the midst of the fog, its stillness akin to that of a cemetery. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke, "This isn't an illusion. It's here, it's real." Upon hearing Gus's assertion, Lawrence's face hardened, a clear sign of him grappling with the gravity of the situation. After a few moments of deliberation, he finally gave an order, "Signal them, let's see how they react." "Aye, Captain," Gus promptly agreed. Without delay, a pattern of lights on the flank of the white oak sprung to life. The ghostly figures of the crew manipulated the shutter in front of the ship's searchlight, throwing a structured series of bright flashes towards the nearby, cloaked ghost ship. Upon the bridge of the white oak, Captain Lawrence stood with unwavering resolve, his gaze deeply locked onto the shrouded location of the enigmatic black oak. He was suspended in a state of anticipation, eager yet fearful of the sign or response that he sought. "Martha, are you there?" Lawrence quietly murmured to himself, his grip on the nearby handrail tightening in anxiety. His whispered words seemed to linger in the air, echoing like a silent plea to either himself or perhaps a phantom from his past. In the suspense-filled silence that followed, a solitary point of light sprung to life amidst the black oak's foggy deck. Like a defiant beacon, it pierced through the impenetrable hazy veil that cloaked the ship. After steadfastly holding its position for a few seconds, the light abruptly disappeared, only to resurface a moment later. This pattern was repeated 3 times, evoking the image of a throbbing heartbeat in the midst of the surrounding darkness. "Our signal has been acknowledged," the first mate announced, turning his gaze to Lawrence. His face was a complex canvas of mixed emotions, depicting relief, worry, and a hint of trepidation. "You may stay here, Captain. I'll send a team to investigate." "Negative, I'll go myself," Lawrence overruled, dismissing the suggestion with a resolute wave of his hand. His stern features softened, revealing a firm sense of determination. He had made up his mind. "If this event is truly a result of my deteriorating mental state, it could prove dangerous to any crew member who recklessly boards that ship. This is my burden to bear, and it's my sole responsibility to resolve it." The first mate seemed ready to protest, but witnessing the unwavering determination in Lawrence's eyes, he swallowed his words of caution. "Understood," he reluctantly agreed. With a nod of gratitude, Lawrence said, "Help me get ready. I'll need a lantern, rope, weapons, and ammunition," and his voice trailed off, and his attention diverted to a console nearby. An entity clothed in an old sailor's uniform appeared to be stepping stealthily towards a rope coil. The figure was trying its best to remain unnoticed, using the shadows cast by the console as a cover. After a moment's contemplation, Lawrence declared, "I should bring it along. It's too risky to leave an unpredictable anomaly aboard the White Oak. There's something unusual about this one." Caught in the act, the entity, known as Anomaly 077, immediately froze in place. Meanwhile, in the icy cityscape of Frost, near the 4th Cemetery, guardians cloaked in black maintained vigilant surveillance over a sewage treatment plant. 2 soldiers were specifically tasked to protect a visibly distressed manager, who was slumped forlornly next to a pipe by the sewage sedimentation tank. Despite his sickly complexion and his body's uncontrollable shivering, he showed a stubborn determination to answer each question the guards presented to him. "I assure you, I'm completely in the dark. I can't comprehend this." The manager of the plant, a balding man in his midlife years, swiped a rivulet of cold sweat from his pallid forehead. His face was a stark canvas portraying the tumultuous terror and confusion seizing him. "Everything here was ordinary. I've known these people for over a day, and there wasn't a hint of odd behavior." "Stay calm, you're just an everyday man. It's not unusual to be deceived by paranormal entities," the interrogating guardian attempted to soothe the petrified man, all the while stealing wary glances towards the empty space next to the sedimentation tank. "Leave these anomalies to the gatekeeper. Miss Agatha should be back soon." The mention of the vacant space inadvertently drew the manager's gaze, causing a resurgence of haunting memories from the near past, the horrifying transformation of the seemingly benign church priests into intimidating strangers, shadowy demons materializing out of thin air, his co-workers at the treatment center morphing into grotesque, humanoid monstrosities, engaging in a violent clash with the guardians draped in black. He visibly shivered at the horrifying remembrance, shutting his eyes tightly as if to expel the dreadful visuals. However, the encompassing darkness behind his eyelids only enhanced his fright. He reluctantly reopened his eyes, the traumatic events still casting a dreadful shadow over him. Seeing the manager's state, a guardian in black could only provide a sympathetic look. The manager had inadvertently become entangled in a concealed nightmare inside the walls of his familiar sewage treatment center, a horror-filled stage featuring merciless cultists and monstrous doppelgangers disguised as his co-workers. It was a testament to his mental fortitude that he had not succumbed to insanity amidst the shocking revelations. It was probable that the imposters, one by one, systematically replaced the treatment center's employees. The manager was likely the last true human amongst them. Had the guardians not intervened in the nick of time, he might have been the next prey of these imposters. This horrifying notion of his narrowly escaped fate intensified the victim's fear. In the aftermath of these events, it seemed implausible that the manager would be able to resume his role at the sewage treatment center. He might even require extensive psychological aid to rebuild his shattered sense of normalcy. But such considerations fell beyond the immediate responsibilities of the guardians. Currently, their foremost concern was the well-being of their superior. Despite gatekeeper Agatha's unquestionable abilities, the vanishing act of 3 supposedly harmless annihilation priests and a dozen doppelganger creatures would naturally stir worry. Her continued absence was increasingly disquieting. Ultimately, even the manager, ensnared in his own vortex of fear and anxiety, noticed the growing tension in the room. Observing the black-clad guardians, each standing in a state of high alert, he mustered the courage to ask, "Excuse me, is the gatekeeper all right? Miss Agatha is currently immersed in the spirit realm." She was apprehensive that the confrontation between these powerful supernatural beings might pose a risk to you, a common individual, or cause extensive harm to the treatment plant, explained a female guardian. Her voice was resolute and comforting. "Rest assured, no renegade entity can defy the gatekeeper of Bartok in the spirit realm. The delay in her return is likely due to her investigation for more information." The manager responded with a quick, hesitant nod, muttering, "Okay, okay." In the subsequent moment, an icy gust of wind blew across the premises of the plant. The guardians positioned at the entry points instantaneously redirected their focus towards the vacant area near the sedimentation tank. However, their tense posture was promptly replaced by a wave of relief after recognizing what had happened. "Ah, it seems Miss Agatha has successfully resolved the issue." As her words of reassurance echoed into the silence, ghostly apparitions began to materialize in the barren patch of land adjacent to the sedimentation tank. It was as though a portal to another dimension flickered into existence, with dim, fleeting silhouettes shimmering into being. They hovered for a brief moment before descending to the ground. These ethereal forms solidified in an instant, transforming into tangible beings that landed with a thud on the filth-laden ground. These beings were the remnants of the deceptive creatures and the 3 priests, now reduced to an unrecognizable sludge. Upon contact with the ground, the remains of the monstrous impostors swiftly disintegrated, rotting away into a stagnant, lifeless residue. Meanwhile, the bodies of the annihilators ignited violently as they re-entered the physical world, charring into remnants within seconds under the assault of searing black flames. The parasitic shadow demons, attempting to take physical form, evaporated into the ether before they could fully manifest. The manager of the sewage treatment plant could do nothing but gawk, astounded at the bizarre spectacle playing out before him. His escalating terror momentarily gave way to stunned disbelief. His attention was then drawn to a tumultuous whirlwind of grey manifesting in the center of the empty space. This whirlwind, a vortex of swirling dust and fog, gave way to a figure within the span of a heartbeat. Emerging from the whirlwind, clad in a black coat and wielding a staff, was the figure. With her body swaddled in bandages, Agatha raised her head, scanning the familiar realities of the physical world and the concerned expressions on her subordinates' faces. "The problem has been resolved," she softly communicated to her subordinates. Her voice was as reassuring and steadfast as it had always been. Chapter 387, The Suddenly Appearing Aura. In the palpable, concrete world, the people who had once embodied deviant ideologies and terrifying manifestations in the spiritual domain were now reduced to mere relics and ashes. The intense pollution that had plagued the sewage treatment facility had been temporarily mitigated, but it might have only provided a brief insight into a darker, more threatening specter, one that could potentially engulf the whole city-state. Following a swift count and assessment of the current situation, Agatha found her attention drawn by the sight of a manager who was standing nearby, showing clear signs of a thinning hairline. "Is his condition already verified?" Agatha queried. "Definitely a regular human, without question," one of the guardians affirmed with a deep, grave tone, "but he's in a state of extreme terror. We can't dismiss the potential of psychological contamination. He'll likely require a prolonged period of mental therapy and steady monitoring." Transport him to the local chapel, Agatha commanded with a small nod, and ensure they're informed about the grave circumstances here at the sewage treatment facility. The whole establishment needs to be subjected to a comprehensive purification and examination. It should only resume operations when we are certain that all potential threats have been meticulously addressed. I understand, gatekeeper, a team member acknowledged, understanding the instruction, and then looked at Agatha with a worried expression. You didn't encounter any complications, did you? Agatha furrowed her brows. What prompts you to ask that? You remained on the other side longer than is usual for you, the team member elaborated. Were you successful in discovering any clues in the spirit world? A thoughtful look crossed Agatha's faintly lined face. There was a residual sensation of overlooking something, but despite pondering over it, she couldn't pinpoint anything unusual. Could this be a lingering effect from her extended stay in the spiritual domain? She reached into her coat pocket for her habitual eye drops, but hesitated and decided against using them. Her eyes felt surprisingly fine, almost as if she had already applied the drops prior to returning to the physical world. There wasn't any unpleasant incident, she assured her team member. The abrupt emergence of those heretics was unexpected, which is why I took a bit more time to interrogate them. Unfortunately, she couldn't extract any useful information from the interrogation. The heretics were obstinate and zealous, and not even the prospect of death seemed to shake their unyielding beliefs. But what had she overlooked? A vague sensation of discomfort once again arose in Agatha's mind, but she managed to maintain her calm and composed demeanor in front of her team. Are we prepared to head back to the cathedral next? A guardian, attired in solemn, dark clothing, inquired. Yes, we are indeed journeying back to the cathedral, Agatha affirmed. It's of utmost importance that we rapidly orchestrate an extensive search of all the subterranean facilities throughout the city. The circumstances might be graver than we initially perceived. As the cloak of evening began to unfurl, the sun initiated its slow descent towards the horizon's edge. An impressive, dual-ringed rune halo cast a brilliant radiance near the surface of the sea, while the structures of the distant city-state were incrementally tinted by the setting sun. The result was a mesmerizing scene of the entire city seemingly melting into the enveloping twilight. Duncan had stationed himself near the slender window at the distant end of the corridor on the second floor. His substantial figure almost completely obscured the light filtering in through the window. His eyes, visible through the small gaps in his bandages, silently observed the twilight horizon stretching out in the distance, his mind apparently entangled in a labyrinth of contemplations. Suddenly, the faint echo of footsteps resonated from one side. Without even pivoting his head, Duncan recognized the approaching presence. Have you finished your assigned work? He asked in a nonchalant manner. Shirley, who had just gently eased the door open and was on the brink of stealthily descending to the first-floor kitchen for a quick snack, found herself immobilized on the spot. From a nearby shadow, the trembling head of Dog materialized, muttering in a hushed tone, I knew we couldn't remain concealed. I have finished my math flashcard exercises, Shirley ignored Dog's regret-filled remark, her eyes warily darting to the imposing figure of Duncan, who stood next to the window, a formidable presence that seemed unshakable. I still have a set of vocabulary assignments left, but I'm feeling slightly peckish. Duncan discerned the distinct mix of trepidation and complaint in the young girl's voice, prompting a chuckle to escape his lips as he swiveled to face Shirley. Have I ever implied that you are not permitted to eat until you've completed your homework? Shirley retracted a little, too uncertain to formulate a response. Exhaling a sigh, Duncan turned back around to gently pat Shirley's head. Do you detest studying? He questioned, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. You give off the impression that you are undergoing some sort of torment. I tend to feel drowsy the moment I commence reading, Shirley responded in a hesitant manner, still somewhat ill at ease in her interactions with Duncan in his current state. To her, his bandages and stern, austere attire appeared more menacing than his former position as the ship's captain. I'll return to my room and resume my homework. However, Duncan gently grasped Shirley's shoulder, preventing her from hastily retreating to her room. If you're feeling weary, it's important to rest, Duncan advised, shaking his head with gentle firmness. Don't exert undue pressure on yourself to study. Shirley gazed at Duncan, her eyes wide with surprise, but she swiftly nodded in agreement, perhaps fearful that the captain might retract his seemingly lenient stance. Following a few moments of hushed silence, she stole a cautious glance at Duncan and felt compelled to voice a question that had been nudging at her mind. Why are you so persistent about me learning to read and write? I don't need to attend a university like Nina, and I certainly don't possess the aptitude to become a scholar like Mr. Morris. This marked the first instance when Duncan was confronted with this query from Shirley, but it was evident that it had been burdening her thoughts for an extended period. This young girl, who had never been enrolled in school and whose sole companion was a demon dog, clearly struggled to comprehend the captain's motives. Because knowledge equates to power, Duncan responded after a momentary pause, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shirley. The very concepts that you perceive as tedious and burdensome are the pillars that support our modern, civilized world. Have you never pondered how the cars that throng the streets, the machines that hum rhythmically in the factories, and the expansive ocean that unfurls beyond our city operate? Or what existence is like in distant cities across the world? Shirley mulled over his words. It seemed she had a vague notion of what the correct answer might be, but eventually, she shook her head in a tentative manner. No, I've always held the belief that having enough food to sustain oneself was enough. I didn't dedicate much thought to matters extending beyond that. But now, merely appeasing your hunger isn't sufficient, Shirley. Duncan bent down to align with her eye level, engaging her gaze with serious intensity. You might not grasp the full significance of it now, but my aim is for you to experience a life that is more fulfilling. You've missed out on so many opportunities, but now that you're an integral part of our ship's crew, we'll make up for all the experiences you've been deprived of. Shirley observed Duncan with a slightly stupefied expression. She couldn't fully comprehend what the captain was endeavoring to convey, but his sincere and solemn tone transmitted a feeling of warmth. This warmth felt oddly familiar, the same type that only her parents showed during her youth. She partially understood and responded in a slow, ponderous tone. Oh, good, Duncan acknowledged, a smile gradually unfurling on his face as he steadily rose to his feet. Now that you've grasped the concept, feel free to grab something to eat and resume your homework. He abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Shirley, who had been eagerly anticipating his further directives, looked up in confusion. Hey? What's the matter? Duncan didn't respond immediately, instead lifting his hand and directing his focus towards the distance. His gaze seemed to traverse the length of the corridor, but his deep-set eyes hinted at a faraway meditation as if pondering over matters not present within the confines of the house. He blinked, one eye reflecting the architectural elements of the corridor and the lofty ceilings of the residence, while the other seemed to perceive a spectral ship enveloped in a haunting green fire, aimlessly adrift in a fog-infused, shadowy expanse. On board the vanished, gracefully slicing through the boundless waters of Frost's ocean, Duncan abruptly redirected his attention from the nautical chart sprawled on his desk. His sudden shift in movement instantly captivated the attention of the goat head perched at the corner of the table. It swiveled around with an audible creak. Ah, Captain, how may I be of service? Is it mealtime already? Despite our crew's currently depleted state, I am fully prepared to extend dining services to the best of my abilities. What cuisine might you prefer? We could start with southern delicacies, deep-fried meat rolls, savory pork chops, exquisite fish cakes, a variety of delectable egg dishes including grilled, steamed, boiled, stewed, pickled, and smoked eggs. Silence. I didn't divert my attention to hear you catalog an exhaustive culinary roster. Duncan cast a fleeting glance at the excessively talkative goat head, his expression cloaked in a layer of solemnity. His gaze drifted towards the window of the captain's cabin, peering in the direction of Frost as he pondered out loud, the White Oak. The White Oak. The goat head paused momentarily before recognition dawned. Ah, the steamship Alice once journeyed on? What provoked its mention? Do you desire to claim it as spoils of victory? I am capable of devising a comprehensive strategy for acquisition. Are you contemplating augmenting the crew? We could likely persuade the captain to. It's in close proximity, Duncan interjected, curtailing the goat head's ceaseless ramblings. He slowly rose from his seat behind the desk, his eyebrows furrowing together as he tuned into that faint yet unmistakably tangible link, close to Frost. The White Oak is near Frost. The goat head abruptly halted its discourse, its voice resonating with disbelief. That's an absurd claim. Isn't Frost currently under siege? Tyrion's naval fleet has imposed a blockade on the surrounding sea routes. If a foreign vessel were in the vicinity, he would certainly inform you, wouldn't he? There's something unusual. I can indeed perceive the White Oak's presence, Duncan said reflectively, but its location, it's rather nebulous and seems to oscillate intermittently. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze unyieldingly fixed on the distant side of Frost, striving to pinpoint the sudden vivid presence that had come to his awareness. The emergence of the White Oak had abruptly surfaced and exponentially intensified, much like a beacon spontaneously igniting in pitch blackness, irresistibly drawing his attention. It was an entirely novel sensation, one he hadn't encountered before. In addition to that, whether it was a figment of his imagination or a tangible reality, Duncan also perceived multiple considerable fluctuations in the ship's energy, reminiscent of a lantern sputtering capriciously in a gusty breeze. Deep in thought, he cast a contemplative glance towards the meticulously chiseled goat head on the table. Do you have any inkling of what might be unfolding? The goat head pondered for a brief moment before shaking its head. Would you prefer that I propose some dish suggestions instead? Absolutely useless when it truly counts. Duncan couldn't help but grimace as he rose from his chair, circumvented the navigation table, and commenced his approach towards the exit of the captain's cabin. Chapter 388, Boundary of Illusion. Duncan did not allow himself to drift aimlessly around the ship when he emerged from the captain's cabin. Instead, his hand instinctively reached for the door handle marked Door of the Lost. As he pulled the door open, he was met with the familiar sight of Zhou Ming's private quarters. The room was precisely as he had left it, an unchanged haven in a sea of uncertainty. It gave off a potent aura of familiarity that momentarily took him aback, as though he'd been away for much longer than he thought. True to his established routine, Zhou Ming first made his way towards the firmly closed window. He scrutinized the fine layer of dust gathered on the sill, then checked the lock's condition, making sure it was secure. Despite knowing full well the triviality of these actions, he performed them with the precision of a ritual. Afterwards, he reached for the diary hanging within arm's reach of the window, diligently recording the day's observations in a previously untouched section. The doors and windows had not been tampered with. The room had stayed pristine in his absence. Having completed this new diary entry, Zhou Ming sighed and slowly ambled towards the study desk. At that very moment, tiny emerald sparks started to flicker on the desk surface, gradually outlining an unknown form. The sparks grew in intensity, coalescing to reveal the object they were forming. The crafting process was almost at its completion, hinting at a ship. To be specific, it was a steam-powered mechanical marvel with a sleek white hull and an impressive chimney, nothing less than a remarkable feat of engineering. Zhou Ming watched this spectacle unfold with an unperturbed demeanor. The object turned out to be a miniature of the white oak, which had now inexplicably taken form inside his room. But this raised the question: why was it there? What had caused its sudden appearance? And what had become of the actual vessel? Zhou Ming's gaze then moved to a shelf in the room. There, nestled snugly among the slots of the shelf, were the miniatures of the vanished and planned, standing in silent testament to their former glory. Zhou Ming knew that objects fully enveloped by the spirit's fire, under his complete control, would materialize as exact replicas on his desk. This had been the case with the vanished and planned, and now it seemed the white oak had followed suit. Suddenly, vivid memories of his initial encounter with the white oak surged forward, overwhelming Zhou Ming's senses. The white oak had once fallen prey to Zhou Ming's spectral flame, and the entire vessel was absorbed by the vanished. But it seemed that his control over the ethereal fire had not been enough at that time. After being scorched, the white oak did not transform into a desk-side ornament like other objects, but left an enduring trace mark instead. Now seated at his desk, Zhou Ming observed as the twinkling green sparks traced the last details of the white oak's outline. His expression mirrored deep contemplation. Zhou Ming was confident that he hadn't kept tabs on the white oak for quite some time and had not purposely ignited the flame mark left on the ship. Thus, the current metamorphosis wasn't a consequence of his actions, it was a voluntary change initiated by the white oak itself. Evidently, a significant event had occurred on the ship, setting off the mark left on it. The mark hadn't just been activated but had gone as far as transforming the ship into one of his cherished miniatures. His eyes narrowed in concentration as Zhou Ming once again attempted to pinpoint the exact location of the white oak and assess its current state. After a moment of intense focus, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of solemnity edged on his face. Despite his best efforts from the confines of his room, Zhou Ming found it tricky to locate the precise whereabouts of the white oak. His senses vaguely suggested it might be towards Frost, the world that lay beyond his doorstep. Moreover, as he attempted to assess the white oak's status, he received an unfamiliar response. It felt as if the ship was entirely submerged in an ocean. On the desk, the dance of the green sparks came to an end, leaving behind a beautifully detailed model of the white oak silently positioned before Zhou Ming. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ming extended his hand to pick up the miniature of the white oak, raising it for a more intimate inspection. However, nothing seemed amiss. After examining the model for a brief period, Zhou Ming shook his head in reluctant acceptance. He realized it was impossible to verify the ship's situation from the confines of his room. He would need to physically journey to Frost for a thorough investigation. Standing from his desk, with the white oak model in his grasp, he intended to add this new artifact to his display shelf. But he paused near a mirror, his eyes reflecting deep thought as he scrutinized his own reflection. What returned his gaze was not the reflection of the white oak, but rather a unique ship shrouded in a dense, ominous mist. The ship's silhouette, mirrored in the glass, bore an uncanny resemblance to the white oak. It was as if they were twins, cast from the same die. However, this reflected ship emanated an enigmatic, almost otherworldly aura. The hull was marred by signs of significant damage and long-term neglect, suggesting that it had rested on the seabed for countless years. Zhou Ming switched his gaze between the ship in the mirror and the model in his hand, confirming that the object he held was indeed just the model of the white oak. After a fleeting moment of surprise and contemplation, Zhou Ming hastily put the white oak model down. He moved decisively towards the display shelf, picked up the models of the vanished and the planned, and meticulously inspected each one in the mirror's reflection. However, neither of them changed in the mirror. The white oak stood as the lone exception, revealing a mysterious doppelganger in the mirror's reflection. Zhou Ming once again positioned the white oak model before the mirror, his gaze thoughtfully studying the darkened ship that shimmered back at him from the reflective surface. It seemed as though the mirror was showing a parallel dimensions reflection of the white oak. Engrossed in his contemplation, he slowly stretched his hand towards the mirrored phantom, only to meet the cold, unyielding surface of the mirror. Meanwhile, at the wheel of the ship, Lawrence found himself dwarfed by the foreboding silhouette of the black oak. The shadow-laden fog gradually closed in around him, engulfing his form. The lantern hung precariously at the ship's bow, its weak light making a futile attempt to pierce through the all-consuming darkness and etch out a path forward. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lawrence could barely discern the white oak, which now looked like a faint ghost hidden in the foggy distance. Even though the two vessels had appeared closely linked from the white oak's bridge, he now felt an immeasurable gulf separating them. This chasm was not merely physical distance but seemed like a divide between the realms of the real and the surreal, and he was gradually navigating his way through this spectral schism. His mindset stabilized as the surroundings grew more peculiar and the darkness ever more engulfing. It was as if the path had been revealed, and fate had laid out all the choices before him. He was steadfast in his decision to board the Black Oak, regardless of the unknowns it held. However, it appeared as though he was the sole passenger capable of maintaining his equanimity. Another occupant of the boat was far from experiencing the same tranquility. "Please, I beg of you, let me go. If necessary, bind me and hoist me up the mast," implored Anomaly 077 incessantly. This figure, resembling a living mummy, had been chattering incessantly, "As long as I can retreat back to my slumber, I'm willing to comply with any request you have, even if it entails devoting myself to the storm goddess, or perhaps even the god of death. I simply cannot endure this relentless wakefulness any longer." For the first time since their departure, Lawrence finally addressed the mummy's pleas. "You're willing to submit yourself to a deity?" Taken aback, the mummy halted momentarily before energetically nodding. "If it means I can resume my sleep, I'm ready to declare my loyalty to any god, even within the realm of my dreams." Reflecting on this for a moment, a well-known sailor's jest sprang to Lawrence's mind. A smile began to play upon his lips. "Well then, how about considering an oath to the god of wisdom?" Anomaly 077 appeared momentarily baffled, and after a beat, it managed to croak out a response through its parched throat. "I suppose I could initiate my devotion by immersing myself in the intricacies of plane geometry. Even contemplating allegiance to the god of wisdom, your desperation is indeed profound," Lawrence observed, shaking his head in amused fascination. "But what exactly spurs this fear in you? From the data I've gathered, you're classified as an anomaly prone to losing control, yet here you are, desperate to revert to your dormant state. Why is that?" In response, Anomaly 077 merely recoiled further into a corner of the modest boat, its gaze brimming with unease while fixated on the faint green flame dancing on Lawrence. Shifting his eyes down to his transformed body, Lawrence looked up again and asked, "Is it this flame that incites your terror? Or perhaps it's the latent power that this flame symbolizes?" With a low grumble, Anomaly 077 retorted, "Isn't it self-evident? I didn't anticipate an anomaly such as yourself being aware of the reputation of the vanished." Lawrence mused. "The intel on you suggested that you retain self-awareness and possess the capacity to interact with others even post your loss of control. Yet your consciousness seems far more advanced than initially assumed. Had you not been mummified, I might have even mistaken you for a human." Seemingly resigned, Anomaly 077 lowered its head and fell silent. However, Lawrence wasn't perturbed by Sailor's reaction. He was faced with a plethora of mysteries to unravel, and one eccentric anomaly contradicting the pre-existing data seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. So much was still shrouded in uncertainty, so many secrets yearned to be discovered. When was the last time he had been engulfed by such exhilarating anticipation? It seemed as though the thrill-seeking Lawrence had evaporated from the world when he took leave from the Black Oak. The enchantment of the unexplored, the allure of the remote, had receded into the realm of nostalgia until this moment. Upon locking his gaze with the Black Oak once again, the dormant sense of adventure within Lawrence was stirred, rekindling in the heart of the seasoned seafarer. Lifting his gaze, he found the intimidating silhouette of the Black Oak now looming mere meters away from their modest vessel. He steered their boat closer, halting at a location that triggered a distinct memory, and lightly tapped the ship's hull with his oar. This action elicited a response from above. A rope ladder was unfurled and lowered down. Lawrence pivoted, his eyes seeking out Anomaly 077, who remained huddled in the boat's corner. "The time has come to ascend the ship, sailor." With some hesitation, Anomaly 077 rose, bowing its head in surrender. "As you wish, Captain." Chapter 389, Stepping aboard the Black Oak. Grasping the rungs of the rope ladder with an iron-clad hold, Lawrence began his ascent, methodically pulling himself upward with each laborious movement. Each step brought him closer to the formidable exterior of the ship, which loomed above him like an ominous beast. The vessel was aptly named the Black Oak. Its hull was cloaked in darkness as profound as the midnight sky, a hue so intense it seemed as though it had been scorched by a searing flame, leaving behind a charred, somber shade. After a grueling and physically taxing climb, Lawrence finally hauled himself onto the ship's deck. The moment his boots made contact with the worn wooden planks of the deck, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over him. He found himself doubled over, his hands braced on his knees for support, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A self-deprecating chuckle bubbled up from his chest as he heaved for air, a rueful acknowledgement of the fact that his strength was not what it once had been. Age had undeniably caught up with him. The undeniable proof lay in his struggle to complete a task as seemingly simple as climbing a rope ladder, an act that now required a period of rest and recovery. His mind drifted back to his youth, a time when his introspective reverie was cut short by the sound of footsteps resonating behind him. Shaking off the unwelcome onslaught of nostalgia, Lawrence shifted his focus to Anomaly 077, a peculiar entity that had managed to scale the intimidating exterior of the Black Oak. The figure, more akin to a mummified corpse than a man, lingered near the edge of the deck, displaying an unexpected level of compliance. Despite its daunting appearance, this creature, formerly a man, had shown a remarkable willingness to cooperate throughout their journey. Lawrence found it strange to see such a fearsome anomaly, so high level in its destructive potential, acting with such apparent obedience. However, given the unsettling reality that this dreadful mummy was his only ally in this exploratory endeavor, Lawrence put his reservations aside and adopted an air of stern authority. "Is the boat secure?" he demanded, treating the creature as though it were an indispensable member of his trusted crew. "Secured," came the mummy's response, its voice a deep, gravelly rumble. The figure's eyes, hollow and sunken, flickered around the vacant ship before it spoke again, its words marked by a touch of hesitation. "It seems there's no one else on board, Captain." "I'm not blind," snapped Lawrence, his tone laced with sarcasm, as he cast his own scrutinizing gaze around the deck. The atmosphere aboard the Black Oak was thick with a peculiar fog, which seemed to drape the ship in a gloomy shroud. The fog didn't appear to be growing denser, but it certainly complicated efforts to take in the full details of the ship. Peering through the mist, Lawrence strained to make out the ship's layout, which appeared uncannily similar to his own vessel, the White Oak. The resemblance was striking, with roughly 70 to 80% similarity. However, unlike his well-maintained ship, the Black Oak exhibited signs of severe neglect. Patches of paint flaked off the railings, the deck planks were twisted and warped, and stains that looked eerily like rust speckled the ship's structure. In the absence of the spooky fog, Lawrence could have easily mistaken the Black Oak for a long-abandoned version of his own ship, the White Oak. It was as though he had stepped into an alternate reality where his beloved vessel had been left to drift aimlessly, forgotten, and succumbing slowly to the relentless assault of time and weather. Indeed, the mummy's observations were spot on, there was no other living soul on this ship. It was completely devoid of life, adding to the eerie silence that enveloped them. But if there's no one else here, then who dropped down the rope ladder? Anomaly 077 broke the silence, voicing his perplexity. And when you signaled this ship, someone, or something, responded with a light. Who was behind that? Lawrence turned to regard the sailor, a hint of admiration creeping into his expression. For an anomaly, your thought process is surprisingly logical, he mused aloud. But isn't it a bit odd to apply such logic to a ghost ship? The creature, this anomaly 077, merely responded with a nonchalant shrug, lapsing into an unsettling silence. But Lawrence wasn't content with allowing the mummy to wallow in his silence. He hadn't brought anomaly 077 all the way to the Black Oak just to avoid the potential risk of leaving him aboard the White Oak. He had intentions to harness this anomaly's unique abilities. Can you exercise your abilities on this ship? Lawrence questioned, his gaze boring into the creature, striving to decipher the enigma before him. Can you influence this ship? Do you want me to usurp it? Anomaly 077 responded, his mummified features revealing a flicker of surprise. No, I don't expect you to usurp it, Lawrence corrected him firmly, but I want you to gauge if your abilities can operate effectively here. Can you sense the current state of this ship? Anomaly 077, also known as the Sailor, possessed a peculiar power. He had the ability to control, and in some circumstances, usurp anything that fell under the classification of a ship. This made him a unique entity, granting him an unparalleled understanding and influence over ships that far exceeded the comprehension of a normal human. Could it be that the Black Oak would reveal some unusual characteristics under the sailor's scrutiny? Lawrence was eager to exploit Anomaly 077's abilities to unravel the mystery of the Black Oak. Obediently, the mummy complied with Lawrence's command. He stood there on the weather-beaten deck, his arms stretched out, his eyes half closed as if he was trying to read the wind direction in the midst of the enveloping fog. Meanwhile, Lawrence's gaze roved over the array of familiar items strewn about the ship's deck. The Black Oak, he was finally aboard the vessel that had haunted his dreams for years. Despite the countless times he had revisited the past incidents on this ship in his dreams, the memories remained as sharp and as vivid as ever, refusing to fade with time. His life had been shaped by numerous voyages, spurred by an unwavering determination to locate this ship. But now, standing on its deck, he was assaulted by a flood of uncertainties questioning his judgment, doubting his perceptions, and even pondering over the very existence of this ship. The sudden appearance of the Black Oak was profoundly strange and filled with suspicion. Its current state was anything but ordinary. Despite a part of him emotionally resisting the thought, logic suggested that this might not be the Black Oak he had been relentlessly searching for. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation created by some erratic supernatural anomaly that was beyond his control. His mind swirled with confusion and uncertainty until the look of utter bewilderment reflected in the sailor's wide eyes brought him back to reality. "What's the situation?" Lawrence asked without delay. I don't know how to put it," the sailor stammered, his gaze fixated on the deck beneath his feet, a visible display of confusion creasing his brow. "Captain, I can't feel the existence of this ship." "What do you mean you can't sense the ship's existence?" Lawrence exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes mirroring his shock. He had contemplated the possibility that the sailor's abilities might fall short against this peculiar ghost ship, but he hadn't predicted such an odd disclosure. "Then where on earth are we standing?" "I'm sorry, sir, I can't give a proper explanation." The sailor seemed somewhat startled by Lawrence's reaction but stood his ground. "We are indeed standing here. This place definitely exists, but in my perception, it doesn't, or at least, it isn't here." Puzzlement edged itself across Lawrence's face. He was certain that the mummy wasn't attempting to fool him, his words were a genuine reflection of his perception. But this knowledge did little to alleviate Lawrence's disarray. After an internal deliberation, he took a deep breath, lifted his lantern high, and directed his gaze towards a specific point at the far end of the deck. The gentle, golden glow from the lantern trembled amidst the fog, seemingly mapping out an invisible path ahead. "Captain, where are we going?" the sailor asked. "To the bridge," Lawrence replied calmly, "the captain should be on the bridge." As his statement hung in the cool, dense air, he proceeded along the illuminated path. The sailor paused momentarily before hastening to catch up, his stride slightly awkward due to an evident limp. A hint of curiosity threaded his voice as he inquired, "You mean, the captain of this ship? Are you familiar with the captain of the Black Oak?" Lawrence's stride faltered momentarily before he continued his trek. "Yes, I know her quite well." The sailor simply nodded in acknowledgement, slipping back into a respectful silence. Within moments, Lawrence found himself standing before the entrance to the ship's bridge. A red metal door, slightly ajar, loomed before him as if silently inviting him to step inside. "You open the door." With the lantern securely held in one hand, Lawrence deftly drew a revolver from his waistband with his other hand, signaling for the mummy at his side to make a move. "All right," the mummy, obediently heaving a sigh of resignation, stepped forward. He gripped the door handle and, without any exertion, pushed the door open. Looking inside, Lawrence discovered an abandoned bridge. It was utterly devoid of any signs of human presence. A thin layer of fog whimsically danced around the chairs and navigation equipment. At the front of the bridge, the unmanned ship's wheel gently rocked back and forth as if self-steering its course. "There's no one here either," the mummy stated, a hint of disappointment seeping into his voice. "I can see that," Lawrence responded, his tone touched with dry sarcasm as he stepped into the bridge. Holding up his lantern, he cast out the creeping shadows that sought refuge in the corners. His eyes rapidly swept over the weather-beaten equipment and vacant seats, finally settling on the ship's helm. The captain should have been here. But there was no trace of the captain. Lawrence allowed himself a moment of silent introspection, releasing a sigh heavy with both disappointment and a strange sense of relief. "Ah, as expected, you're not here." "No, I'm here." A voice, chillingly soft and unmistakably feminine, echoed from the side. Taken by surprise, Lawrence felt a shiver creep down his spine. The uncanny green flame that constantly clung to his body, defying any attempts at extinguishment, surged several inches higher. In the very next second, he spun around, his gaze instantly drawn to the source of the voice. A woman stood there, seemingly in her prime, donned in a captain's uniform. Her waves of hair cascaded over her shoulders, her arms were crossed over her chest, and her face, while maintaining a composed expression, hinted at a deep-seated resignation. "Ah, a woman has materialized," Anomaly 077 exclaimed in surprise, and then, quickly registering the gravity of the situation, shot a quick, questioning glance at Lawrence. "Captain, should I remain silent?" Lawrence shot the mummy a brief glare. "Yes, stay silent." "Understood, Captain." Though it was poorly timed, Anomaly 077's interruption did serve to diffuse some of the palpable tension that hung heavily in the air. Lawrence capitalized on this brief respite to regain his composure, his mind buzzing as he pondered on how to break the ice. What should he say first? In the past, he had engaged in countless conversations with Martha. They had shared many imaginary years together in his illusions. Yet, in this crucial moment, Lawrence found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't converse with Martha as effortlessly as he had in his dreams. This momentary hesitation led him to a jarring realization. The Martha standing before him now was a unique entity, existing completely outside the confines of his subconscious mind. Chapter 390, Reunion after a long separation. For an extended period of time, Lawrence had found himself inhabiting a reality that bore striking resemblance to a constant, conscious dream. It was as if he had been enshrouded in a vibrant mirage where he was in complete control of his senses, acutely aware of everything happening around him. He was experiencing an intense transformation of his psyche, a process that he understood with a depth and intensity unmatched by others. It was clear to Lawrence that Martha, the woman who once played a significant role in his life, was now absent. The constant spectral companion that shadowed his every waking moment turned out to be nothing more than a fabrication of his mind, a painful truth that he couldn't shake off. Regardless of whether it was on a subconscious or conscious level, his mental perceptiveness was remarkably profound. In comparison to other sea captains of his generation and level of expertise, his mental resilience was praiseworthy. Within the boundless vastness of the sea, it was not unusual to encounter sea captains plagued by distorted mental states and an increasingly tenuous grasp on their sanity. Despite the spiritual support provided by priests who traveled with these maritime voyagers, the profession of seafaring was inherently laced with more psychological risks than an average sailor might encounter. These sea captains embarked on countless journeys, constantly wrestling with their deteriorating mental health to such a degree that they often defined their profession with a spine-chilling saying: "We are not just teetering on the brink of the abyss. Instead, we are being thrust headlong into its gaping maw." But it was due to the mental torment he had been subjected to over the years that Lawrence developed an unusually keen insight into the phantasmal Martha. He had an acute awareness that the figure he was now seeing was not similar to the hallucinations he had experienced before. His mind wandered back to the vision of Martha that had materialized on the deck of the ship, the White Oak, a while back. On that day, First Mate Gus had also witnessed the spectral apparition of Martha. Could that have been a crucial turning point? Had everything finally crossed an unseen threshold? Had the figments of his imagination finally taken on a physical form? Or had some mysterious force delved into his psyche and brought this tangible entity into existence? Was this a blessing cloaked in malice? Or perhaps, a snare imbued with mockery? Martha, Lawrence finally broke the stifling silence, his voice rough and choked due to his dry throat. Are you truly here, standing in front of me? As you can see, the feminine figure retorted with a chuckle, would you like to touch me? I'm even warm to the touch. You are tangibly present, Lawrence breathed in deeply, holding back his impulse to step closer, but, why? Has a mental projection of mine taken on a physical form? Is this, the might of the sea? You're partially correct, Martha gently denied with a slight shake of her head. Yes, this sea has shaped me, as it has the black oak, but I'm not a mere manifestation of your imagination. I've been aimlessly drifting here for many years, Lawrence. The ship and I are merely two among countless impostors, lost and adrift. Lawrence froze for a moment, visibly startled. Impostors. Indeed, impostors all conjured by a formidable force lying deep within the sea. I can't exactly define what this force is, but it has been present here for an unfathomable length of time, spawning innumerable duplicates. Remember the seagull that you obliterated not so long ago? And Dagger Island. All of them are impostors. Lawrence's eyes bulged in shock. The revelation hit him hard. He suddenly grasped that the chaos he found himself embroiled in was far more malevolent and terrifying than he had initially comprehended. Wait, the Frost we encountered before. Yes, that too. Everything here is an impostor, Martha confirmed calmly. This unknown force has thoroughly permeated this region, and anything that remains here for long enough succumbs to its replication. There are numerous aimless and vacant copies floating aimlessly in the fathomless depths of the sea. What you've come across is merely the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that Lawrence had been plunged into a trance, and it took him a while to gather himself. He stared in disbelief at the apparition of his wife before him. But, you seem different, you're capable of conversation, the ship just fought alongside the White Oak. Rather than answer, Martha merely granted Lawrence a serene and inscrutable smile. He stopped speaking, gradually regaining his composure. He cast his gaze down, observing his own spectral, translucent form and the quiet, green flame flickering on his body. The Black Oak had come into being after the White Oak had undergone its transformation amidst the flames. You've made the connection, Lawrence. Martha's voice was soft. The only thing that can withstand a force as potent is another force of greater power. Not even this sea can influence the spoils of the vanished fleet. You and I, we're both his spoils. As Lawrence listened, he found himself in a daze, feeling a twinge of disorientation. Suddenly, he noticed a shift in his expression as he registered the inconsistencies in Martha's recent disclosures. These were pieces of information that the Martha he had said goodbye to decades ago should not have known. How was she privy to information about the vanished? How could she know that the White Oak was Captain Duncan's spoils? You've accessed my consciousness. Lawrence's eyes widened in sudden understanding, his muscles involuntarily stiffening. You're not the real Martha. The figure standing a few feet away simply smiled in response, unperturbed by Lawrence's reaction, as placid as she had been all those years ago. If you're looking for an exact, unadulterated version of Martha, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Lawrence. I'm not her. However, a part of her does exist within me. Martha's essence is a component of me, and the remaining part is extracted from your consciousness and memories. This sea acts like a mirror, constantly reflecting everything that passes over its surface, including consciousness and memories. I didn't intrude upon your consciousness, rather your consciousness naturally imprinted a part of itself onto me. Can you accept that? Lawrence parted his lips to respond, his face a tableau of mixed emotions. Finally, he managed to conjure a melancholic smile, raising his hands in resignation. I don't know. I never contemplated how I would react upon truly confronting you. I'm uncertain how to deal with this variant of you. I'm still confused about the nature of your existence. He raised his gaze, and for the first time, the veteran sea captain, who had weathered innumerable terrifying ordeals in the boundless sea, appeared a bit lost. He rarely let his guard down in front of anyone, except his wife. Martha silently studied the no longer young Lawrence. After a prolonged silence, she let out a small chuckle. You're exactly as you used to be, always seeking my advice in pivotal moments. She stepped forward, raised her warm hand, and placed it on Lawrence's shoulder. You need to remain resolute and make informed decisions. Lawrence's brows knitted slightly, a look of bewilderment sweeping across his face. Excuse me, Sir, Martha turned to address the unusually quiet anomaly 077, the master of the vanished fleet would greatly appreciate your collaboration. The cadaver clothed in sailor's attire shuddered, wordlessly turned around, and left the bridge. A wave of understanding seemed to wash over Lawrence and he quickly called out, "Wait!" But the bridge door had already shut behind the departing figure. Anomaly 077 darted swiftly down the corridor beyond the door. He faintly heard Captain Lawrence's final outcry from within, "Martha, I'm over 60 this year." He didn't have the heart to eavesdrop on the conversation that followed. A short while later, the creak of the door hinge announced someone's exit. Anomaly 077 recoiled, cautiously turning his head just in time to see the female explorer standing in the doorway, an uninhibited, merry grin adorning her face. Close on her heels, Lawrence too stepped out, grimacing noticeably. Upon noticing Anomaly 077 by the door, he shot him a sharp warning look. He quickly grabbed his cheek, wincing even more profoundly. Anomaly 077 immediately diverted his gaze, attempting to meld into the scenery as a real corpse might. Clearly, he had been subjected to a harsh reprimand. "Have you come to terms with it now?" Martha pivoted her head to ask Lawrence, her face highlighted by a beaming smile. Lawrence, cradling the tender spot on his head, couldn't comprehend how Martha could inflict such potent blows on his nearly ethereal form. All he knew was that these subtleties were no longer important. "I can accept it, I can accept it." In the boundless sea, one needed a broad-minded perspective to tackle all surprises thrown their way. After all, as it presently stood, if he couldn't handle it, Martha would step in to aid him. The female explorer's forthright demeanor remained unchanged from all those years ago while he had matured into a man in his mid-50s. "So, next, we should concentrate on the urgent issues at hand," Martha proposed with a smile, leaning casually against the door with her arms crossed. "Remaining trapped here isn't a feasible long-term solution." Upon hearing this, Lawrence quickly brushed aside his intricate contemplations, his expression swiftly morphing into one of stern solemnity. "Martha, I've been wanting to ask you, what exactly is the state of this sea? Do you have any information about a way out of here?" "I wish I could provide the answers you're seeking, but I'm afraid I have to apologize," Martha replied after a moment's pause. "Even though I've been aimlessly drifting here for many years, in the end, I and this ship are merely one of the innumerable counterfeits trapped here. However, one thing I am sure of, the entirety of the sea is centered around Frost. If there indeed exists a portal that intersects with the real world, it's most likely situated within Frost." Chapter 391, Reflection. Suddenly, a fragment of an old conversation resurfaced in Lawrence's mind. It was a simple yet profound statement once spoken by Martha. He found himself wrestling with the nature of his memories. Were they just figments of his imagination, or did they hold the true essence of Martha as he knew her? Or was this current Martha standing before him a more authentic reflection of her reality? One thing, however, was unwaveringly clear: his path was destined to lead him to a place known as Frost. The exact location of Frost, however, remained shrouded in enigma. Lawrence, bearing a heavy furrow between his brows, couldn't conceal his frustration as he spoke up. "We've been circling in search for the elusive path to Frost. Ever since we sneaked out of the city port, covered by the black canvas of night, we haven't been able to trace the city again. Even retracing our steps led us only to an endless expanse of ocean." Flashing a smile and shaking her head, Martha offered a surprising insight. "You see, Lawrence, your approach won't lead you to Frost. Frost, it seems, has been purposefully eluding you." Caught off guard, Lawrence asked, "Why on earth would Frost seek to hide from me?" Instead of offering a verbal response, Martha simply gestured silently towards the ethereal flame that danced undeterred on Lawrence. In that moment, a wave of realization washed over the old captain. Glancing down at his ghostly arm, he mused aloud, could it be that our unimpeded escape from the city port earlier was not a mere stroke of luck? Rather than us leaving, could it be the city itself that moved away from the White Oak? Turning his gaze back to Martha, his face a unique blend of comprehension and confusion, Lawrence asked, "What then is our next move?" "At present, the White Oak is closer to the vanished than when we first set out from the port. If the city is intentionally distancing itself from me, how do I propose to find it?" "I'll locate it," Martha answered with an air of serene certainty. Startled, Lawrence questioned her, "You're sure you can find it?" "Absolutely," affirmed Martha, her voice brimming with confidence. "Over the years, my ship and I have formed an inseparable bond with this sea. Even if I have now parted from this great entity, it won't be aware of it immediately. Besides, the current existence of the black oak is more akin to the mirror image of the white oak. I haven't directly interacted with the vanished, at least not yet. Frost won't recoil from me. It's not as sly as you might think. Lawrence nodded, grasping only a part of her explanation. Still slightly puzzled, he asked, but if you're the only one who can approach it, what about the white oak and me? If we reveal ourselves, won't it inevitably retreat? In response, Martha merely offered a comforting smile. Closing the distance between them, she reached out and gently placed her hand on Lawrence's chest. Her gaze held a depth of wisdom that appeared to transcend mortal understanding. In a soft whisper, she suggested, "The answer is simpler than you think. Let's swap our roles. In this place, the boundary between a being and its reflection isn't as clear-cut." Her suggestion struck Lawrence with surprise. He opened his mouth to delve deeper into this novel idea, but before he could formulate his questions, a faint pressure spread from his chest. This subtle force, while gentle, triggered a wave of vertigo that swept over Lawrence. He felt his balance shift, and his body began to tilt backwards. In the fleeting moments before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he was aware of a supportive form catching him from behind. Martha's calming voice echoed in his ears, "Take a short reprieve, dear heart. The journey that lies before us is beyond comprehension." Lawrence fell into a deep slumber. It felt like only a brief moment had passed when he was jolted awake, his first instinct to call out, "Martha!" The voice that responded was not Martha's, but his first mate Gus. "Captain, are you awake at last?" As consciousness fully returned, Lawrence found himself struggling to sit upright. He took a deep breath to combat the disorientation from such an abrupt awakening from sleep. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he was tucked into his bed in the captain's quarters. Gus and a few other crew members stood near with expressions of apprehension etched on their faces. Also, he recognized the familiar figure in the less conspicuous corner of the room. Anomaly 077, the mummified entity was casually toying with a noose around its neck. But the moment Lawrence's gaze landed on it, it swiftly hid the rope and feigned innocence. What happened?" Lawrence managed to ask, his breathing still erratic. He ran a hand over his forehead, trying to discern the boundaries between reality and dream. The recent events shimmered in his memory like mirages, alternating between clarity and obscurity. "You were brought back to the White Oak. The sailor was responsible for your return," Gus quickly replied, nodding towards the mummy in the corner. "You've been unconscious for several hours. I have this recollection, of venturing onto the Black Oak, of encountering Martha." "Did these incidents actually occur?" Lawrence continued, rubbing his forehead harder as he sought for clarity, then raising his gaze again, "And where might the Black Oak be situated presently?" "Your memory serves you well, Captain. You did indeed board that ship, and the sailor confirmed your meeting with Miss Martha." Gus helped Lawrence to his feet, his expression turning strange midway through his explanation, concerning the current location of the Black Oak. "Well, Captain, the circumstances are quite extraordinary. I'm not sure how best to explain." "Extraordinary?" Lawrence's brow creased in confusion. "In what way?" "Our vessel is currently non-responsive, both the steering mechanism and the propeller are malfunctioning, leaving the White Oak as aimless as a ghost ship. As for the Black Oak, I think it's best if you witness it with your own eyes." The worry lacing Gus's words caused Lawrence's expression to harden. Shrugging off the supporting hand, he followed his crew out of the door, his face lined with deep concern. As he did so, he started to notice certain alterations, both within himself and amongst his crew. The spectral flames that had previously enveloped their bodies were now mysteriously absent. Everyone, including Lawrence, had reverted to their tangible forms, and the surrounding floor and walls no longer exhibited the fiery spectral characteristics of the vanished. It was as if every detail of their environment had somehow returned to a state of normalcy. Noticing Lawrence's examining gaze, the first mate offered a clarification. "The ethereal flames dissipated a few hours ago, soon after you were returned here." Lawrence responded with a silent nod, his curiosity stirred by the hint of unease visible in his typically unflappable first mate's demeanor. Exiting the cabin alongside his crew, Lawrence stepped onto the deck of the White Oak. Almost immediately, he sensed an oddity in his surroundings. The air was damp and chilly, laden with the salty tang of the sea. The sky was unsettlingly dark, filled with ghostly shapes that floated menacingly overhead. Despite the lack of any discernible wind, he felt an unnerving sense of movement brushing against his skin. Occasionally, peculiar, bubble-like distortions appeared out of nowhere, disturbing the nearby air. As Lawrence processed the disconcerting elements of his environment, he began to comprehend the extraordinary circumstances that had transpired. His understanding deepened when First Mate Gus guided him to the ship's edge. Behold, the Black Oak! Positioned at the brink of the ship, the first mate pointed downwards towards the water below. Following Gus's gaze, Lawrence observed the ocean rolling gently, the waves formed by the White Oak's movement twisting into an eerie, unnatural pattern. Upon the distorted, mirror-like surface of the sea, he saw a reflection of their ship. The image mirrored back was of a shadowy vessel, enveloped in dense fog and darkness, with only a handful of ghostly lights punctuating its outline. The reflection seemed to sail beneath the White Oak, defying the wind's direction. At that moment, Lawrence finally grasped the full implication of Martha's final words. Their roles had been reversed. The White Oak was now a mere reflection of the Black Oak. Captain, First Mate Gus, taking note of the changes in Lawrence's countenance, surmised that the seasoned captain might have unraveled their current predicament. What's going on? Why has our reflection in the water morphed into the Black Oak? And why are we unable to steer the ship? We're not directionless, we're simply tracing the course of the Black Oak, Lawrence responded, a soft smile gracing his features. Tell the crew to rest easy. We're on our way to a location that promises the answers to all our dilemmas. A location that has the answers to all our issues. The first mate blinked in confusion. Where exactly are we going? Our final destination is Frost. As the cloak of night descended over the city-state, two distinct figures navigated their way swiftly through the desolate, curfewed streets. One was an imposing figure, broad of shoulder and shrouded in a black overcoat, a spectre mirrored by the encroaching darkness. The other was notably shorter, and although bundled up in a thick winter cloak, their slight, lean physique was still discernible. An icy breeze whipped through the street, prompting the shorter figure to sneeze vehemently, achoo. Duncan, the taller of the two, glanced down at Shirley, who was now rubbing her nose. I had advised you to wear a scarf, but you dismissed the idea. The nights in Frost are considerably chillier than in planned. This cold, Shirley involuntarily tightened her attire. Despite her warm clothing, the biting wind still sent an unwelcome shiver through her body. Being a native of Pland, she was still acclimating to Frost's harsh climate. I'm beginning to regret venturing out. Duncan responded with a dry smile. You proclaimed you'd rather do anything than be stuck with homework. Reminded of her earlier bravado, Shirley held her head high against the biting wind, asserting, indeed, that's exactly what I said. Among all your peers, your tenacity is unparalleled, Duncan sighed, a sense of helpless amusement washing over him. He then shifted his gaze, his eyes fixated on a distant alley. We should keep moving, I'd rather not cross paths with the night patrol. Struggling to match Duncan's brisk stride, Shirley, despite her shorter legs, managed to keep pace. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, what's the objective of this outing? We're paying a visit to ensure someone's well-being, Duncan replied nonchalantly, pressing onward. Visiting someone? Shirley looked up at the towering captain beside her. Who are we visiting? The gatekeeper, Agatha, Duncan responded in a tone laced with indifference. However, his eyes were focused on something far beyond the shadow-cloaked street, towards its endpoint. A few eerie, green flames danced within his line of sight, their intensity fluctuating as if being observed through a thick mist. Chapter 392, Within the Mirror. In Duncan's sensory realm, two irregular blips had drawn his attention. Both of them were different from the regular markers he was accustomed to, signaling anomalies that demanded his further inspection. The first anomaly originated from a specific object, the White Oak, a ship that he had once been engulfed with a torrent of ethereal flames. However, even though it was subjected to such baptism, the ship continued to radiate a potent presence. This presence manifested in Duncan's perception like a vibrant fireball, though its exact location remained elusive. Whenever Duncan attempted to pinpoint the White Oak, the results were mystifying and indistinct, suggesting that it was situated somewhere close to Frost. Yet, that particular area had already been secured under a joint blockade established by the Mist Fleet and the Frost Navy. The second troublesome anomaly was related to an individual, specifically the female gatekeeper, Agatha. Lately, Duncan had noticed disturbances in the marker he had earlier implanted on the heavily bandaged woman. Amidst these interferences, Agatha's energy signature had considerably weakened multiple times, and her location started to exhibit the same murky and warped characteristics as the White Oak. When Duncan endeavored to remotely check on Agatha's status, he was taken aback to discover that her aura would occasionally vanish entirely within the city limits. Two puzzling markers, pertaining to a ship and a person, situated in different locations, yet displaying parallel anomalies, unquestionably merited further investigation. Given the circumstances, he decided to conduct a personal inquiry into the matter as darkness fell. There was no immediate clue concerning the White Oak's whereabouts, however. Agatha's marker, despite its sporadic movement within frost, should be relatively nearby. Duncan cast a glance downwards at Shirley, who was observing her surroundings with intrigued eyes beside him. Involving dog, a shadow demon, could prove advantageous due to its enhanced perception abilities. If any adherents of the Annihilation cult were active in the vicinity, it would likely be capable of sensing their distinctive kindred aura. As night draped over the city, gas lamps lining the roads were illuminated. The occasional sounds of night patrol whistles and distant dog barks were faintly audible, punctuating the rhythmic sounds of the distant ocean waves. During the curfew, the streets were bereft of life and bore a chilling atmosphere. Not even the sporadic light trickling from the buildings could thaw the frosty chill of winter. Guided under such conditions, Duncan navigated Shirley through another alley, and in his supernatural vision, the glowing cluster symbolizing Agatha was still erratically moving not far away. "Mr. Duncan, do you think the gatekeeper, if she spots me, will she attack me with a sword?" Shirley chattered nervously, referencing the way Vanna treated heretics. "Gatekeepers don't use swords," Duncan replied nonchalantly. "I've heard from Vanna that they wield specially crafted battle staffs and utilize divine arts sourced from the realm of death to confront heretics." Shirley visibly recoiled at this information and fell quiet. However, Duncan barely registered the girl's reaction. After they turned into a narrow street, he abruptly came to a stop. Shirley came to a sudden stop alongside him, surveying their surroundings with an air of acute alertness. "Have you detected something? Is the gatekeeper somewhere nearby?" she asked apprehensively. "She's not merely nearby, she's right here," Duncan said, his voice steady and his gaze methodically scanning the entirety of the alleyway, "and it appears she has been here for quite some time." "She's here!" Shirley exclaimed, her eyes expanding with surprise. As if touched by an icy breeze, she stared ahead, her anxiety escalating. Where? I can't see her." "Dog, can you detect her?" "I can't discern anything," Dog's voice emerged from the surrounding shadows, sounding subdued and muffled. "I can't visually spot anyone, nor can I sense any presence. Even Dog can't identify her." Duncan's brow creased slightly. In front of him, a small cluster of flames signifying Agatha flickered silently a few meters away, its glow faint and ghostly. The gatekeeper was indeed present. She had been reposing in this spot. Duncan slowly advanced towards the spot where the spectral flames were located, only to halt his steps. Agatha seemed to have perceived something. The cluster of flames surged abruptly as he neared, then swiftly shifted in another direction. Duncan raised his head, casting his gaze in the direction where the cluster of flames was relocating in his sensory perception. Suddenly, a transient shadow on the glass window of a nearby building attracted his attention. He observed a blurred figure dart across the glass surface, the silhouette vaguely reminiscent of Agatha. Shirley, who had also been inspecting their surroundings, spotted the shadow. Her shock was almost enough to elicit a scream, but she swiftly clamped her hand over her mouth. After the shadow had passed, she swiveled towards Duncan, her voice quivering. "I just saw a shadow. I noticed it too." "It was reflected in the window," Duncan responded in a resonant voice, his gaze still placidly fixed ahead. In a realm invisible to Shirley, he was persistently observing that cluster of flames. The flames had traversed the alley, flickered at the corner ahead, and then reversed direction. He squinted slightly as if visualizing Agatha's situation in his mind. It appeared as though she was attempting to extricate herself from some form of predicament. She could potentially be injured or immensely fatigued. She had briefly rested here before proceeding towards the upper part of the city. Something seemed to have temporarily impeded her at the junction, but it was insufficient to halt her progress. Duncan opened his eyes, his gaze once again resting on the glass window not far off. The polished window glass no longer captured Agatha's figure, merely reflecting the indistinct image of a distant street lamp. Reflection, Duncan murmured to himself, fascinating. Shirley wore a look of confusion. "What's happening? Did you figure something out?" "Potentially," Duncan replied, his voice carrying an undertone of ambiguity. He then approached the glass window and lightly snapped his fingers. A petite cluster of flames kindled at his fingertips, casting a warm glow on his form. He turned his gaze towards the window and observed his flame being replicated. The reflected light seemed to possess an ethereal life of its own, silently burning in the mirror realm. Shirley watched Duncan's actions with a befuddled expression, then saw him nonchalantly swipe his hand, extinguishing the flame at his fingertips. Yet, a soft green radiance continued to flicker in her line of sight. Shirley's mouth gradually fell open in astonishment at the sight unfolding before her. After Duncan had dispersed the flames in his grasp, the flame mirrored in the glass window did not exhibit any signs of fading. The reflected flame continued to burn in tranquility, as if it possessed a separate existence thriving within the mirror. What's happening? Shirley pointed at the flame in the glass window, stammering towards Duncan. Why does the flame persist? A mirrored frost, Duncan slowly swiveled his head, a touch of amusement tinging his voice, is gradually amalgamating with the real-world frost, a marvelous concept, to my mind, teeming with inventiveness. Mirrored, Shirley barely comprehended, but she still instinctively echoed the word. You mean there's a frost within the mirror? Has that gatekeeper ventured into the mirror world? Not entirely precise, but you could interpret it that way, Duncan responded serenely, shifting his gaze back to the undisturbed flame reflection still ablaze in the mirror. There's a minor fracture here, but it's inadequate. Inadequate? Shirley blinked in puzzlement. I require a more exact location, a stronger link. Duncan slowly extended his hand, his fingertip making contact with the spectral fire in the mirror, to ignite the world residing beyond the mirror. This meager flame isn't sufficient. But... He paused, withdrawing his finger. The phantom flame mirrored in the glass flickered abruptly, then plunged into the somber depths, leaving behind only a faint trace of ghostly green stretching into the distance. That should suffice to lend Agatha a hand. How many counterfeits crafted from primal elements had she obliterated? How many avatars of the blonde youth had she shattered? After surpassing the 4-digit threshold, Agatha lost interest in maintaining the tally. The sole fact she was certain of was that the heretic had spoken the truth about one matter. She was indeed ensnared in this peculiar world with seemingly no imminent prospects of escape. The sky held a muted shade, and the clouds swarmed chaotically. In this version of frost devoid of sunlight, the distinction between day and night had become elusive. Only the subtle shifts in luminosity filtering through the cloud cover and the glow emanating from the gas street lamps provided an indication that the shroud of night had descended. Agatha weaved her way through a narrow alleyway, her pace brisk as she strived to maintain her calm breath and mend her physical and mental injuries. Her black coat bore the brunt of relentless battles, suffering damage at several locations. The underlying combat soft armor too was severely battered, revealing her shoulders, flanks, and other areas. Her bandages and skin beneath were visible, tainted with trickles of blood seeping through. To be fair, the adversary wasn't particularly formidable. Even the avatars employed by the blonde heretic didn't pose a significant threat to Agatha, a powerful gatekeeper. They only required a few minutes of effort to eliminate. But their numbers were unending. The entire city served as their material and backup troops for regeneration. Conventional combat methods were rendered entirely ineffectual in this scenario. As Agatha navigated the alley, she swiftly performed calculations in her mind. Simultaneously, she recollected the eerie and frightening sensation she had experienced a few minutes prior. She had been taking a brief respite in a shadowy alley when a horrifying presence abruptly invaded her senses. The pressure was so intense that it felt as though her heart had ceased to beat for a few fleeting seconds. In that instant, she had hastily abandoned her sanctuary without much deliberation. But upon reflection, that daunting presence didn't seem to originate from this bizarre forgery city. What could it have been? Chapter 393, Inside and Outside the Mirror. Without warning, Agatha came to a sudden stop, her gaze transfixed on an unusual sight that had abruptly interrupted her thoughts at the junction of the narrow alleyway. In a shadowed corner, a disturbing spectacle unfolded. A slew of abhorrent, black, ooze-like substances began to surge and bubble ominously. They emanated from the alley's stone walls and ground, reminiscent of an overflowing sewer pipe disgorging foul and viscous filth. The repugnant, squelching noises added to the nauseating scene as the mountains of substance rapidly morphed into crude human forms, their hostile glares fixed solely on Agatha. Persistent monsters, Agatha muttered to herself, a hint of annoyance seeping into her voice. But her determined resolve did not waver. Even before these monstrous, muddy forms could fully solidify, she brandished her staff assertively, directing it towards the figure that was nearest to her. A white-hot, brilliant flame suddenly erupted from seemingly nowhere, instantly engulfing the writhing abomination, the so-called primal element. The heat of incineration reduced it instantly to nothing but fine ash. The next second, a swirling vortex of grey wind surged in the alley, barreling through the freshly formed humanoid creatures rising one after another. This wind, imbued with an unstoppable force of consumption and erosion, transformed them into desiccated, crumbling dust. Yet, the relentless ooze continued to emerge from the walls and ground, spawning more humanoid monstrosities at the alley's intersection, effectively hindering Agatha's movements. As the dust-laden wind swept by, Agatha's figure momentarily appeared from within it. Her face bore additional lines of fatigue, and her eyes, sensing an uncanny presence within the ooze, narrowed into a hardened stare. She turned to face this new disturbance, just as another forgery composed of the primal elements began to writhe and mutate rapidly. In a matter of seconds, it took on the form of a young man, golden-haired and grinning, clad in a pristine white shirt and a black vest. "Miss Gatekeeper, you are impressively resilient," the faux young man said, acknowledging her with a slight nod, his voice smooth and polite. "Are you finding our little game here enjoyable? If you think you can exhaust me in this drawn-out battle, you're sorely mistaken," Agatha retorted sharply, her cold gaze locked onto this new avatar of the young man as she steadied her breathing. "Death is of no consequence to me. I can fight even beyond death. The spirit of a gatekeeper never tires, and rest assured, one day, I will find you. Of course, bringing down a saint of Bartok is no simple task," the young man laughed in response, his bright smile unwavering. "I've never aimed to kill you. I simply aim to detain you here for as long as possible. These empty husks that you slaughter so easily, they are nothing more than a mere distraction, a source of entertainment for your apparent boredom." "Your perverse form of hospitality is certainly unique," Agatha retorted, well aware that her opponent was employing various tactics to stall her. However, for the moment, she was content to engage in this verbal sparring, buying time to recuperate her strength. "I can't help but wonder, is your true form as complacent as this? I can sense it with each monster under your control that I vanquish. I'm getting closer to your concealed refuge. How many more hiding places do you have left?" A fleeting flicker of hesitation passed over the blonde young man's face, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a gleaming, cheerful smile. "Ah, it seems I underestimated the acute senses of Bartok's guardians. How about we make a wager?" He extended his hand in a mock gesture of invitation. "The bet is whether you'll find my real body first or Frost becomes the first mortal nation to greet the arrival of a god. The stakes are your soul and the lives of all the people in Frost." Before he could finish his words, a pale, ferocious flame erupted, engulfing the area where the young man stood. The next instant, Agatha had transformed into a screaming grey wind, a furious tempest that pummeled the connection where the forgeries were congregating. Despite their attempts to halt the storm, they were obliterated under its relentless, lethal force. In the blink of an eye, the gust of wind also assaulted the blonde young man, who was now entangled in the fierce flames, launching him directly onto a low wall at the far end of the alleyway. After a thunderous crash, the flame scattered, and Agatha emerged from the grey wind. She gripped her staff in her right hand, the pointed end piercing the young man's chest, pinning him securely to the wall. "Apologies, but I won't be placing any bets," Agatha stared unblinkingly into his eyes, her own gaze calm and resolute. "The clergy are expressly forbidden from gambling." "Fascinating," the heretic, skewered on the staff, curled his lips in a twisted smile. Despite his rapidly deteriorating form, he appeared unaffected by fear or pain, even as he bled a viscous black sludge. "I do hope your cool demeanor and confidence endure a little longer." As the life force ebbed away from him, the young man's figure rapidly crumbled and melted, transmuting into a pool of black ooze that dripped down and quickly solidified upon hitting the ground. The remaining forgeries under his control also became still, reverting back into inert primal elements. Agatha retrieved her staff from the crumbling wall. With an expression of mild revulsion, she flicked off the grimy residue that clung to it. She then lifted her gaze, scanning the direction of the city's upper district with a calculating eye. Another proxy had been obliterated, and in the process of its disintegration, the bond between Agatha, the gatekeeper, and the elusive heretic in the shadows, had grown even stronger. She felt closer. "Quite the confidence I have here, humph. I always did trust myself," Agatha muttered under her breath. She drew a few deep, calming breaths, leaned on her staff for support, and slowly advanced towards the direction she had identified. Unbeknownst to Agatha, behind her, a green flame had ignited within a puddle's reflective surface, casting an eerie light onto the shadowed alleyway. In the heart of the silent cathedral, candles cast a warm, inviting glow. The rhythmic sound of a staff and shoe heels echoing against the stone flooring punctuated the otherwise serene atmosphere. A tall figure, cloaked in black, traversed the darkened entrance and approached a platform on which rested a black sarcophagus. A voice, weathered and slightly raspy, emanated from the confines of the container. "Agatha, you're back. How fares the second water route? The first group of people has just made it to the western entrance, and it's going to take a full day just to clear the vertical shaft and transport down the necessary equipment," Agatha replied, a note of helplessness in her voice. "You need to exercise some patience, Bishop Ivan." "Oh," a pause lingered within the coffin, followed by another query. "And what of the conditions at the western entrance?" Agatha remained silent for a moment before sighing heavily. "What can you expect from an underground facility that's been abandoned for half a century? I've mustered 12 heavy machine guns, 3 steam walkers, an abundance of holy oil and fire-blessed bullets, and 150 fully equipped death priests to dispel the lurking darkness. The silver lining is that we've established our first foothold at the junction beneath the vertical shaft, and we've managed to restore power and lighting in a few adjoining corridors. If we don't encounter further cave-ins or gas leaks, the exploration might progress more smoothly than anticipated." "Have there been any indications of the heretics?" "Not so far," Agatha shook her head in response. "But we're uncertain about what lies deeper within. The second waterway is an expansive maze, and the sections blocked off by cave-ins make navigation tricky. We've managed to secure only the first corridor of one such section. However, there is one aspect that is somewhat unsettling." A rustling sound of fabric stirred from within the coffin, followed by the dark lid shifting upward from the inside. Bishop Ivan gradually rose up as one would expect of a mummy. "A troubling development?" the mummy inquired, his voice a low rumble. "Do elaborate." "We discovered evidence of repair and alterations in some of the old pipeline ends and a few suspicious offshoot pipes that disappear into the shadowy depths," Agatha confessed, her brows furrowing as she spoke. "We cross-referenced the original blueprints in our archives, verifying that these pipes were not part of the initial design." Bishop Ivan remained silent for a moment, digesting the information, before querying, "What is your interpretation of this?" "It appears that someone undertook the maintenance and modification of these pipes subsequent to the abandonment of the second waterway," Agatha divulged her thoughts. "This maintenance was sporadic, with various areas falling into disrepair after being serviced for several years. However, it's plausible that some operational sections persist further within the sewer system." Bishop Ivan listened attentively, and after a significant pause, he offered his insight. "The second waterway, it's an enormous underground labyrinth capable of concealing a myriad of secrets. Even if we were to deploy all our Guardian forces, it wouldn't suffice to cover all its passages and intersections. Therefore, don't overemphasize these minor modification traces. Prioritize the search for the heretics. Leave the remaining matters to City Hall's discretion." Agatha cast a glance at Bishop Ivan, nodding in thoughtful agreement. "You appear fatigued," Bishop Ivan observed the weariness etched on the gatekeeper's face. "The scale of the exploration shouldn't have depleted your energy this much. Are you unwell? You've seemed distracted since your arrival." Agatha parted her lips, hesitation briefly flickering across her face before she finally confessed, "I am a bit unsettled." Chapter 394, Encounter in the Fog. Feeling troubled? The voice of Bishop Ivan seemed to transform as he took in Agatha's words. His gaze intensified, drilling into Agatha's eyes with a profound seriousness. "Such feelings of unease aren't desirable for a spiritual figure. Would you share with me what has occurred? When did you start feeling this way?" "It began after my return from the polluted wastewater treatment facility," Agatha shared freely. She held nothing back, knowing full well that the esteemed bishop was perhaps her most trustworthy confidant within the entire city-state. "I'm continually haunted by the feeling that I've missed something, that I accidentally left something behind. But no matter how many times I replay the events of that day in my mind, I can't identify anything wrong." "The wastewater treatment facility," Bishop Ivan echoed in a deep rumble. He was, of course, well aware of Agatha's incident. It had been quickly reported to the authorities at the Silent Cathedral and City Hall. An ongoing investigation and purification process had followed. "I have been keeping up with the situation as well. The surviving supervisor is presently under psychiatric care, and we've lost contact with around a dozen employees who worked there. Based on the on-site sampling reports, you seem to have eliminated the entire facility's contamination. Theoretically, there should be no remaining threats. But I can't shake off this unease," Agatha admitted, "even without any solid proof to back it. I can't disregard the chance that I might have overlooked something." "Did you check your mental state? What were the cognitive calibration results?" he inquired. I did, Agatha nodded, both self-conducted cognitive calibration and subconscious evaluations with a psychiatrist. None of these showed any irregularities. After a significant pause, Bishop Yvonne broke his silence. In that case, this might be an internal warning. Maybe it's coming from your subconscious mind, or your precognitive abilities, or it could even be a signal from your faith. I plan to go back to the facility for another inspection, Agatha declared, nodding, but first, I need to seek spiritual guidance through prayer in the cathedral. Bishop Yvonne gave her a subtle nod. Go ahead, and may your prayer time bring you peace. Agatha responded with a grunt of agreement, then stood up and left the platform where the sarcophagus was located. After a brief moment, she disappeared through the grand doors of the silent cathedral. The vast cathedral was swallowed by a deep silence, leaving only Bishop Yvonne, draped in his vestments like a mummy, lingering by the sarcophagus. He watched the direction Agatha had left in, seemingly lost in thought. After some time, he sighed softly, his hand gently tracing the triangular amulet of Bartok, on his chest. May the Lord guide. Located just beyond the borders of the city-state of Frost, next to the local waters, a patrol vessel bearing the emblem of Frost's navy was diligently performing its rounds. The ship was sailing on a predetermined course, scanning the expansive sea. The naval commander found himself on the ship's foredeck, his brow creased as he gazed at the distant sea, aglow with the ethereal light of the world's creation in the night sky. Amidst the undulating waves, pieces of ice of varying sizes sporadically appeared. These icy remnants followed a distinct trajectory from a distance, quietly creating an unseen borderline. The commander knew the truth behind these seemingly natural icebergs. They weren't just ice fragments but formed part of the formidable mist fleet. The ice served as a protective cover for the sea mist, a fearsome ghost ship cursed with eternal frost. The formation of such ice was an ominous indication of the ship's presence, marking the pirate captain's territory and acting as a powerful symbol of the curse engulfing the sea mist. Any ship daring to approach the ghost ship without the necessary permission would be subjected to a chilling baptism by these ominous icebergs. A mild encounter could hinder a ship's mobility, while a severe one could encase the ship in ice, transforming the crew into frozen souls trapped within their icy tomb. The sea mist often used this tactic to blockade sea routes, intercepting unsuspecting merchant ships that strayed into its territory and demanding a so-called iceberg handling fee. In most cases, the mere threat was sufficient to enforce this disgraceful act of piracy without firing a single shot. At present, the tense standoff between the Mist Fleet and Frost's navy had temporarily cooled down. While the icebergs wouldn't actively infringe upon the navy's patrol ships, their mere existence was a strong deterrent, sending a clear and intimidating message. Even at Frost's doorstep, beyond that lay the territory of the Mist Fleet. The commander, clad in the uniform of Frost's navy, gritted his teeth and heaved a heavy sigh, striving to pacify his restless mind. Their primary obligation as soldiers was to the greater good, which required them to abide by their superiors' decisions. Oddly enough, the city-state's stability hinged upon the notorious Mist Fleet's presence right now due to the critical importance of that blockade. The fog is creeping in over the sea again, a junior officer reported as he emerged onto the deck, casting a concerned glance into the distance. It's becoming a daily event. The patrol ship's commander looked out to the sea. As his subordinate had observed, a dense fog was indeed starting to shroud the sea. The signature fog of the sea mist was gradually forming over the sea's surface, spreading around the icy borderline. The ethereal light from the world's creation seeped into the fog, casting a ghostly, spectral glow across the seascape. It's likely the work of the sea mist again, the commander grimaced. That ship always brings ice and fog in its wake. The sea mist hasn't moved from its position, the subordinate pointed out. Maybe the pirate general is just asserting his control. No matter his intent, the commander waved off the suggestion with a shake of his head. We should avoid the regions of fog and ice. Frost shouldn't be the first to break the truce. Understood, sir. Acknowledging the junior officer's salute with a grunt, the commander turned his attention back to the distant fog, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. But doesn't the fog seem unusually thick tonight? The subordinate followed the commander's gaze and observed that the fog encircling the icy boundary was indeed growing and appeared denser than usual. Something appeared to be faintly wavering within the intensifying fog. The fog is indeed getting thicker, the junior officer muttered. Could there be something concealed within the fog? Something is off. The patrol ship commander's expression became even more grave. He quickly grabbed his telescope and aimed it at the area swallowed by the dense fog. After a few moments of careful observation, he confirmed that a sizable object was indeed moving within the thick haze. It was heading their way. It was a ship. A ship is emerging from the Mist Fleet's patrol area. The commander quickly put down the telescope, urgency lacing his voice. Use the signal light. The Mist Fleet has crossed the boundary. Order them to stop immediately. Right away, sir. The junior officer's voice echoed in agreement, and he quickly sprinted towards the back of the deck. Within moments, the powerful searchlight mounted on the upper part of the patrol ship was activated, casting a sequence of light signals into the all-encompassing fog. However, the ship's silhouette within the fog did not slow down. The patrol ship commander kept his gaze fixed on the vague shadow in the fog, noting that it not only failed to slow down, but in fact sped up. As it came closer, the fog over the surrounding sea seemed to deliberately dissipate. In a short span of time, the billowing haze had advanced to within 100 meters of the patrol ship, showing an alarming tendency to surround the vessel from all sides. Cursed pirates! The patrol ship commander muttered a nearly inaudible curse. He turned and rushed towards the bridge, shouting as he made a direct path for the control panel. Reverse. Turn the ship around. That behemoth is charging right at us. Has there been any response from the Mist Fleet? No response to the signal light. The short-range calls also remain unanswered. A soldier stationed at the control panel yelled back, "We're trying to contact the sea mist on the agreed frequency, but there's no reply." Wait, there's a response now. Suddenly, the communication light on the control panel lit up, and the automated recorder started its rhythmic ticking and clicking. A lengthy punch tape continually spewed from the machine. The communications officer quickly collected the tape and scanned the inscriptions on it. After a moment, he looked up in confusion. The Mist Fleet claims they haven't crossed the boundary. All their ships are anchored. All anchored. The patrol ship commander's eyes bulged in disbelief, and then he glanced out the window to see the dense fog already creeping onto his vessel's bow. Although the helmsman was working hard to steer the ship away, the ship's speed obviously couldn't outrun the disturbingly fast spread of the fog. Within the continually rolling haze, the vague shadow relentlessly advanced. Turn. Hard to port, turn now. The patrol ship suddenly veered to the side, its steam core letting out a deep growl. The rudder and side paddle thrusters cooperated, forcing the ship to swerve in the fog with such intensity that it risked tearing the vessel apart. Amidst the violent shaking and uproar, the patrol ship commander clung to the railing beside him, his eyes glued to the scene unfolding outside the porthole. Emerging from the rapidly clearing fog, a gigantic ship surged forward, nearly brushing against the railings of the patrol ship. It didn't belong to the Frost Navy, nor was it a part of the Mist Fleet. It was a corroded relic of a battleship from an ancient era. Its significantly weathered paint and old-fashioned bow structure silently narrated the countless hardships it had endured over the years. The patrol ship commander stared, shocked, at the massive ship as it sailed past his patrol vessel. After a few seconds, he swiftly regained his senses, recalling an illustration and related record he had once seen in a historical document. That's the Warrior, reported to have sunk 4 decades ago. Chapter 395, The Gradually Approaching Mirage. Upon their modest patrol vessel, the crew found themselves utterly spellbound by the startling emergence of a gargantuan ship piercing through the dense, all-enveloping blanket of fog. "Full steam ahead and keep your distance," the commander shouted, swiftly snapping back from his initial shock. "Avoid its wake at all costs." Their proximity to such an imposing, seemingly military ship presented grave dangers, particularly for their unassuming patrol vessel. They were at risk of being engulfed in the turbulent aftercurrent produced by the larger ship, ominously known as the Warrior. In such treacherous conditions, even a slight disturbance or the faintest contact could spell disaster for their vessel. Responding to the command, the ship's steam engine sprung to life with a thunderous roar. The helmsman was thrust into the toughest test of his maritime career as he grappled with the steering wheel, striving to navigate the patrol ship safely away from the threatening colossus. Despite his long years of sailing and command, he found himself straining every sinew of his ability, teetering on the brink of catastrophe as the ship heaved perilously to and fro. "We're on a collision course. Impact is imminent," a terrified voice from one of the crew members sliced through the frenetic atmosphere. Moved by instinct, the sailors scrambled to grab hold of the nearest railings and handholds, bracing for a brutal impact that could potentially send them flying overboard. However, just as their patrol vessel's side grazed the stern of the Warrior, the mammoth ship dissolved into nothingness. The Warrior had dematerialized, evaporating into thin air right before their dumbfounded gaze. Much like the abrupt termination of a nightmarish dream, the formidable warship that had been casting a daunting shadow across the heavens vanished in an instant. What lingered was an eerie collection of memories and a lingering sense of dread that gnawed at their consciousness. The crew members on the bridge and deck exchanged bewildered glances, each looking as though they were stirring from a profoundly disquieting dream, their spatial awareness disoriented. As the heavy fog began to lift, revealing the austere light of the world's creation glistening on the sea's surface, the brisk ocean breeze nudged many back to the stark reality. The vast, boundless sea lay before them, disturbed only by the rhythmic undulation of waves and distant, twirling fragments of ice. The patrol ship's commander slowly loosened his white-knuckled grip on the railing, made his way to the window, and scrutinized the horizon with a critical eye. A junior officer sidled up to him, his voice barely a whisper as if musing to himself, was that just a collective hallucination? Did we really encounter a phantom ship? No, it wasn't an illusion, the commander responded, his voice low yet imbued with certainty. He raised a hand, pointing towards a visibly damaged guardrail visible through the porthole. See that? The guardrail bears the marks of a collision. We did indeed make contact. But where did it vanish to? The prior seagull didn't behave in such a manner. Even when it was utterly destroyed, the seagull didn't just evaporate into thin air. Moreover, the ocean currents surrounding us shifted abruptly. The helmsman even grappled with controlling our course. The commander allowed silence to fill the air for a brief moment. Following a lengthy period of introspection, he finally spoke. Perhaps, we inadvertently ventured into some kind of spatial anomaly. It wasn't the phantom ship that materialized and dematerialized so rapidly, but rather, it was us. Shock and dread swiftly spread across the subordinate's countenance. He instinctively cast his gaze out into the vast sea and towards the direction of Frost, inquiring, "So, have we returned to our own reality now?" "Establish communication with the sea mist and Frost," the commander promptly ordered after a momentary pause, "compare their responses to ascertain our current position. Until we can conclusively determine our status, evade any ship that emerges in the nearby waters." "Understood, sir." "They encountered a warship that was believed to have sunk 4 decades ago? And said warship subsequently vanished just as they were on the verge of colliding." Inside the captain's cabin of the Sea Mist, Tyrion reclined in his chair, a look of surprise flashing across his face after hearing the report from his first officer, Aiden, "And they continue to roam aimlessly in the patrol area because they're uncertain if they've returned to the real world." "Yes," the patrol ship's commander seems to have deduced from the myriad of anomalies surrounding the warrior that they momentarily stepped into what he's calling an anomalous sea. Now they're attempting to reach out to both the Mist Fleet and Frost, striving to discern whether their current environment is real, Aiden affirmed, shrugging slightly. "I believe they might be overreacting due to fear." "No, their caution is absolutely warranted," Tyrion disagreed, shaking his head with a stern expression. "We may harbor reservations about the current Frost Navy, but we must acknowledge their half-century-long service in safeguarding the city-state. Their experience in confronting supernatural phenomena is just as comprehensive as ours." The commander's interpretation is likely accurate. Upon hearing the captain's remarks, Aiden's countenance turned grave. "So, they genuinely did momentarily stumble into an anomalous sea that intersects with our world. And they encountered the warrior there." "The warrior? I remember that ship well. The Queen herself graced its launch," Tyrion mused, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his voice. "Do you recall the circumstances under which it met its watery end?" "Yes, I recall that quite well. We were the ones who orchestrated its demise," First Mate Aiden confirmed, nodding as the memory came into sharp focus. "After it was commandeered by the rebels and refitted, it was dispatched with the mission to eliminate our renegade fleet. However, in our first face-off, it was sent to its watery grave off the shores of Frost, courtesy of your strategic ambush. A relentless onslaught of heavy artillery breached the ammunition depot and fuel storage. The mighty ship was virtually cleaved in half. Indeed, it was split apart, but the warrior that the patrol ship reported was an intact entity," Tyrion countered. "This indicates that it was a spectral replica, akin to the seagull." "Frost has been persistently investigating the origins of these doppelganger ships that appear to materialize out of thin air," Aiden mused aloud. "Could it be a concealed dimension overlapping with ours? Frost will soon be informed of this recent development, and their sharper minds will explore this possibility. As for us, there's no need to meddle in their affairs. We have our own responsibilities to uphold." "Do you intend to convey this information to the old captain?" "Indeed, he's been eagerly anticipating my updates," Tyrion confirmed, motioning towards the door. "You should leave first, ensure the door is securely closed, and prevent any interruptions." "Understood, Captain." Tyrion has reported a new development. Within a temporary dwelling on Oak Street in Frost, Duncan relayed the information to Morris and Vanna, who were seated across from him. Beside him, Nina was deeply engrossed in a historical tome, while Shirley, who had been accompanying him until late, was already on the brink of sleep. A new development. Morris quickly straightened up. Did an incident occur at sea? A Frost patrol vessel encountered a naval warship that had sunk 40 years ago in the southwestern sea. It's suspected to be a doppelganger, much like the Seagull. However, there was no hostile engagement between them. Following a minor collision, the doppelganger warship vanished right before the patrol crew's eyes. Presently, it's uncertain whether a new doppelganger has spontaneously surfaced in the sea or if the patrol ship briefly transitioned into an abnormal ocean parallel to our world. The latter hypothesis appears more plausible. An abnormal sea parallel to our world, Morris echoed, his expression gradually becoming solemn as he looked up. This seems to corroborate the findings from your investigation tonight. Indeed, another Frost reflected in the mirror. If all these doppelgangers and the cultists' lairs are concealed within this mirrored domain, that would explain why we haven't been able to identify the origin of the contamination, despite scouring the entire city, Duncan articulated slowly. Let's not forget the young man Crow, who vanished and reappeared as if from thin air. The unusually large population of clones within the city-state with untraceable origins, several unexplained disappearances, it's all starting to form a coherent picture. Both Morris and Vanna exchanged glances, their expressions mirrored in their mutual gravitas about the escalating situation. Ordinary heretics and demons, I can contend with. Even when confronted with a formidable adversary, amassing a greater number of troops and intensifying our firepower has always been a reliable strategy. However, when it comes to an enemy lurking within a mirror, Vanna's brow creased, a tinge of vexation revealing itself on her face. I find myself grappling with the problem. I can't even begin to fathom how those heretics accomplished this. If this realm is indeed under the dominion of the Netherlord, then its sway is palpably not restricted to spreading from the abyssal depths to the surface. It appears to be proliferating at an alarming rate. This is no longer a minor disturbance akin to creating a few copies, Morris appended his analysis. Both experts appeared to be wrestling with the convoluted nature of the predicament. Observing their struggle, Duncan couldn't resist a chuckle. In fact, I've already hurled a proverbial spark into the mirror. Morris and Vanna responded in unison. What? Chapter 396, Alice of Unknown Material. Duncan had indeed managed to create a spark in that mirror Frost, but he was plagued with a nagging sensation that this was insufficient. His experiences with Frost starkly contrasted those with planned. The spark he had tossed into the mirrored world hadn't multiplied as rapidly as he had expected. Furthermore, his sense of the spark's existence seemed significantly less potent and was riddled with intermittent disturbances. Duncan speculated the cause might be a naturally occurring barricade between both sides, or perhaps, the mirror image wasn't a perfect replication of the real world. The discrepancies between the two could be acting as a sort of static interference, obstructing his cognitive abilities. Regardless of the root cause, it was evident that Duncan had to find a method to augment his bond with the spark and fortify his connection with both the White Oak and Agatha. As they continued their conversation, Vanna suddenly adopted a thoughtful expression, posing a question. You're absolutely certain that you saw the gatekeeper's reflection in the glass? Duncan affirmed, without a doubt. This perplexed Vanna, prompting her to furrow her brows. That's bizarre. If she is indeed confined within that mirror dimension, wouldn't there have been some sort of reaction from the city-state by now? Even if the news of the Supreme Protector's unexplained disappearance were concealed to prevent panic, the Death Church and City Hall would have undertaken some countermeasures. She paused momentarily before offering a theory derived from her own experiences: secretive investigations, imposition of martial law in specific areas, or alterations to the routine and distribution of the Guardian's nocturnal patrols. Even with a news blackout, these shifts are noticeable to an external observer. However, Mr. Morris and I were extensively active within the city-state today and observed no such changes. Upon hearing this, Nina, who had been engrossed in a book, lifted her gaze and offered her own hypothesis. Perhaps the gatekeeper's disappearance was recent, and the city-state simply hasn't had time to respond. Vanna shook her head solemnly at this possibility. If that were true, it would indicate Frost is utterly beyond help. However, based on my observations recently, despite its decline, the city-state seems to be managing fairly well in other aspects. The Death Church and City Hall appear to function smoothly. Maybe we'll see the city-state's response tomorrow, Duncan suggested casually. However, before he could expand further on his idea, a somewhat substantial pressure on his arm halted his speech. It appeared that Shirley had dozed off, her head having found a resting place on his arm, her snoring stable and rhythmic. But before Duncan could react to the situation, he noticed Shirley abruptly rousing from her slumber. Even Dog, who had been peacefully napping at the foot of the sofa, was propelled into the air due to the force of her sudden movement. Right, no. Shirley's attempted apology, "I'm sorry," didn't manage to leave her lips fully. Concurrently, a loud thud echoed through the room as Dog, who had been unexpectedly flung upwards, fell back to the floor. Then Dog rolled over, his head spinning from the abrupt upheaval. "What's happening? Are we under attack?" It was then that he registered the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Looking up, Dog noticed a number of strange glances being directed at himself and Shirley. "We're not under attack, Shirley just dozed off," Duncan clarified, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice. He turned his attention to Shirley, who still seemed on edge. "Relax, you should head upstairs and get some proper sleep. It's important for youngsters to get adequate rest. Nina, you should also stop reading and head to bed." "All right." Only upon hearing this did Nina begrudgingly mark her place in the book she was halfway through, got up, and clasped the still rigid Shirley's hand. Hand in hand, the pair retreated to the upper floor. As he watched the two girls ascend the staircase and disappear from sight, Duncan shifted his focus to Vanna, giving her a nod. "Tomorrow, you and Morris should head to the higher city district. Observe if there are any changes in the ambience around the cathedral, and if possible, uncover City Hall's reaction. I'm curious why they are maintaining such a low profile despite the situation having escalated to this point." "Understood," Vanna responded, a nod of her own confirming her agreement. Then, her curiosity piqued, she asked, "What about you? What are your plans?" "I'm considering revisiting the second waterway with Alice," Duncan casually revealed. "We're planning to inspect the passageway where Crow encountered trouble. Given our current theory that a mirror frost exists and the possibility that the young lad mistakenly ventured there, we might be able to unearth some new evidence from that corridor." After uttering this, he suddenly realized, "Speaking of which, is Alice still busy in the kitchen?" "It appears so," Morris confirmed, standing up and pivoting. "She's been in there for quite a while. I hope she hasn't managed to get her head stuck somewhere and can't disentangle herself. She really knows how to create a predicament. I'll go check on her." Duncan sighed, a note of resignation in his voice as he rose from the sofa to make his way towards the kitchen. As he entered the kitchen, his eyes fell on the Gothic doll standing next to the sink. She hadn't entangled herself as Morris had speculated but was staring, at a rather odd angle, at a corner of the ceiling. Alice seemed so absorbed in her own world that she didn't hear Duncan's approach. She continued to blankly gaze in a direction where nothing appeared to exist. Then, she extended her arm, the one grasping a kitchen knife, and made swatting motions in the air. She then changed direction and continued her air swatting spree as if trying to catch an elusive, invisible fly. The sight of the Gothic doll standing in the middle of the kitchen, slicing through the air with a kitchen knife, her face devoid of any expression, was quite bizarre. Duncan couldn't help but humorously imagine a scene where a health bar appeared over the doll's head, accompanied by the typical organ-style soundtrack that plays during tense scenes in movies. "What are you doing?" he found himself compelled to ask. Alice jerked in surprise at Duncan's sudden question. Instinctively, she reached for her head for support but seemed to have forgotten that she was holding a sharp knife. In the following moment, there was a plop sound, and she had inadvertently stabbed herself in the forehead. Though Duncan was used to Alice's unpredictable and often startling behavior, this sudden development left him taken aback. He quickly moved forward to steady Alice's wobbling body, only to witness her flailing her arms in panic. She was still holding the kitchen knife, now with her own head skewered on its tip. After a moment of frantic flailing, she seemed to realize the predicament she was in. She quickly clutched her head with her left hand and yanked the kitchen knife out of her forehead with her right hand. Next, the doll fumbled to set the kitchen knife aside without realizing she had stabbed it into Duncan's arm before deftly reattaching the head to her neck. After a pop sound, everything seemed to return to normal. "You startled me." Alice spun her head to look at Duncan, a hint of accusation in her gaze. But soon her attention was diverted to something on Duncan's arm. "Captain, this knife looks familiar." Duncan, managing to keep his face impassive, or at least as impassive as one can be with a bandage covering their face, grasped the handle of the knife embedded in his arm when Alice stabbed him, casually withdrew it, and tossed it aside. "No surprise there, you just stabbed me with it when you set it down," I'm sorry. The doll gasped, rushing forward to inspect his wound. Are you all right? Do you need it bandaged? There's no need, I'm practically a corpse already. Duncan's mouth twitched in response, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Alice's forehead. The doll woman had just inflicted a large wound on her forehead, leaving an unsettling mark. However, at that very moment, the wound began healing astonishingly fast, almost visible to the naked eye. The wound didn't bleed, instead, it revealed a smooth and jade-like interior. Within a few short breaths, the surface was restored to its original flawless state. Feeling uncomfortable under Duncan's scrutinizing gaze, Alice instinctively touched her face. Why are you staring at me? What are you constructed from? Duncan questioned, his brows furrowed as he extended his hand to the spot where Alice had wounded herself. The texture was akin to human skin, albeit cold and devoid of life. You had a gaping hole in your head a moment ago, were you aware? Alice paused, her hand instinctively moving to touch her forehead, and responded in a somewhat bewildered tone, it's healed. Obviously, I'm aware it's healed. I don't understand, Alice shook her head, I'm not certain of what material I'm composed of either. It doesn't seem to be wood or ceramics. Duncan held his tongue for a few seconds, then forced a smile. I suppose I shouldn't have expected a comprehensive answer from you. Forget it, what were you up to just now? Why were you fixated on the ceiling? There were lines, Alice stated candidly, some lines just manifested out of nowhere, but now they've vanished. At that, Duncan's expression shifted instantly. Lines. Alice was capable of seeing unique lines, and these lines represented people. Yes, Alice affirmed with a serious nod, I was perplexed as well about why the lines would suddenly materialize. There's no one else present here. But I remembered your instructions about not recklessly meddling with others' lines, so earlier I was trying to swat them away with the knife. Duncan barely registered the latter part of Alice's explanation. Instead, his mind was occupied with the lines Alice had mentioned, which had mysteriously appeared and then disappeared. His gaze rapidly swept the entire kitchen, looking for anything that might serve as a link to the mirror frost. The glass on the window, the water pooled in the sink, and even the blade of the kitchen knife could be used to connect with the other side. However, none of them exhibited any signs of abnormality. Regardless, Duncan trusted Alice, she had no reason to lie. At some point recently, there had been an overlap between the mirror frost and their reality. It might have been a fleeting, almost imperceptible intersection, but it was enough for Alice to discern the lines that had drifted over from the other side. Chapter 397, City Hall. The shift from serene weather to another round of snowfall was swift and sudden in the city state of frost. As the morning unfolded, ominous clouds hung heavily over the cityscape, resembling imposing blocks of lead. A wild and icy wind danced through the streets unrelentingly, seemingly setting the stage for what was to come. By the time the city clock chimed midday, the first snowflakes had already begun their descent from the heavens above. From the city's highest points to its lowest corridors, from the mightiest towers to the smallest alleyways, a thick blanket of snow had soon enveloped the entirety of frost, presenting an enchanting spectacle. The sudden onset of snowfall had a dampening effect on the otherwise bustling streets of frost. Most of its inhabitants hurriedly sought shelter indoors, rendering the city eerily quiet. Against this backdrop of tranquility, the shrill sound of a steam car's brakes felt conspicuously jarring. It was a stately grey vehicle that had pulled up in front of City Hall. As the car door swung open, Agatha stepped out dressed in her customary black attire. Her determined stride brought her directly to the formidable edifice that towered over the rest of the city. She looked up at the imposing structure, its architecture a vestige from the bygone era of monarchy, radiating the dignity and grandeur of yesteryears. Its majestic pillars, graceful arches, and intricate roof designs were a sight to behold at any hour. Even though its title had evolved from the old Winter Court to the present City Hall, its significance within the city remained unwavering. City Hall, along with the silent cathedral, stood as a testament to the dual pillars of power in this icy landscape, sheltering the city and its precious mining ores. Just like a historical text etched in stone, this monumental structure held within its confines the ever-changing tale of power dynamics and significant personalities. Whether it was the age of queens, kings, or the contemporary system of administrative governance, each era found its place in the pages of this living history book. Agatha's brow furrowed as she reached up to gently massage her temple. She realized she had been lost in a world of contemplation once again, her mind wandering like a dreamy poet. This wasn't a one-off incident. Over the past few days, she had frequently found herself lost in thought or feeling an inexplicable restlessness. This was a worrying development. As a sentinel of the city-state, she needed to maintain a sharp, focused mind, free of daydreaming, a distraction that could not be afforded. Her introspection was interrupted by footsteps approaching from the city gates. A quick glance revealed a senior secretary, clad in a dark blue coat, walking towards her. "Miss Agatha," greeted the young man, who served as the assistant to the city administrator, as he bowed respectfully before her. "The governor has been informed of your arrival. He awaits your presence in the Dome office." "A direct approach would be beneficial," Agatha conceded with a nod. "Proceed ahead." In a spacious office, topped with a round dome on the highest floor of City Hall, sat the incumbent governor of Frost, Winston, positioned behind an imposing curved desk. Winston was a burly man, carrying a bit more weight than necessary, cloaked in an extravagant bright blue coat embellished with medals and ribbons. Possibly, the demands of managing a declining city-state were overly taxing. His hair had diminished to an alarming extent, compelling him to resort to a curly wig to mask his bare scalp. As Agatha made her entry into the domed office, she noticed the governor absorbed in tweaking a small brass mechanical device placed on his desk. The intricate mechanical object resembled a miniature model of sorts. Its tightly interconnected gears and linkage structures were so delicately designed that they bordered on being art pieces. Under Winston's manipulations, the device intermittently emitted a clear, pleasing sound. "It's unexpected that you find moments to dabble with mechanical models amidst your pressing political responsibilities," Agatha's voice echoed from across the desk. "I was under the impression that the city-state's recent circumstances have been demanding all your attention. This isn't merely a model, but a prototype for the next generation mining car traction. It promises to conserve 30% of energy while offering enhanced reliability and durability than its predecessor," Governor Winston responded earnestly, looking up from his contraption. "Although we face mounting challenges in our city-state, it doesn't justify a halt in our progress and evolution." Agatha held her silence, not challenging his viewpoint. Governor Winston had always been deeply fascinated with mechanics and engineering. During his 12-year tenure as governor, he had channeled most of his energy into supporting and promoting engineering design firms as well as mechanical manufacturing factories. The ambitious governor seemingly aimed to address the city-state's ongoing crisis through technological innovations, including modernizing obsolete facilities and exploring new economic catalysts. However, to put it mildly, while his concept was commendable, his conviction high, and efforts abundant, the stark reality was an uphill struggle. Technological breakthroughs can facilitate renovations of mining facilities at a manageable expense. Practical, innovative machinery could also find potential markets in other city-states. Frost can't continue to rely solely on metal ore exports for survival. Winston, noticing Agatha's tepid response, felt compelled to elaborate further. "The metal mines are indeed Frost's lifeline, but a pillar founded on a single industry is bound to be fragile. I am not a functionary in the domains of economics or technology," Agatha felt the need to gently remind him. "Ah, of course, I seem to have overlooked that," Winston acknowledged, lifting his hand to set the mechanical model aside on his desk. He looked up at Agatha, shifting the conversation back to more pertinent matters. "Let's proceed to the issue at hand then, Ms. Agatha. Regarding the exploration of the second waterway, I understand you have some concerns. The exploration team encountered an issue beneath the connection well in Central Zone 2, Agatha disclosed without beating around the bush. This corridor is situated near the base of the metal mine. Some sections of the pipeline branch exhibit signs of tampering, yet the entrance to the subsequent connection section is obstructed. I directed the exploration team to forcibly clear the obstacles in the second waterway. However, they reported finding a lead seal and a plaque left by City Hall affixed to the door." "A lead seal and plaque from City Hall?" A visibly surprised Winston attempted to mask his shock with a practiced look of astonishment. "Are you certain about this?" Agatha studied Winston's reaction closely. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. "It appears you were not privy to this. That's the second waterway, abandoned for over 50 years. Its last known usage dates back to the reign of the Frost Queen." Winston protested, throwing up his hands in an exaggerated gesture of disbelief. "Even if there were to be any lead seal or plaque down there, it would certainly be remnants from the Queen's era. The idea of City Hall leaving anything behind is ludicrous. Are you insinuating that I covertly sealed that doorway? To what end? To hoard treasure deep underground? You indeed lack a logical motive," Agatha conceded with a soft nod. "If you truly wished to conceal something of value, there are undoubtedly more secure locations within the city-state than the unpredictable second waterway. I'd rather not entertain such far-fetched speculations," Winston dismissed with a wave of his hand, his countenance turning noticeably serious. Was there no discernible date or name of the person responsible on the plaque? A standard plaque should bear such details. Identifying who locked the door should be quite straightforward based on this. Regrettably, all inscriptions are tarnished and hard to decipher. Both the plaque and the lead seal are substantially corroded. In fact, even the door itself is in a rather fragile state. We suspect the acidic environment within the strata near the mine has expedited the deterioration of the metal, Agatha relayed, shaking her head. All we can verify is that the door was indeed secured by City Hall. Lead seals of that specific design wouldn't have existed during the Queen's reign. A visibly irritated Winston rose from his seat, pacing anxiously behind the large, curved desk. After what seemed like an eternity, he halted his pacing and murmured, if it truly was the handiwork of City Hall, it must date back a considerable time, likely the first or second municipal government following the cessation of the Queen's reign. It appears as if your predecessors were not completely thorough in passing down all pertinent documents to their successors, Agatha remarked, a hint of dry humor in her tone. The early period of transition was marked by turmoil. It's likely that some documents were either lost or damaged in the process, Winston retorted with a dismissive wave of his hand. Nevertheless, the fact that there exists an area deep underground at the heart of the city, an area sealed off under the directive of City Hall and forming part of the second waterway, is quite irregular. This matter certainly warrants a comprehensive investigation, Ms. Agatha. Naturally, it's part of my duties, Agatha responded, her facial features softening somewhat. While I may not have procured the answer I sought, having your assurance of support is equally valuable. The exploration will proceed, and I aim to unveil what lies behind that door at the earliest. The Death Church will ensure City Hall is promptly notified of any developments. That's reassuring to hear, Winston nodded, the tension in the domed office easing ever so slightly. I shan't impose upon your time any further, Agatha declared, there are several aspects of the second waterway that require my personal attention. Having bid the governor a polite farewell, she turned and exited the domed office. Agatha's retreating figure vanished from the room, leaving only the gradually fading echoes of her cane tapping and heels clicking against the floor. After a significant pause, Winston let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. Ms. Agatha chose not to use Greywind for transportation today. The slightly overweight middle-aged governor glanced in the direction where Agatha had exited, murmuring to himself, it appears she can also walk in and out through the regular entrance, doesn't it? Chapter 398, Intersecting Waterways. Buried deep within the clandestine tunnel linked to the second waterway, Nemo Wilkins held a lantern aloft, its feeble light casting an eerie glow on the surrounding damp stone walls. He navigated the twisting corridors with untroubled ease, his voice betraying a hint of mirth as he explained, our operatives have already been alerted. They've evacuated this area, ensuring they've left no evidence of our activities. Meanwhile, the church's forces are running themselves ragged, scouring the central city and the zones designated as X areas. The enveloping darkness should provide quite the challenge for them. I had half a mind to think you'd use this opportunity to sow a bit of chaos, Duncan remarked with an air of nonchalance, especially here in the second waterway, which I gather is essentially your stomping grounds. Such actions aren't in our nature, Nemo responded, shaking his head firmly, we owe our allegiance to Captain Tyrion, and he has never advocated for the demolition of this city-state. If anything, we see eye to eye with both the Death Church and City Hall in terms of preserving the city-state. As for the Church's attempts to root out the cultists that infest this place, we certainly have no intention of aiding those cultists out of petty spite. Duncan nodded at this, accepting the rationale before posing another query, why hasn't Old Ghost made an appearance today? Old Ghost, well, Nemo's words faltered as a sigh slipped past his lips, his mental state has been deteriorating of late. Age is catching up to him, and the Church's aggressive probe of the second waterway has unsettled him. The operation has stirred up memories of the skirmishes fought within these sewer tunnels in days long past. For his own sake, I had to insist that he lay low in the basement of the bar. Duncan could only express his sympathy with a somber sigh upon hearing of the lasting trauma endured by the last remaining soldier who had once pledged his loyalty to the Frost Queen. With Alice in tow, he followed Nemo further into the depths of the second waterway. They traversed the secret passage, passed through several camouflaged doors and seemingly guarded crossroads, and eventually gained access to the second waterway via an entirely different route than previously used. It was evident that in response to the exhaustive search operation initiated by the Church and the city authorities, the covert operatives of the Mist Fleet ensconced within the city-state had sprung into action, deploying a set of prepared disguises and early warning systems. Ultimately, under Nemo's guidance, Duncan and Alice found themselves once again in the corridor where they had previously had their confrontation with Crow. "I need to head back," Nemo declared to Duncan, "the city's atmosphere is tense. There's been an uptick in activity above ground that needs my attention. I must warn you to remain vigilant of the churches." He intended to caution Duncan about the church's search teams prowling these tunnels, but he cut himself off mid-sentence, a sense of unease suddenly washing over him. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to voice his advice: "Try not to harm them. They're not malevolent individuals." A chuckle escaped Duncan's lips as he reassured Nemo, "Don't fret, I'm well aware of my limits. You should head back promptly, the bar has been devoid of its proprietor for an excessive amount of time." "Understood." With that, Nemo made his departure, leaving the sprawling and chilly subterranean waterway plunged into a brief silence. Duncan's gaze swept up, lingering on the vacant passageway before him. His thoughts, however, were adrift in the memories of his prior visit to this eerie location. Not far from the foul sewage ditch that lay ahead was where the young man known as Crow had tragically met his end. He had expired on the parched soil, but the cause of his demise was suffocation by seawater. Intriguingly, within his pocket was found a scripture-like document, seemingly a transcription sourced from an unknown origin. By now, the corridor had been thoroughly cleaned, likely the handiwork of Nemo and Old Ghost. Duncan shifted his attention to Alice, who was trailing obediently alongside him. Despite the veil masking her features, her eyes were clearly visible, revealing a grave expression. However, he knew her mind was, in fact, blank. She was simply lost in thought, her mind unburdened by any specific concerns. Certainly, Duncan was aware that fruitful dialogue or logical reasoning were futile with this humanoid figure. Alice had been invited to accompany him solely due to her unique ability to perceive those elusive lines. Not even the sporadic leakages from the mirror world could evade her keen observation. "If you catch sight of a line, inform me immediately," Duncan instructed, a note of gravity in his tone. "Sure." Alice nodded without hesitation. Duncan began to tread forward, his pace measured, his thoughts still consumed by the unsolved mystery of Crow. Back then, he, Morris, and the others had theorized that Crow had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous area and met a disastrous fate. However, despite their meticulous search of the entire corridor, they had failed to unearth any discernible clues. The investigation had reached an impasse, but now, it seemed as though they might have stumbled upon a plausible explanation for the unknown location Crow had inadvertently strayed into. It was highly plausible that a fleeting intersection had materialized between the mirror frost and the real frost within this very corridor. It could have been a spatial rift or a momentary reflection materializing from a stagnant puddle. Poor Crow, who happened to be passing by, had unfortunately plunged into it. Regardless of the mechanism that facilitated his cross-dimensional transition at the time, one thing was apparent: this corridor likely constituted a vulnerable point of convergence between the mirror world and reality. The atmosphere underground was oppressively chilly and moist, with a persistent stench of decay and mildew tainting the air. It felt as though the entire city-state was a gradually decaying carcass, and they were navigating through its festering bowels. Footfalls echoed down the rancid sewer corridor, each sounding heavy and deliberate. Agatha proceeded slowly, utilizing temporary divination and spiritual sensing to determine her course while maintaining a vigilant eye for any stirrings in her surroundings. Her black garments bore the brunt of her numerous battles, heavily torn and frayed, exposing the soft inner armor and the ceremonial bandages encasing her body, which were now marred with splatters of blood. The injuries inflicted upon her had crossed the threshold of her body's natural healing capabilities. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining amidst this grim scenario. Agatha was growing increasingly confident that she was venturing in the correct direction. Following the defeat of numerous foe monsters and many clashes within this malevolent replicated city, she was finally picking up a stronger scent of the heretics. Guided by this olfactory clue, she wound her way through the labyrinthine streets and alleyways of the lower city, through the expansive and convoluted subway tunnel, into the collapsed and crumbling sewer system, and finally uncovered this realm that had been forsaken for an indeterminable number of years, buried deep within the bowels of the earth. The enormity of this place surpassed the details she had gleaned from the archive, and defied her imagination, which was shaped by the perusal of those documents. Agatha cast her gaze upwards, surveying the dimly illuminated wide corridor stretching out before her. Antiquated gas lamps were recessed into the walls flanking the passage. Their undersupplied flames flickered sporadically, their light dancing within the protective glass casings. The arched ceiling of the corridor showcased an intricate lattice of pipes and support structures. Under the unreliable gas light, everything cast undulating, warped shadows, as if a host of invisible entities were squirming in the semi-darkness. Running parallel to the corridor, filthy water coursed through the gutters, inducing a sense of nausea. The vile black water surged from grates embedded in the walls, merging into the ditches and producing a gushing sound. Agatha recognized her surroundings. This was the second waterway snaking beneath Frost, the site she had originally planned to guide her team to for exploration. The only divergence from her initial blueprint was that she had originally intended to explore the city-state's underbelly in the real world, whereas she found herself ensnared in a duplicate version of Frost. Agatha slightly shut her eyes, intently tuning into the movement of air around her. She shut out the pervasive, nauseating stench, depending on her spiritual intuition to hone in on the heretic's locations. She could sense that her connection with this artificial city was strengthening in proportion to the length of her stay and the frequency of her encounters with these aberrations. "It's ahead," she affirmed, her certainty resonating in her declaration. The gatekeeper abruptly snapped her eyes open, consciously neglecting the faint throbs of pain radiating from her wounds distributed across her body. She made a choice at the juncture ahead and carried on, plunging deeper into the passageway. A memory surfaced abruptly. In the not-too-distant past, she had an encounter with an entity that had descended upon Frost, potentially an ancient deity or a manifestation thereof. During their interaction, the entity had subtly insinuated to her to seek for hints underground. Presently, she was following the lead of the airflow, drawing ever closer to the lairs wherein these heretics had taken refuge. Indeed, these heretics were concealed beneath the city-state, ensconced in the forsaken second waterway. However, contrary to her initial suspicions, the underground refuge wasn't located in the real-world Frost but in an extraneously replicated realm. A smirk tugged at the corner of Agatha's mouth. The path, despite its convolutions and diversions, eventually led back to the point of origin. She had misinterpreted the clue provided by the descended entity, falsely assuming that the enemy was in hiding within the second waterway in the real world. Now, having somewhat serendipitously infiltrated this replicated city-state, she stumbled upon clues within the second waterway of this facsimile. Could this turn of events be classified as a form of fortuity? Agatha was closely scrutinizing her environment. Although she hadn't conducted a comprehensive investigation of the second waterway in the real world, she was acquainted with its basic characteristics. She knew that the ancient sewer system had been entirely forsaken and sealed, with all the pipelines, vertical wells, and drains leading to the second waterway having been shut. In theory, it should be a parched or fairly dry area. However, in the sewer corridor stretching out before her, the sight of filthy water cascading everywhere was inescapable, and the sporadic sound of drainage echoed from the encompassing pipes. In this replicated Frost, the second waterway seemed to be in continuous operation. Is this the disparity distinguishing a counterfeit from its genuine counterpart? Agatha mused when her train of thought was abruptly interrupted. A gooey, sickeningly squelching noise reverberated around her, and from the sewer outlets and the black pollution-encrusted surfaces of the walls, a ceaseless seepage of black muck was visible. The obstinate monstrosities had re-emerged. Her body was enervated, her wounds ached incessantly, the ritualistic bandages were torn, the benediction of the god of death was gradually dwindling, and the debilitating effects of blood loss had reached an unendurable threshold. Despite the adversities, Agatha merely lifted her head in composed defiance, eyeing the malformed creatures massing before her. "Come forth then. I'll guide you to your demise." Chapter 399, The Connection. When the initial abomination bellowed its war cry and lunged menacingly in her direction, Agatha elegantly evaded its path, moving just a touch to the side. In the fleeting instant when her trajectory intersected with that of the beast, she gently brushed its body with her magical staff. This seemingly soft touch instigated rapid incineration, almost instantaneously reducing the creature to ashes. Before the pallid flames of the beast's demise could even touch the ground, Agatha skillfully redirected her staff, projecting an intense white line from the residual fire. This line descended upon the path ahead, expanding with a terrifying speed like a voracious wildfire, consuming the grotesque monsters in its path. Agatha deliberately minimized grand bodily movements, conserving her physical energy and reducing the strain on her body. She also made an effort to prevent direct physical contact with the beasts, aiming to decrease the psychological exhaustion such engagements could cause. The number of beasts that were yet to come was an unknown variable, making energy preservation paramount. Fear of death was a sentiment she did not share. She was well aware that even when her physical form ceased to exist, her spirit could continue to combat the enemy until her remains were naught but ashes. These ashes would drift throughout this damned land, perpetually purifying the repulsive creatures inhabiting it. She harbored no fear towards these eventualities, however, before she could embrace the sweet release of death, she had a mission to fulfill, uncovering the truth hidden within this chaos and preventing the heretic's actions as much as she could. As she journeyed onward, the frequency of attacks increased and the deformed beasts became notably agitated. This subtly reinforced her belief that she was headed in the correct direction towards the heart of the heretic's den. More of the black, viscous substance began to ooze out from the surrounding walls and the imposing vaulted ceiling. Each crack, each crevice, provided an ideal breeding ground for these monstrous replicas. The environment had seemingly bred cunning into these creatures, making their behavior increasingly deceptive. A sinister hissing noise resonated from behind her. A surge of caution swept through Agatha's consciousness. Fatigue had started to cripple her reflexes, and she could only manage to barely twist her body in time to deflect the incoming attack with her staff. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and amidst the shower of sparks from the center of her staff, a figure clad in black and wielding a similar staff was sent sprawling. This figure hit the ground, then awkwardly rose, moving with the repulsive grace of a soft-bodied creature. As it lifted its head beneath its black hat, a face that was slowly morphing and shifting was revealed. Amid the horror of this fluid countenance, some recognizable features began to form. The face abruptly ceased its movements, solidifying into a distinctive young man's visage. He raised his eyes to meet Agatha's, his expression one of confusion. "Captain? Why are you here?" he inquired. The grip of Agatha's hand on her staff intensified until her knuckles turned an almost ghostly white, her penetrating gaze seemingly frozen in the horror of the moment. Simultaneously, an eerie voice began to resonate around her. The voice appeared to emanate from all directions, as if the labyrinthine sewer was the source. "Ah, you recognize him," the voice cooed, reverberating off the wet walls. "When you were not yet a gatekeeper, your loyal deputy captain shielded your escape from the abysmal darkness. You abandoned him there. Why not take him back? How does that sound?" Agatha chose not to respond verbally. Her silence was her answer. She advanced stoically, taking 3 deliberate steps before morphing into a swirling gust of ashen wind. Her ephemeral form halted abruptly, solidifying before the young guardian. When she materialized again, her staff's metallic shaft was embedded deeply within the chest of the black-garbed pretender. Disbelief washed over the young guardian's face as he struggled to comprehend the lethal strike delivered by his once trusted captain. Then a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes as if he'd finally accepted the inevitable. With his strength waning, he whispered, "So, it's already over." "I'm sorry, it'll be over soon," Agatha murmured apologetically. A soft chuckle emanated from the dying guardian as his head dipped. "Captain, you've finally mastered the power of the grey wind." "Yes, it took a lot of practice," Agatha replied softly, her voice barely audible over the crescendo of pale flames flickering in her line of sight. The guardian's body was consumed by the fire, quickly disintegrating into a heap of dark ashes. Decisive, ruthless, qualities befitting a disciple of the god of death. The revolting voice echoed once more. As Agatha pivoted, she was greeted by a new wave of monstrous aberrations taking form. Imitations surged towards her from every direction. The puppeteer of the voice evidently had little regard for honor, commanding his minions to attack while simultaneously trying to manipulate her emotionally. The sound of exploding flames, the clashing of her staff against the monstrous bodies, and the whistle of the wind slicing through the confined space filled the underground corridor. As Agatha battled the onslaught of beasts, she called out defiantly, "These tricks serve only to stoke my fury, not to delay my progress. If anything, my anger will expedite my pursuit of your hideout. What do you stand to gain from this? Indeed, you are angry, and you seem more ferocious than before, but that's all right. A bit of emotional turmoil is necessary, Miss Gatekeeper." A sense of unease stirred within Agatha's heart as the voice faded into an ominous echo. What did he mean by a bit of emotional upheaval is necessary? But there was no one to respond to her questions. The master of the voice had a single objective, to exploit his minions to sap her strength and slow her pursuit. Now he had vanished, leaving behind another wave of monsters seeping menacingly from the dank walls. Agatha's gaze took on a resolute edge as she braced herself for the impending clash against her monstrous adversaries. Our warrior is embroiled in a skirmish with the enemy. An incandescent beam of green light suddenly pierced through the oppressive gloom of the second waterway. The fiery silhouette of a dove, named Ai, emerged from the blazing tongues of fire, making a graceful landing on Duncan's shoulder. With a flurry of wing beats, she began to squawk in a shrill, urgent tone. The unexpected arrival of the avian messenger, coupled with her piercing cries, took Duncan by surprise. His startled reaction almost resulted in a head-on collision with Alice. Having been meticulously combing the dry, sprawling underground corridor for half a day, Duncan widened his eyes in surprise and turned towards the flaming dove perched on his shoulder. "What's got you all flustered?" AI cocked her head to the side, her small eyes boring into Duncan's as she nodded emphatically. "Our scout is under attack. Our scout is under attack. The battle is not tilting in our favor. Our warrior is in combat with the enemy." Clutching her head, Alice said, "Captain, do you think AI is having a case of indigestion?" In response, AI swiveled her head to shoot a reproachful look at the doll, pecking her head twice and emitting a dong-dong sound. Then, she resumed her squawking, "Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it make sense?" Alice let out a startled yelp, cradling her head in her hands as she scurried away from the relentless onslaught of the dove. Choosing to ignore the surrounding chaos, Duncan adopted a grave expression after processing AI's incessant cries. He turned towards a particular direction, his gaze piercing the distance. "You two, quiet down," he commanded after a few moments of silence, directing a serious glance towards another entrance to the corridor. "I believe AI might be onto something." Alice immediately fell silent, turning her gaze to match Duncan's. "It's the marker I left, it must be Gatekeeper Agatha," Duncan's voice echoed through the underground chamber as he began to move forward. "She's in the vicinity." Alice followed his gaze, and her eyes suddenly widened in recognition. "Oh, there's a line." Miss Doll let out an excited exclamation and quickly darted past Duncan, moving at a speed that made her seem like a blur. Reminiscent of a child trying to catch a runaway balloon, she bolted towards a nearby intersection, jumping up to seize something seemingly invisible. All Duncan could see was Alice running ahead and then starting to leap in the air, reaching for something unseen. Then, he noticed her hand closing around something that had materialized out of thin air. He swiftly approached the spot, and Alice turned around to face him, her face beaming with a triumphant smile. "I caught it." Miss Doll's radiant smile endured only for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the ethereal line held delicately in her hands started to fracture and break apart, evaporating into the surrounding air as though subjected to a rapid process of decay. "Ah!" Alice cried out, "The line broke." However, before she could even finish her exclamation, a towering figure swiftly approached from one side. Duncan extended his hand towards the disintegrating line. A fragment on the brink of complete dissipation dropped into his palm. Suddenly, a dim, green flame infused the fading line with a ghostly glow. Slowly turning his head, Duncan met Alice's eyes. Mirrored in Alice's wide-open eyes was the mesmerizing spectacle of a faint, green flame flickering with an eerie dance. "I've got it," Duncan murmured in a gentle tone. One grotesque creature was reduced to ashes in the cool glow of the ghostly flames, while another succumbed to a staff-induced blow that shattered its skull, causing it to collapse into a formless heap of mud. Agatha twisted her form in a fluid motion, her battle staff whirling through the air and arcing towards the last remaining enemy standing at the crossroads. However, her motion abruptly halted. Driven purely by instinct, without a second to ponder, an overwhelming wave of fear and shock consumed her completely. She could even feel her muscles and bones screaming in protest, forcing her staff to stop just millimeters shy of the head of the last counterfeit that had freshly emerged from the mire. Her eyes widened in anticipation as she observed the humanoid figure, molded from shifting mud, slowly raise its head. A pair of eyes slowly took form where the skull should be, and dim green flames sparked to life across its form. A deep voice reverberated from the dancing flames. "Agatha, do you require assistance?" Chapter 400, Journeying Together Through the Waterways. Agatha reacted swiftly, retreating with her staff held high. Her eyes expanded with sudden alarm and caution, a stark response to the unfurling scenario before her. Her gaze was firmly locked on the deceitful creature, which was gradually lifting its head to confront her. Then, realization dawned on her: this entity, born of elemental mud, was undergoing a stark transformation. A mysterious power, or perhaps an intention, had taken hold of this creature, causing a rapid and radical change within its core. The creature had become something like a conduit, relentlessly radiating a menacing energy that filled the dank environment of the sewer with an unnerving air. A cacophonous eruption of sounds unfolded, transforming into a multitude of unintelligible whispers and roars that echoed within her consciousness. The edges of Agatha's vision became blurred, populated by trembling shadows within which countless eyes seemed to manifest. This was an unmistakable sign of a spiritual corruption taking root within her. The fatigue that had accumulated from successive battles and the toll it had taken on her spirit had weakened her resilience, rendering her almost defenseless against the oncoming assault. However, the contaminating influence subsided in less than 2 seconds, as if the power orchestrating the corruption had purposefully restrained it, reducing the overwhelming energy exuding from this avatar. As a result, Agatha's senses stabilized, regaining their clarity. In this fleeting moment of lucidity, she was able to discern the true identity of the entity before her. "You are the one who descended," she ventured hesitantly, massaging her aching forehead. "Yes, it's me," replied the avatar. Its form, composed of elemental mud, continued to writhe and shift, seemingly unable to contain such formidable power and struggling to maintain a coherent image. "Just call me Captain, my followers call me that." "Captain?" Agatha's brow furrowed in confusion. Her thought processes were sluggish due to the lingering effects of her spiritual contamination. The moniker seemed odd, but she quickly brushed off her confusion. The world was filled with beings named Captain, and perhaps this high-level entity from an unknown origin had whimsically chosen to adopt the title. It was not a detail worth scrutinizing. "Why are you here?" she inquired, perplexed. "I've been searching for you for quite some time," replied Duncan. "You suddenly vanished in the city-state, and I assumed that something had happened to you." "You were searching for me?" Agatha's surprise was palpable as she quickly surveyed her surroundings. "What is happening outside?" "If you are referring to the frost of the real world, then everything is proceeding as it should." "It's so normal that it's suspicious," Duncan shrugged. "Do you have any idea where you are stuck?" "I am not sure," Agatha admitted, leaning against the wall and using her staff for support. She had been granted a brief period of safety and needed to seize this opportunity to regain her strength. "This is another frost, a frost entirely under the control of counterfeits. There's no sun here, and my connection with the gods is weak. But I've sensed the presence of those annihilators. I've been following one of them until I ended up here." She momentarily stopped speaking, a slight gasp escaping her lips as she turned to address the being known as Captain. "A mirror," stated the temporal embodiment. "You are ensnared in a mirrored reflection of frost." "A mirror?" A contemplative one quickly replaced Agatha's startled expression as she lowered her gaze. "I see, a mirror. They may have duplicated the entirety of frost, encompassing even the surrounding seas, and this mirror is the origin of all the counterfeits," Duncan elaborated. "What's more concerning, there are indications that this mirror and the actual world are steadily converging. This could possibly be the true scheme of the heretics." Agatha abruptly lifted her gaze. "You mean the frequent emergence of counterfeits in the city-state, the duplicate seagull, the disappearance of Dagger Island, even your current predicament, are all consequences of the mirror frost encroaching upon the real frost? The primary objective of the heretics was never to invade or annihilate the city, Agatha. They aimed to transform the entirety of the city into their version of reality. At some juncture, the continually approaching mirror and the reality are destined to collide." Agatha drew a slow, deliberate breath, murmuring to herself. She had already contemplated this possibility. No wonder the heretic mentioned that when the Guardians discover the sanctuary, it would signal the success of their plan. That moment refers to the point of contact between the mirror and reality. "It seems like you are piecing together the puzzle," Duncan observed. "You just alluded to finding traces of the heretics here. Are you trailing them?" "Yes, I've picked up on their trail. It leads further into this second waterway." Agatha lifted her gaze, peering deep into the shadowy corridor. After a brief rest, she regained some of her vigor and was standing upright once more, gradually advancing. "There's a heretic. He has been attempting to obstruct me, but his persistent presence only reveals more of his path. I feel that he's very close." The avatar manipulated by Duncan trailed behind Agatha. "I'm sorry," Agatha suddenly expressed, leading the way. "Why apologize? Just now, I almost attacked you." Agatha's tone held a tinge of embarrassment. Duncan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the moment he initially took control of the avatar. Agatha's metallic staff was just millimeters away from his head. Upon reflection, however, he realized there was no need for concern. It was certainly a more favorable greeting than Vanna's abrupt jump chop. "I don't mind, I'm accustomed to it." "Accustomed to it?" "One of my followers has a tendency to react with a surprise jump chop when she's startled. Sometimes, I happen to be the target, although she has since ceased doing that." "Agatha." The youthful gatekeeper was left profoundly startled, leading her to wonder about the type of interactions this ostensibly ancient entity had with his followers and the kinds of eccentric, bewildering, and peculiar characters his followers must be. She pondered for a moment, but her sanity was on the brink of exhaustion, and she was still unable to decipher the enigma. Duncan, however, was unperturbed by Agatha's sudden lapse into reflective silence. He simply continued his forward stride, scrutinizing the conditions in the corridor. This was the second waterway of mirror frost, strikingly different from its counterpart in the real world. He paused, gazing pensively at the sewer corridor extending into the murkiness ahead. "What's on your mind?" Agatha also halted, spinning around with a look of confusion to question him. "In the real world, this section is a collapsed area. The path is obstructed," Duncan uttered, his tone imbued with thoughtful consideration. "It appears that in this mirror frost, the second waterway is well preserved, even indicating signs of regular use. It could reflect the epoch of the Frost Queen." Agatha's voice was hoarse. "I've observed that many aspects of this mirror frost are familiar yet divergent, not reminiscent of the contemporary era." Duncan listened to Agatha's deductions in silence for a few moments. After a brief pause, he disrupted the quiet. "It appears that I may not be able to accompany you for the rest of the journey." Agatha spun around in surprise. She watched as the avatar of the captain gradually began to disintegrate. The incessantly flowing and altering black mud seemed unable to contain the power surging. It was now slowly flaking off, leaving intricate patterns of intersecting cracks across its form. Green flames flickered amidst the lines, seemingly unable to be contained, spilling and flowing uncontrollably. She couldn't help but cry out, "Your body! Don't fret, this subpar replication is incapable of stably sustaining my power. Its collapse is an inevitable eventuality." Duncan merely shook his head, his tone calm. "I'm surprised I was able to persist long enough to convey this much." He then raised his hand, silencing Agatha, who was about to speak. "Your current condition is dire and in need of assistance. I will leave some residual embers here. They will amplify the connection between you and me. Take them, and continue your pursuit of the heretic's hideout. I will continue to aid you." Almost instinctively, Agatha stepped forward as if wanting to inquire further. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the avatar, already teetering on the brink of collapse due to the immense power within, reached its breaking point. In a sudden eruption of emerald flames, the elemental mud forming the avatar ceased its flow, consumed by the inferno, and fragmented into numerous shards. Only a petite, finger-sized flame survived in the midst of the scorched black elemental remnants hovering just above the ground. Agatha found herself transfixed by the flame dancing just off the floor. Its eerie green hue instilled in the gatekeeper a sense of trepidation, prompting an instinctual fear and unease. Yet, after a moment's pause, she pushed past her apprehension and gingerly stepped forward, bending over slowly. "I hope this is the right choice," she murmured under her breath, and in her heart, she invoked the name of Bartok, then extended her hand towards the tiny flame, her action brimming with a newfound courage. The flame felt like an ethereal petal resting in her hand. "I can actually pick it up." Agatha found herself marveling at the flame she held in her hand. In that moment, she felt a bond forming between her and the flame. It was a subtle, bizarre, yet palpable connection. After a momentary daze, she snapped back to reality, cradling the gifted flame with utmost care. In her other hand, she grasped her battered staff and proceeded towards the darkest recesses of the second waterway.